Abyss Domination Chapter 1 to Chapter 61. The pitter-patter of rain came from outside the house. Vivian carefully placed the stool in front of the stove, then bent down and grabbed 2 handfuls of brown rice from the rice bag beside her. There was not much food left in the bag. Her brother had stolen a silver ornament from the dock last month in exchange for this bag of brown rice. Even though she had carefully calculated many times in the past half a month, the decreasing amount of food still made her feel a little panicked. There was no food left. At most, they would starve in a few more days. Vivian looked at the small bed in the dilapidated house with red eyes. On the bed that was covered with a moldy smell, she could see an unconscious young man. Her brother had not woken up yet, and the priest's sister who had been willing to help them seemed to have given up hope. After all, Bishop Phil was not willing to spend so much effort to save a thief. Vivian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and carefully climbed down from the stool. She was only 8 years old this year. Because she was malnourished, she looked very petite. Things like starting a fire and cooking were still very difficult for her. She held a few pieces of chopped firewood in her hands, broke some branches that she had picked up during the day, and threw them into the stove. Because of the continuous rain outside, the firewood was a little wet, and the speed at which it lit was very slow. It was accompanied by a thick, choking smoke. Vivian did not care about the pain in her eyes. She puffed up her mouth and blew with all her might. When the firewood inside was lit, she gently rubbed her eyes. "Brother! You must wake up. Vivian misses you so much. Don't leave me." Translucent tears rolled down Vivian's cheeks as she sat beside the stove and sobbed softly. After a while, she wiped her face with her little hands, and 2 white streaks appeared on her blackened face. There was some salt in the house, but they had finished it last week. She wanted to learn from her brother and steal some, but she was almost caught by the fat shop owner. The owner picked up a broom and hit her on the back. Even now, her back was still bruised, and the slightest touch would make her feel a burning pain. Woof woof. An old black and yellow dog walked over. Even though it was old and clumsy, one could still tell that it used to be an excellent hunting dog. Vivian stretched out her small hand, and the old dog silently walked to her side. It raised its head to look at the stove and let out a low whimper. "Heath." Vivian hugged the old dog in her arms as if she saw the desire in its eyes. She sobbed softly and reached out to gently stroke its back, murmuring, "There's not much food left. You have to leave it for Big Brother. Vivian is also very hungry. Wait for the rain to stop and look for food outside." "Sorry. Is Vivian useless? She can't steal anything, and she can't save her brother. She's always crying." The old dog with cloudy eyes seemed to understand her words. It silently retracted its gaze and stuck out its tongue to lick her palm. Then, it laid down at her feet and closed its eyes to sleep. The sound of footsteps came from outside the house. It seemed that the person stopped at the door and spoke faintly. The old black and yellow dog suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, it was as fierce as a hungry wolf. It let out a fierce whimper and barked loudly toward the outside. "Damn it. Sooner or later, I'll kill this old dog and make soup." A man's exasperated voice came from outside. Then, the footsteps gradually faded away. Vivian's frightened face calmed down a little. She stretched out her small hand to touch the old dog's head and said softly, "Heath. If he dares to come in, bite him. Big Brother is unconscious now. Only you can protect me." The old dog gently arched in her arms. Although it looked old and clumsy, it still had a trace of fierceness. It was a Gorath hunting dog. In its prime, it could even kill leopards. According to the folklore of the Agate River area, it was the offspring of the 3-headed hellhound. Unfortunately, it was very old. The smell of porridge came from the stove. The old dog's nose twitched, and then it lay back down. Vivian's stomach growled, but she still carefully climbed onto the stool and scooped the porridge into a bowl that was missing a corner. She gently blew on it, and then fed the porridge to the young man on the bed with a wooden spoon bit by bit. She was really too small and didn't have much strength. She couldn't help her brother up, so she could only feed him slowly. "Big Brother. Hurry up and eat. You'll get better after you finish eating. Everything will get better." As the little girl spoke, her tears fell again. She reached out to wipe them away, put down the bowl, and climbed out of bed to close the door. This was the slum of Amber City. It was a place full of thieves, robbers, and human traffickers. It was difficult for a little girl like her to survive here. If she was not careful enough and had Heath by her side to protect her, she would have been kidnapped in broad daylight. All they needed to do was cover her mouth and nose with a wet towel soaked in knockout powder, and she would soon lose consciousness. Then, she would be put into a sack and sold to the human traffickers. Many little girls in the slums had gone missing like this. Sometimes even beautiful women would be kidnapped. Heath. Vivian fed him little by little until the man on the bed finished half of the bowl. Then, she hurriedly drank a few mouthfuls, washed her little hands and cheeks with water, and curled up her petite body into the musty quilt. As she touched the wound on her back, the little girl could not help but sob in pain. Then, she hugged the young man's arm with both hands and said to the old dog at the door, "If anyone comes, bark. I know what they're thinking. They want to sell me to that woman, Sophia, because my brother is unconscious. That way, they can get a sum of money." Having grown up in the slum, she knew far more than other children her age. Sophia was the biggest human trafficker in the slum. She would select beautiful little girls, train them into prostitutes, and send them to the big brothels in Amber City. It was impossible for an 8-year-old girl to survive in the slums. Vivian's eyes showed a trace of determination. She leaned over and gently kissed the forehead of the comatose young man on the bed. She said in a low voice, "Even if I'm going to be sold, I'll do it myself, then, I'll use the money to hire a real priest. Maybe he can save Big Brother." She knew what kind of fate she would face. Sophia would raise her for a few years and then teach her how to serve men. If she was beautiful enough, she would be sent to some of the city's nobles. Otherwise, she would only be sent to those despicable brothels. But for Big Brother, she was willing to do anything because he was her only family member. Sounds of fighting came from outside the house. Vivian could not help but shrink under the blanket. The old dog at the door also had a fierce look in its eyes. It was the slum's Colin and Sai fighting for territory. Ever since Big Brother was injured by a scary wizard, many thieves in the slum died. The original leaders were all killed on the streets, and the remaining people fought for territory many times. None of the guards came to this place because it was a forgotten corner of Amber City. They were fighting for territory, and they were also fighting for the children in the slum. No matter which gang it was, they needed to train their children to steal. Back then, Big Brother became a thief in order to support her. Vivian's memories of her parents were very vague. She only knew that her mother had a husband who was said to be an excellent thief. Unfortunately, he accepted a mission and died in a wizard's tower. It was from then on. Wizards became the scariest existence in her young heart. That man was Big Brother's biological father. Although she was not born at that time, she heard Big Brother mention it. Later on, her mother took Big Brother through a period of wandering. Because of the circumstances, she even worked as a waitress in a tavern, which was actually a part-time prostitute. Vivian knew that. She knew more than her peers. This kind of life lasted until her mother met a mysterious adventurer. Soon, she became pregnant again. That adventurer did not marry her. Instead, he raised her as a prostitute. That man was Vivian's biological father. It was said that he was also a powerful professional. Heath was his pet. Later on, he mysteriously went missing. Only the old dog stayed by their side. Her mother lost 2 men in a row and began to lose her mind. She even suffered from soullessness. In the end, she died. At that time, she was only 3 years old. Big Brother was 12 years old. The 2 young children lost their parents and soon wandered the streets. At that time, the elder brother often fought with others for some meager food. Later on, Big Brother joined a gang and became a qualified thief. At that time, their lives gradually became stable, and they also had a place to stay in the chaotic slum. Shrill screams could be heard. Vivian was so scared that her whole body trembled, and she hid in the young man's arms. The old dog at the door also suddenly stood up, and looked at the alley in the distance with a fierce gaze. Someone died there. It was normal for people to die in the slum. Even the priests of the Dawnlight Temple did not care about the lives of people in the slum. the people nearby slammed the door. Someone even picked up the bolt and locked the door tightly. Vivian also got up and struggled to pick up one of the bolts. Based on her many years of living in the slum, if someone died, the problem would quickly become worse. The fighting would definitely become worse, and it might affect the people nearby. Fear. The fear in her heart made the little girl hug the old dog tightly and bring it to the foot of the bed. Heath. She looked outside in horror. She could see some figures in the rain. They were holding weapons and fighting each other. Blood flowed all over the alley and was washed away by the rain. She could vaguely smell the scent of blood. Vivian bent down and patted the old dog's head. Her young body trembled in fear and she whispered, "You will protect me, right?" "Ow." The old dog suddenly barked. The little girl was startled, but she soon realized that Heath was not barking at the outside. Instead, it was barking at the young man on the bed. "Big brother." Vivian turned around in surprise and found that the young man on the bed had opened his eyes and his lips were moving slightly. The pressure and fear that she had been feeling all this time suddenly exploded. The little figure threw herself into his arms, and large drops of sparkling and translucent tears slid down her tender cheeks. Soren slowly opened his eyes. It had been half a month. Every time he tried to open his eyes, a dense stream of data would appear in his mind. Countless zeros and ones would flash through his mind, and he would feel a pain as if his brain was about to explode. His consciousness could barely sense his body. It was as if his body was filled with electricity, and the electrostatic field in his body was messed up. Although he could hear and feel everything outside, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even move his fingers. "No, I have to wake up, I have to wake up." Although Soren didn't know why he was reborn in the mysterious world, he knew that the little girl outside was in danger. The little girl who had been taking care of him was in danger. Her name was Vivian, and she was 8 years old. She had beautiful light blonde hair, and 2 small dimples appeared when she smiled. She was Soren's half-sister. She was also the target of many human traffickers in the slums. They were sure that this little girl would become a great beauty in the future, and they could sell her for a good price if they took care of her for a while. She was a little girl without parents, and her only brother was still unconscious. No one knew if he was dead or alive. There was no better target than this. This was a sinful world. Soren had heard of people trying to break in more than once in the past half a month. If they weren't afraid of that old dog called Heath, Vivian would have fallen into their hands a long time ago. "No. I have to wake up." Soren roared in his mind again and again. Even his memories of his previous life were becoming blurry. His memories of the other Soren were also fading away. The only thing in his mind was to wake up and protect the poor little girl. She was already in danger. There was no way a beautiful 8-year-old girl could survive in the slums. He could sense that 2 criminals were already discussing how to poison the old dog called Heath, and then sell Vivian to a woman called Sophia. Everything was about to happen. If he couldn't wake up, the little girl would face a tragic fate: darkness. Endless darkness. Soren's mind was still filled with countless zeros and ones. Tiny electric currents were jumping around in his body. He could vaguely remember some of the things that happened in his previous life, and then some other vague memories were mixed in. That was a very painful thing. In this soul-tearing pain, he gradually remembered the accident in the health pod. At that time, his consciousness had already entered the virtual space, and then he remembered another scene. It was a wizard covered in a black cloak. He pointed at himself, and countless lightning flashed, as if his soul was also shattered by lightning, amidst the haze. A young man with black eyes, flaxen hair, and a youthful appearance appeared. He stretched out his hand and solemnly said, "Protect her. Don't let her get hurt." Soren's consciousness blurred again, as if he was in a dream. Many things happened in the dream, but they were all memories of another person. He had completely disappeared, only his name was left behind, because Soren felt that he shouldn't leave his name behind. After all, Soren felt that it was because he gave up on himself that he could wake up from his slumber. His name was Soren. That was why he was also called Soren. It didn't matter what he was called before. The most important thing for him now was to wake up and protect the little girl called Vivian before those villains made their move. Countless electric currents were still in his body. However, the endless zeros and ones in his mind seemed to have gradually stopped. He vaguely felt that his soul had been enriched. It was as if there was an additional spiritual force that suppressed the rampaging electric current and the zeros in his body. Then, a muffled sound exploded in his mind like a clap of thunder, all of a sudden. Soren opened his eyes, and a familiar scene appeared in front of him. Name, Soren. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Dexterity 19, +1, Vitality 15, Intelligence 18, +1, Wisdom 15, Charm 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 5 Commoner/Level 1 Bandit. Health points, 12 Experience points, 150, Unallocated, Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, Weakened, Soul Resurrection. Profession skills, Sneak 20, Steal 35, Pick Lock 45, Snare 15. Legendary skills, Omnipotent Hands, Seal, Soul Weakening. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory. This is? Soren's consciousness gradually woke up. Looking at the scene in front of him, he suddenly remembered that before the incident in the health pod, he was in a virtual game. No wonder there were so many zeros and ones in his mind for the past half a month. It turned out that when the health pod incident happened, the data in the game was also transmitted to his consciousness. During this time, when he opened his eyes, he saw a dense stream of data. It seemed that it was only now that the data was completely integrated into his brain. He was momentarily absent-minded. Soon, Soren pulled himself together and tried to focus. He thought to himself, could it be that the data is really integrated into my brain? Doesn't that mean my brain has become similar to a biological brain? I wonder if it's possible. Assign 150 EXP to the commoner profession. A warm current appeared. Soren was surprised to find that he could actually feel the existence of his limbs. The electric current in his body was also gradually disappearing, and a surge of vitality was circulating in his body. Commoner profession level increased to 10. Basic profession level increased to max level. Obtained 25 skill points. A row of familiar words appeared. Soren's heart was filled with joy. Everything in front of him was exactly the same as the virtual game he had entered before. Before the incident, he was in the virtual world, and his consciousness was transmitted to a game called Clash of the Titans. This was a very popular game at the time. When other virtual games were still stuck at 75% realism, this game had already announced that it had achieved a breakthrough in technology and achieved 100% realism. This caused a huge reaction in the Earth Federation. When it first started, it attracted countless people. Soren was also attracted to it at that time. He even praised the game pod for its magical style. There was even a magic circle at the bottom of the pod. In the era before his reincarnation, virtual worlds were a very important field. This was because the interstellar era required a large number of talents to master complex knowledge. All of this required a strong memory and calculation ability. At the beginning, virtual worlds were used to stimulate the right brain region with electric currents to strengthen calculation and memory. This increased the development of the human right brain by 3% to 10%. It could be said that this was a kind of human brain research. When necessary, smart chips would be implanted. This progress was relatively slow and required a large amount of resources. In the end, the cheaper virtual gaming industry was created, and it became a very important core industry. Games are conscious simulated activities that all young children, animals and people, need to live and jump. Plato. Before systematic learning, games were a very important means of simulation. The boring emotions produced by normal learning would mostly stimulate the left brain. This kind of knowledge would be easily forgotten. Therefore, most of the exam-oriented knowledge would be forgotten. The right brain, on the other hand, required a more active emotional energy. It also required a large amount of high-speed memory, and a photographic memory that was 1,000,000 times better than the left brain. The potential difference between the two was more than 100,000 times. Therefore, in the interstellar era, brain development was a very important field. Many jobs required one to have a brain development of 12% and above. As long as one could reach this requirement, they would be able to grasp the relevant professional knowledge in a very short time. The use of large amounts of machinery increased the demand for high-end talents. The replacement of low-level labor by machines also caused most people to become idle. Therefore, virtual games, a cheap and important field that could alleviate social conflicts, became unprecedentedly prosperous. research showed. In all kinds of extremely harsh and complex environments simulated by virtual worlds, the effect of the right brain could be increased by more than 300%. This had an unimaginable effect on developing the potential of the right brain region. Although in this situation, there would be a hidden psychological hint that everything is not real, the stimulation of the right brain region was still several times higher than in a normal learning environment. Therefore, the more realistic the virtual game, the more obvious the stimulation of the brain region. The increased development would also be higher. Although this higher premise was to increase from 1% to about 3%, the progress was not very obvious. However, it was already considered a major breakthrough. After all, the stimulation in the real world was only 1.5% at most. Therefore, before they had the qualifications to work, many people had to go through a process that took a lot of time to enter the virtual world. This process was relatively long. Because of the mysterious field of the brain, everything was full of unknowns. Before the accident, Soren was controlling his legendary thief character to sneak into the Shadow Palace to steal the epic item that could allow him to obtain the demigod's divinity. Because at that time, he had already realized the limitations of the thief class. If he did not have the demigod's divinity, he would not have any advantage in the future war of the gods. At that time, he had already advanced to level 20. And the special skill he chose for his legendary class was Omnipotent Hands. Omnipotent Hands, legendary skill, legendary thieves have incomparably nimble hands. When performing any class-related test, an additional +5 test bonus will be obtained. At the same time, when using any weapon in battle, the thief will automatically master the weapon's specialty. In theory, Omnipotent Hands can also use any item, whether it is the treasures of the gods, or some clearly defined weapons and equipment. Omnipotent Hands can easily use them. Omnipotent Hands. The special skill of the legendary thief class, and also a shameless skill that many people in the game were jealous of, if it were not for the fact that the thief's combat strength was not enough after entering the legendary realm, perhaps there would have been people who were dissatisfied with this skill. After all, after mastering Omnipotent Hands, the thief could use most of the weapons and equipment. Not to mention the wizard's high-grade arcane scrolls, legendary thieves could even flexibly use many divine weapons with strict requirements. Moreover, there were almost no side effects. The War of the Gods, this virtual reality game had extremely strict requirements for class advancement. Commoners could not obtain any attribute points by leveling up their classes, and even their basic health points could not be increased. The only thing that could be obtained was 25 skill points. Only when leveling up their class advancement would they be able to obtain 1 attribute point every 2 levels. Gradually, he regained his senses. When Soren opened his eyes again, it was already the morning of the next day. Vivian's petite body was lying on the bed, asleep. Since he opened his eyes yesterday, the little girl was so excited that she did not sleep at all. She lay beside him and took care of him until the wee hours of the morning before falling asleep in a daze. Ugh! A tingling pain came from his body. When Soren tried to lift a finger, he immediately felt as if his whole body was being electrocuted. The electric current in his body was still there, and there were still some streams of data floating in his brain. This made Soren even more suspicious that his brain had been accidentally modified into a biological brain. Because the scientific research in the field of science had already proven that the human brain could be used as the core component of a superintelligent brain, there were once top scientists who were willing to contribute their brains to the scientific research after their death. The smart chip was also developed on this basis. Streaks of electric current jumped around in his body. However, as the pain disappeared, he gradually regained control of his body and sat up shakily. Bro. Brother. Vivian opened her eyes in a daze, and then happily hugged his arm and sobbed, "Hoo hoo hoo. You're finally okay." Vivian was so worried. So many bad guys. They wanted to kidnap Vivian and sell her. Thank goodness Heath was there. Otherwise, Vivian would have been taken away by them. Heath. Vivian opened her eyes and turned to look at the door. Suddenly, her whole body froze. She let go of Soren's arm and rushed to the door. She hugged the old dog's body and said in horror, "Heath, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Don't scare Vivian. Wake up. Can you bark?" I'm begging you, can you please bark? Drops of tears fell. Vivian sat in the corner and hugged the black and yellow dog's body. She silently cried. The old dog's body was already cold. It lay quietly in front of the door. It was sleeping peacefully. Its name was Heath, and it was a Goroth hound. When it was in its prime, it could fight with cheetahs, but it was very old now. Ever since Soren fell into a coma, it had been following this little girl named Vivian closely. It was protecting her. It had not had a good rest for half a month because it was the only one who could protect Vivian from harm. It was very tired, and very hungry. Because there was not much food left, Vivian had been starving. It could only find time to catch some mice that it used to disdain. Unfortunately, it was too old. Most of the time, it was still hungry. It was only because of its instinct to protect its master that it could hold on for so long. Now, Soren had finally woken up. Its mission was completed. It was really, really old. Hence, it lay in front of the door and slept peacefully. It would never wake up again. After the rain, the road was muddy. There were always muddy roads in the slums, and mud and dirt would splash up when one stepped on them. Occasionally, there would be feces and garbage in the corners of the alleys that would be washed out by the rain. There was always a foul smell in the air. Many people with numb expressions could be seen busying themselves in the densely packed shacks. They needed to repair their houses before rushing to the docks to find a job as coolies. Whenever there was a storm, there would always be leaks in the houses. Sometimes, there would even be a tragedy of a house collapsing. Soren carried the old dog's cold corpse as he walked along the muddy and stinky road. Vivian held his hand with a sad expression and silently followed behind him. Heath was dead. The old dog that had been by her side since she was born had finally reached the end of its life. They were going to bury it, just like how they would bury a human. It had the right to do so. Soren. That's Soren. He woke up. This is going to be interesting. The people in the slums couldn't help but whisper to each other. There was a hint of respect in their eyes because the young man in front of them was a powerful thief. He could easily defeat 3 to 5 adult men. It was said that he once used a dagger to nail a fly flying around. There were 2 ruffians near this street called Ballas and Kanobo. They had their eyes on Vivian ever since Soren fell unconscious. It was even said that they had taken part of Sophia's deposit. They had been warned not to meddle in other people's business. The slums were a land of evil. No one was willing to stand up for this poor little girl. They were afraid of the ruffians and had no ability to fight against them. Brother. Where are we going? Vivian was wearing a tattered dress. It was a cheap dress sewn from linen. Both the workmanship and the fabric were of inferior quality. Only the people in the slums would wear it. Although Soren was once an excellent thief, there was an even better thief above him. Most of the things he stole had to be offered to the thief, and what was left was only enough to maintain their basic survival. This was the law of survival for the marginalized. No matter how excellent a new thief was, there was no way they could challenge this law. 2. The cemetery. Heath should be buried there. Soren stared at the familiar yet strange scenery in front of him. He couldn't help but overlap some of the images in his memory. Amber City gave him a sense of familiarity because he had heard of this name in the game before. However, at that time, the epic storyline had already begun. A terrifying power had erupted in the chaotic spacetime, causing the gods to temporarily lose their divine power and be forced to descend into the world as saints. That was a period of extreme chaos. Every once in a while, gods would return to the kingdom, and there would also be mortals who succeeded in slaying gods. Players were only a part of it, and it could even be said that they were an inconspicuous part of it. This was because in Clash of the Titans, players only had 3 lives. Every time he died and revived, his physique would permanently decrease by 3 points. In the end, he would have no choice but to send his soul back to the underworld to be reincarnated. During that period of time, many powerful players rose to prominence, but they quickly fell. This stage belonged to everyone. It wasn't until the end of the time of turmoil that the gods were able to return to the pantheon, that this epic calamity finally ended. 1/3 of the gods in the pantheon had fallen, even powerful gods like the goddess of magic, the master of order, the mistress of night, the lord of shadows, and the Dreadlord had fallen in this chaotic calamity. Then, an even more magnificent plot began. The thrones of the gods fell from the heavens, and the kingdoms of countless gods collapsed and fell into the mortal world, turning into special realms. These realms were the gods' kingdoms. The players had gone through a long period of hardship, and only a small number of people who had survived were qualified to explore these realms. As for the other masters who had fallen, they had to start all over again. At the very least, they had to raise their profession level to advanced before they were qualified to explore even the weakest god of kobolds, Groka's kingdom's treasury. Many chaotic memories surfaced. Some of the familiar scenes in front of him told Soren that this world would become a time of turmoil in the future. The saints in the form of the gods tore apart the earth, and more than 12 continental plates of the lower realms were completely changed. 3 of the lower realms were completely reduced to seas of fire, ice, and death. The projections of hell's devils were everywhere, and they bewitched people's hearts and set off waves of slaughter. Even the players were not lacking in existences that were bewitched by them. The abyssal demons tore apart the sky and descended in an endless sea of blood. On the first day of the abyssal demons' awakening, 12 cities with more than 100,000 people were slaughtered. That was what the players called the twilight period. It was the twilight of the gods, their twilight, and everyone's twilight. In this chaos that affected the entire universe, everyone had died at least once. Even Soren had completely fallen, and his soul had to be reincarnated in the underworld. No one would be able to escape this calamity. Even the natural-born hero-class players could be obliterated as easily as an ant being crushed to death. This was the age of the saints. It was also the age of the gods. It was also the last celebration of the gods in the heavens, when the calamity ended. The age of the mortals was about to begin. The endless kingdoms of the gods were waiting for them to explore, and the treasures of the gods had everything they wanted. Whether it was great power, endless wealth, or the eternal life that everyone longed for, the graveyard was not in the slums. There were only mass graves in the slums. Every once in a while, corpses would be thrown there. Then, destitute scavengers would strip the corpses clean and wait for wild dogs to appear in the middle of the night. There were also corpses that would disappear into thin air, taken away by evil spellcasters. As for what would become of them in the end, no one wanted to know. Heath could not be buried in the mass graves. This was because Soren had seen the greed in the eyes of many people. In their eyes, what they saw was a pile of delicious dog meat. He believed that if he buried Heath there, someone would dig it up that night, peel it, and cut it into pieces to make a big pot of dog meat. This was the slums. Most of the people living here were on the verge of starvation. They wanted to eat meat. If it wasn't for the fact that eating human meat would bring them to the depths of hell, some of the starving homeless people would have done something outrageous. Soren still remembered when he first entered the game. At that time, he and the others could not imagine that the environment in the game could be so harsh and difficult. There was no dazzling equipment, no beautiful scenery, and no easy battles to vent one's anger. There was only a moment of life and death battle. There was only a filthy and messy slum filled with trash and feces, as well as an omnipresent evil and darkness. In order to obtain a delicious meal or a blank-grade weapon, many people were willing to risk losing their heads. Many people who had just entered the game were deeply affected by the dark, evil, and depraved nature of the game. There were even many paladins among the players. They vowed to change this evil and depraved game world, but in the end, they were the ones who were changed because they did not have the ability to challenge the rules of the world. The world would not be easily changed by you. Every player who entered Clash of the Titans had to go through a period of difficult choices. This was because in this unimaginable dark period of modern civilization, they would experience many things that they did not even dare to imagine. It could be evil and cruel, or it could be holy and great. In this virtual world, everyone had to choose their own path, whether they were willing or not. And because of this, for many people, Clash of the Titans was like another country in their lives. Graveyard. This was a quiet and peaceful place. Because the shrine of the daughter of Hades was built here, it was the resting place of the dead. There were priests and shrine guards here to ensure that the souls that were resting in peace would not be disturbed. However, not everyone had the right to enter this place because they had to pay a certain price. The goddess of wealth once said that everything in the world could be measured with money. This was an evil era filled with materialistic desires. Soren stood silently in front of the shrine with Heath's corpse in his arms. When an old priest appeared in front of him, he and Vivian slowly lowered their heads to show their respect. At first, he doubted that he was still in the game world. However, when he saw living people with their own consciousness, he knew that he was in a real world. Moreover, from what Vivian said, Soren knew that they did not know what attributes were. Although he did not know why. Soren suddenly remembered that there was a magic circle under the gaming pod that looked like a decoration. Because it looked a little creepy, many people removed it after buying it. Soren was brave enough to keep it. However, it seemed that the game company had listened to the players' opinions and did not add this strange decoration after the first batch of gaming pods. Are you sure you want to let it enter the graveyard? The old priest had seen many nobles who wanted to send their pets to rest in the graveyard, but he had never seen a poor person like Soren. The clothes they were wearing and the mud on their feet were proof that they were poor people of the lowest class. Soren bowed slightly and said, "Yes. This is for its burial. It's an offering to the shrine." He took out a silver dural and respectfully handed it to the priest. As a natural thief, the effort he put in along the way was enough for him to get his first income. As long as he was not discovered, it was a shiny silver dural, a currency made by the believers of the goddess of wealth. It could be used even in hell. The old priest looked at him deeply and pointed at the box beside him. Maybe it's a loyal hound. That's why it's worth it. Child. Come with me. It'll be given a place to rest in peace. Soren put the silver dural into the box at the entrance of the shrine and carried Heath's body into the graveyard. It was a small and inconspicuous corner. When the two dug a hole in the graveyard and buried Heath, Vivian, who had been in a daze, started crying again. Heath. The little girl squatted in front of the inconspicuous grave and whispered a few words. Then, she stood up with a determined expression and held one of Soren's fingers. Heath was just an inconspicuous old dog. It did not have the right to have a tombstone, so it only had a small grave. In the most remote corner of the graveyard. When Soren brought Vivian back to the slums, Soren was stunned. He spent 3 copper dirhams to buy a piece of black bread that was as thick as an arm. It was the kind of black bread that could be used as a weapon to attack stupid burglars who broke into houses and had 1d3 lethality. The poor of the lower class would grind the unshelled rye directly into powder. Their crude technique would result in wood shavings and some strange things inside. After cooling, it would become as hard as a wooden club. Only by cutting it open with a knife and soaking it in water for a while could it be barely swallowed. Many people who entered this world took risks because they could not stand the food. Many players joined the evil faction at the beginning of the game. Soren was the same. That was why he became a rogue. Perhaps it was because he was now in a more realistic world, or maybe it was because he had a little girl by his side, but Soren was far more patient than before. He carefully cut open the black bread, soaked it in hot water, and handed it to Vivian in front of him. He took a bite himself, enduring the wood-like texture, and silently swallowed it. It was not that he did not have a way to earn money. It was because he knew what would happen if he was caught. After all, this was not a game. He was no longer a player. In this strange yet familiar world, he had to be responsible for his own actions, especially for the little girl beside him, Vivian. There were many powerful professions in Amber City, and the guards guarding the city were all level 10 militia or level 3 warriors. Unless he increased his steel skill to 75 points, there was still a chance that he would be discovered. Thieves who were caught stealing would be thrown into prison, and they might even have an arm broken. If the target of the theft was a noble. Although there was no salt, and it was hard to swallow, Vivian still ate happily. She was a little girl who was easily satisfied. She was really hungry. As long as her brother was by her side, everything would be fine. The pressure of the past 2 weeks had exhausted the little girl. She just wanted to be by her brother's side and be an inconspicuous little girl. "I'll buy you something delicious tomorrow." Soren gently stroked Vivian's little head, leaned over, and kissed her forehead. He said seriously, "Everything will be fine." "Yes." Vivian nodded gently. If there was anyone in this world who could gain her unreserved trust, it would be her brother. Ever since she was 3 years old, it was this young man who had shielded her from the wind and rain. He had silently held on until now. Vivian still remembered when she was very, very young. At that time, her brother was always injured. She didn't know how to do anything but cry uselessly. Her bruised and swollen brother would always comfort her, saying that everything would be fine. Later, they no longer had to live on the streets, and finally had a small home in the chaotic slums. Everything will be fine. The little girl, who had just turned 8 this year, was ignorant of many things. However, she knew that as long as her brother was around, he would always protect her. This is great. Soren looked at Vivian, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. She was really exhausted. It was really hard for an 8-year-old girl to survive in such a chaotic slum for half a month. She probably hadn't had a good night's sleep in such a long time. Soren opened a hidden compartment under the wooden plank and took out a dagger that glinted with a cold light. His lips curled into a sneer. It was time to send those bastards who dared to have designs on Vivian to hell. Night fell quietly. It was dark in the slums, and only a few places were still lit. It was the Stove Tavern, one of the few luxuries in the slums. Here, one could buy a large cup of low-quality ale with 1 copper dural. Although it tasted fainter, it was still a rare indulgence for many of the lower class. There was a row of low sheds next to the tavern. For another 5 copper durals, one could find a cheap brothel and have some fun. There was no need to expect her to be very good-looking. At most, she was a female creature with breasts and buttocks. Outside the Stove Tavern was a dark alley. Not many people dared to walk around at night because this was an area where people on the fringe of society frequented. The entire slum was filled with dark alleys like this. Apart from a small number of people, most people rarely went out at night. The Furnace Tavern was in an uproar. There were laborers working at the docks, gang members with gloomy expressions, and people from all walks of life. They were mostly talking about the recent conflict between the two gangs. There were also some who gloated that someone dared to have designs on Vivian. Now that Soren had woken up, someone was going to be in trouble. After he finished speaking, the scar-faced man looked at the corner of the tavern. There were 2 men sitting there. They were Barris and Kanobo, who wanted to sell Vivian to Sophia. One of them was limping. He was bitten by a ferocious old dog when they tried to force their way through. "Let's go." Barris looked at the others in the tavern and said, "Let's go back first." There's always a way to deal with Soren. Kanobo finished the low-quality ale in his cup. He was a stingy person and didn't want to waste anything. The 2 of them had already received Sophia's deposit a few days ago. If they couldn't send Vivian over, someone would come to talk to them soon. Now, it was impossible to stop even if he wanted to. Moreover, Soren had always treated his sister as more important than his own life. If the 2 of them dared to have designs on her, Soren would definitely not let them off. A cold wind blew in. The people in the tavern cursed and turned around to see that Barris and Kanobo had already left. The moon in the sky was gray. The 2 of them couldn't help but shiver when they walked out of the tavern. Perhaps it was because they had drunk a lot. Barris found an alley and hid in it. He was about to pee in the corner. This was the slum. Not to mention pee, even defecation was done in the corners of alleys. Barris unbuckled his belt and peed. He could faintly hear squeaking sounds coming from the hut beside the Furnace Tavern. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He spoke in the dialect of the Chibe region. Perhaps it was because he thought of Soren waking up, but his expression didn't look good. All of a sudden, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He could faintly see a shadow moving in the dark corner of the alley. He didn't have time to call back the pee and reached for his waist. There was a dagger there, but it was too late. Soren's figure appeared out of thin air in an instant. His figure appeared in the hazy shadows. He didn't know how long he had been waiting here. A gleaming dagger pierced into his back, following which, a hand covered Balas's mouth, stopping him from screaming before his death. Thud, Soren expressionlessly put away the dagger and wiped the blood off the corpse. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Shadow hiding successful. Backstab activated. Successfully activated Backstab X2, dealing 12 damage to target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target, received 30 slaughter EXP, Even though he was only a level 1 rogue, he could still deal double the damage with backstab. An ordinary pauper only had around 5 HP. With Soren's 15 vitality, he only had 12 HP after becoming a level 1 rogue. A mere thug from the slum was enough for him to kill in one hit, unless his opponent was someone with a different class. Soren could easily assassinate his target. The noise from the alley woke Kenobo up. He couldn't help but shiver. He immediately shouted towards the alley, "Barris?" There was no response. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously moved closer to the alley, wanting to see what Barris was doing. If there was something wrong, he would immediately turn around and run. A figure bent over and kicked off the wall, then shot out from the alley. With 19 dexterity, Soren could jump onto the roof of the first floor without any external help. His silhouette pounced out like a cheetah, instantly grabbing Kenobo by the neck, forcing him to swallow his cries. The force of the impact caused him to fall to the ground, and then a cold glint flashed past. The dagger slit open Kenobo's throat, and then pierced through his heart from the front. Soren held his target tightly until the corpse stopped twitching. Only then did he stand up. He was covered in blood. He frowned as he looked at his body, then took out the money pouch from the corpse and put away the dagger. The two thugs didn't have much money on them, only 5 silver dirhams and 20 copper dirhams in total. There was also a pack of low-quality booze on Barris' corpse, which should be used to deal with Heath. Their strength is roughly equivalent to a level 1 adventurer. Soren looked at his palm, then slowly merged into the shadows and left in the direction he came from. This was the rogue's stealth ability. Using the power of the shadows to hide, Soren had allocated all his skill points to sneak before coming here. The 45 points of sneak allowed him to become hazy and silent in the shadows, enough to fool most ordinary people. If he could raise his stealth to 100 points, he could even hide in the shadows without leaving any traces behind. When stealth reached 150, he could achieve an effect similar to invisibility. Even if he was standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to detect him. When stealth reached 200, even if there were no shadows, rogues could completely disappear. The Furnace Tavern was still bustling with noise. It wasn't until a drunk man walked out that people noticed the 2 cold corpses on the side of the alley. No one cared, and no one pursued the matter. This was a chaotic slum area, and people had died many times over. Tomorrow, someone would come to clean up their corpses. P.S. If you like it, add it to your collection. The main character's faction is lawful evil. Soren quietly returned home. Vivian was still sleeping peacefully on the bed with a faint smile on her face. However, she seemed to have dreamt of something bad as a look of horror appeared on her face. "Big brother," she murmured in her sleep. "Don't go. Don't leave me. Don't catch me. You're all bad people. Don't. Heath. Bite them. Bite them. Woo-woo. Heath, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Vivian's small hands waved wildly. Her eyes were still closed, but her thin arms seemed to be hugging something. Soren, who was about to change out of his blood-stained clothes, quickly walked over and gently patted the little girl's back. But he seemed to have touched something, and a look of pain appeared on Vivian's small face. Soren quickly lifted her clothes and immediately saw a purplish bruise on the little girl's back that was gradually turning black. It was a scar left behind by someone who had beaten her with a stick. The clotted blood was slowly turning black because it couldn't be dissolved. In an instant, Soren's face became extremely gloomy, and a strong murderous intent burst out from his eyes. He gently caressed Vivian's cheeks and carefully put down the clothes. He murmured, "Silly girl. Why didn't you tell me you were injured?" It was such a serious injury. She was able to resist telling him all this time because she didn't want him to worry. The clotted blood on her back had already turned black, and it seemed like she had been injured for quite some time. The little girl was able to endure her injuries and take care of him for such a long time. Soren couldn't help but tear up when he thought of this. It was a warm feeling that he had never felt before. The benefits of the galactic era were so good that he didn't need parents or children to support him. Things like family were very familiar yet strange to him, but from this little girl in front of him, he could feel a warm current in his heart. He was a person who went with the flow. Everything that had happened in the past half a month had already made him deeply attached to the little girl in front of him. He didn't miss the lonely life he had in the past. It's okay. It will be better tomorrow. Soren gently stroked Vivian's little head, comforting her as she was having a nightmare. He whispered, I'll get you a healing potion tomorrow. This kind of injury won't be a problem. There won't be any scars left. Vivian gradually calmed down. Soren stood up and took off his clothes, revealing his lean and muscular body. He threw the blood-stained clothes onto the stove and looked at the scars on his body in silence. Come to think of it, Soren must have had a hard time in the past. It was almost impossible for a young boy to raise a 3-year-old sister through normal means. He had fought before, and he had killed before. A young man who was only 18 years old had dozens of scars on his body. It was unknown how many times he had escaped death. These scars were all from street fights, and there were also whip scars from being caught stealing. Although he was just an ordinary young man, everything he had experienced was probably more vicissitudes than many professional adventurers. A weak firelight appeared. Soren changed into a clean set of clothes. Vivian was a very diligent girl. Although she was only 8 years old, she would always do something within her ability. The house was always clean and tidy, and the clothes were always neatly folded. Soren reached out and touched his cheek. He could feel the handsome outline of his face, and his ears were sharper than the average person's. Since Soren's father was a half-elf with 1/4 blood, he should also have 1/8 elven blood in him. This was also why he was more agile than ordinary people. The dexterity of the elves was almost innate. The darkness couldn't block Soren's vision. Almost all half-elves had night vision to a certain extent. They were the best assassins in the dark. His foundation is not bad. Soren stretched his wrist, and the dagger danced at his fingertips, drawing a cold light. Although he doesn't have a professional hero template, and there's no way to redistribute his attributes, his overall quality is better than most. His only weakness is his strength. An ordinary person's strength is around 10 points, and 12 points of strength is about the same as the workers at the docks. He probably didn't deliberately train, and has always been facing everything with his skills. His dexterity is very high. But if he hasn't received proper combat training, dexterity is not as useful as strength. At least his strength can defeat his opponents directly. Soren switched the dagger to his other hand, and the dagger danced so fast that it almost turned into a blur. His left hand was very agile, and even stronger than his right hand. This was an innate talent. If he could train a little, he could master the ability to use 2 weapons. It was a very good combat ability. I need experience to improve my strength. Soren's figure gradually became hazy in the darkness. He whispered, it seems like there are no quests, so there are fewer ways to gain experience. But I'm sure we can still gain experience from killing. I don't know. Can the thief profession's lockpicking and disarming skills give experience? Killing experience. This was the highest level of experience, and it could be distributed to all professions, subclasses, and profession change templates. As for the thief profession's lockpicking and disarming skills, it was a lower level experience, and could only be distributed to increase the thief's level. The same applied to the wizard profession's experience points for copying arcane scrolls. It wasn't easy to gain EXP in Clash of the Titans. Killing monsters alone wouldn't yield much EXP. Sometimes, a legendary adventurer's target might be an adult dragon or a lich, but the EXP gained would only amount to a few tens of thousands. It was barely enough to raise one's class level or 2. When Soren became a legendary level thief, it took him several years to kill 3 dragons and 6 liches. Only 1/3 of the teams that had cooperated with him along the way had survived, the rest were forced to enter the river Styx. Omnipotent hands. Soren's eyes flashed, and he said in a low voice, I don't know when I'll be able to recover from the weakness of my resurrection. If I can regain the omnipotent hands, my strength will increase tremendously. The night was getting darker. Soren put away his dagger and placed it in a place where he could reach it at any time. He then carefully climbed into bed. Vivian's small body unconsciously squeezed into his embrace, and she mumbled in her sleep as she hugged his arm with her slender arms. The night passed. Soren was awakened by a slight movement. Vivian tilted her head and looked at him for a while, and then a sweet smile appeared on her face. She carefully climbed out of bed. Because she touched the wound on her back, her small face couldn't help but reveal a trace of pain. Then she bent over to where her worn-out cloth shoes, picked up the broom and began to sweep the room, wiping the simple and crude furniture. When she saw the bloodstains on the floor, her face showed a trace of fear. She quickly ran over to Soren and lifted the blanket. After making sure that Soren was not injured, she patted her chest and wiped the blood off with a cloth. As long as Soren was not injured and bleeding, she did not care about anything else. When she was very young, Soren once fought with a group of older children over a silver doral that he picked up. Solon was surrounded and kicked by a group of older children. She hid in a corner and cried. She was too young to have any strength. In the end, she mustered up all her courage and picked up a stone and threw it at the leader of the group. The angry older child slapped her in the face. Her face immediately swelled up, and one of her baby teeth was knocked out. She still remembered the situation even though she was very young at the time. Sauron, who had been holding his head and silently taking the beating, suddenly pounced on the older child like a wild beast and bit his ear. Sauron looked at her and seemed to have lost his mind after she fell to the ground. Sauron, who was originally holding his head and silently taking a beating, suddenly pounced on the older child like a wild beast and bit his ear. The bloody ear was bitten off, Soren's eyes were bloodshot. He picked up a stone and smashed it on the younger child's head until it bled. The frightened Vivian rushed over and held him back. Only then did the older child not die on the spot. Although he still died in the end. When the body was found, it was already many days later. It floated in the muddy ditch outside the slums, and its original appearance could no longer be recognized. It was not easy for them to live. They had nothing but each other. Vivian did not care whether Soren was a thief, whether he had committed a crime, or whether he had killed someone. She was willing to bear half of all the sins that Soren had committed. Vivian carefully cleaned the room. When she saw the empty rice bag, a trace of worry appeared on her face. She then said to herself, "Brother has woken up. Soon it will be full of rice." She believed in Soren. It was an unconditional trust. She had been hungry before. There was even a period of time when she was often hungry. But her brother had never let her down. Even when she ate the food that was stained with her brother's blood, she still felt very uncomfortable. But she still believed that as long as her brother was here, everything would be fine. Yes. Everything would be fine. Thus, she quickly let go of this little worry. She softly hummed a tuneless ballad and cleaned everything in the room. Soren slowly got up. He put on the old clothes that had been washed gray. He reached out his hand and lovingly patted Vivian's head. He whispered, "Be a good girl and stay at home today. In 2 days, we will move to the city." Vivian gently nodded. Her face showed a trace of joy. She did not think about how difficult it would be to move from the slums to the city. It would require a lot of money and the identity of a free person. She believed in Soren. Because Soren could always do what he said. Even if he couldn't do it, it was not Soren's fault. It was because there were too many bad people in this world. The first rays of the morning sun shone on this inconspicuous old hut. Soren used a dagger to slice the black bread that was as hard as a stick after last night into pieces of bread of different sizes. Vivian tiptoed on the stool to take the cooked rice porridge. Because she was too weak, her body was a little shaky. Soren smiled and supported her. He reached out to take the old pot. The little girl raised her head. Her white face smiled sweetly at him under the sunlight, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Everything was so beautiful. It was a simple yet heartwarming breakfast. When Soren was about to leave, Vivian immediately stood up and tidied his sleeves with her small hands. Then, she stood on the stool and tipped her toes to fix his collar. They did not say much since they already had a tacit understanding. Soren gently patted her little head and walked out of the low shed. Brother. When Soren's figure left, Vivian shrunk her body and locked the door tightly. Her brother used to leave like this too, but she was not afraid at all because she had Heath by her side. Even if bad guys broke in, the old dog would protect her. Robberies had happened many times in the slums. Now that Heath had left forever, she was the only one left in the room. She could not help but feel a little scared. In the end. After all, she was only an 8-year-old girl. She had never felt safe. She was afraid of the dark, loneliness, and being alone. However, she could not tell Soren. Soren also had something important to do. He needed money, and there was not much food left in the house. She did not want to be a burden to her brother. Even if there was not much she could do, the little girl still felt that she should not make Soren worry. Vivian. The little girl held the broom tightly in her hand and whispered, "You have to learn to be strong. You have to learn to take care of yourself. Brother has woken up, and no one dares to disturb him. They're all afraid of brother." The dock area. This was the most densely populated area in Amber City. The entire city's economy was supported by the Agate River. Most of the men in the slums worked here as coolies. The Agate River had an endless stream of ships transporting goods from all over the world, and it required a lot of labor to move them. This was also the place where the conflict between the gangs was the most intense. There were more than 10 gangs of various sizes that made a living here. Whether it was stealing, withholding goods, or extorting protection fees, many gangs could always find a way to make money here. "Is that Soren?" A tall and skinny man glanced at Soren, who was walking over from afar, and immediately whispered something to the person beside him. Then, he walked over and said, "Soren. The boss wants to see you." Soren raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. He immediately remembered who he was, a guy named Garrus. He was a warrior with decent skills. He had been an adventurer for a while, but he had never expected to encounter a group of goblins and gnolls not long after leaving Amber City. Gnolls were dangerous creatures. They moved in groups and often ambushed adventurers in the middle of the night. Most of the adventurers were killed. He was lucky enough to escape, but one of his arms was severely injured. Later on, he joined a local gang and gave up on the idea of becoming a powerful adventurer and winning amazing wealth and reputation. According to the class template, he should be a level 10 commoner or level 3 warrior. Slightly weaker than the guards of Agate City. "Boss?" Soren looked at him and shook his head. "The boss is dead. He was killed by that wizard." It was a quest that should not have been accepted. Not only did it kill Soren, but it also killed most of the core members of the gang. Wizards were not that easy to deal with. In this world, wizards who were qualified to act alone were all grade 1 and above. In terms of the class template, they were at least level 10 scholar or level 5 wizard. Not to mention a mere gang, even a regular army might not be able to defeat him. Soren knew how terrifying a grade 1 wizard could be. If not for the fact that they were too weak, they would be one of the most powerful classes in the world. The world was about to enter a period of chaos. Even those in the realm of legends could be slaughtered like chickens and dogs, let alone those in the realm of legends. He had no interest in wasting his time on a local gang. "Soren." Gollies looked at him silently and said slowly, "Cole has become the new leader. It's up to you whether you want to meet him or not. Cole is not someone who is easy to talk to. Soren was an excellent thief. No gang would easily give up on such a source of wealth. It was fine when he was unconscious. After all, no one would pay attention to someone who was about to die. But now that he was awake, they naturally had to find a way to rope him in." Soren could hear the faint threat in his words. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a trace of killing intent. He was a thief. Thieves were also assassins in the shadows. They were more dangerous than anyone else. "I'll make the decision myself." Soren ignored Garrus and walked towards the docks. He still had things to do. In the past, Soren was a bit cowardly in the gang because he cared about Vivian. Every time he stole something, a large part of it would be taken away. The remaining was barely enough for the two of them to survive. The main reason was that Soren did not receive any proper combat training. Even if he had more than 18 points of dexterity, his combat ability was far inferior to that of a warrior who had received proper training. But now, Soren was different. The man in front of him would not be able to last more than 3 moves against him. It was an inconspicuous warehouse. There were many goods stored in it. It was a common place in the docks. A shadow quietly approached. Soren carefully avoided the guards outside. They were just strong ordinary people. After entering the warehouse, he quickly found a box. It was a locked box. There were some valuable goods inside. He took out a piece of iron wire with a hook from his pocket. Currently, this was the only tool he had on him to pick locks. Soren carefully put his hand into the box. Then, his fingers nimbly moved. Ding, gotcha. After a while, the lock on the box was quickly pried open. A row of data appeared, lock picked successfully. Your rogue skills have improved. You have received 15 profession EXP. When Soren saw the data in front of him, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the way to gain profession EXP was still the same. In the early stages of the game, rogues were not a strong combat class. They did not have a strong physique like warriors. They also did not have special abilities like paladins. Adventuring and killing in the wild was very dangerous for rogues. Whether it was low-level kobolds or goblins, they would appear in groups. Many of them had a keen sense of smell. It was easy for them to detect low-level rogues and stealth. Therefore, in the early stages of the game, the only way for rogues to level up was to pick locks and disarm traps. This was the safest way. Before reaching level 5, rogues could gain profession EXP by picking locks. Before reaching level 10, disarming traps would still give them a lot of profession EXP. As for the later stages, only special magic locks and high-level traps would be useful. Normal locks and traps could no longer improve a rogue's skills. Creak, Soren gently opened the box. It was filled with tea bricks. He did not touch the goods. Instead, he continued with the normal boxes. Picking the same lock twice would not give profession EXP. If he wanted to gain profession EXP, he would have to meet the requirements to improve a rogue's skills. There were many locked boxes at the docks. It was enough to raise his rogue level. He opened 3 boxes in a row. Soren's footsteps suddenly stopped in front of a door. He carefully observed the ground and then took a deep breath. Thud, he gently jumped up and landed on top of an oak barrel. Then, he reached out and pinched an inconspicuous silk thread. He fixed the thread and wrapped it around a nail. Then, he used a dagger to cut off the other end. Then, he quickly removed an alarm device. This was a simple trap. If the thread was accidentally broken, the other end of the trap would sound the alarm. At that time, quite a number of bandits had been caught and beaten to a pulp. The world of Clash of the Titans was very cruel. Those rogues who were crippled had no one to save them. They could not afford the expensive treatment either. In the end, they were completely crippled and had to die again. It was extremely difficult to go from a low-level profession to the realm of legends. Many of them fell again and again. Not only did it require strength, but luck was also very important. Soren waited quietly. He carefully observed the ground and looked for possible traps. There was one such warehouse. If there was an alarm device, then there would be more than one. There must be another trap. There might be something valuable inside. As expected, Soren quickly discovered something strange under the wooden board. He carefully pried it up with his dagger and held it firmly with his fingers. He did not dare to tremble in the slightest. There was an even more dangerous trap below. If he was triggered, throwing knives would shoot out from both sides. It was very likely that he would die on the spot. Crack, Soren used his dagger to block the trigger. He then twisted the trigger. 2 throwing knives shot out from the top of his head and nailed into the wall beside him. A row of data appeared. Successfully disarmed trap. Your rogue skills have been improved. You have received 50 profession EXP. Successfully disarmed trap. Your rogue skills have been improved. You have received 120 profession EXP. Phew. Soren let out a sigh of relief. He relaxed a little and muttered, sure enough, disarming traps gives more EXP, but this thing is also very dangerous. After dismantling 2 traps in a row and adding in the experience gained from picking locks, Soren finally accumulated 200 experience points. Without hesitation, he chose to level up his rogue class. Rogue class raised to level 2. Received 23, DX 19 plus, INT 18 to 10, *0, 5, skill points. Health increased by 9, profession HP 6 plus, con 15 to 10, *0, 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Compared to the skill points that could be obtained at every profession level, it was much harder to obtain free attribute points. He had to level up 2 professions in order to obtain 1 free attribute point. In other words, he would have to wait until his rogue class reached level 4 before he could obtain any more free attribute points. This free attribute point could be said to be very precious. Soren glanced at his attribute panel. Without hesitation, he allocated the free attribute point to dexterity. 20 attribute points was a threshold. If a player had less than 20 attribute points, they would still be in the range of normal people. If a player had more than 20 attribute points, they would be in the range of normal people. The sound of footsteps came from outside the warehouse. Soren agilely jumped up. His arm grabbed onto the roof beam, and then he quietly snuck out. It was only a 1 dexterity point increase. It was enough for him to do many difficult moves that he couldn't do before. Whether it was his body's reflexes or his agility, they were all beyond the range of normal people. A man quickly came in. He glanced at the warehouse. His expression changed slightly. He shouted loudly. Soon, a group of armed guards rushed in from outside. It seemed like he couldn't come back to this warehouse in the future. Since they found out that a thief had entered, they would definitely strengthen the security. As expected. When Soren went out in stealth and pretended to be passing by, there were already 2 fully armed guards standing at the entrance. There must be something valuable in there. Since there was no other way, Soren could only look for his next target. There were plenty of opportunities to pick locks in the docks, enough for him to level up his rogue class to level 3. Once he reached level 3, normal locks would no longer be able to improve his rogue skills. He would have to find a way to sneak into Amber City and pick locks that were more advanced. However, having the ability of a level 3 thief was more than enough. Under normal circumstances, there would be a hidden treasure cave near every city. Other than traps and monsters, there would also be a treasure chest. That was the only rare item that players could obtain in the early stages of the game, and its value would definitely be shocking, under normal circumstances. Such a treasure cave would require a team of level 5 adventurers to take it down, but this was the advantage of a rogue. If they were skilled enough, even a level 3 rogue could sneak in alone. Caves were a special geographical environment, and rogues would have a +5 bonus to their stealth ability. The dark caves would make it easier for them to go into stealth. All of the skill points were allocated to stealth. Soren immediately increased stealth to 68 points. Steal was not very useful at the moment, and 35 points were enough for him to steal from slower targets. This was a piece of cake for a legendary rogue. Soren could easily determine which pot-bellied merchants would not notice him stealing. As for pick locks, he already had 45 points, which was more than enough for him to deal with normal locks. He would only need to level it up when he entered Amber City. The lowest skill was trap. It was fine for disarming simple alarms, but it would not be enough to deal with the traps in the treasure cave. The next time Soren leveled up, he would need to increase trap to 30 points. If that's the case, when the rogue class reaches level 3, I'll be able to obtain an additional class ability. Soren's figure wandered around the crowd. When he came out, he had a few silver dirhams in his hand. With 20 points of dexterity, he could steal whatever he wanted before anyone could react. Not to mention, he also had 2 very good personal abilities. Nimble left hand, personal ability. Rogues have developed an extremely nimble left hand after a long period of training. Permanently increases their dexterity by 1 point. At the same time, they gain an additional 3 points when stealing, picking locks, and disarming traps. It is said that the exercise of a certain waste paper can also train the dexterity of the hands. Alternating the use of both hands can increase the dexterity of the hands by 2 points. However, one must be immune to the Constitution test, otherwise the Constitution will be reduced by 3 points. Eidetic memory, personal ability. Long-term training allows you to have eidetic memory. You can easily remember the targets you've seen. Permanently increases intelligence by 1 point and gains an additional 3 points during memory judgment. If you can remember the names of more than 100 actresses, your intelligence will be permanently increased by 3 points, but your charm will be decreased by 5 points. There is a chance to learn the obscene aura. Please ignore the contents in brackets. Stupa. The former was a very rare personal specialty. The latter, on the other hand, was a special specialty that could be cultivated but was not so easy to obtain. Many spellcasters had spent a lot of effort to train themselves to obtain the eidetic memory ability. A day passed quickly. Soren broke more than a dozen locks in the dock area and stole some valuables at the same time. If it was in the past, there would be people coming over to collect the tributes. There were 1 or 2 level 5 warriors in the guild, and Soren was no match for them at all. A qualified warrior would have at least 15 points of strength, and they would also have a very good weapon specialty as well as the corresponding combat skills. Warriors with level 5 and above had special combat talents, and their strength could reach more than 18 points. Soren in the past had not undergone any professional combat training, so he was no match for them at all. There were no guilds to exploit him, and all these things belonged to him alone. It was a relatively good income. Soren stole a total of 12 silver dirhams, which was enough for him and Vivian to spend for more than a month. He also accumulated more than 200 profession EXP. The rogue class needed 500 EXP to reach level 3. Based on his current progress, it would take him at most a day to level up his rogue class. Level 10 commoner, level 5 rogue. At this level, Soren would be able to master a special ability called Shadow Strike. Among the tier 2 professions, rogues who specialized in stealth and mastered Shadow Strike were the most dangerous. They had the ability to kill others in one hit. The slums. When Soren returned to his small hut, he immediately heard voices coming from inside. He pushed open the door and walked in. He saw a beautiful young priestess sitting on a stool. When she saw Soren, her expression immediately turned cold. She humped softly as a greeting, then smiled at Vivian. "Since he's back," she said. "Then I'll take my leave. You're alone here, so be careful. If you need anything, you can find me at the Dawnlight Shrine." Vivian nodded obediently, then thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Annalyn." The young girl was a trainee priestess of the Dawnlight Shrine. She believed in the god of the light of dawn, Karl Soros, a god that fell soon after the Chaos Era. Karl Soros was a god under the god of light. During the Chaos Era, he was the first to be attacked by the abyssal demons. More than half of the gods under the god of light had fallen. It would not be long before this young girl lost part of her divine ability. Her name was Annalyn. After meeting Vivian by chance, she had taken a liking to her. She helped Soren because of this young girl. Unfortunately, her divine ability was too low to heal Soren's injuries. As a priestess who believed in the light of dawn, Annalyn actually hated Soren, who was a rogue. That was why she did not treat him well most of the time. Perhaps in her opinion, it was because of these thieves and bandits that Amber City's security had always been so bad. What happened? Soren waited until the young priestess left before crouching down and gently stroking Vivian's head. Why did she come? Vivian glanced at him and whispered, "Someone was sneaking around here today. I think it was Cole's men." Luckily, Sister Annalyn came and scared them away. She also healed the wound on my back. Vivian raised her small hand and lifted her shirt. The dark purple bruise on her back had already dissipated, making the light healing potion that Soren had bought through a special channel useless. There were no blacksmiths or potion shops in the slums. If one wanted to buy these items, they would have to buy them from the black market. This was how many weapons were sold. Cole? Soren's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He did not expect Cole to be so bold as to send someone after him right after he had refused to meet him. Did he really think that he was a pushover? "I'll take you to the city tomorrow. Let's find an inn to stay in first." Soren passed a piece of candy he had stolen to Vivian and whispered, "There are guards patrolling the city. The security there is much better than here. You'll be safer there." Vivian nodded her small head and reached out her small hand to take the candy. She opened the packaging and put it into her mouth. She immediately smiled happily and said, "Big brother. It's so sweet and delicious. You should have a piece too." She put a piece of candy into Soren's mouth with her small hand. She was always so easily satisfied. Even the cheap candy in the slums could make her happy. Soren's face showed a trace of a smile, and he opened his mouth and ate a piece as well. It was astringent, but sweet. This was a low-quality malt candy that many nobles in the city would not even spare a glance at. This was the only one in the slums. Vivian stood up from the bench and patted the dust on Soren's clothes with her small hand. She whispered, "Sister Annalyn is a good person. No one was willing to help us when you were unconscious. Only she was willing to help." Soren smiled and scratched her small nose. He whispered, "I know. She's a good person. If there's a chance, we'll repay her." Even though the priestess hated him, he could not deny that he owed her a favor. Soren was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. The sky was dark. The two of them began to prepare dinner. Soren brought back some smoked meat and some oil, salt, and seasoning. The corpse in the furnace tavern had already been found. The people nearby looked at him with a trace of respect. Occasionally, when they smelled the fragrance of the meat, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Vivian ate a lot. Her small belly was bulging. When she saw Soren's mischievous gaze, she could not help but blush. She waved her small fists in embarrassment. It had been a long time since she had eaten meat. Today was very satisfying. Soren just lovingly stroked her small head. The two of them chatted casually. When the sky gradually darkened, they climbed into bed. Night fell. Soren, who had been lying down with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. He then carefully pulled out the arm that was hugged by Vivian. He tiptoed out of bed, put on his clothes, and put the dagger behind his back. There was a problem. It was better to solve it as soon as possible. Soren glanced at Vivian, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He then carefully closed the door and left. Night was the time to kill. Soren did not have the energy to worry about these trivial matters. He also did not want these people to threaten Vivian's safety. Since they dared to set their sights on Vivian, then they can all go to hell. In the shadows of the darkness, Soren's face was expressionless. His figure gradually became hazy, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Cross Alley was still very lively. This was the most prosperous place in the slums. Of course, it was only compared to the other rundown areas. Cole became the new leader. He gathered a group of scoundrels from the slums and fought for this piece of fat meat in the slums. There were dozens of prostitutes here, and many of them were quite beautiful. Occasionally, people from the dock area would come to have fun. Therefore, controlling this place was an important source of income in the slums. Because they had just fought with another group of scoundrels a few days ago, many people in Cross Alley were armed. There were also fewer customers who came to have fun. The prostitutes stood on the side, bored. Occasionally, Cole's man would pull one of them into a low shed. In the darkness, a figure appeared silently and approached them through the shadows in the corner of the wall. The slaughter had just begun. Creek. A hook-nosed thug walked out and cursed, "Cur. I told you to use your mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that you can still make some money, I would have taught you a lesson." He turned around the railing and entered an alley. He then took out his weapon and was about to pee. There were almost no toilets in the slums. It was even more smelly and filthy than London in the 19th century. If you were to walk in an alley, you might accidentally step on other people's excrement. Therefore, no nobles or rich people would come here. Even the guards were too lazy to patrol the area. They were simply left to fend for themselves in the slums. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later. As soon as the hook-nosed thug finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. Before he could take out his weapon, an arm covered his mouth. Then, a dagger flashed in the dark and slit his throat. Blood spurted out far away, gurgling out. The figure behind him grabbed his neck and didn't let go until the body stopped convulsing. At this time, Soren's figure appeared from the shadows. His face was expressionless like the Grim Reaper. Once he entered battle mode, he would not have the slightest bit of mercy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the realm of legends alive. He dragged the body into the alley. Blood covered the ground. Fortunately, the darkness covered everything. "Where's Cabot?" Another scoundrel cursed as he walked out and said in dissatisfaction, "Taking so long to pee." "The boss is looking for him." The thug looked around and clearly felt that something was wrong because he had just fought with another gang the day before yesterday. He vigilantly took out his dagger and approached the side of the alley. The smell of blood filled the air. The thug's expression changed. He opened his mouth and wanted to call for help, but the shadow suddenly twisted. A dagger pierced his heart from the back, and a strong arm strangled his neck, forcing him to swallow back the scream that had already reached his throat. Shadow hiding successful. Backstab activated. Successfully activated Backstab X2, dealing 16 damage to target. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target, received 30 EXP, Soren dragged the second corpse into the alley. After killing 2 people in a row, the smell of blood inside was very strong. The people nearby even felt something and immediately locked the door. Clang, Soren picked up the other dagger and walked out with both hands at the same time. The smell of blood on his body was very strong. There was no point in continuing to hide. The other party would soon be alerted. There weren't many masters in the gangs in the slums, and there weren't many people with professional templates. It was enough for him to kill 2 of them. Thud thud, Soren jumped up from the wall and landed on the roof. His 20 points of dexterity allowed him to walk without making any sound. He picked up a tile and threw it down, instantly alerting the other people inside. 3 armed thugs walked out. The leader was Gallus, whom they had met earlier in the day. He looked around vigilantly, then beckoned his men to walk to the side of the alley. Ah! A shrill scream echoed in the air. Soren's figure descended from the sky like an eagle, pouncing on one of the thugs behind. The dagger cut from his back all the way to his waist. His other hand drew a cold light and pierced the man's skull through his chin. There was no hesitation. Soren lifted his leg and kicked the corpse away. He then threw the dagger in his hand and stabbed the second enemy in the heart. "It's you!" The leader of the thugs shouted and pulled out his longsword. His expression was ugly as he said, "Are you crazy?" Clang clang clang, Soren's dagger drew a strange trajectory in the air, continuously blocking the enemy's attacks. He said in a low voice, "You shouldn't have targeted Vivian. So I can only send you all to hell." Rogues could never fight a battle of attrition with a warrior. Soren had always remembered this, so after the 3 consecutive strikes from the military swordsmanship, he stepped to the side and slid a kick. His other hand glowed with a cold light as he cut the enemy's waist. Garrus is a vigilant fellow. Ever since he came back injured from his adventure, he had been wearing leather armor when he slept. The armor was made of tough leather, so the dagger couldn't penetrate it. The only way was to attack the parts of his body that weren't covered by leather armor. Fresh blood oozed out. Gallus held his waist and felt numb. His expression was ugly as he said, "It's poisonous." He remembered it clearly. Soren shouldn't have received any formal training, so how could he be so familiar with the military swordsmanship? He found the flaw in his attack in the blink of an eye, yes. Maybe Soren didn't know this in the past, but the current Soren couldn't be more familiar with Gallus swordsmanship. Soren was very familiar with the advanced cross swordsmanship, White Raven swordsmanship, reverse/swordsmanship, and so on. If a legendary rogue didn't even know his opponent's moves, how could he reach the legendary realm? Gallus was just a thug from the slums. Unless he had some special encounter or could afford the expensive learning fees, he could only master low-level military swordsmanship. It was a basic swordsmanship that could increase the user's basic hit rate by 3 points and use sword form, heavy hack, at the same time. Clang, sparks flew out. Soren's footsteps drew a strange trajectory. He suddenly turned from the front to the enemy's back and stabbed into Gallus' neck. He then flipped the dagger around. Plop, Gallus' corpse fell to the ground. Soren took a moment to catch his breath, then said in a low voice, "To be able to die under Shadow Step, you're worthy of your class." This was the ability of a legendary rogue. However, Soren didn't have the ability to master Shadow Step. The real Shadow Step was to cross the shadow plane and appear behind the enemy's back. He just used the technique and the moment he hid in the shadows to confuse the enemy's vision. Legendary rogues had already understood the essence of Shadow Step. They could use the power of Shadow Step to cast many spells in battle. If it weren't for his 20 points of dexterity, which allowed him to imitate many of the fighting techniques from the past, he wouldn't have been able to kill these villains so easily. In less than a minute or two, 3 more corpses were left on the ground. Night, under the shadow of the night. Everyone in the vicinity was hiding. The prostitutes were trembling in fear behind their doors. Soren picked up one of the corpses and barged in through the door. There were many gangs in the slums, but these were the true core members. Those thugs were useless. With Soren's current skills, he could easily kill these thugs like cutting vegetables. Most of the class holders could easily take on 10 normal people at once. Whoosh, the sound of a crossbow being fired could be heard. Soren, who was carrying the corpse, immediately let go of it. He actually ran 3 steps horizontally across the wall before landing on the ground and pouncing towards the enemy in front of him. This skill that was beyond the knowledge of ordinary people made the enemy stunned for a moment. Before they could react, 2 of them clutched their throats and fell to the ground. Large amounts of blood gushed out. Soren's reaction was simply too fast. He dodged the sword by a hair's breadth and kicked a stool into the enemy's face. He then grabbed the enemy's arm and directly cut his tendons with his dagger. With a cry of pain, the flying dagger slashed across the throat, leaving a half-foot-long gash in the throat. Large amounts of blood gushed out. Thud, Soren lightly hooked a crossbow with the tip of his foot. He quickly fiddled with it, kicked open the door, and shot forward. An arrow was shot, there was a muffled groan in the room, followed by a cry of pain. So. Soren. Don't kill me. I'll let you be the boss. You'll be the boss from now on. Cole was a gloomy middle-aged man. But at this moment, he was holding his arm with a face full of fear. He kept begging, don't kill me. I'll listen to you from now on. A cold light flashed. Soren expressionlessly slit his throat. He then frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on his body. He then began to search the room for valuables. There were a total of 11 people. Almost all the core members of the gang. 3 of them had advanced to class holders. Unfortunately, they were all level 1. Except for Galas, who could block a few of his attacks at the beginning, the rest were basically no match for him. After all, there were no experts in the slums. The people here lacked food, money, and energy to train. The only reason they could advance to class holders was because they had experienced too many street fights. A level 1 warrior with proper training could fight 2 or 3 people head-on. Soren pulled up a piece of bedsheet and rolled all the valuable items into it. Finally, he tied it into a big package and carried it directly to the front. Some people were secretly looking around. But no one dared to come out. This was not something they could interfere with. They waited until Soren's figure left. Immediately, several men stealthily approached and fiercely glared at Lei Feng, who was not far away. Then, they rummaged through the wealth on the corpse and ran into the house to take away the valuable things. This gang was already destroyed. Tomorrow, there would be other gangs coming to replace them. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity, they would not have another chance in the future. This was the slums. It was normal for something like this to happen. The next day. When Vivian opened her eyes, she rubbed the corners of her eyes in a daze and was about to get up to make breakfast. There was already a bowl of fragrant oatmeal in front of her. Then, she saw Soren's smiling face. He was holding an iron pot in his hand and wearing an apron, looking a little funny. He was seriously frying a poached egg. Brother. Isn't it too wasteful? Vivian took a deep breath of the fragrant oil and reached out her small hands to hug Soren's neck. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. She also quietly sniffed his body and smelled a faint scent of blood. She didn't know why, but since she was very young, she was very sensitive to the smell of blood. If Soren's body was stained with blood, it would be very difficult to hide it from her. The smart little girl didn't ask too much. She only said with some pity, "Brother, you put too much oil. You only need a little oil to fry the egg. Next time, let me do it. You see, so much oil is wasted." After saying that, she sniffled. It was as if she was satisfied just by smelling the oil rising from the pot. It's done. Little housekeeper. Soren put the badly fried egg into the bowl and rubbed Vivian's little head. He said helplessly, "I'll let you do it next time, okay?" It was a very sumptuous breakfast. The fragrant oatmeal was very delicious. When the fried egg was put into the bowl, a layer of oil immediately floated on top of it. There were also a few pieces of bacon that were cut into thin slices. Just looking at it made one want to eat. this was a breakfast that only the nobles and rich merchants in the city could afford. Vivian hadn't eaten such good food in a long time. After enjoying this sumptuous breakfast, the little girl cleaned up the house. The little girl started to clean up the room. Sauron's clothes also needed to be washed. There were faint sounds of people outside. It seemed that some people had deliberately passed by this street many times. Sauron was sitting at the door, carving something. He looked very serious as he held a dagger. "Sir Sauron." Finally, a guy who didn't look like a good guy walked over and said with fear, "Save thanks you for helping him solve a problem. That's why I'm here to give you a gift." He waved his hand behind him, and two fierce-looking fellows came over timidly with a gift box in their hands. Sauron raised his head and looked at them. He then gestured for Vivian to accept the gift and said slowly, "I'll take it. I'm not interested in the slums anymore. It's Savi's business whether those streets can take it or not, as long as they don't disturb my life. Can I?" His voice gradually turned cold, and the dagger in Sauron's hand turned into a blur. The leader of the villains wiped his cold sweat and felt a chill on his neck. He stammered, "No, no problem. That's what Savi thinks too." In one night, the core members of the enemy's gang had been completely wiped out. When Save heard the news, he was almost ecstatic. He thought that those idiots had provoked some terrifying enemy. But when he found out that the person who did it was Sauron, his face immediately turned ugly. "Boss." A smart thug ran in and said while panting, "I found out. It seems that Cole threatened Sauron and sent people to take his sister hostage. Everyone in Dongo Street knows that Sauron values his sister more than his own life. Cole targeted his sister, and that's why Sauron killed them all. I've never seen him do anything before. I didn't expect Sauron to be so strong. Right now, everyone in Cross Alley is calling him Throat Cutter. Even the people at the docks have heard of his name. 11 elites from different sects had their throats slit, and their blood covered the floor of the room. Boss. Should we take care of him?" A one-eyed thug looked at the others and said hesitantly, "Although he's strong, he's still just one person. If we let him grow, I'm afraid we won't be able to take over Crossroads Alley." Clang, Save threw something at the thug. The thug's face was covered in blood. He said with a pale face, "Take care of him? Is there shit in your head? He killed so many of Cole's men in a direct confrontation. If he ambushes us, we'll all be killed. Don't act rashly. Send Chong over with a gift. Let's see what he's up to. If Sauron is so strong, he'll leave the slums sooner or later. Why would someone like him stay in this godforsaken place? Also, send someone to keep an eye on Crossroads Alley. See if Sauron has any intention of taking over the place. If not, don't let anyone else take it." The thugs began to get busy. Only Save hesitated for a moment, then called out to one of them, "Tell Chong to come over first. I'll prepare the gift myself." If Sauron could kill Cole and his men in the middle of the night, he could probably kill him as well. This kind of person was too dangerous. It was better to think of a way to get on his good side. The reason Save was able to become a gang leader from a street thug was because he knew when to yield and when not to push himself. He didn't leave anyone alive. Even a ruthless gang leader like him was a bit scared. After all, the number of casualties in street fights wasn't high. They would try their best to prevent their men from dying. If everyone died, who would still work for them? Although the thugs in the slums were brainless, they wouldn't be stupid enough to join a gang leader if their men kept dying. It was a quiet morning. Of course, that was only relative to Sauron. After receiving his reply, Save was immediately overjoyed. He ordered his men to gather and prepare to take over the streets near Crossroads Alley. Since Sauron said that he wasn't interested in the slums, the area near Crossroads Alley would belong to whoever had the ability to take it over. Save gathered hundreds of people today. Although most of them were just there to make up the numbers, there were still hundreds of people who were capable of killing people. As for how many of these people had undergone professional combat training and had learned real killing techniques, Save didn't know. He shouldn't have high hopes. No one cared about the gang fights in the slums. As long as it didn't cause too much trouble, it didn't matter if a dozen or so people died. Therefore, when Save gathered his men, they quickly took over the area near Crossroads Alley. It was a far cry from the docks. Since the docks controlled almost half of Amber City's wealth, it was possible that hundreds of people would die in a single night if there was a change in territory. This was something that would shock the entire Amber City. The slums, it was as broken as a bird's nest. What was there to pay attention to? Yes. Those who were truly powerful had no interest in the slums. However, recently, they had heard that a very powerful person had appeared there. Apparently, his name was Throat Cutter Soren. It was said that all the enemies he killed had their throats slit. He had a very high reputation in the slums. Although he didn't belong to any faction, all the gang leaders in the slums respected him. 2 days had passed. Even Vivian was sensitive enough to notice that something was wrong. The people around her were looking at her with a hint of respect, and they were hesitant when talking to her. As for Soren, they didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Big Brother is a lot more powerful than before. Vivian was sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom. She looked outside and muttered, "It was one of Save's men who sent the gifts the other day. Why would he send such an expensive gift? I heard that Cole's men are all dead. They were all killed by someone called Throat Cutter. That Throat Cutter should be Big Brother, right? Sounds very powerful. Big Brother is a lot stronger than before." Yesterday, when she passed by the grocery store at the corner of the street, the fat shopkeeper, who used to hit her back with a stick, saw her and her face turned pale. When she confirmed that she was Soren's sister, the fat shopkeeper knelt in front of her and slapped herself so hard that her face was swollen. She only stood up gratefully when Vivian promised to let bygones be bygones. The shopkeeper even prepared a gift with more than 10 silver dirhams in it. He respectfully said that it was to help Vivian get over the shock. They were afraid. Although they were afraid of Soren the Throat Cutter, Vivian still enjoyed the feeling of fear. La la la. The little girl hummed a tuneless ballad and happily cleaned the room. We are bad guys. We are villains. They are afraid of us. No one will dare to bully us anymore. 2 days had passed. The massacre in Cross Alley had already settled down. Soren thought that it would at least alert the guards of Amber City and that he would be prepared to escape. However, he did not expect that they did not even care about the life and death of the slums. It was not until Soren wandered around the docks for 2 days and leveled up his rogue class to level 3 that he realized why the guards of Amber City did not care about the escalating conflict between the gangs in the slums. The reason was simple: something more serious had happened in Amber City. Although the guards had tried their best to suppress the news of this incident, it was still leaked out one after another. Someone was skinned. The gray area of the docks had been quietly spreading the news. The person who was skinned was a poor night watchman. When the guards found him, all that was left was a bloody corpse. This was not a simple skinning incident, because the human skin that was peeled off could be said to be perfect, without a trace of damage. Furthermore, it was placed in the most conspicuous corner, as if mocking the guards' incompetence. There were only 2 kinds of people in the world who could do such a skillful skinning. One was the fallen followers of the evil gods of hell, and the other was the followers of the demons from the abyss. Those who knew the news were panicking, especially the nobles who tried their best to put pressure on the guards because the night watchman was skinned when he reported the time in the nobles' district. Followers of evil gods or demons had sneaked into Amber City and were active near the nobles' district. The guards were now in a mess. They were desperately trying to find any clues and were not in the mood to care about the life and death of the slums. After the news was spread, many forces, both inside and outside the city, had restrained themselves, especially those who wandered in the gray area of the docks. Recently, they had started to limit the number of times they acted. Since the skinning incident had happened, it would not end just like that. According to the gray area's understanding of the realm of darkness, those lunatics would not stop just like that. There would probably be more bloody incidents in the future. When Sauron heard the news, his heart was shaken, and then he realized something. This was a sign that the chaotic era was coming. Before the outbreak of the Twilight of the Gods, the first to act were the demons of hell. Their followers started bloody massacres, and the most common one was skinning. This was an evil and ancient ritual. It meant that a new soul had fallen into the chaotic evil faction. It also meant that an evil sacrificial ritual that would affect the entire southern dukedom had begun. Has the serial skinning incident already started? Soren was standing at a corner of the dock. His expression was solemn as he muttered, "Amber City. This should be the territory of the Southern Duchy. Although the name sounds unfamiliar, I think I've heard of this name before. Something big must have happened in Amber City before the upheaval. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to leave such a clear impression in so many cities. What happened?" Soren frowned as he tried his best to recall. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough clues. There were too many things that happened at that time. Even an ancient red dragon had appeared. Many people wanted to slay the dragon as if they were crazy. No one cared about what happened in a city in the Southern Duchy. Soren was also busy in the northern plains at that time, trying to find a way to kill the hill giant. Slaying the dragon? He wasn't that naive back then. However, as a level 5 rogue who didn't have any class advancement skills, trying to slay a hill giant by himself was already a crazy and risky move. A hill giant had a challenge rating of 10, which meant that a team of adventurers with a profession rating of 10 or higher would have a 50% chance of defeating it. The skinning incident has begun. Soren looked at the goods coming and going in the dock as if he could foresee the coming chaos. He muttered, "Looks like I'll have to take a trip to the hidden treasure cave." Power. This was the most important thing in the chaotic era. Power was the only thing that could ensure one's survival, and only power could protect everything that one cherished. The gods were coming. The era of the saints was about to begin. Mortals were not qualified to interfere with the trajectory of history, and no one could stop the arrival of this catastrophe. Soren did not think that he could do it alone, even if tens of millions of players could not do it. The only thing he could do was to accumulate more power before the chaotic era arrived. At least he could protect himself in the face of danger. 2 days. It was enough for Soren to find out the approximate location of the hidden treasure cave. Almost every city had a hidden treasure cave like this. It was said that it was the work of a powerful lich. It seemed that the lich was planning some kind of conspiracy, but unfortunately, it fell before it could complete its plan. Many people had explored these hidden treasure caves and found a lot of random things, including parts that could be used to make a lich's body. However, what really attracted Soren was the rare equipment in the hidden treasure cave. In this world, rare equipment was very rare, and the difficulty of obtaining them was much higher than expected. The hidden treasure cave was the only place where one could obtain rare equipment in the early stages of the game, and there was a certain chance of obtaining a legendary item. Since it was a place set up by a lich, then it must have something to do with the undead. As long as he inquired about the haunted places in the city, he would be able to find the location of the hidden treasure cave. In his previous life, these hidden treasure caves were already explored by others. Now, there shouldn't be anyone competing with Soren. However, since he couldn't find anyone he could trust to work with him, he could only explore it alone. He could only hope that the difficulty wouldn't be higher than level 5. After all, there were hidden treasure caves with a difficulty of level 8 and above. At that time, 6 teams of adventurers were wiped out. Only the last team was lucky enough to complete the quest and obtained a lich's phylactery. Unfortunately, it was already damaged. After working at the dock for 2 to 3 days, Soren's class had reached level 3, and his attributes had also increased. Name, Soren race, half-elf attributes, strength 12, dexterity 20, +1, vitality 15, intelligence 18, +1, wisdom 15, charm 16 alignment, lawful evil class, level 10 commoner, max, /level 3 rogue, 125750, grade 1, HP, 30 divided by 30 E times P, 360 slaughter EXP, 120 profession EXP, unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none status, normal profession skills, sneak 78, steal 35, pick lock 45, snare 30 legendary skills, omnipotent hands, sealed, weakened, personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory profession abilities, grasp of shadows. Starting from level 3, the amount of EXP a rogue could gain from picking locks would greatly decrease. Only some complicated locks could give rogue EXP, and even the simplest alarm traps couldn't increase a rogue's skills. Locks that could give dozens of EXP in the beginning would only give a few EXP now. Therefore, Soren didn't need to waste any more time on them. After all, starting from level 5, rogues couldn't gain EXP from picking locks anymore. Every adventurer class would gain a significant increase when they reached level 3, for example, wizards could learn a spellcasting ability when they reached level 3. At the same time, they could learn grade 2 arcane magic. Paladins could learn Judgment of Evil when they reached level 3. Droll could learn Animal Perception when he reached level 3. The warrior class with the biggest increase should be the warrior class. They could learn a Tough Awakening which permanently increased their HP by 10 points and gained 5% physical damage immunity. These were the prerequisites for legendary warriors to learn absolute tenacity and unyielding resolve, compared to other professions. The first profession ability a rogue could learn was very ordinary. It was the most basic Grasp of Shadows. In this special world, a person's strength included many aspects. Some of them were abilities that came with their profession, while others were abilities that they learned through training. For example, a personal ability was an ability that was learned through training, while a profession ability was an ability that most people of the same profession had. For example, rogues. Almost all rogues above level 3 had the Grasp of Shadows. Unless their attribute talent was too low, they couldn't even learn the most basic Grasp of Shadows. Therefore, most rogues had the profession specialty Grasp of Shadows, but they might not have the personal specialty Nimble Left Hand or Eidetic Memory. Grasp of Shadows, profession ability, rogues gradually feel the power of shadows through long-term training in battles. This power has gradually seeped into their blood, allowing them to hide better in the shadows. Rogue skill level increases by 5 points when they are in stealth. When attacking outside of the shadows, they can deal an additional 1 point of shadow damage. When a profession reached level 5, they could become a grade 2 adventurer. At that time, rogues could learn a combat skill, Shadow Strike. The current Grasp of Shadows was the prerequisite for learning Shadow Strike. At this stage, many professions would have an obvious increase, but Soren liked to call it Extraordinary Awakening. Because the other professions were similar. Toughness Awakening, profession ability, after a warrior's long period of training in battle, the bloodline power in his body has gradually surpassed the range of a normal person. Normal injuries are no longer a threat to him. Warriors permanently increase their HP by 10 points and gain 5% physical damage immunity. During abnormal status checks, they gain an additional +2 advantage. Then there was the profession ability of paladins. Judgment of Evil, profession ability, paladins' firm beliefs have withstood many tests. When encountering evil targets, they can always easily identify them. This can prevent them from being deceived by evil targets. When a paladin fights with an enemy of the evil faction, they can pray for a trace of divine power of order. This power has already seeped into their blood, so every time they hit an enemy of the evil faction, they can add an extra point of holy damage. This was the prerequisite for vanquishing evil, and also the reason why there were so many paladins alive in the world. Their intuition towards evil was very sharp, otherwise, this group of stubborn people would have been played to death by others. There wasn't much difference between profession abilities. Most of them were awakened due to the increase in profession level. This kind of ability would gradually strengthen as the profession level increased. Many profession abilities were the key to mastering top-level abilities in the legendary realm. For example, if a rogue wanted to learn the combat skill Shadow Step, they had to master a profession ability above Shadow Dominator. There were not many places in Amber City that were haunted. Soren only needed to ask around a little to determine the approximate location of the hidden treasure cave. There was a mass grave about 1 kilometer north of the Agate River, and there were signs of ghost activity there more than once. This was one of the more obvious signs of a treasure cave. Liches liked to place these caves in places closer to death. There are ghosts? Then we might need some holy water. In order to ensure Vivian's safety, Soren was not sure how long it would take him to explore the hidden treasure cave, so he decided to send her to the Dawnlight Shrine and let Priest Annalyn take care of her for a while. Annalyn was the priestess who had helped Soren before but always gave him the cold shoulder. With her taking care of Vivian, there should be no problem. Of course, the Dawnlight Shrine would not take in a little girl for no reason, so Soren had already prepared a sum of money to give to the shrine. The Dawnlight Shrine. Soren bowed slightly to Pastor Phil, who was in charge of the temple. When Pastor Phil received the money pouch from Soren, he heard the crisp sound of silver dirhams clinking against each other. Immediately, Pastor Phil smiled and said, "No problem. The Dawnlight God blesses all believers. This little girl can stay in the shrine for a while. Let her follow Annalyn as a priestess." This was a world that could not be separated from money. It was the same even for powerful priests. They needed to expand the faith of their God and recruit believers from the lower class. All of these things could not be separated from money. Maintaining a shrine required money, giving alms to believers required money, and holding sacred ceremonies required money. Now, even most of the priests in the shrines had begun to openly sell divine spells to cure diseases and heal injuries in exchange for enough wealth to maintain the shrines and expand their faith. What was the big deal about sheltering a little girl for a few days and selling a few gallons of holy water? The Dawnlight Shrine was not that powerful, and it was only ranked below the second tier in Amber City. Therefore, the nobles always had better choices when it came to offering offerings. Soren's donation was very valuable. It was a total of 60 silver dirhams. It was equivalent to the offerings that the Dawn Temple had received in the past half a month. It was enough for Pastor Phil to exchange his ritual utensils for 1 or 2 pieces of silverware. After all, these were silver coins made by the believers of the Goddess of Wealth. 20 of them weighed 1 pound. "Thank you, Pastor Phil." Soren politely expressed his gratitude, then turned to Priest Annalyn and said with a smile, "Vivian, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days." "Humph," the priestess snorted softly, but she didn't refuse. Although she still didn't like Soren, she liked the little girl beside her very much. Annalyn of course knew that Soren's money was not clean. It was either stolen or related to the gang fights in the slums. However, Pastor Phil had been preparing for the holy ceremony for her promotion for a long time. It wasn't easy to get Soren to donate such a large sum of money to her. Of course, she had to use it to prepare for the sacred ceremony. If they had 2 official priests, the Dawnlight Shrine would be able to quickly become a second-rate shrine in Amber City. "Vivian, stay with Sister Annalyn for now." Soren patted the little girl's head and comforted her, "I'll come and pick you up in 2 days." He had already told the little girl about it before he came. Vivian didn't object to Soren's arrangement at all. She just nodded obediently and said, "Okay. Don't worry about me. Vivian is a good girl. She won't run around." Soren leaned over and kissed her on the forehead. He then took the holy water and walked out of the Dawnlight Shrine. Since the skinning incident had already happened, he had to hurry up. Before the gods were forced to walk the earth as saints, shrines were probably the safest places in Amber City. They were shrouded in the divine power of faith, and there were also guards guarding the shrines. Not many evil beings dared to set foot in them. Even a second-rate shrine like the Dawnlight Shrine had 6 powerful shrine guards in addition to 1 official priest. Most of them were grade 2 and above. One of them even had the strength of a grade 3 shrine guard. Conservatively speaking, he was a level 10 squire, level 10 knight, level 5 shrine guard, or level 10 squire, level 10 warrior, level 5 shrine guard. The first profession level represented the basic profession before the profession advancement. For example, most native wizards had the profession level 10 scholar. This was because they needed to learn how to read and write before they could learn spells. For example, many professions that advanced into warriors had the prefix of level 10 militia, which meant that they had received militia level training before becoming an official warrior. As for Soren's profession level 10 commoner, it represented the lowest profession level. It didn't have the weapon mastery of militia, nor did it have the knowledge bonus of a scholar. The only benefit was that it gave players 25 skill points and allowed them to advance to any profession level, as long as they had enough innate attributes. The profession level didn't give any attribute points, but there were still some differences depending on the focus. For example, the best profession level 10 squire for melee combat was level 10 squire, which gave players an additional skill point for weapon mastery. However, this was only for the profession level player. If this profession level was applied to the NPCs, then Soren was born as a commoner. He had received a commoner's education since he was a child. The growth of his attributes during his childhood depended entirely on his luck. It was hard to predict whether he would become a genius or a mediocre thief. On the other hand, the grade 3 temple knight had received the squire's education since he was a child. He had already received combat training since he was a child and had mastered most of the weapons. Therefore, some of his attributes were naturally higher than a commoner's, whether it was strength, constitution, etc. This would continue until he became a warrior or knight. Therefore, in the past, players would judge a commoner's profession level based on their profession level. Commoner professions were average, militia professions were slightly stronger, squires had higher attributes, and scholar professions had an innate knowledge advantage. In conclusion, temple guards were much harder to deal with compared to unorthodox warriors. Unorthodox warriors might have lower attributes than temple guards and could only master basic swordsmanship. However, temple guards would have higher attributes and could master more than 3 advanced skills at the same time. The sword form, cross/, after mastering cross swordsmanship left a deep impression on Soren. Mass graves. When Soren arrived, it was already afternoon. It took him half a day to find the entrance to the cave. It was a simple concealment device, more like a trap. A rock near the mass graves was moved 10 centimeters, and a dark cave entrance appeared on a small hill not far away. When Soren's figure entered the cave, the rock immediately returned to its original position and the cave entrance disappeared without a trace. As expected of the Lich's handiwork, Soren, who used to be a legendary thief, felt that the Lich's arrangements were extremely clever. It was completely dark. There were damaged torches on both sides of the cave. If a normal person entered without a torch, they wouldn't even be able to walk. However, Soren was a half-elf with 1/8 elf bloodline, so he had a certain level of night vision. Therefore, he didn't need to light a torch to see everything in the cave. This was the reason why he dared to explore the cave alone. Stealth plus night vision equals noiseless. Not needing any lighting tools meant that he wouldn't alert the monsters in the cave. His safety factor was greatly increased. Soren's figure gradually merged into the darkness. With the awakening of shadow mastery, he could already feel the presence of shadow power. This feeling was different from before. In the darkness, his figure gradually became hazy, as if he had disappeared into the shadows. Only when he moved could he vaguely feel the slight changes in the shadows. His breathing, his heartbeat, and his smell were all covered by the shadows. Creak. Footsteps sounded in front of him. Soren gently pulled out his dagger and hid in a corner of the cave, waiting. The area of the cave wasn't small. After all, the Lich couldn't have just dug a hole in the ground. There were many underground passages, and many of them were guarded by monsters, as well as traps set by the Lich. A skeleton appeared in front of Soren. There was no soul fire in its eyes, which meant that it was only a skeleton of the lowest level. Perhaps it was unconsciously guarding the cave because of the dense death energy. This kind of skeleton was relatively easy to deal with. Most players could deal with 1 or 2 of them, but it was impossible to kill a large group of them. This was because their strength was roughly equivalent to a trained militia, and they didn't have any fatal weaknesses. After all, skeletons were considered supernatural creatures. Even if it was the lowest level undead creature. Soren's figure quietly approached. The skeleton didn't notice him at all. It was holding a rusty iron sword in its hand, and it seemed to be an adventurer who had died while exploring the cave. The number of NPCs in the storyline wasn't any less than the players. There were even quite a few from the evil faction that cooperated with the players or even ambushed them from behind. Anyone who underestimated the world of Clash of the Titans would have to pay the price. A ray of cold light suddenly appeared in the darkness. Soren's figure emerged from the shadows, and he instantly stabbed the skeleton's spine with his dagger. Shadow hiding successful. Backstab activated. Successfully activated Backstab X2, dealing 18, +1, points of damage to the target. The target is severely injured. This was the first time Soren's successful backstab didn't kill an enemy instantly. However, he wasn't surprised because the dagger in his hand was just a normal dagger. It didn't have any enchantments or supernatural abilities. It was very difficult to kill an undead creature in one hit. After all, undead creatures had the bonus of being a supernatural creature. Although the difficulty of the skeleton was only level 1, it had more than 30 HP. Without flesh, it was more durable than a normal person. Clang! 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 The skeleton's battle instincts were still there, and its first reaction after being attacked was to slash down with its sword. Soren blocked the attack with his dagger, and he couldn't help but feel his body sink a little. It has more than 16 points of strength. Soren dodged the second attack and moved his slightly numb arm. He thought to himself, it must have been an advanced warrior when it was alive. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such high strength after becoming an undead. 10 points of strength was the standard for a normal person. 12 points of strength was equivalent to a laborer at the docks. 14 points of strength was considered to be quite strong for a normal person. 16 points of strength was equivalent to a weightlifter in his previous life. 18 points of strength was more exaggerated. It was the kind of person who could single-handedly slash a person with a weapon that weighed more than 50 kilograms without panting. Normally, those who could reach 16 points of strength were close combat professions that were specially trained. Attribute points were the most difficult thing to increase. It took 2 levels to gain 1 attribute point. Even if you reached level 20 and entered the realm of legends, you would only gain 10 points of attribute points. Soren's weakness was that he only had 12 points of strength. Because he didn't deliberately train his strength when he was young, and because he didn't have the bloodline of a god, his strength was similar to a laborer at the docks. As for his 20 points of strength, he could use a simple example. A hill giant. A giant that was about 5 meters tall and weighed close to half a ton. It usually wielded a mace that was as thick as an adult's waist as its weapon. That's right. This guy had the standard of 20 points of extraordinary strength. If it wasn't for his innate strength, many warriors wouldn't have 20 points of strength even after reaching level 2. This is tomorrow's update. I have to go to Nanchang tomorrow. Because the automatic update can't be used for some reason, I decided to post it today. Clang. Clang, clang. Clang. The dagger cracked under the continuous attacks. After all, it was just a normal weapon. Normal wear and tear was a very serious matter. Before Soren reached grade 2, he always carried at least 3 weapons with him so that he could use them as backup in case they were damaged in battle. Normal equipment could be bought from blacksmiths, but rare enchanted equipment was very rare. Soren only found a suitable weapon when he explored an ancient ruin. It must be mentioned that Soren's weapon was very special. It wasn't a dagger, but a scimitar. It was very difficult to buy a qualified scimitar in the southern cities, even if it was a normal white-grade weapon. This was because a white-grade weapon made of slightly better steel would cost around 5 Kindler coins. Therefore, for a long time, players who had just entered the Clash of the Titans were fighting to get a good white-grade weapon. As for the dagger in Soren's hand, it should be a gray-grade weapon. A real white-grade dagger should be a weapon made of folded steel. It's better to get a scimitar first. Soren leaned to the side and twisted his waist 180 degrees. The dagger struck the back of the skeleton's neck, instantly shattering the last trace of death energy. The skeleton's entire body scattered into broken bones. He looked at the 45 slaughter EXP he received and threw away the broken dagger in his hand. He muttered, "There aren't any scimitars in the southern cities. If I want to buy a suitable one, I'll have to go to a place near the grasslands." Soren naturally didn't use a normal scimitar. According to his strictest requirements, the scimitars he needed couldn't be found in the northern grasslands. Only the best blacksmiths in the Underdark could forge the scimitars he needed. The full moon scimitar in the Sage Desert was too light, and the eviscerating scimitar in the northern grassland was too brittle. The only weapon that Soren felt comfortable with was the heavy scimitar that had some of the characteristics of the Tang saber and the Damascus saber. This kind of scimitar was very heavy. Just the back of the scimitar was enough to kill an ogre, and its destructive power could be maximized. Soren had once cut through a 3-foot-thick marble with a single slash. 1 chi was about 30 centimeters, and 3 chi was close to 1 meter thick. Even an adult dragon wouldn't be able to withstand the power of his saber. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a legend in the Underdark about a violent dual-wielding bandit. Some even said that if he hadn't become a lurker, but a berserker, sword saint, or weapon master, he might have been able to solo an ancient red dragon. Using a heavy scimitar in battle requires a minimum of 14 strength. Soren's original pair of scimitars was a legendary weapon that was specially forged in the Underdark. One of them weighed 18 kilograms, while the other weighed 16 kilograms. Only players with 18 strength could wield them. His figure gradually merged into the shadows. Soren didn't expect to be able to get a rare weapon right from the start. As long as he could get his hands on a high-quality military weapon, he would be satisfied. Generally speaking, a kindler could be bought for about 15 kindler coins. At this stage, the southern dukedom was still using the silver standard system. Silver dirhams were recognized as the currency, and gold could only be regarded as a precious metal. Even the kindler made by the believers of the goddess of wealth was only circulated among the high-ranking nobles. A kindler was worth 10 silver dirhams. Whether it was a kindler or a silver dirham, 20 kindler coins weighed exactly 1 pound. As for the copper dirhams, many of them were privately forged by the lower class. Many of them were crudely made, and the ratio between them and the silver dirhams would fluctuate. The players had even cursed for a long time because of this. It was because the Clash of the Titans was so realistic that there wasn't even a unified currency. If it weren't for the goddess of wealth's currency lever, the conversion of the currencies of various races and regions would have made many people collapse. However, the extremely realistic rules of the world were still highly sought after by many people. Soren was one of them. To him, the Clash of the Titans was a completely different world. It was also an indispensable part of his life, and could even be said to be an extension of his life. This was why he accepted everything so easily. As they went deeper into the cave, the eerie feeling became more and more intense. Soren saw the first fork in the road, and there were 3 completely rotten corpses. "It's a trap." Soren picked up one of the corpses with one hand and muttered, "Looks like this guy was shot to death by a crossbow. There should have been a powerful crossbow trap set up here." 3 of the corpse's ribs were broken, and Soren could tell at a glance that this guy had been shot at least 10 times. It was difficult to set up a trap with so many attacks. Soren shrugged and found some silver dirhams, some unknown rotten paper, and a bronze medal. He put away the silver dirhams and looked at the paper. The words on it were completely blurred. As for the bronze medal at the end, he was very familiar with it. It was the symbol of the Adventurers Guild, an official level E adventurer. What an unlucky guy. Looks like after he died, his companions used his body to block a few traps. Sure enough, adventuring was the best way to make money. Soren only needed to search the corpses for a while to find more than 10 silver dirhams and 2 shiny kindler coins. It was almost the same as the income he got from killing all the gangs in the slums. 1, 2, 3. Soren tossed the corpses aside. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too much in the Clash of the Titans, but now that he was facing the corpses in person, he felt nothing. Including the skeleton at the beginning, all 4 of them looked like warriors with leather armor. Spellcasters shouldn't join such a low-level adventurer team. What about the rogue? Wizards, priests, droll, and warlocks were all typical tall, rich, and handsome professions. An arcane missile scroll cost 30 kindler coins, so how could they join such a low-level adventurer team? Because of their insane combat power, all the spellcasters in the Clash of the Titans were respectfully called spellcasters. However, spellcasters were also a synonym for hardship. There were more than 30 types of Tier 1 arcane spells, and learning all of them through arcane scrolls would cost around 1,500 kindler coins. If they wanted to find a native teacher, they would only need to spend half of that, but it would still cost around 700 to 800 kindler coins. And that was only the cost of learning Tier 1 arcane spells. Droll priests could use divine spells, but whether it was the Divine Blessing Ceremony or the Nature's Gift Ceremony, it would cost more than 500 kindler coins to prepare. If they chose to worship a god, part of the cost would be covered by the temple, but it would still cost around 300 kindler coins. Although warlocks had the advantage of awakening their bloodline and could automatically learn magic, the bloodline advancement ceremony was even more expensive. If Soren remembered correctly, the first bloodline advancement ceremony would cost around 1,000 kindler coins. This was because his warlock companion had borrowed most of his savings. In comparison, melee professions had a much easier time. All they needed was a sword to kill people. Under normal circumstances, spellcasters were only around level 5, while melee professions had reached level 8 or even level 10. The difficulty of making money could be felt by looking at Soren's current net worth. More than 90% of spellcasters had to live a miserable life in order to save up such a huge amount of money. There was once such a saying in the tavern: an adventure with an uncertain return of more than 100 Kindler coins would not be able to invite those spellcasters. Low-level spellcasters had low combat power. If they wanted to exert enough power, they would need to be at least 5 profession levels, so most low-level adventurers did not have any spellcasters. Therefore, Soren judged that there must be a rogue. Without a spellcaster's detection trap, which had a success rate of more than 90%, he could only rely on the rogue's profession experience. Don't expect too much of a rogue's chances of discovering a trap. At this stage, rogues were good at picking locks, but they did not have a good grasp of trap skills. There were many cases where they failed to dismantle a trap and died in it. Since there were high returns, there were also high risks. After a successful adventure without any casualties, it was necessary to treat everyone to a drink when they returned to the tavern. In fact, Soren did not have many chances to treat everyone to a drink in the tavern. Soon, Soren found the corpse of the rogue in front of the cave. He was not interested in judging why the rogue died here. Instead, he directly picked up the corpse and looked at the missing half of the head. His face was pale. A strong acid trap? It should be a strong acid trap. It was one of the most troublesome and fatal traps for rogues in the early stages. Otherwise, there were very few traps that could melt half of a corpse's head. There were many pits on the ground left behind by the strong acid. Looks like we're in trouble. Soren took out a small mallet and gently knocked on the ground. In order to prevent the traps from being triggered by rats, many traps were triggered according to the standard of an adult's weight. Therefore, halflings were always the most popular rogues among adventurers. Acid traps were divided into 2 types: magic traps and physical traps. The former was set up with a magic circle and then connected to a trigger device. The latter was set up with refined acid on the trigger device and sprayed out the acid after it was triggered. Before entering the bloodline awakening stage, even warriors with profession level 5 and above could be killed by the acid trap. Even if they survived, they would be almost crippled. In the later stages of profession enhancement, there were many bloodline awakening ceremonies. Although there were many warriors with high vitality who could withstand acid, explosion, lava, and so on, they could still fight with vigor, but at this stage, Soren was not confident that he could withstand a strong acid trap. If he was hit, he would definitely die. I have to make a trip to Nanchang later. Yesterday was the 4th watch, today is the 1st watch. I'll be back tomorrow. It was only a short distance of a dozen meters. Soren spent more than half an hour. The most troublesome part about traps wasn't how to disarm them, but rather the fact that you couldn't determine where they were hidden. This was especially true for traps that could kill in one shot. Many times, you were risking your life when you were in danger. Even the slightest carelessness could cost you your life. This was also why many professionists would rather find a stable job than explore underground ruins. Found it. With his 15 points of wisdom, Soren was very sensitive to danger. Relying on his previous experience, he carefully pried open an irregular rock from the corner of the wall with his dagger. Sure enough, he found a complicated firing mechanism. There should be a trigger buried underground. If an adult's weight stepped on it, the trigger would activate the firing mechanism in front of him. Immediately, more than 3 crossbow bolts would shoot out from the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Soren couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. He was secretly glad that he was careful enough. This was actually a multiple crossbow trap. If he wasn't careful enough, he would have been shot into a sieve. Unless he was wearing heavy armor, he wouldn't be able to block these powerful crossbow bolts. If he didn't remember wrongly, this crossbow trap's single target damage was around 12 points. If it didn't hit a vital point, 6 bolts would be enough to kill him in an instant. Gotcha, Soren used his finger to hold the trigger. He then laid on the ground and used his dagger to knock on the iron bar. This kind of trap was made of special steel. After a simple enchantment, it wouldn't rust for decades. Some of the traps in underground ruins were completely enchanted. Even after hundreds of years, it was still enough to kill. 6 bolts shot out and sank into the wall on the other side of the wall. Soren didn't care about the dust on his face. He dug out the firing mechanism and found the location of the trap. A trigger, a firing mechanism, and a crossbow trap. Good stuff. A smile appeared on Soren's face as he dismantled them and put them into his bag. Thieves couldn't just close their eyes when setting up traps. Even a legendary thief wouldn't be able to set up a trap without the right materials. If he were to purchase these materials from the Mask of Shadows, he wouldn't even be able to buy them for at least 30 to 50 Kindler coins. After all, this was a trap that could instantly kill a warrior below profession level 5. A row of data appeared: successfully disarmed trap. Your thief skills have been improved. You have received 210 experience points. Professional traps required a lot of experience, but it also required a high level of skill from a thief. Soren put away the other items, but he still assembled the crossbow launcher. They weren't ordinary crossbow bolts, but rather a box used to shoot crossbow bolts. Soren dug out the 6 bolts and put them back into the box. All he needed to do was to pull the trigger in the box, and all 6 bolts would be shot out at once. This device couldn't be fired in one shot. It had to be fully loaded before it could be fired. 6 bolts had to be fired at once. After all, this wasn't a regular crossbow. Soren removed one of the traps and continued to move forward. It seemed like there was only a strong acid trap here, but it had already been triggered by the unlucky thief. The price of a strong acid trap was even higher. It would cost around 100 Kindler coins to set it up. This was because there was a possibility of using a magic trigger device. The cave behind him became more and more crooked. At the same time, Soren relaxed a little. It was very difficult to set up a trap in this kind of environment, and it could easily be triggered by rats and the like. Therefore, there shouldn't be any traps here. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down. He still carefully moved forward until a hidden stone door appeared in front of him. Creak. After confirming that there were no traps on the stone door, Soren gently pushed it open. Woo! A cold wind blew past. Soren suddenly felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon behind him. He only saw a hazy shadow appear. A ferocious ghost face revealed a miserable smile, and with a strange cry, it disappeared. A ghost? Soren carefully leaned against the wall and quickly took out a bottle of holy water. Ghosts were spiritual beings. Normal non-enchanted weapons couldn't hurt them. Even if they just stood there and let Soren hit them 100 times, they wouldn't be hurt at all. He could only use other methods to deal with them. Kiki! A strange laughter sounded, and the ghost's shadow appeared again. It let out a sharp howl. This was one of its innate abilities, the low-level, undead howl effect. It had the power of a fear spell. A timid person would have been scared stiff in an instant. Soren's eardrums hurt, but he wasn't afraid at all. He threw the holy water at the ghost. Clang, the holy water splashed all over the ghost's body. Suddenly, a shrill cry sounded. The ghost's shadow quickly dissolved and disappeared. Luckily, I was prepared. Soren wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and picked up a small black stone on the ground. This was the ghost's soul fragment. When a spiritual being dissipated, it was possible for it to transform into a physical structure. This kind of soul fragment was a common recharge material. Necromancers liked it very much. The price was about 15 Kindler coins. The ghost's challenge rating was level 5. Without something to counter it, it didn't matter how many people there were. This was because it wasn't afraid of physical attacks. However, if it was equipped with items like holy water, even a normal person could kill it. It was one of the most difficult to deal with, but also one of the easiest. A row of data appeared: holy water hit ghost, dealing 60 damage. Target killed. Extracting soul energy from target, received 120 EXP. Soren's EXP was enough to level up a rogue, but he didn't do so. It was too difficult to gain slaughter EXP normally. Slaughter EXP was used to level up professions and subclasses. There was no need for rogues to use it before they reached level 5. If he encountered other traps, he only needed to remove 1 or 2 of them to level up. If he had the opportunity to subclass, slaughter EXP would be the most valuable thing. Creak, Soren pushed open the stone door of the secret room. Many things inside were covered in dust. There were a few books on the wall, but they were all damaged. There were spider webs on all sides, and rat holes in the corners. This place had been abandoned for a long time. There was a stone table in front of him. On top of it were many odds and ends, such as an unknown skull, broken finger bones, dried bat corpses, and a black wooden box. No rare weapons, no magic devices. There was a hint of disappointment in Soren's eyes. There seemed to be nothing valuable in this secret room, except for the wooden box that he didn't know what was inside. He gently touched it, and after confirming that there were no traps, he carefully picked it up. It looks like ironwood? Soren looked around. He held the box in the palm of his hand, away from his head, and pried it open with his dagger. He couldn't tell if there were any magic traps inside. But thinking about it, a low-level treasure cave like this shouldn't have so many traps. Still, it was better to keep it away from his head. Crack, Soren pried open the box in front of him. There were 3 cards inside. It was as if they were out of tune with everything around them. The 3 cards were so exquisite, with mithril lace inlaid with fine diamonds, and in the center was a magewet that looked like a whirlpool. At first glance, everyone's gaze was drawn into it. It was as if this was something that could be created by the current civilization. Even the divine badge of the Holy Church wasn't as exquisite as this. Soren didn't know if he should be surprised or worried. This was because the cards in his hand were legendary magic items. Cards of all creations? This was a treasure left behind from the Arcane Empire. It was said that a legendary arcanist created it out of boredom. There were 108 cards in total, and each of them had a special magic power. They could give you unimaginable benefits, or they could bring you devastating disasters. No one knew what the deck of all creations would bring. Some people were drowned by 10,000 arcane gold coins after opening the cards, while others were struck by a powerful bolt of lightning after opening the cards. Item identification. Soren tried to activate the data flow in his mind. Soon, a row of small words appeared: cards of all creations, legendary item, X3, a trinket left behind from the Arcane Empire. It is the highest achievement of alchemy in the last age. Unimaginable things will happen after opening it. It is said that drawing a trump card will give you unimaginable power. Should I open it? Soren looked troubled. He gritted his teeth and took out a card. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood. Both sides of the card were the same. It could only be opened with fresh blood. No one knew what the card represented before it was opened. Not even legendary wizards could predict what it would be like before it was opened. A faint light appeared. After the first card absorbed Soren's blood, it rippled like a wave. Then, the image in the center of the whirlpool began to appear. The first thing that appeared was a treasure vault filled with countless gold coins, gems, and equipment. This scene made Soren extremely excited because it meant that he was likely to draw a treasure card. However, then, a wretched figure appeared at the entrance of the treasure vault. He was holding a bag and was desperately trying to fill it with treasures. No. Soren's face fell. He knew what he had drawn. Godly thief. A ray of light appeared on the opened card. Then, a wretched figure appeared. He laughed eerily, and an ancient alchemy rune appeared on his palm. In the blink of an eye, everything valuable on Soren's body was stolen. Apart from the 3 cards in his hand, even his clothes were stolen. A gust of wind blew past. Soren shivered. He was naked from head to toe. Weapons, clothes, gold coins, holy water, tools. Everything on Soren's body disappeared. Even the box in his hand was gone. All that was left were the 3 cards. The wind blew. His butt was cold. F***ck. Soren couldn't help but curse. He hurriedly picked up the bag and put it on himself. Luckily, he couldn't fit the items after the trap was removed. Soren made a bag out of the clothes of the dead and put the parts of the crossbow trap inside. After all, this was a real world. Soren didn't have a storage space, nor did he have a multi-dimensional bag. There weren't many things that he could carry with him. He didn't think that he would be able to escape from the trap. At least he still had the box for the crossbow and the clothes of the dead. As for the loot he obtained at the beginning, it was all gone. Damn it. I can't believe I got a godly thieving card. Soren was no stranger to this card. Someone had drawn it before and opened it in front of everyone. The result was obvious. Soren put on the badly damaged and moldy clothes and opened the second card. After the card was opened, it would turn into an ordinary piece of art. The magic attached to it would disappear. There were people who liked to collect these cards, but no one had ever collected a complete set. At that time, there were 3 sets of cards that were popular among the players. They were all left behind from the Arcane Empire, the Deck of Many Things, the Arcane Cards, and the Deck of Fate. The first set had 108 cards, the second set had 72 cards, and the last set had 36 cards. The easiest to get was the Deck of Many Things. The arcane cards could only be found in rare underground ruins. As for the Deck of Fate, there were only 3 until the fall of the gods. A faint light appeared. After the second Deck of Many Things absorbed Soren's blood, it spun like a whirlpool. The first thing that appeared was a barren land. There were almost no living things in sight. In the distance, there was a boundless desert. In the middle of the desert, a hunched figure appeared. He walked forward with firm steps. His body was as firm as a rock, and his eyes were fixed in the distance. The ascetic. A powerful force poured into Soren's body. After the tearing pain all over his body, endless fatigue surged in his heart. It felt as if he had traveled a long distance of over 10,000 kilometers. His body was already exhausted, and he was only relying on his tenacious willpower to hold on until now. A row of data appeared. Deck of Many Things, the ascetic, activated. Personal ability, perseverance, awakened. Physique increased to 18. Magic modification completed. Soren felt an indescribable fatigue, but at the same time, he felt a strong vitality. It was as if he had really traveled tens of thousands of miles and experienced countless wind, frost, and snow. His body had also become stronger and stronger during the long journey. After the endless fatigue, he had a strength. It was as if as long as he did not fall, he would continue to move forward, and he would not stop until the moment of his death. Perseverance, personal ability, your will has withstood the test of difficulty, and it has almost formed a kind of spiritual power that is almost tangible. When you face any charm-type control spells, you will gain an additional 5 points of immunity. I've earned it. Soren's face showed a hint of joy. It was as if he was grateful for his good luck. There were very few cards that could increase attributes in the Deck of Many Things. Out of the 108 cards, only a dozen could increase attributes. Other than the 2 mysterious trump cards, the best card that had appeared was the Champion Knight. This card increased the user's strength to 20 points and physique to 18 points. Even though the person who opened the card was a wizard, he still became known as a violent melee wizard. This guy used to have a very high reputation in the Northern Plains. Unfortunately, he fell during the Blizzard War. It was because there were not many attribute points gained from leveling up that many people were looking for other ways to increase their attributes. Regular training was no longer effective for players who had solidified their hero template. Many people had to make a decision when they first allocated 90 attribute points. The reason why Soren was known as a violent dual-wielding rogue was because he gave up on charm and increased all his other attributes to 15 points. In other words, other than his unattractive appearance, his other abilities were at the peak of the average person's level. Items that could increase attributes were very rare. Most of them were legendary items. It was very difficult to obtain them, and they could only be increased by 20 points at most. After entering the realm of extraordinary, it was almost impossible to use items to increase attributes. My physique increased by 3 points. That's equivalent to 6 profession levels. Soren punched his chest. Even though he used 70% of his strength, his internal organs did not feel any discomfort. This meant that his physique was close to the realm of extraordinary. A normal person with 10 points of strength would not be able to hurt him. If his physique could reach 20 points, he would be able to awaken the extraordinary talent Rebirth. It was the easiest extraordinary talent to awaken. The other talents could only be awakened after reaching 25 points of physique. Those who could reach 25 points of physique were already at the realm of legendary professions. As for the personal ability Perseverance, it was a relatively common personal ability. Many people awakened it under difficult circumstances. Soren had awakened it in the fire elemental plane. At that time, he was almost roasted to death. He was lucky enough to survive after falling into the lava. At the same time, he also awakened the talent Weak Fire Resistance. At that time, Soren's body was almost unrecognizable. In the end, he had to spend a lot of money to hire a legendary priest to cast Greater Restoration to save his life. During that time, his strength, physique, and dexterity all decreased by 10 points. He was almost a cripple. There's one more. Soren's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the last card, which was the deck of many things, after receiving such a shocking reward. If he could draw another card that increased his attributes, then his current attributes would be much better than when he was a hero. At the very least, his current charm value was now as high as 16 points, and he would no longer be as annoying as he used to be. His charm was so low that even the goblins didn't care about him. Even when he applied to enter the Elven Kingdom, he was rejected. Those damn elves from the Appearance Association. Since he had already used 2 cards, Soren naturally wouldn't leave the last one to rest. With a hint of frustration in his heart, he dripped his blood on the 3rd card. A blood-red light appeared. Soren's face instantly changed. He threw the card away as if it was scalding his hand. It was a summoning card. The card of 10,000 creations was unpredictable. No one could predict what would happen after activating it. There was a possibility of gaining power, or obtaining treasures, but there was also the possibility of summoning monsters, or even receiving damage. The blood-red light represented the abyss and hell. The holy light represented the gods of heaven. The 5-colored light represented the elemental plane. This card summoned creatures from hell and the abyss in the lower planes. A mysterious whirlpool appeared in the middle of the card. The image fell rapidly through the sulfur, lava, and ice, and finally stopped at a ferocious and twisted face. Snake Demon. The card of 10,000 creations turned into a blood-red portal. After seeing the hideous face, Soren's general attributes immediately appeared in his mind. It was the data that the players had collected and evaluated. Snake Demon, Abyss Demon, Grade 3, Challenge Rating, Level 6, Monster Level, 12, Spell-like abilities highest and lowest attributes, 21, 10, Total attribute points, 85-95 Special abilities, Dual wielding, multi-attack challenge rating, A+. The Snake Demon would grow an extra pair of arms as its strength increased. Each additional pair of arms would increase its challenge rating by 5 and its monster level by 6. In other words, the 4-armed Snake Demon had a challenge rating of 11 and a monster level of 18. The 6-armed Snake Demon had a challenge rating of 16 and a monster level of 24. As for the 8-armed Snake Demon, it was already a legendary existence. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of an 8-armed Snake Demon meant the arrival of a Demon Lord. There's no way I can fight it head-on. This was the first thought that popped into Soren's mind. His current rogue profession was level 3, while the Snake Demon's monster level was 12. There was a difference of 9 levels between them. The challenge rating of the team was 6, which meant that a team of at least 5 adventurers with excellent equipment and profession levels above 6 would have a 50% chance of defeating the Snake Demon in front of him. Although the 2-armed Snake Demon summoned was the lowest level, it was still not something that he could easily deal with at this moment. Abyss demons were supernatural creatures. Taking into account the difference in profession levels, the Snake Demon's HP and stamina were more than 3 times higher than his. There was almost no chance of winning if he faced it head-on. Several thoughts flashed through Soren's mind in an instant. However, his movements did not have the slightest hesitation. Just as a dark red teleportation door appeared in front of his eyes and sent the 2-armed Snake Demon into the stone room, he quickly threw himself to the ground, took out the crossbow box, and pulled the trigger. The teleportation was completed in the next moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A painful scream echoed in the stone room. The Snake Demon was more than 4 meters tall and weighed more than 600 pounds. As soon as it appeared in the stone room, it was greeted by 6 powerful crossbow bolts. The bolts almost covered its chest, and most of them penetrated its scales and entered its body. The sudden attack caused the Snake Demon to go berserk. It did not even have time to check its surroundings before it waved its 2 swords wildly. Gotcha! The 20-centimeter thick stone table was split in half. Soren's eyebrows twitched when he saw this. Without hesitation, he threw away the box in his hand and dashed outside. 6 crossbow bolts were not enough to kill the Snake Demon. It was basically impossible to defeat it. Just by looking at the snake demon's fighting strength, it could probably cut him into pieces with just one strike. As soon as Soren fled, the snake demon madly chased after him. Most abyss demons were chaotic and evil creatures. Bloodthirsty, cruel, and murderous were their nature. They basically did not have the time to reason with people. Once the summoning was successful, unless you could enslave it, you would be killed by it. Difficulty rating: A+. This meant that the Naga demon was the most powerful and the most difficult to deal with among all the monsters, with a challenge rating of 6. With a height of 2.4 meters, the Naga demon was able to create a huge gap in height between its opponents. Its 600 pounds of weight also gave it a much higher strength than normal creatures. Conservatively speaking, its 20 strength was enough to deal overwhelming damage to Soren. In other words, even if he managed to parry the Naga demon's attack, the damage he received would be enough to severely damage his internal organs. The Naga demon's talent for dual wielding made it one of the most dangerous close combat monsters. If its dexterity and wisdom were higher, it would be able to deal with multiple enemies at once without being at a disadvantage. Multi-strike was a very powerful combat ability. It meant that the Naga demon could continuously attack in a short period of time. If it had a high enough strength, it would be impossible to parry its attacks. The Naga demon was a demonic creature from the endless abyss. All demons had one thing in common: they had a layer of demonic skin, which was equivalent to a natural enchanted leather armor. If they were covered in scales, their defense was equivalent to that of a normal chainmail. For Soren, if he slashed the Naga demon 10 times, the damage he would deal would be equivalent to 3 slashes. However, Soren, who was only wearing a piece of cloth, would be sliced open by the Naga demon's attack. It's almost impossible to defeat. With 20 dexterity, Soren had an unprecedented ability to launch attacks. He twisted his body and ran along the wall, dashing into the tunnel outside. The 18 vitality brought by the ascetic card gave him more stamina than before. Although he was still mentally exhausted, it was enough to keep him running for his life. The Naga demon roared and chased after him. Its upper body was that of a humanoid creature. Its arms were unusually thick, and its face was similar to that of a lizard or a snake. There were obvious scales on both sides of its body, and its lower body was a snake tail that was about 5 meters long. This meant that it was a male Naga demon, a powerful warrior among the Naga demons. This was the best news for Soren. The Naga demon was a matriarchal society. Females had a higher status and stronger combat ability. At the same time, they also had a certain amount of spell-like abilities. The Naga demon moved very quickly, especially when it was in its berserk state. It could dive down like a snake. This was also the main reason why the snake demon was rated as A+. It could rely on its huge body to easily break through the line of defense and approach the magic professions in the adventurer team. Then, in an instant, it would use its dual-wielding combat ability and multi-attack combat ability to cut the magic professions below profession level 8 into minced meat on the ground. Its snake-like body made it immune to most low-level control spells. Grease had no effect on it, spiderweb could not bind its 20 points of strength, and the demon's chaotic evil will made it immune to most low-level mind control spells. This was a monster that needed to be slashed to death. We can't escape. Soren was running as fast as he could. Using the complicated tunnels, he easily widened the distance between them. But soon, he realized something important. If he wanted to escape, he had to reopen the secret door outside, which would take at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes was more than enough time for the snake demon to catch up to him. Then, it would cut him into at least 30 pieces of minced meat and pick out the most delicious ones to fill its stomach. I have to fight. When Soren passed by the place where he first found the corpse, he quickly picked up a long sword. Because too much time had passed, the body of the sword was slightly rusty, which meant that it was not sharp enough and could not withstand strong attacks. But now was not the time to think about that. It was almost impossible to defeat the snake demon in a direct battle. If he wanted to defeat it, Soren could only bet on his luck. Without hesitation, Soren ran towards another tunnel that he had not explored before. He had to take a gamble. Demons had more stamina than mortals. Their high HP meant that even if they were in a heavily injured state, they would still be a threat. The only way Soren could think of was to use the traps here to kill it. Of course, there was also the possibility that he would be the one killed by the traps. 20 points of agility, this was the domain of extraordinary humans. It meant that Soren's footsteps were lighter than a halfling's. It also meant that his reflexes were sharper than an elf's. It also meant that his body was more resilient than most normal life forms. He had to take a gamble. He had to gamble that there were powerful and deadly traps in this unexplored tunnel, and that they would not be triggered when he passed through it. Soren was a human. The area of his feet was very small, and 20 points of agility meant that he had a high chance of avoiding the traps. However, the snake demon was a snake-type demon. Its lower body was in contact with the ground, and its weight was more than 600 pounds. This meant that it would trigger most of the traps when it moved. Any traps that were set according to human standards and triggered by their weight would hit its body. Due to its size, there was no way for it to dodge. A wide tunnel appeared in front of his eyes. Soren did not even have time to observe whether there were traces of man-made traps nearby. Instead, he directly leaped, and then relied on his strong physical toughness and sense of balance to run 3 steps on the wall in a horizontal manner. Then, he turned around and grabbed an inverted stalactite, forcing his body to move forward 5 meters against the wall. This was the most likely place to set up a trap based on his experience. Traps needed enough space to be set up, and the more hidden the trap, the more necessary it was. He did not stop at all. Soren began to slow down, but he still moved forward cautiously. The snake demon's figure appeared behind him. This demon from the abyss was completely enraged by the crossbow bolts. When it saw Soren, it did not hesitate to charge at him. Its huge body did not affect its movement speed at all. Most snake-type life forms had twice the speed of a normal human being when running at full speed. However, when it was about to reach Soren, the ground suddenly shook. Its long and narrow tail triggered the traps buried in the ground, and then a wave of crossbow bolts flew out from both sides. Roar! A painful howl sounded. 6 bolts were stuck in the snake demon's ribs, and blood kept dripping. Its blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. When it saw Soren close by, it roared angrily. 12 crossbows, they could deal more than 120 points of damage to a human. It was enough to instantly kill most warriors below level 10, but it was not enough to seriously injure the snake demon. This meant that the snake demon's body was almost as tough as a lesser dragon, and its HP was probably more than 150 points, which was 5 or 6 times more than Soren's HP. There should be another trap. Soren's pupil shrank. He did not hesitate to increase his pace, even if it meant that he might trigger a trap. The layout of the tunnel felt familiar to him. This was because the place where he first found the corpse had a similar layout. This meant that there was a certain possibility that there was another acid trap ahead. This was fatal for Soren. Similarly, it was enough to threaten the snake demon's life. A winding passageway appeared. Soren's expression changed. He took a deep breath and began to run. The layout in front of him was similar to the place where he found the corpse of the thief. Acid traps were mostly buried near the walls, which meant that he could not use his dexterity to run through them. He could only try to jump through them. This was a distance of more than 10 meters, he did not have any spell-like abilities, and only his dexterity had reached the transcendent level. This was a challenge for Soren. I can do it. This won't be a problem for me. Soren took another deep breath. In his previous life, the human record for jumping was 10.6 meters. With his current physical fitness, he was not too far off from the best athletes. Even if he did not have enough strength, his dexterity allowed him to perfectly unleash his explosive power. It was not impossible for him to jump the distance in front of him. Bang! Soren's figure leapt out. He crossed the distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. He almost jumped out of this area in a rather embarrassing manner. Soren did not dare to hesitate. He was not sure if there was an acid trap here, so he took a deep breath and continued to run forward. Whoosh! Soren's figure suddenly froze. Just as he turned a corner, an iron spear suddenly came out from the ground. It pierced through his leg and instantly pierced through his thigh. If he did not move his body at the last moment, the spear would have pierced through his lower body and into his large intestine. Fresh blood spurted out. Soren clenched his teeth and crumpled his clothes into a ball. He then grabbed his thigh with both hands and slowly pulled it out of the spear. Large amounts of blood splattered out. The spear scraped off a piece of flesh, making the wound even worse. Solan's whole body was trembling. After the trembling, his body stiffened. In less than a second or two, his whole body was soaked in sweat. Phew! When he pulled his thigh out of the iron spear, he felt like he was about to collapse. He hastily used a rag to bandage his wound, then tightened his muscles and tied a dead knot. He then staggered to the edge of the stone wall. There was no way he could escape. If he continued to run with this kind of wound, he would die from blood loss even without the snake demon's help. With the loss of blood, his stamina was also rapidly decreasing. The only way he could survive was if there really was a strong acid trap in front of him. If it was just a crossbow trap, it would not be enough to kill the snake demon. Time was too long. When the snake demon appeared, Soren felt like he was facing his final fate. Fortunately, fate was on his side. Soren's judgment was not wrong. There really was a trap at the entrance of the passage, but it was not a strong acid trap. When the snake demon passed through, there was a violent explosion. Explosive trap. There were explosives in the passage, or maybe there was a trigger for fireball. Plop. There was a slight noise. Soren's face, which had just revealed a smile of relief, suddenly froze. He was almost flustered and exasperated. I can't believe you're still alive. He clenched his longsword tightly, and his expression gradually became more ruthless. He was going to give it his all. Shadow hide. Soren's figure gradually became hazy in the darkness. He clenched his teeth and tore a piece of cloth from his tattered clothes. He then wrapped it around the wound on his leg to strangle it. This would temporarily suppress the injury on his body and slightly reduce the pain when he moved. However, this had to be done in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would worsen the injury. Allocate all the EXP to Rogue. Soren calmly pulled out his sword and began to allocate the EXP. The Slaughter EXP was a type of soul energy, and was also the highest level of EXP. It could be used to level up any profession, including subclasses, class advancement, and so on. At the same time, it could also be used to perform sacrificial ceremonies, summoning ceremonies, and alchemy exchanges. Under normal circumstances, no one would casually use the Slaughter EXP, because there were simply too many things that could be used in the future. However, for the current Soren, if he didn't use all his trump cards, he might not have a future. A row of text appeared in front of his eyes. Rogue has leveled up to level 4. Received 24, DEX 20+, INT 18 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 6+, con 18 to 10, *0. 5, received 1 free attribute point. Soren's pale face regained some color. The 10 HP he received from leveling up his rogue class reduced his injury from heavily injured to moderately injured. This meant that his reflexes weren't weakened, and his stamina consumption rate was also reduced by half. For the time being, his injury wouldn't worsen. He allocated all his skill points to stealth, raising it to 102 points in one go. His figure gradually faded in the darkness. After reaching 100 points in sneak, Soren's shadow hide had produced a spell-like effect similar to blur when he activated it. Unless someone was paying close attention to him, they wouldn't be able to detect his presence. As for the precious free attribute point, Soren gritted his teeth and allocated it to vitality. There wasn't much of a difference between 20 and 21 points in dexterity, unless he increased it to 25 points in one go and awakened the legendary ability, Shadow Domain. Otherwise, only by assigning this free attribute to his vitality could he ensure his greatest survivability. An attribute that was close to Transcendent Constitution meant that his wounds would not be infected and would not continue to worsen. As long as he increased his Constitution a little more, he would have the special ability of Regeneration. This was a must-have ability for high-level adventurers. Soren felt that he had recovered quite a bit of his stamina with the bonus point of vitality. He carefully moved his feet and began to move towards the bend. There could also be traps nearby. Before he obtained the Trap Sense ability, he could no longer continue to take risks. He had to kill that snake demon, only then would he have time to slowly recover from his injuries. Otherwise, with the recovery ability of abyssal demons, it was very likely that his situation would become more and more dangerous. There is no smell of gunpowder in the air. Soren moved forward bit by bit, using his past experience to analyze the situation. He gradually approached the tunnel after the explosion. It's probably an explosion trap. It's using a magical device. It might be a fireball spell formation. Without the skill, spell identification, Soren could not sense the elemental energy in the air. However, his experience was still very useful. He saw the snake demon not far away. Its huge body was in a terrible state, and the ground was covered in blood and scales. The snake demon's body was more than 600 pounds, and there was no way for it to dodge in the tunnel. The explosion trap almost directly exploded next to its body. If the snake demon did not have the strong resistance of a demon, it would have been blown to pieces on the spot. However, it was not in a good condition either. White bones could be seen around its waist, and a section of its intestines had fallen to the ground. Its spine was almost completely shattered. If it was not for the special ability of a transcendent, it would not have been able to survive until now. Hiss! The snake demon hissed. It instantly noticed Soren and looked at him with hatred. Low-level snake demons did not have much ability to speak. Their species determined that only the females had higher intelligence. The four-armed snake demons and below could only speak the low-level demon language. Only spellcasters with sacrificial abilities could understand the common human language and other languages. It wanted to kill the murderer who summoned it to attack it and caused it to become like this. The murderous nature of the abyss demon made it ignore the injuries on its body. It actually forcibly twisted its long and narrow snake tail, wanting to get closer to Soren again. Clang, the snake demon's physical strength was severely reduced due to its severe injuries. It kept growling in pain as it moved its body. Soren easily dodged the sword that was coming at him. He then stabbed the snake demon's chest, where many of its scales had already been blown off. Splat, a stream of hot blood spurted out. Most snake demons were cold-blooded creatures, but there were many snake demons that lived in lava areas. Hiss! Some of the blood splashed onto Soren's body, and he soon felt a burning sensation. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly distanced himself from the snake demon. Acidic blood? The parts that were splashed by the blood already had slight scars, as if they had been stained with diluted sulfuric acid. This was the characteristic of the blood of demons and dragons. The snake demon in front of him should be the descendant of a high-ranked demon. The sword pierced the snake demon's chest, worsening its injuries. It attacked crazily, but it still could not hit the enemy in front of it. The exhaustion of its physical strength had reduced its strength, and the injuries on its body had seriously affected its agility. In its near-death state, it could only fight at less than 30% of its original strength. It's over. Soren once again dodged the snake demon's slash. He then took a deep breath and roared. He jumped up, holding the sword with both hands, and stabbed the snake demon's heart. Die. Soren's eyes were bloodshot. The skull of the demon was abnormally strong. Unless it was holding a rare-grade weapon, the head was not the most fatal weakness. The snake demon's huge body stiffened for a moment. When Soren pulled out the sword, the snake demon's 600-pound body fell to the ground. Blood gushed out and seeped into the nearby ground. Phew! Soren sat on the ground in a sorry state. The consequence of fighting forcefully was that the injury on his leg had worsened. Berserk consumed a lot of stamina. Before one's constitution reached 20 points, almost no creature could maintain a high-intensity battle for more than half an hour. Even giants, demons, and dragons could not do it. Clap, clap, clap. It's not a high-intensity battle. Stupa. Only when one's constitution reached 20 points and entered the rare-grade realm could the consumption and recovery of stamina last for a long time. Soren used his sword to cut open the strangling cloth, and then cut off the flesh that could not be healed. This was a very painful process, but it ensured his recovery speed. A row of data appeared. Successfully hit. Additional 2, 12 to 10, strength damage bonus. Dealt 13 piercing damage to target. Target killed. Successfully killed snake demon. Extracted soul energy from target. received 1800 slaughter EXP. An indescribable heat flowed into Soren's body. This was the soul energy of the target he killed. There was a rumor that the player's hero class template was fixed with the Son of Slaughter ability. They inherited a trace of the God of Slaughter's divine power, which was why they were able to level up much faster than the NPCs in the storyline. There was no way to confirm this theory, but Soren remembered that after mastering the Slaughter, Soul, and Death-related abilities, the Slaughter EXP gained from killing an enemy would be increased by 10% to 20%. A short rest. After recovering some of his stamina, Soren began to collect his loot. Demons from the Abyss rarely carried money with them, but they could obtain some rare equipment, such as the Snake Demon's weapon. Soren picked up the 2 longswords immediately. Item identification. Soren looked at the longsword in his hand. It was about 1.5 meters long, and the blade was 10 centimeters wide. There were snake-like patterns on the hilt, and there was a strange rune on it. The body of the sword was faintly red, and when he touched it with his fingers, there seemed to be a trace of burning breath. The blade was very sharp, and its steel was better than normal military weapons. However, it was also much heavier than other weapons. It felt heavy in his hand. A row of data appeared. Item type, Snake Demon Longsword plus 1 item grade, rare, grade 1, item description, a longsword forged with abyssal fire rock. It has a strong slashing and piercing effect, and an additional 1 point of fire damage. Equipment requirement, 14 strength or above. Special effect, small to medium-sized creatures are considered as greatsword type. Strength requirement +2. Not enough strength. This was Soren's first thought when he picked up the longsword. Since the longsword was made for snake demons, its size and weight were far beyond what a normal person could use. Soren could pick up the longsword, but when he swung it around, he felt that its weight was a little too heavy, and it affected his combat effectiveness. It was like a normal person could lift an object weighing 50 kilograms, but they couldn't use a weapon that weighed 50 kilograms in battle. By the time they managed to lift it up, they would have been slashed countless times. If one's strength didn't meet the weapon's requirements, it would consume a lot of stamina in battle, and the speed and lethality of the weapon would decrease significantly. The dagger left after images in Soren's hand. However, when he swung the longsword, Soren's slashing speed was less than half of his usual speed. Damn it! There's a strength penalty. Soren swung the longsword a dozen times, and his arms felt sore and numb. His stamina was also greatly depleted. Clash of the Titans was very demanding in certain aspects. A normal person could walk for 20 kilometers, jog for 10 kilometers, and sprint for less than 1 or 2 kilometers. These things were perfectly simulated in Clash of the Titans, and for a period of time many players cursed. Therefore, when Soren felt the numbness in his arms, he immediately knew that there would be a strength penalty when he wielded the longsword. Although there was no data to show it, Soren could calculate the strength penalty in his mind: accuracy -4, damage -4, attack speed -4, stamina consumption plus 200%. Originally, he could last for 10 minutes, but now, he estimated that he wouldn't even last 2 minutes. He smiled bitterly. Soren put down the snake demon longsword with a bitter smile. After all, it was a weapon used by an enemy that weighed more than 600 pounds. It was almost as heavy as a greatsword used by humans. His current physique and stamina were good enough, but if he didn't have enough strength, he might as well use a normal dagger. A normal longsword weighed around 2 to 3 kilograms, but this longsword was at least 15 kilograms. 2 swords would weigh 30 kilograms. If he added some refined iron, it would weigh as much as a young woman. Without the template of a previous hero class, Soren couldn't allocate more than 18 points of strength. His current 12 points of strength was only enough for him to wield normal weapons. After all, under the strength penalty, he couldn't even use half of his strength. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to sell them. Soren carried the snake demon longswords on his back. The weight of 30 kilograms made him feel heavy, and he felt that his 12 points of strength wasn't enough. However, he had to bring the longswords out. The market price of a grade 1 rare grade weapon was more than 100 Kindler coins. The snake demon longsword was a greatsword, and its value would increase by 20 to 50%. In other words, these two grade 1 rare grade longswords were worth about 300 Kindler coins. If he sold them, he would be able to live comfortably. The snake demon's corpse was actually quite valuable. For example, its skin could be peeled off to make a grade 1 enchanted leather armor. Its heart was the favorite of many spellcasters, and its blood could even be used as an alchemy material. However, there was a more troublesome thing. It was difficult to sell demon-type items, at least in the southern cities. In comparison, weapons were easier to sell. Moreover, Soren couldn't take so many items with him. Once the information about the snake demon was leaked, it would most likely lead to an investigation by the church. Summoning a demon to the material plane would result in a trial. Raise rogue level. Soren treated his wounds and immediately raised his rogue level again. He didn't have any healing potions on him, so he could only rely on his profession level to recover. At the very least, he could rely on the increase of his HP to reduce his injuries to a light injury status. A row of data appeared: rogue profession raised to level 5. Received 24, DEX 20+, INT 18 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 11, profession HP 6+, con 19 to 10, *0. 5. Learned combat skill, Shadow Strike. Rogue profession level raised to grade 2. Received the potential for a bloodline purification ritual. Received an additional profession ability. Soren glanced at it and didn't pay attention to anything else. The increase from grade 1 to grade 2 was more obvious. The former belonged to the small gangs in the city, while the latter had the qualifications to leave the city for adventures. Grade 2 professions could receive an additional profession ability point, but it was limited to the profession ability. For example, Soren was a rogue, so he could receive an additional rogue profession ability. He couldn't receive any other profession ability or individual ability. All the skill points were allocated to traps. This treasure cave hadn't been fully explored yet, so Soren wanted to strengthen his trap detection ability. A grade 2 rogue had 3 profession abilities to choose from. They were blind battle, proficiency. After hiding in the shadows for a long time, the bandit has gradually gotten used to fighting in the dark. His fighting style is no longer limited to sight. Hearing, intuition, smell, and so on have become his judgment factors in battle. Even in complete darkness, the bandit can still have a good fighting strength. Evasion +1, accuracy +1. Military weapons, proficiency. After a long period of training, the professional is able to use all military weapons, including but not limited to long swords, greatswords, machetes, crossbows, two-handed greatswords, spears, flails, and so on. When using military weapons in battle, a professionist would be able to use them with ease, knowing how to use them to deal more damage and how to hit the enemy more easily. Hit +1, damage +1, dodging, proficiency. Rogues have learned how to use their dexterity in long-term battles. They can do many moves that ordinary people can't do to avoid attacks. Evade +1, reflex +1. Without a doubt, he chose the military weapon, mastery, which was the first talent he had obtained. This was a very important class specialty. Most melee professions had to master it, because it meant that they could use most weapons skillfully to deal with unexpected situations during adventures. Moreover, it was the prerequisite for learning many basic combat skills. For example, the combat skill, sword form, heavy hack, after mastering the basic swordsmanship required the prerequisite of mastery of military weapons. This was the specialty of a warrior. Basically, it could be obtained after the advancement. Soren didn't have the time to train for a long time, so he could only obtain it through talent points. If it was normal training, it would take 1 or 2 years to obtain this specialty to fully familiarize himself with all military weapons. This time was enough for him to do many things. As for the last bloodline purification potential, it was something that only the rich could afford. In short, it was to purify one's bloodline potential. According to the current constitution, one would gain a new HP calculation and cleanse the impurities in one's body. For example, Soren's current HP was 52 points. If he held a bloodline purification ceremony, then his HP would be profession HP 6 plus open parenthesis 19 minus 10 close parenthesis times 5, * *5 plus 19 Constitution plus 10 base HP equals 84 HP. It was equivalent to 3 more profession levels of HP. It was a very strong bloodline enhancement. But it was also very expensive. The advancement ceremony would cost more than 1,000 Kindler coins. This ceremony could be held once for each advancement. The biggest increase should be after the advancement into a legendary profession. This was because after the bloodline purification ceremony, one would obtain the special talent of legendary life. This was the key to many melee professions being able to face an adult giant dragon head-on. The bloodline purification ceremony. Soren didn't think about it for the time being because this ceremony was the same whenever it was held. It just increased one's HP according to their constitution and profession level. This kind of ceremony required a lot of rare materials. At the same time, it also required the basic skills of spell identification and knowledge. It was very difficult to meet its requirements in the early stages. After all, there was once a warlock teammate who wanted to advance into a dragon disciple, but Soren's entire team emptied their personal savings. 1,000 Kindler coins was a conservative expenditure. This money was enough for Soren to equip himself and double his combat strength at this moment. After Soren became a grade 2 rogue, his stats changed. Name, Soren. Race, half-elf. Attributes, Strength 12, Dexterity 20, +1, Constitution 19, Intelligence 18, +1, Wisdom 15, Charm 16. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Profession, Level 10 Commoner, Max, /Level 5 Rogue, 03000, Grade 2, HP, 5252 EXP, 950, Slaughter EXP, 0, Profession EXP, Unassigned, Skill points, none. Attribute points, none. Status, Normal. Profession skills, Sneak 102, Steal 35, Pick Lock 45, Snare 54. Legendary skills, Omnipotent Hands, Sealed, Weakened. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic. Memory, Perseverance. Profession abilities, Grasp of Shadows, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Combat skills, Shadow Strike. After advancing into Grade 2, the amount of EXP needed to increase one's strength had increased tremendously. However, at the same time, he had also mastered a powerful combat skill, which was the Shadow Strike ability that Soren had been looking forward to. Shadow Strike, combat skill. Advanced rogues have gradually touched upon the power of the Shadow Domain. When attacking an enemy, they can rely on their mastery of the Shadow Domain to launch a spell-like attack. Shadow Strike can be activated at the same time as Backstab, dealing an additional 5 shadow damage that ignores physical defense. This ability can increase damage by 1 for every rogue level, increasing the number of times it can be used. Requires the rogue's prerequisite ability, Grasp of Shadows. This was a very powerful ability. With Soren's current level as a rogue, he could use Shadow Strike 5 times a day. As long as the enemy did not have shadow resistance, it would deal 5 shadow damage that ignores physical defense. This was a fatal threat to the relatively weak HP of low-level professions in the early stages. Grade 2 was a watershed. Wizards began to master level 3 arcane spells, and finally broke away from their low combat strength. Warriors began to master Aura Slash in preparation for advancing into Knights, Sword Saints, and Weapon Masters. Monks had more or less mastered Chi, and whether they wanted to advance into ascetics or fist masters in the future, they needed to lay a good foundation. Basically, all professions would have a huge improvement after reaching Grade 2. Rogues also began to specialize from this point, whether it was the Godly Thief, the Lurker, or the Assassin, who was proficient in assassination techniques. All of them had to decide their future now. However, Soren had no plans to advance into a profession at the moment. Not to mention the harsh conditions required to advance into a profession, just the 5,000 Slaughter EXP required to advance into a profession was enough to make him flinch. The NPCs in the storyline needed a long time to train to advance into a profession. Although Soren had skipped this step, he needed to use Slaughter EXP, Soul Energy, to make up for it. Advancing into a profession was not necessarily a good thing. The Godly Thief's combat strength was low, the Lurker's explosive power was not enough, and the Assassin's killing power was high, but their overall abilities were not good. In terms of survivability, rogues were still the strongest. At the very least, before he had more than 10 personal abilities, any other profession would not be as useful as a basic profession. Of course. If you had dozens of personal abilities, including but not limited to personal abilities, profession abilities, innate abilities, and so on, you would be very powerful no matter what profession you advanced into. For example, unarmed combat, grandmaster, one-inch punch, legendary, blind battle, legendary, super sixth sense, instinctive evasion, legendary, conditioned reflex, legendary, and so on. As long as you wanted to, you could even take down an army by yourself while running naked with your eyes closed. After all, profession level was only a part of one's strength. In a life and death battle, it depended on your overall strength. It was not just profession level, but also the strength of your attributes, the ability of your abilities, and the lowest wooden board in the bucket. The lowest wooden board in the bucket determined how much water it could hold. That was the key to whether you could reach the realm of legends. Time passed bit by bit. Soren's stamina was slowly recovering. The wound on his thigh was starting to feel numb and itchy. This meant that his 19 points of vitality was starting to take effect. The wound was slowly healing, but it still wasn't as effective as rebirth. If he were to rest, the wound would be completely healed in a day or two. However, Soren couldn't afford to wait that long. He didn't care about the wound tearing open again and continued to explore the cave. The snake demon's sword was placed at the entrance. The weight of the two swords was so heavy that Soren felt like he was wearing a full body armor. It greatly affected his speed. He also took back the card of manifestation. It was a special item, and it might be useful if he kept it with him. He pulled out the bolts from the snake demon's body one by one and reloaded them. If there was a battle later, the crossbow would save him a lot of trouble. There were two forked passages in the cave. He had only explored one of them, and there should be another passage that led to a secret room. The traps in the passage were almost all triggered. However, Soren didn't dare to be careless. He explored the passage inch by inch, and found another trap behind a stone wall. It was a spike trap. If triggered, a row of sharp blades would come out from the ground, smeared with poison. A gust of cold wind blew past. This side of the passage should be connected to the surface. There was still a faint light coming from it. The air was filled with the smell of antiseptic. It smelled a little like formalin, but it was much stronger. There was also a faint smell of blood. Soren's expression became serious. He put his hand on the hilt of his sword and walked along the passage. Some corpses appeared in his sight, and their bodies were wrapped in bandages. Mummies? The scene in front of him triggered his memory. It was a record of hundreds of adventures. Mummy, Undead, Grade 2, Challenge Rating, Level 3, Monster Level, 6, Spell-like abilities highest and lowest attributes, 18 and 5, Total attribute points, 65-75 Specialty, Undead Constitution, Negative Energy Corrosion Difficulty, D+. There was a slight noise. As expected, when Soren got closer, 2 or 3 of the corpses started moving. Their movements were very stiff and slow. Their movement speed was even slower than that of a child's. These were ordinary mummies without any superpowers. They only had the basic talents of undead creatures. Mummies had very low agility, but their strength was above that of an adult. Because of the extraordinary characteristics of the undead, their constitution was conservatively estimated to be above 15 points. Therefore, they were the meat shields of the low-level undead, second only to zombies. Swish! A row of crossbow bolts flew out. The mummy at the front was hit in an instant. 6 crossbow bolts penetrated its body, and it swayed for a moment before falling to the ground. Undead creatures had undead energy in their bodies. By dispersing this energy, they could be killed. However, one thing to note was that many undead creatures had negative energy corrosive effects. If one was scratched by them, it was very likely that they would be infected with diseases or suffer additional corrosive damage from undead energy. If only there was a priest. A thought flashed through Soren's mind, and he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. The mummy's movements were slow, so it was the easiest enemy for him to deal with. Clang! 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 Soren's figure moved around the remaining 2 mummies. Even if his legs were slightly injured, these mummies could not attack him at all. The agility of the low-level mummies was basically below 10 points. As long as he moved around them, he could slowly dismantle them. Of course, if you encountered an ancient mummy, it would be a tragedy. The ancient mummy's challenge rating was 12, and its level was 18. Its agility was conservatively estimated to be above 21 points. In many ancient ruins, the ancient mummy was an adventurer's nightmare. After a short battle, Soren quickly dismantled the mummy in front of him using his agility, and received 300 slaughter EXP. He originally wanted to retrieve the crossbow bolts, but after seeing the rotten flesh on the mummy's body, he gave up on the idea. This was not only because it was disgusting, but more importantly, undead creatures were really disgusting. Behind the mummy was a door. After Soren pushed it open, he immediately saw many corpses, and some human-like organs soaked in an unknown liquid. The smell of blood became stronger. On the workbench, there was a jar of dark red liquid, and a fist-sized eyeball was soaked in it. An unknown eye stalk. Soren could not tell what it was, so he did not plan to take it with him. The secret room was filled with undead energy. Because the Lich had once cast a spell here, negative energy would gather here to a certain extent, and it was not a good thing for any living creature. If one stayed here for too long, they would be exposed to undead energy radiation. The negative energy field here could only be dispelled after a priest purified it. After checking for traps, Soren began to rummage through the cabinets in search of valuable items. He found a few books, some records of strange symbols, more than 10 gold dirhams, and a strange bracer. The books were all information. Soren glanced at them and put them away. He had an eidetic memory, and if he brought them back, they should be able to increase his knowledge skill points. Because Soren did not receive any education, he did not awaken any knowledge skill points. At the very least, he needed to be able to understand most of the common languages in order to obtain the corresponding knowledge skill. This was a good thing for someone with the scholar class, as they were born with 25 knowledge skill points. The strange symbols were the experiment records. They were probably recorded in a special secret language. Soren's knowledge skill points were not enough, and he did not know how to identify spells, so he could not read these records. And it seemed like they were all research on the creation of undead creatures. These things were not useful to him, and he would not be able to get rid of them, so he just left them where they were. Finally, there was the strange bracer. He was familiar with this item, and after trying to identify it, its information was displayed. Item type, Ogre Bracer of Strength. Item grade, Rare, Grade 1. Item description, a special item made from the skin of an ogre. After wearing it, it can increase the user's strength to the level of an ogre. Equipment requirements, none. Equipment effect, Strength +2, strength can be increased to a maximum of 18 points. It's actually this item. Soren's face showed a hint of surprise, and he immediately wore it on his wrist. The Ogre Bracer of Strength was the most popular item in the early stages of the game. There were a total of 3 pieces in this set: the Ogre Bracer of Strength, the Ogre Gloves of Strength, and the Ogre Belt of Strength. Each piece of equipment could increase strength by 2 points, but the maximum was 18 points. In other words, it was useless if the user's strength exceeded 18 points. In the past, this item was completely useless to him. Because the players inherited the hero class template, their initial stats were as high as 90 points, and most melee players had 18 points of strength. This kind of equipment was meant for mages and magic-kind class players. But for the current Soren, this Ogre Bracer of Strength was very useful, because after wearing it, he could just barely use the Snake Demon Longsword. Even if there was still a penalty of 2 points of strength, if it was a necromancer, there should be a lot of valuable things here. However, Soren had no interest in those body parts. He packed the books and gold coins and took them away, leaving the other things in their original place. After calculating the time, he had already spent half a day here, and it should be dark outside. Soren's rations were all gone because of the Thieving God card, and he was quite hungry after a long battle. 2 Snake Demon Longswords. More than 10 Kindler, 3 books, 3 cards, and 1 Ogre Bracer of Strength. Soren was quite satisfied with the loot from this adventure, even though there were some accidents that almost cost him his life. But if he could sell these loot, it should be enough for him and Vivian to become free citizens. At the same time, he also bought some necessities. For example, a small multi-dimensional bag with 3 feet of storage space. This was a necessary item for adventuring in the wild. It was worth around 100 kindler. It was sold in secret shops in every city, and it could be used to store some daily necessities. It was impossible to carry everything back from an adventure in the wild, so the small multidimensional bag had about 1 cubic meter of storage space, which was enough to store some of the loot. Otherwise, 20 kindler would weigh 1 pound, and sometimes the kindler alone would weigh 1 to 200 pounds. Are you sure you can still walk with all these kindler on your back? Creak. The heavy secret door slowly opened, and Soren appeared with 2 longswords on his back and a small bag on his back. It was packed with the clothes of the dead. He looked around vigilantly, and then headed toward Amber City. But as soon as he walked out of the mass grave, he heard a faint moaning sound coming from in front of him. It was a woman's moaning. Because it was very quiet, the sound traveled quite far. He silently put his hand on the hilt of his sword and pulled it out from his back. His muscles tensed up, and he looked around, ready to fight. This was a mass grave. Who would come here in the middle of the night to have sex? There was a limit to the thrill and the hardcore. He was afraid that he had encountered something unclean. Soren saw a woman. Or rather, it was a seductive woman who wore revealing clothes. She had light blonde hair, and her exposed skin was unusually pale. She was leaning against a tree, and a young man was kissing her with his head lowered. Most of her white breasts were exposed, and under the cold moonlight, one could even see the light green veins on her body. Soren's footsteps were very light. But the seductive woman still easily noticed him. She raised her head and revealed her green eyes. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dark red lips. She playfully said, "It seems that I'm very lucky today." The young man who was enjoying himself in front of her chest didn't notice her at all. It was as if the fullness in front of him had attracted all of his attention. Soren stopped. He stared at the seductive woman not far away. She didn't move, so he didn't move either. She was a blood descendant. A servant raised by vampires. Her strength was far stronger than a low-level blood thrall. Although there were many stories that glorified vampires, in the eyes of adventurers, they were still dangerous and evil creatures. A blood descendant's challenge rating was 8, and their level was 16. They belonged to the silver species and had powerful spell-like abilities. A blood descendant's challenge rating was 6, and their level was 12. They had some of the vampire's abilities. Vampires were masters in controlling negative energy. Their reproduction had a strict hierarchy. Many creatures that were considered as vampires in the outside world were actually blood descendants of a lower level. These creatures that didn't inherit the true blood needed a long time to reach the standard of a blood descendant. The fangs of vampires had a deadly poison. Although they secretly manipulated many scholars to glorify the dark pleasure of being sucked blood, it still couldn't change the fact that the victim would gradually be eroded by the poison and become a blood thrall. This poison would turn humans into half-undead creatures. Their consciousness would gradually disappear, and they would eventually become monsters that supplied blood. They were dangerous and deadly. Soren had fought vampires more than once. Vampires were one of the most active creatures in the dark domain. They could be found in almost every city. High-level vampires would disguise themselves as human nobles, while low-level vampires would hide in basements, sewers, and graveyards. They were like predators in the dark. There was a brief silence. The young man in front of the seductive woman's chest seemed to be engulfed in lust. He did not notice that the atmosphere around him had become heavy and oppressive. He was under the spell of charm person, and his mind had long been burned by lust and fire. Mind-type spells required a flaw in the target's willpower. Vampires were best at using their appearance to confuse their prey, using teasing to arouse their desires, and finally lowering their target's willpower. Then, in an instant, they could cast a charm spell to control their target's mind. Willpower was a force. A strong will could even affect the elemental energy of nature. Soren didn't pay any attention to the pitiful prey. He was calculating his chances of winning against the Bloodkin. The Bloodkin's agility was probably higher than his, and its strength was far beyond the range of a normal person. Furthermore, the Bloodkin had a strong sense of evasion. In terms of strength, it wasn't any weaker than the snake demon from the abyss. Taking into account the injuries on his legs, Soren concluded that he had no chance of winning. Then, there was only one way. Soren slightly bent down and put the index and middle fingers of his left hand on his collarbone. He slowly said, "Shadow shroud the world. The masked messenger in the darkness is watching us. Glory. Return to the invisible ruler." The seductive woman's playful smile gradually disappeared. She slightly frowned and looked deeply at Soren in front of her. She said in a deep voice, "Night will decide our fate. The ancestors will guide us. Mistress of the night. Protect her followers." Success. Soren's heart was filled with joy, but his expression didn't change at all. He slightly nodded and took a step back to show that he didn't have any ill intentions. At the same time, he bowed and said, "Esteemed mistress. May the night always watch over you. Please enjoy your dinner in peace. No one will disturb you." After saying that, he turned around and left in another direction. The seductive woman kept looking at his back. Her expression seemed to have a trace of hesitation, but in the end, she gave up on the plan in her heart. Her eyes fell on the young man who was wantonly ravaging her chest. She opened her mouth, revealing her sharp fangs. Her expression showed a trace of greed and desire. She deeply pierced the prey's artery. Large amounts of blood flowed into her mouth. The seductive woman's face showed a trace of satisfaction and intoxication. The young man in her arms still didn't notice. He was still immersed in the pleasure and didn't know that death was coming. A hungry blood descendant. It was difficult for the prey to survive until the dawn of the next day. From beginning to end. Soren didn't even look at the poor man until he left the mass grave. Only then did he collapse and let out a long sigh of relief. The words he just said were the code of the Shadow Mask. It was a powerful organization that controlled the Grey Realm. The Dark Realm and the Grey Realm intersected the most. The number of times the thieves dealt with the Dark Realm was not small. If the other side didn't respond, then a battle was inevitable, but if the other side responded, it meant that she knew about the existence of the Shadow Mask. It was very likely that this battle would be avoided. What Soren just said was actually a code. The former meant that he was a member of the Shadow Mask organization, including his gestures and language. The latter meant that he believed in the Shadow Master. Only the core members knew that the Shadow Master didn't have a physical body. Similarly, the Blood Descendant understood the meaning of the code, which was why she had hesitated before making a move. In the end, she chose to let Soren leave. From the other side's code, Soren knew that she was a blood descendant raised by a high-grade vampire who had the bloodline of an ancestor. At the same time, she was also a follower of the Mistress of the Night. The Shadow Master was an ally of the Mistress of the Night. The relationship between the two gods was quite good, so there were very few conflicts between their followers. If you added the fear of the Shadow Mask, then it was enough to make the other side give up on this extra hunting plan. More importantly, Soren's attitude clearly indicated that he would let her enjoy her dinner. He didn't have the slightest intention of meddling in other people's business. He took a step back to show that he didn't have any hostility and didn't want to fight. The hidden meaning was that since she had already found her dinner, did she really want to take the risk of offending the Shadow Mask by hunting a follower of the Shadow Master? Of course, Soren wasn't a member of the Shadow Mask, nor was he a follower of the Shadow Master. He was actually lying. But this should be the best way. The only way to solve problems wasn't to fight. If Soren was an idiot who only knew how to fight, he wouldn't have been able to reach the legendary realm. In this world where saints walked everywhere and liches were as common as dogs, there were countless existences that were stronger than him. Even the possibility of encountering a god was very high, defeating the strong with the weak. Sometimes, there was no other way. For example, when encountering those chaotic and evil demons, these creatures had their own crazy attributes and were very difficult to negotiate with. So when the situation allowed, there were many times when you had to learn how to avoid fighting. At the very least, you could avoid those battles where you had no chance of winning, until he was sure that he was safe. Soren finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he found that there seemed to be something new on his status page. The first sentence seemed to have appeared when he left the treasure cave. At that time, he was alerted by the strange sound and didn't see this message. What appeared was, exploration successful. After a difficult underground adventure, your skills have improved to a certain extent. Sneak +1, trap +1. These were the words in the first row. Then, there were the words that appeared after he escaped from the blood descendants and avoided a battle where he had no chance of winning. What was displayed here was, negotiation successful. You successfully deceived a powerful blood descendant. You avoided a battle. Negotiation +1, deception +3, performance +1. A row of data appeared. Then, Soren found that on his status page, other than the original thief skills, there were some additional skills. Basic skills: Sneak 103, Steal 35, Pick Lock 45, Trap 55, Negotiation 1, Deception 3, Performance 1. This works too. Soren's face showed a hint of surprise. Amber City was unusually quiet at night. Ever since the skinning incident, no one dared to come out at night in Amber City or nearby areas. Even those who were active in the Grey Realm were now on tenterhooks in their own territories. The Dark Realm was made up of pure evil and chaotic lunatics. Although the Grey Realm had a lot of contact with them, they had always maintained their boundaries. The guards of Amber City had yet to find anything. Not only did the nobles repeatedly ask them to solve the problem as soon as possible, but the church also began to put pressure on them. Panic spread further, and the Church of Amber City finally lost patience with the guards and began to send their own paladins to investigate. Unfortunately, those evil beings were extremely cunning. Not only did they not find any clues, but they also lost a comrade. Their comrade's corpse was hung on the city gate the next day, and next to it was a complete human skin. Fear brewed in the night. The attack of the evil god's followers on the paladins eventually led to the church's wrath. The churches of the three lawful gods began to send out high-level paladins, and even the bishops in charge of the nearby areas joined in the action. At the same time, in a secret underground chamber, there were many strange carvings on the four walls. There were bones, lava, demons, altars, and the shadow of a demon shrouded in darkness. Dark phosphorescent flames flickered, casting an eerie light on the surroundings. A group of believers in black robes knelt under the altar, their hands crossed as they prayed on the ground. On the altar was a red-robed priest whose face could not be seen clearly. He held a crystal ball in his pale hand, and his mouth was chanting ancient demonic language. Lord High Priest. According to the prophecy left by our Lord, the first child of fear will awaken in despair and fear. But we did not sense the presence of the child of fear. The skinning ritual has begun. The aura of fear is spreading in this city. But the paladins of the church are about to discover us. We have already lost some people. Now, should we continue with the ritual? To wait for the awakening of the child of fear? A ball of demonic purple flame appeared. A hoarse voice that could not be identified reverberated throughout the secret chamber. It slowly said, "The prophecy has been interfered with. The gods seem to have sensed my lord's arrangements. Continue the sacred skinning ritual and spread the power of fear to the southern principality. The second child of fear will awaken on a certain sunset." The red-robed priest knelt down piously. He looked forward with a firm gaze and said in a deep voice, "The ceremony will continue. My lords shall envelop the abyss." Below the altar, the believers of the evil god kneeling on the ground began to pray, and waves of evil energy gathered in this secret room. No one was allowed to enter Amber City at night. Especially after the skinning incident, more guards were placed at the city gate, and the activities of other people were strictly interrogated. Therefore, Soren had to stay outside the city for a night and find a way to enter the temple district the next day. Dawn Shrine. A faint radiance enveloped the hall. The surroundings were filled with an aura of tranquility, serenity, and hope. This was a solidified blessing spell. With the help of the divine power gathered in the temple, believers could feel spiritual satisfaction after entering it. A small figure knelt in front of a tall and majestic statue. Priestess Annalyn slowly opened the door and looked at the little girl in front of the shrine. She whispered, "Vivian. Are you praying to the Lord of Dawn?" The little girl gently raised her head and looked at the girl behind her. She nodded obediently and said, "Yes. I'm praying that he will protect my brother." Although Soren did not say it, Vivian knew that he was going to do something very dangerous. The little girl did not try to stop him. She just prayed for Soren in her heart and prayed that the gods would bring him a trace of luck. No matter what god it was, it would do. The priestess walked to her side and reached out to stroke her little head. She said slowly, "Then you should pray at dawn. The Lord of Dawn will listen to the prayers of his believers at that time." The little girl nodded as if she understood and said, "That's good. Sister, please pray with me tomorrow." Annalyn looked at the cute little girl in front of her and nodded with a smile. She then said, "Vivian, are you willing to believe in the Lord of Dawn? I can feel that you have a unique talent. Perhaps you have the potential to become a priestess. If you are willing to serve the Lord of Dawn, your family can also be accommodated by the shrine. Perhaps Soren can find a better job in the future. After all, he is quite skilled." The little girl fell into deep thought after hearing this. She seemed to be a little tempted, but she quickly replied, "I want to ask my brother before I make a decision. If my brother agrees, I would like to give it a try." She did not know why. When Vivian said "give it a try," she felt an inexplicable sense of rejection in her heart. She had been very perceptive since she was young. However, she did not know why, but she did not like the gods. That was why she and Soren were both non-believers. They did not even believe in a god on the surface. The little girl did not know why, but she felt that if she was asked to believe in them, she would feel uncomfortable. For example, the light in the temple was very comfortable when it shone on people, but she still didn't like it. If it were not for the fact that she wanted to pray for Soren, she would not even want to enter the shrine. "That's good." The priestess showed a hint of joy. She reached out to pull her up and said slowly, "Perhaps you can try to understand some of the most basic divine spells. For example, this. Yue." Annalyn uttered a strange syllable. Then, a ray of light appeared on her fingertips. The light was like a candlelight, illuminating everything nearby. "This is illumination." The priestess smiled as she looked at the little girl in front of her. "It's a very simple divine spell. If you have the talent to become a priestess, you should be able to master it quickly. However, you have to undergo baptism first. The holy ceremony will allow you to feel the power of the gods." The baptism ceremony was the key to becoming a priestess. It was a process of strengthening and magnifying one's senses. During this process, those who had the talent to become a priestess would be able to feel the power of the divine spell. This included paladins, rangers, and other professions. They would be able to gradually master some low-level divine spells after this ceremony. However, this was only the beginning of the ceremony. There would be more important holy ceremonies for the priestess to advance. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a loud noise outside the hall interrupted the priestess' words. Then, a fully armored paladin walked in. The armor on his body was unusually heavy. When he walked in, it made clanging sounds. There was a trace of blood on his resolute face. After entering the hall, he said to Annalyn in a deep voice, "Matos is injured. We found the nest of the fallen. Matos was stabbed in the heart during the battle." Sophia's expression changed slightly. She looked at Vivian and said, "Go back to your room later. Lasco. Bring me there." The two quickly left. Recently, the followers of the evil god had been very rampant. The evil skinning ceremony had alarmed many paladins. The Dawnlight Shrine's paladins had also participated in the operation. Matos was a Tier 3 paladin. His profession level was above level 10. Even he was heavily injured in the battle. It seemed that the followers of the evil god were very powerful this time. Vivian silently watched the two leave. After they left, she raised her white and tender fingertips and muttered to herself, "Yue. Can I use divine spells just by saying the syllable?" A strong light appeared. The little girl opened her mouth wide in shock. She looked at the light that erupted from her fingertips. She seemed to be in disbelief. She seemed to be a little scared. He quickly flicked his finger, as if trying to extinguish the light. However, she quickly adapted to it. She curiously looked at her fingertips and muttered, "Is it really that simple? Can I use divine spells just like this?" Soren's wounds healed quite well. By the second day, there were basically no traces of his wounds when he walked. Only when he exercised vigorously would he feel a little inconvenience. If the wounds didn't open up, it would take at most 2 days for him to fully recover. This was the main reason why Soren wanted to increase his constitution by 20 points. If he could increase his constitution by 1 point, he could completely recover from this degree of injury within a day with his regeneration ability. After all, the treasure cave was only a low-level adventure location. If he wanted to go deep into some underground ruins or a higher-level adventure location, it could even take more than a month. This included not only the time spent exploring the ruins, but also the survival events encountered on the way, as well as the possibility of accidents. Therefore, constitution greatly affected the survival ability of adventurers. For example, Soren once met an idiotic mage who actually used enhanced bursting fireball in a narrow underground cave. In the end, the whole cave collapsed. Although his teammates were all high-grade professions, there were no casualties. However, they were trapped underground for an entire week. In the end, they had to dig out a tunnel with their bare hands, so please remember to stay away from those mages with low IQ. Sometimes, they were more dangerous than monsters, of course. This wasn't the worst thing, even worse was the work of a priest. He actually used an earthquake spell in the underground ruins. In the end, a large area of the underground ruins collapsed. Most of the loot was destroyed by the earthquake, and all of his teammates were buried hundreds of meters underground. In the end, only a special dwarf warrior with more than 25 constitution crawled out alive. This priest was finally known as the worst creature, and it could be said that he was the nightmare of all adventurers, however. Basically, this kind of behavior was done by the players. The original inhabitants of the story were all experts. Sometimes, they could even use a low-level spell to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, the original inhabitants of the story were the most difficult to become teammates. Before Soren went to pick up Vivian, he first went to the secret shop. The city gate was heavily guarded, and they took the traveling expenses of outsiders very seriously. After the skinning incident started to ferment, there were already signs of it becoming more and more serious. However, Soren knew that all this was just the beginning. In his memory, the skinning incident was an evil chain of sacrificial rituals. The final scope of the incident covered the entire southern region. There were a total of 6 kingdoms, 18 duchies, 31 city-states, and more than 300 cities. At that time, there were at least 200,000 players involved in the plot, and more than 20 legendary professions were directly drawn out. It could be said that this period of time was when the players were at their weakest. Soren carefully recalled everything in his memory, trying to deduce the current time. The skinning incident had just begun, and the ancient red dragon had yet to appear. In other words, there was still about a year before the gods lost their divine powers and were forced to descend as saints. In addition to some special events, he should have about 2 years to accumulate strength. 2 years later, something very serious was about to happen. The goddess of magic had fallen, and the magic net had completely collapsed. All wizards had temporarily lost their ability to cast spells. The goddess of magic was a powerful deity, and she was also the first to be hit during the Age of Chaos. She was in charge of the magic net in countless planes, and she helped wizards cast spells. This was the spell slot ability that the adepts were using now. There were many wizards at this stage, so basically every city had a secret shop. It was only after the goddess of magic had fallen that the number of wizards began to decrease. With the fall of the goddess of magic, the magic net had lost its maintainer, and the magic net began to collapse on a large scale, causing wizards to completely lose their spell slots. All adepts with intelligence below 18 will lose the ability to cast spells. All wizards with intelligence below 20 would only be able to cast the lowest level of level 0 cantrips. Only wizards with intelligence above 20 would be able to use their own ability to observe and analyze the laws of the world, and then gradually recover their ability to cast spells. However, at that time, they would no longer use the spell slots on the magic net, but their own mana and understanding of the laws. The magic net was a convenience, but it was also a restriction on the power of spells. It could allow wizards with insufficient talent, intelligence below 18, to cast spells more easily, but at the same time, it also restricted powerful wizards, intelligence above 18, from becoming terrifying great arcanists. Ever since then, wizards began to walk towards 2 extremes, either extremely useless or extremely abnormal. However, these were all things for the future. At this stage, the magic net was still operating normally. All wizards gave their mana to the magic net, borrowing the power of the goddess of magic in exchange for spell slots. Although this required them to frequently memorize spells, Soren sorted out his memories in his mind, because the fall of the goddess of magic was a very important event. The resulting turbulence affected countless planes. During that time, the value of rare items soared several times. Now, the value of a low-level multidimensional bag that cost 100 Kindler coins could skyrocket to more than 500 Kindler coins. Because with the fall of the goddess of magic, many gods also fell in the mortal world. Many priests and droll also lost their ability to cast spells. Only those who had broken through 20 points in related attributes and entered the realm of transcendence could rely on their own strength to gain insight into the world's rules. Gradually recover their ability to cast spells. This period was not far away. If Soren remembered correctly, the goddess of magic was the first to fall, and wizards would soon lose their ability to cast spells. Then, the era of arcane revival would begin. The arcane shop was actually very inconspicuous. This was because wizards did not like to communicate with ordinary people, and even other professions found it difficult to come into contact with them. Among all the spellcasting professions, only priests were more down-to-earth. Soren gently pushed open a wooden door. The inside of the arcane shop was very spacious, and there were only a few counters with some enchanted equipment. There were actually very few customers here. This was because the items here were very expensive, and ordinary people could not afford them. For sale or for purchase? An old man lazily glanced at Soren. He wore a pair of glasses and held a book as thick as a brick in his hand. After looking up at Soren, he said indifferently, "If you're selling enchanted equipment, let me evaluate its value. If you're buying enchanted equipment, feel free to look around." The arcane shop was established by the Wizard Alliance, and it was basically located in most cities. There were wizards above grade 2 who would rotate every once in a while. At this time, the Wizard Alliance was still relatively strong and prosperous. After the fall of the goddess of magic, their strength began to decline on a large scale. At that time, many people took advantage of the situation to rob the arcane shop. But now, doing so would be suicide. The old man seemed to have seen through Soren's profession and reminded him, "Don't touch the things here. There are magic traps on them." Everyone knew that a thief's hands were the most dishonest. Of course, Soren would not seek death. Instead, he took out the 2 snake demon longswords from his back and directly placed them in front of the old man. This was a grade 3 wizard. His profession should be above grade 10 scholar or grade 10 wizard. Killing Soren would only be a matter of minutes. Eh? The old man glanced at the snake demon longswords and showed a hint of surprise. He whispered, "Abyssal fire rock?" He struggled to pick up the longsword and touched the blade with his finger. Wizards did not have high strength, and their constitution was also much lower than other professions. Only after reaching the realm of legends could they strengthen themselves through special rituals. The old man carefully observed for a moment, then retracted his finger and said, "Such a material is actually used to forge weapons. It's a bit of a waste." The old man glanced at Soren and did not ask about the origin of the weapon. He only said, 80 Kindler. The arcane shop had its own channels. As long as it was a rare grade equipment, they would accept it without asking about its origin, whether it was stolen goods or not. Wizards never complained about having too much money. They spent it even faster, 120 Kindler. After hearing the old man's price, Soren could not help but frown. He slowly said, "This sword was forged from abyssal fire rock. According to the rules of weapon pricing, the price of greatswords should be around 50%. Whether this sword is sold or recycled, it should be worth 200 Kindler or more. If it can be transported to the north or the grasslands, it can be worth 300 Kindler. That's more than double the profit. 80 Kindler is too little. If it was sold to the Thieves' Union, the price would be even higher." The old man looked at Soren with a bit of surprise. He then said, "You know the market. That's good. 120 Kindler it is." The old man gently shook the bell, and then a heavy figure walked out from behind. It was a stone golem about 2 meters tall, a type of alchemical construct. The golem took the snake demon sword with both hands and walked through the back door. It then carried an inconspicuous bag behind the old man. It was a multi-dimensional bag. The old man reached out and opened the multi-dimensional bag, pouring it out onto the counter. A pile of kindler glittering with golden light appeared. He glanced at it and waved his finger. The kindler was divided into two piles. The small pile flew into the multi-dimensional bag, and the big pile was pushed in front of Soren. Mage Hand. It was a very convenient ability. Mages were indeed rich. After the old man took the two snake demon swords, he looked back at the book and said casually, "Feel free to look around. If you want to buy anything, just let me know." 240 kindler. There was a small pile of kindler weighing 12 pounds, about 5 kilograms. It was not convenient to carry them around. Sometimes it would even affect one's fighting ability. Soren reached out and took out a small half of the pile, exactly 100 kindler. He then said, "I want a low-level multi-dimensional bag." The old man nodded and put away the kindler. He then took out an inconspicuous bag from the drawer. "Be careful not to damage it." He glanced at Soren. Perhaps because he found him pleasing to the eye, he reminded him, "It's only protected by the lowest level of enchantment. It won't be damaged by normal use, but if it's damaged by someone, the things inside will fall out." Soren nodded and put away the 140 kindler. A low-level multi-dimensional bag had a space of 3 feet. The size of the pocket was about half a foot, and it could store smaller things. If it was damaged in an attack, it would lose its storage ability. The small space inside would collapse, and the items would fall out. They could even be lost in a spatial rift. There was a high chance that rare items below legendary would be damaged. Even Soren's ogre gauntlet could be damaged in a battle, some of them could even be damaged beyond repair. The trade was complete. Soren quickly left the arcane shop and walked towards the blacksmith shop near the square. He needed a machete. It was difficult to buy a rare machete in the south. He could only buy a military machete for now. A row of data appeared, negotiation successful. You have successfully raised the value of the item through negotiation. Valuation +1, negotiation +1. Amber City. As a city that had been established for more than 600 years, Amber City's history began when the Agate River changed its course. Due to the large-scale desertification of the plains upstream and the epic scale of the Mad Serpent Rebellion, the relationship between the human kingdoms and the Droll worsened, and the Agate River's course was shifted by nearly 60 kilometers. Even to this day, the Droll still restricted humans from destroying the natural environment, and when necessary, they would resort to violence. The change of the Agate River's course led to the decline of a city, but it also led to the rise of Amber City. Unlike the dirty and messy slums, Amber City streets were much wider and cleaner. The paved roads could allow 10 carriages to pass at the same time. However, such cleanliness was built on driving away the homeless and poor. Every time they entered Amber City, they would have to spend a copper dural. The poor and vagrants of the lower class could not afford that kind of money. Even if they were lucky enough to sneak into the city, they would be caught patrolling at night and thrown out by the guards again. Such situations were common in the southern cities. The inside and outside of the city were two completely different worlds. As for the noble district, it was as beautiful as a garden. Flowers and trees were planted on both sides of the road, and tall buildings and exquisite sculptures could be seen everywhere. Even Soren could not enter the district as it was guarded by nobles. The Great Square was Amber City's big market. It was responsible for trading goods transported from all over the world, and it brought in a lot of taxes to Amber City every year. At the same time, it also ensured that the nobles had a source of income. The annual income of a manor was less than 10 kindler coins. For the nobles, the best way to accumulate wealth and strengthen their families was to get involved in the transportation trade on the Agate River. Soren saw many heavily guarded guards along the way. The skinning incident had caused Amber City to seem a little desolate. After hurriedly selling their goods, the merchants left the city. Their past experiences told them that there would always be many troublesome and dangerous things happening in the area where the Realm of Darkness was active. Directly opposite the Great Square was the Adventurers Guild. It was a large and loose organization that was spread all over the world, but the management staff was formed by various forces. Be it kingdoms, nobles, churches, or other organizations scattered all over the world, none of them would allow the Adventurers Guild to form a complete will. Therefore, they had to ensure that there was a force of their own in this large and loose organization. The Adventurers Guild was made up of various boards, and each area operated independently. For example, the Adventurers Guild in Amber City covered all the jobs within a 500-kilometer radius, including 3 cities, 21 towns, and more than 100 villages. The members of the council were controlled by nobles, churches, local forces, and so on. They were on the same level as the Adventurers Guilds all over the world, but they maintained some agreements of common interests. Soren needed an adventurer's identity, there were no requirements to become an adventurer, and there was no strength evaluation. You just needed to be able to afford the application fee. There were a total of 10 kindlers. It was enough to sustain a family of 3 for 3 years. All adventurers started from F class and had a secret imprint on them that could be verified by adventurer guilds all over the world. Of course, if you were strong enough, you can also forge it. The biggest use of an adventurer's identity was a pass, because there were many places that you could not go as you wished. This world had a strong sense of geography. The movement of people was also very slow because there were too many dangers in the wild. Many ordinary people would never leave their homes for more than 10 kilometers in their lifetime. If you only wanted to move around your home, you would not need those things. But if you wanted to go to other places, there were 2 things that you had to prepare. The first was an identity of a free person, and the second was an identity of an adventurer. These 2 things could eliminate a lot of hostility and trouble, of course. If you could get a noble's identity, it would be even easier. You could also pretend to be one. As long as you did not expose yourself, it would be very troublesome. Soren first needed to prepare an adventurer's identity for himself, and then he and Vivian's identity as free people. This way, they could move freely in most of the southern areas. If you did not have these things, many towns and villages would refuse to let you in, even if you had these identities. If you entered places that were more xenophobic and had a strong sense of geography, there would still be garrison captains who would talk to you. Then they would seriously warn you not to cause trouble here. That was true. Because at that time, many people excitedly went out to adventure, and then everywhere they went, they would be checked again and again. In the end, they would become the focus of attention. As long as you did something wrong, there would immediately be local residents who would report to the garrison, and then there would be fully armed soldiers who would come to talk to you. If you did not really come into contact with it, it was hard to imagine how troublesome it was. There were not many people in the Adventurers Guild. Because this was a dangerous job, and it was also a job that was easy to retire from. As long as there was an accident in battle, your body could be left with injuries that were difficult to recover from, and then your strength would be greatly reduced. If you were unable to pay for the expensive treatment, then you should be ready to retire. The Adventurers Guild had countless F-class adventurers, but only 1 in 10 could reach E-class, and less than 1 in 100 could reach D-class. However, if you had the identity of an E-class adventurer, and a clean family background with no criminal record, then you could easily find a job as a guard near a town. Although the income was not as good as that of an adventurer, it was still a reliable source of income. It was enough for you to get married, have children, and have children. After all, not everyone had the desire to take risks, and the risks were taken with their lives. The missions that were posted here were more formal. Many of the low-level missions were privately entrusted to individuals, and would not be handled by the Adventurers Guild. The lowest level of mission here was F-class, and the difficulty of the mission was generally above level 5. For example, the mission that Soren saw in front of him was recorded as follows: a village called Snada, which belongs to Lord Tenedo's territory. Recently, a group of goblins appeared, and there were traces of gnolls among them. The village's militia could not fight these monsters, so they offered 50 kindlers coins as a reward to the adventurers to clear these monsters. Mission rating, F+. This was only the basic description of the mission. If you wanted to accept the mission, you had to consider whether you could defeat a group of goblins, more than 20 of them, and a single-digit number of gnolls, 1 to 5 of them. This was only the beginning. If you decided to accept the mission and head to the destination, you had to find out if the number of enemies was as high as they said. If there were so many of them, you could prepare a battle plan now. But if the number of enemies was much higher than what was recorded, you had to make a decision whether to give up the mission and ask for compensation, travel expenses, or continue the mission and ask for more rewards, negotiation. Or you could not care less, and be prepared to take the money and leave after solving the problem. Soren still remembered the first time he accepted a mission. At that time, he found 2 companions, and the difficulty of the mission was similar to the one he was facing now. But in the end, an ogre appeared. He had almost lost his life there. If the client did not raise the reward by 50% in the end, he even had the intention to kill the client. This was not a joke, Soren had done it before. He once hung a client who lied to him about the difficulty of the mission and caused the death of one of his teammates on a flagpole. He whipped the client to death, and hung the corpse for 3 days and 3 nights. That was his first storyline native teammate, a big boy named Cheb who smiled a little shyly. He had 2 younger brothers and a younger sister. Before persuading him to become a teammate and leave the village, Soren had promised his mother that he would earn enough money to repair the damaged village after the mountain flood, and then return safely. He was the only professional in the remote village, a level 6 excellent warrior. He saved Soren's life once, blocked 3 arrows for him, and in the end, fell into the encirclement in order to protect him. When Soren found him, only half of his corpse was left after being eaten by the gnolls. Even the whole corpse could not be found that day. Soren killed many people. But revenge did not ease the pain in his heart. In the end, he could only cremate his comrades' ashes and send them back to his hometown. More than 1,000 kindlers reward from the mission did not give him the courage to face the sad face of a poor mother who lost her child. He had promised that he would bring the shy boy back alive, but in the end, he only brought back a handful of ashes. At that moment, Soren clearly understood how cruel the world was. As a rogue, he would never let his guard down, and would never easily trust anyone. Because he had already missed his chance, perhaps it was because of this that he was able to stand out from the other rogues, and finally become one of the few legendary rogues among the players. The Adventurers Guild didn't have any quests to look for Tom, Dick, or Harry. This was a place where people risked their lives in exchange for riches and honor. Even the lowest level quests could earn them more than 10 Kindler coins. It was enough to feed a normal family for 3 years. Soren didn't accept any quests. After proving his identity and receiving the badge of the Adventurers Guild, he went straight to the city hall. He needed to get himself and Vivian an identity certificate as free citizens, which cost about 15 Kindler coins. Then, he would be considered a citizen of Amber City, officially turning from a pauper to a citizen. He would have relative freedom and could move around most of the kingdoms in the south if he didn't have to worry about the dangers in the wild. However, he couldn't touch any quests yet. In Clash of the Titans, there was no such thing as farming monsters. The number of monsters in the wild was about the same as the number of humans. Once you cleared an area of gnolls, there would be no traces of gnolls for a long time until the gnolls from other areas migrated over. Monsters wouldn't stand in a row and eat fruits with you. They would set up traps, ambush you, surround you, set up camps, and run away when the situation wasn't right. There was once such a saying in a tavern. A newbie who hasn't fallen into a kobold's trap, been surrounded by a group of goblins, and been ambushed by gnolls in the middle of the night won't have a complete adventuring career. Behind this saying was a bloody price to pay. Many newbies who had just leveled up to Tier 2 excitedly went out adventuring, only to lose their lives at the hands of the lowest level monsters. Can you imagine a group of monsters that didn't follow the rules? They attacked when they saw a lone player and ran when they saw a large group. They knew how to take advantage of the environment. They could even make bombs, set up simple traps in the forest, investigate, ambush, beg for mercy, and cheat. If you were unlucky, even among the level 1 kobolds, it was possible to meet a talented dragon disciple warlock. Even if they were only level 5, they could still blast you to smithereens. In the wild, complex and unpredictable situations, even the prideful spellcasters didn't dare to think that they could deal with all the unexpected situations. As long as one had money, many problems would become simple. Soren didn't have any trouble obtaining his identity as a freedman. As long as he didn't have a criminal record, the staff of the city hall would be able to help him with everything in half an hour and stamp it with the secret seal of the city lord. They didn't care if Soren used to be a thief or not. They only cared about the shiny kindler. Even if he had a criminal record, it could be easily erased. The so-called freedmen were actually just people who spent money to buy an identity. If you had more money, you could even buy the title of honorary citizen through donations, just like the representatives. Many of the leaders of the gangs were prominent figures in the city. Even if they didn't have the title of nobility, they would still have the title of honorary citizen. With the identity of an adventurer, things would be much easier. Soren could directly purchase military weapons from the smithy. The price of these weapons was several times higher than normal weapons, and their quality was also higher. The public sale of weapons was legal. This was because ordinary people couldn't afford these weapons at all, and they wouldn't be willing to buy such expensive equipment. A military-issue machete cost 15 gold dirhams. It was made with the folding and refining of steel, and it didn't have any extraordinary enchantments. It weighed about 6 pounds and was mixed with a certain amount of black steel. This was the price of a standard weapon. A military chainmail was made with the buckle process, and it weighed about 15 pounds. It also didn't have any extraordinary enchantments, and it cost 80 kindler, which was equivalent to the entire fortune of an ordinary citizen. The price of a standard building in the outer district of Amber City was currently around 30 to 50 kindler. As for the more advanced plate armor and full-body plate armor, it was something that many warriors had worked hard to obtain for a long time. It was more expensive than many extraordinary equipment. A full-body plate armor cost 1,500 to 2,000 kindler. Currently, only the nobles, lesser lords, could equip themselves with such armor. Even many high-grade adventurers couldn't afford it. Such plate armor could be exchanged for a small farm of about 150 acres. After Soren finished his business, he had spent half a day. He still had nearly 100 kindler left in his pocket. This was not a small fortune. If it was just an ordinary life, it would be enough for him and Vivian to live for more than 10 years. However, Soren already had his own ideas, so he had to prepare some daily necessities and wilderness supplies. Yes. He planned to leave here. According to his memory, the turmoil caused by the serial skinning incident was far more than this. The entire southern region would gradually be filled with war. The safest place now was the Elven Kingdom. At least that was the case before the ancient red dragon appeared. The Avatar crisis couldn't be stopped at all. If he didn't want to be obliterated like an ant, then the best way was to leave the turbulent area and accumulate strength in a relatively safe place. Once upon a time, about 3 million players directly interfered and joined the turbulent era of the Avatar crisis. At that time, the most powerful player among the players had a profession level of 18. It could be said that he was only half a step away from legendary, but he was still easily obliterated by those saints. It was impossible to calculate how many people died. Tens of millions of professionals were obliterated like chickens and dogs. This was not something that could be changed by human power. Leave. It was the wisest choice. Soren still remembered how powerless he was when he fought against the Son of God. It was not a battle at all, only after entering the legendary realm could he really have the power to challenge divinity. He entered the Elven Kingdom from the Forest of Dreams, and then turned to the Snow Kingdom, avoiding the most chaotic 3 years, waiting for the first batch of gods to fall. At that time, the broken divinity would be obtained by many mortals. These mortals who had divinity but lacked power. They would be the easiest targets to hunt. This was the biggest opportunity in the turbulent years. Soren didn't grasp it before, but now he could start to plan in advance. The Temple District. When he went to the Temple of Dawn to pick up Vivian, Soren was also playing with the weapon he had just obtained. He needed to familiarize himself with the weapon's length, weight, and feel to ensure that he could use it properly in battle. It was good that he had the military weapon mastery ability, but the weight and feel of each weapon was different. Even if it was standard military equipment, there would still be some slight differences in it. These were very important details, because fighting was a matter of life and death in an instant. A row of data appeared in front of him: item type, military machete, item grade, refined weapon, item description, a weapon made of folded forged steel. Whether in terms of toughness or strength, it is far superior to ordinary weapons. Only those blacksmiths with 150 weapon smithing skill and above can forge such equipment. Requirements: 10 strength or above. Effects: black steel trait, +1 sharpness. Strictly speaking, this machete was somewhat enchanted because it had a black steel trait, which meant that it had a certain degree of strength. In the process of battle, the weapon would not be easily damaged, and it could withstand a lot of slashing attacks. As for the +1 sharpness at the back, it was an attribute of a refined weapon, which could easily penetrate some leather armor. When Soren arrived at the Dawnlight Shrine, he realized that the atmosphere inside was unusually solemn. Pastor Phil was conducting a funeral for a shrine guard. 5 heavily armored warriors stood around him with solemn expressions, their hands holding onto their swords as they stabbed into the ground. Their mottled cloaks were still stained with dried blood. When the pastor finished his last prayer, they knelt on one knee on the ground. Their armor made a clanking sound as they looked forward and solemnly said, "Go forward courageously, do not fear the strong. Protect the weak, uphold justice. Treat others humbly, be honest and loyal. My beloved, be loyal and unswerving. Brave and righteous, rather die than submit. In the name of God, I swear to show my sincerity." The powerful words of the vow echoed in the shrine. Pastor Phil slowly closed the eyes of the deceased. This was a paladin of the Dawnlight Shrine. His hands were holding on to the hilt of his sword in front of his chest. He was wearing a neat set of armor. Although the bloodstains had been wiped clean, there were still many traces of battle left behind. The coffin was very simple. There were no flowers or decorations. The only things buried with him were his armor and weapons. Armor and weapons were a warrior's second life. These equipment that had accompanied him in battle would be buried with him. May his soul enter the kingdom of the Dawnlight Shrine as soon as possible. Pastor Phil raised his hand and sprinkled some holy water. As the pastor prayed, a ray of holy light shone from the shrine. This meant that the Dawnlight Shrine knew that a brave believer had died in battle. His emissary would guide this warrior's soul into the kingdom of God. There, the warrior's soul would be reborn. The purer the soul, the more powerful it would be in the kingdom of God. The descent of holy light? Looks like he was very determined when he was alive. After the kingdom of God was reborn, he wasn't just a petitioner. Soren looked around and quickly found Vivian's small figure. She was standing behind the priestess, silently watching the simple but solemn funeral. The nature of a warrior determined that they would always be on the front lines. They were the group of people who were most likely to die in battle. Therefore, no matter how strong they were, one should always respect those who were loyal to their mission and used their bodies to protect their comrades. Soren bowed slightly to pay his respects. This was a valiant warrior. His tattered armor represented the glory of a warrior. P.S. 2 updates will be released at the same time. It'll be more enjoyable if you read it at the same time. However, the click-through rate of the book isn't high. If you want to read it later, I won't release it. Soren waited quietly. When the funeral was over, he walked up to Vivian and nodded to the priestess. "Thank you for your help these past 2 days. I'm going to take her with me." Vivian's face lit up when she saw Soren. She held one of Soren's fingers and said happily, "Big brother. You're back." The priestess had a sad expression on her face, as if she was still grieving for the dead. She glanced at Soren and frowned. Priestesses usually had strong senses. Before this, Soren was like a gangster on the streets. Although he was good at fighting, he had never experienced a real battle. But now, Soren was like a warrior to her. He had the same aura as the temple guards. It was a murderous aura. Most of the temple guards here were retired from the battlefield, or they had experienced many battles. How could Soren change so much in such a short time? Did he experience something in the past 2 days? Soren bowed his head slightly to Pastor Phil and was about to leave with Vivian. "Wait." The priestess stopped him and quickly said, "Vivian has some talents that normal people don't have. Maybe she has the potential to become a priestess. I think you should leave her here first. If she can become a priestess, it'll be good for her future. At least it's better than." At this point, the priestess stopped talking. What she meant was, of course, that it was better than following Sauron around the streets. Becoming a priestess of a god was equivalent to having a noble identity, and her status would also skyrocket. In her opinion, it was better than following Sauron around in a third-rate gang in the slums. Of course, she didn't know about Soren's massacre in the slums. Vivian wouldn't tell anyone about it. In the priestess' eyes, Soren was still a cheat in a certain guild. No matter how good a thief's skills were, in the end, they were still useless. Humph. Surprisingly, Soren wasn't the first to speak up. Vivian's expression was ugly. She glared at the priestess and said, "I don't want to be a priestess. Staying by my brother's side is the best." She would never allow anyone to look down on her brother. What's wrong with being a thief? If Soren hadn't risked his life to steal her things, she wouldn't have survived until now. These lofty and despicable people, who knew how difficult it was for a teenager to raise a 3-year-old girl. Her brother used to carry bags at the docks for a period of time, but no matter how hard he worked, the money he earned was still not enough to fill their stomachs. In Vivian's heart, her brother was the one who held up her world. She would never allow anyone to look down on her brother or speak ill of him, even if it was her sister, the priest, who she had always been close to. The little girl glared at her fiercely, as if the other party was her enemy. The priestess was stunned. She had never seen the little girl lose her temper, especially with her. She wanted to apologize, but she still stubbornly believed that Soren couldn't give her a better future. He was a thief from the slums. In the future, he would at most become the leader of a gang, but his life would still be precarious. Vivian deserved a better future. The priestess insisted that she was doing this for Vivian's sake, so her expression was stubborn. She turned her head and stared at Soren, as if she wanted him to realize that Vivian would only have a better future if she stayed in the church. Unfortunately, she was disappointed. Soren only smiled and gently stroked Vivian's head, as if he was comforting an angry kitten. He smiled and lifted Vivian's small body, then placed her on his shoulder. The little girl giggled and wrapped her arms around Soren's neck, rubbing her forehead against his hair. She was always so happy. If no one purposely made her angry, this quiet little girl could happily busy herself for a day. She cleaned the house, washed the clothes, packed the things. Although the clothes were always dirty, Soren didn't mind. "I'm sorry." Soren held the little girl's waist with one hand. She was a little malnourished, so she was light as a feather. He slowly shook his head and said seriously, "Vivian won't become a priestess." A priestess? The time of troubles was about to begin. The Dawn Lord was one of the first gods to fall. When that time came, the priestess in front of him would lose her ability to cast divine spells. Unless her wisdom exceeded 20, she would be able to reanalyze divine spells with her own ability. Then she would be able to give her faith to the origin of order, and use her faith as the core to understand the world. Otherwise, she would be an ordinary person in the future. At most, she would have a few more combat skills than ordinary people. Soren had already decided to leave. He wanted to leave the chaos caused by the skinning incident. How could he allow Vivian to stay in the Dawn Lord's shrine and become a priestess for a god that was about to fall? "Let's go." Soren bowed slightly again to express his gratitude for her care, then left with the little girl on his shoulder. No matter what, the other party had good intentions. However, for Soren, leaving with Vivian and finding a safe place to steadily improve his strength was the best choice. The priestess watched the two leave. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. She only looked a little disappointed and envious. They depended on each other. That was the thought that popped up in her mind. Perhaps for Vivian, there was nothing happier than staying by Soren's side. The priestess looked at the little girl's happy face as she left, then looked at the empty shrine behind her and muttered, "I hope you can take good care of her." She sighed softly and walked toward the main hall. The evil skinning people were getting more and more brazen, and the 3 shrines of Amber City had decided to join forces to deal with them. There was going to be a huge battle soon. Perhaps it would be better for her to stay by Soren's side since she was going to join the battle. Leaving Amber City was not as simple as closing one's eyes. Not to mention the possibility of losing one's way. Accidents along the way could cost one's life. For a person to wander alone in the wilderness, he was either courageous because of his skills or courting death. There was no second possibility. Soren still had a lot of things to prepare. For example, he needed to find a merchant group and pay them a sum of money to follow them. For example, he needed to recall his old fighting skills and try to practice his basic sword skills. After that, he needed to master sword form, heavy hack. He needed to prepare emergency medicine, enough food, camping equipment, and even a mount for Vivian. Monsters weren't the only dangerous things in the wilderness. There were also poisonous insects, beasts, and bandits. If he didn't know how big of a mess the skinning incident had caused, he wouldn't have left. He really didn't want to take Vivian on a long journey. However, he had to leave now because according to his estimation, the skinning incident would escalate to another level in half a month. The first child of God would appear in front of the world. It was the Witch of Fear, Lillian. The Dreadlord of the Abyss, who possessed great divine power, foresaw his fall, so he left his descendants in the mortal world and distributed his divine power to them. There were demons in the Abyss who did the same. They left their most primordial divinity as a seed in one of their descendants. After that, they planned to use the divinity to devour the soul of their descendant and finally use the divine power inherited by their descendant to be resurrected. Some succeeded, and some failed. Some demons' resurrection plans were ruined and eventually died in the mortal world. However, some demons' resurrection plans were successful. They were resurrected in the broken bodies of their descendants and restored their divine power. It was not a possession. Instead, they directly destroyed their descendants and used their divine power to create a new body for resurrection. It was cruel. However, this was the law of the Abyss. If Soren remembered correctly, there were at least 2 children of God at that time. These were the descendants of the demons with great power. They were the ones who caused the initial turmoil. The descendants of the Dreadlord killed each other and spread fear in the mortal world. The skinning incident was an opportunity, an ancient and evil sacrificial ritual. In the end, the Witch of Fear, Lillian, became one of the most powerful children of God. Then, when the time of troubles began, she was killed by the Lady of Silver Moon, goddess of the moon, who had lost her divine power and descended to the mortal world as a saint. This was not the end. It was just the beginning of a more chaotic era because the gods would descend to the mortal world as saints. Under the dim candlelight, Soren and Vivian sat opposite each other at a small table. In front of them were white bread, bacon, fish soup, and lettuce. In this era, human food was still relatively simple and barren. In fact, with the historical background of Westerners, the food itself was very uncreative. The real culinary skills were in the Elven Kingdom and the small halflings, especially the latter who were almost master level in cooking. But for Vivian, the food in front of her was a little too sumptuous. Brother. The little girl swallowed her saliva and blinked. Isn't it too wasteful? There was meat, soup, and white bread. In the past, they could only eat such good food during the new year. Soren didn't answer. He just reached out and touched her little head lovingly. Then, with a twist of his fingertips, a shiny kindler appeared on the back of his hand. Under the dim candlelight, the gold dirils shone brightly, causing Vivian's beautiful little face to show a trace of surprise. Then, she smiled until her eyes narrowed like crescent moons, and whispered, "Big brother. Are we rich?" She didn't care where the money came from, since it was in their hands, the money belonged to them. Sauron was amused by the way the little girl spoke in a low voice. He reached out and pinched Vivian's cheeks. Then, he took out an embroidered pouch and shook it gently with his fingers. There was a crisp sound coming from the pouch. He smiled and said, "This is for you. Vivian's share of the profits." The little girl didn't understand what Soren meant, but it didn't prevent her from knowing that it was for her. She reached out her small hand and took the pouch. It was sewn with a simple pattern cloth. Only the noble ladies in the city would use such a pouch. There was a circle of string on it that could be tied up by pulling it tight. Vivian opened the pouch and was immediately dazzled by the light inside. She saw several kindler and many silver dirils. "We're rich." The little girl smiled until her eyes narrowed. She happily put away the pouch and said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, big brother." This is kindler. She had never had so much money before. It was enough for her to buy a lot of food and a new dress. "Let's eat." Soren rubbed her head and placed a piece of meat into her bowl. In the beginning, he was not used to the lack of chopsticks, but as he stayed in this world for a long time, he gradually became indifferent to it. Adventurers were not so particular when they were in the wild. Most of the time, they would just eat with their hands. The little girl happily took a bite, and her face showed a trace of satisfaction. Then, she scooped up some fish soup with a spoon, blew on it, and handed it to Soren. She blinked and said, "Big brother. Open your mouth." Soren smiled helplessly and opened his mouth. Vivian giggled and suddenly drank the soup herself. She even pretended to smack her lips and said, "It's delicious." Naughty girl. Soren did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he was inexplicably happy in his heart. He had not been this happy in a long time. It was a quiet day. The turbulent situation in Amber City did not affect the two's good mood. Soren woke up early in the morning to practice his swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship could be perfectly applied to any weapon because its core was to hack, slash, and stab. The memory of the battle was still there, and Soren remembered it very clearly. He practiced according to the routine in his memory, familiarizing himself with the weapon in his hand and familiarizing himself with his own body. Sword form, heavy hack, this was a very practical combat skill. The key to it was to concentrate all the strength of the whole body into a single hack. For example, if you threw a punch. If you only used the strength of your arm, it would be obvious that you did not pass the test. The strength you used would not even be 1/3 of your full strength, and it would not be fatal if you hit your opponent. However, if you could use the strength of your waist, then congratulations, you have mastered the most basic combat skills. The strength of your punch would be enough to severely injure your opponent. However, if you could use all the strength in your body to explode with a single punch, then you would be considered to have mastered a combat skill that could be fatal. Sword form, heavy hack, was such a combat skill. You have to concentrate all your strength in a single slash in order to achieve the maximum speed and lethality that you can unleash in a single slash, only then would you be considered to have mastered the skill. Sword form, heavy hack, was a combat skill that could be applied to all weapons. When used, it could maximize the user's strength. Even an ordinary person with 10 points of strength could split a 20 cm thick piece of wood with a single hack after mastering the skill. This was because concentrating all the strength in your body into a single line would increase your combat power by several times. According to the statistics. That is, when using this type of combat skill, you can unleash the maximum amount of damage you can deal. It was a bit similar to the aura slash that a warrior could master after advancing to the next level. However, sword form, heavy hack, was a one-time attack, while the aura slash could be used to stimulate the blood of the human body through a special method for around 30 seconds. If you could advance to a sword saint, you would be able to unleash twice the lethality at the cost of overloading your body and getting injured. This was what many people were afraid of in the past. A fatal attack that did not need to hit the vitals. However, the advancement of a sword saint had a special requirement. The way they unleashed their power meant that they could not wear any kind of armor. Otherwise, the burden on their body would cause their speed and lethality to greatly decrease. For example, Soren never wore anything above leather armor because it would cause his agility to decrease and his ability to dodge. It could be said that rogues relied on their agility to dodge. If you wanted to wear armor, you had to wear heavy armor. You had to give up your agility in order to pursue a strong defense. Time passed little by little. Soren trained for half a day and then began to read a book. That's right. Those books that he found in the treasure cave. Although he could recognize the words in them, he had to memorize them again. Perhaps it was because of his eidetic memory ability, Soren memorized them very quickly. While he was trying to memorize one of the books about basic spell knowledge and information related to the Magus region, he suddenly remembered something. A row of data appeared, reading completed. You have successfully read and memorized a book. Literacy +1, spell identification +1. There were no basic professions for scholars. Soren could only improve his literacy by reading books. Because these books recorded the knowledge of wizards, Soren also improved his spell identification skill. In simple terms, it was the familiarity of various spells. For example, when an enemy used a spell, you could judge it based on the opponent's voice and hand gestures. Then, you could prepare to dodge in advance. Or some special magical devices, as well as various enchanted extraordinary items and so on, you can recognize them through the knowledge of spell identification. In a battle, no one would yell out what skill they were going to use. Whether or not you could predict the enemy's spell attack depended entirely on your skill points in spell identification. This skill was not useful against warriors. But if you were to fight against wizards, it was a life-saving skill that must be mastered. Soren relied on this skill several times to predict the spells cast by wizards in advance and then avoided the range of the spells. For example, if you knew that the opponent was going to cast a fireball spell and rolled to dodge in advance, you would only take half of the damage. But if you didn't know, if you were in the explosion range of the fireball spell, you would be instantly turned into a Spartan, SBD. If your spell identification skill was high enough, you could even judge the enemy's silent and instant spells by the fluctuation of arcane energy around you. If you wanted to avoid instant spells, spell identification was a skill that must be mastered. At noon, Soren brought Vivian into Amber City. He wanted to go to the business district to buy some daily necessities, including camping tools and small things that might be useful. Of course, the cute little girl also needed a new set of clothes. Because they were going to travel in the wilderness, those beautiful but impractical clothes had to be abandoned. Soren's first priority was to buy clothes that were sturdy, durable, and had a certain degree of protection. The lowest requirement was that they would not be damaged by the barbs on the trees and flowers in the wilderness. Therefore, skirts had to be abandoned, and he could only buy some sturdy clothes. Then there were shoes. This was one of the most important things for an adventure in the wilderness. First, it had to be durable, second, and most importantly, it had to be warm. Soren did not hesitate to spend 3 kindlers to buy a pair of high-quality moccasins. So much so that Vivian even complained a little. After the little girl received the new pair of boots, although she said that it was too wasteful and expensive, and that she should just buy a pair of ordinary thick cloth shoes, her eyes were already narrowed into 2 lines. She was full of smiles for the whole day. They were really exquisite and beautiful boots, probably only the noble ladies in the city could afford to wear them. They were just a little too big, even if they were the smallest size. But it's okay. I'll grow up soon, and by then, it'll be just right. Now, I can buy some things first. The little girl thought about trivial things in her mind, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. Her beautiful big eyes also narrowed into a smile. I have new clothes and boots. Okay. And a new hairband, pink. It's very pretty. I'm so happy today. And so, Vivian's happy day passed just like that. She did not care much about leaving Amber City because the little girl's concept of home was very vague. Moreover, in her heart, only the place where her brother was counted as her home. Therefore, her home was very simple. Wherever her home went, she would go. In the evening, Soren brought Vivian back to the shack in the slums. He bought a lot of things. After all, the journey could take up to a month. They had to travel from Amber City to Whiterun City, then take a detour from Whiterun City to Autumn Leaf City to avoid the Gnolls' territory. Autumn Leaf City was where the half-elves lived, but it was still 5 days away from the Forest of Dreams. Traveling in this era was very troublesome. It took Soren half a day to find a caravan heading to Whiterun, and he paid 5 kindler coins to go with them. The Agate River ran from the north to the south, and Amber City was developed because of it. However, transportation by land and water was only one of the channels. There were more goods that needed to be transported by caravans. It was normal to look for a caravan when traveling in the wilderness because most caravans had their own hired guards. They might be hired by a merchant, or several merchants pooled their money to hire them. If other people wanted to travel with them, they would have to pay a certain price based on the distance of the journey. In return, the caravan would protect and provide help along the way. Most of the caravan guards were warriors with clean backgrounds. Some of them even formed groups under the Adventurers Guild. It was a bit like an escort agency, a business that relied heavily on reputation. After all, traveling in the wilderness was too risky, and one's life depended on it. Any accident could lead to failure. Therefore, not just any adventurer could become a caravan guard. Trust. This was very, very important, under the dim candlelight. Vivian was tidying up her small pouch. There were a lot of miscellaneous items in it, including needles and threads. If one did not have a full set of rare-grade equipment, they would come in handy one day. Soren was also tidying up his things. The 3-foot-long multidimensional pouch was not small at all. It had almost a cubic meter of space, but it was not big enough to hold all the items. Just a few sets of clothes, some dry food, and camping equipment were enough to fill up half of the pouch's space. Soren did not even dare to dream of having a 10-foot-long multidimensional pouch. Although the pouch's space was only 3 times larger, its price had increased by more than 30 times. A 10-foot-long multidimensional bag was used as a small storage unit. The little girl carefully organized her things. Her beautiful and exquisite moccasins were placed by the bedside. Every time she looked at them, she couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Although Soren told her to wear it now, Vivian insisted on wearing it on the day of departure. The road conditions in the slums were too harsh. If he wasn't careful, he might step on feces and mud. Even the wilderness outside was better than here. The little girl didn't have many things. Soon, she was done. She tilted her head and looked at Soren with a sweet smile on her face. Looking at the multidimensional bag, she still felt a sense of novelty. There were so many things in this world that she didn't know about. Brother said that he would bring her to the Elven Kingdom. Were the elves there really as beautiful as the legends said? I really want to see them sooner. The young girl did not realize the tiredness and danger of the journey at all. She was only satisfying her curiosity and imagination. After all, she was only 8 years old. Soren fastened a leggings and a belt buckle on his waist. He tested to see if they fit. Then, he took out a sharp throwing knife and carefully inserted them into the leggings. There was a small pouch on top of each dagger. It was natural to be well prepared when adventuring in the wilderness. Since he had a scimitar, he couldn't carry a bow or crossbow with him. Therefore, it was necessary to carry a few throwing knives with him. The damage of a 1d3 could also be life-saving. Rogues were good at crafting weapons. Soren modified the crossbow's firing mechanism. He removed the shell and the continuous firing mechanism and turned it into a single-shot sleeve crossbow. This way, it was small enough to be carried in clothes. Although its damage would be greatly reduced, it was good for stealth and could be used for sneak attacks. Open and aboveboard, rogues were definitely not fated to use such things. Swoosh! Soren grabbed the throwing knife and threw it out. It hit the door frame in an instant. He calculated his accuracy and strength and said to himself, with my current strength, I can only shoot at 10 meters at most. It's barely enough for a battle in the wilderness. The two of them actually had a lot of things to bring. In addition to the multidimensional bag that was full, Soren also prepared a package. The caravan would leave the day after tomorrow, so he had to take Vivian to buy a mount tomorrow. A warhorse was definitely out of the question. Even if he bought one, he wouldn't be able to afford it. He could prepare a workhorse, which cost about 10 Kindler coins. Many people naively thought that horses ate grass, but in fact, most horses ate grain. Even the inferior workhorses needed to be fed with beans and wheat bran mixed with grass regularly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough strength. If it was a superior warhorse, it would eat beans and wheat as its staple food. It would also be mixed with eggs and other food regularly. Wild horses eat most of the time. Stupa. Otherwise, how could it bear the charge of a heavy knight? If it was a special mount, it would need to be fed with meat, which would cost more than 10 silver dirhams a day. Let's sleep. Soren pulled out the throwing knife, then took off his equipment and said softly, we'll buy something tomorrow. We're leaving the day after tomorrow. It might be a tough journey. You need to rest now. Vivian nodded obediently. Then, her petite body shrank inwards as she whispered, Big brother. There's something I haven't told you yet. Soren smiled and rubbed her little head. He lay flat on the bed to organize his thoughts and asked casually, what is it? It's this. The little girl got up, and her cute little face was quite serious. She said seriously, look. Yue, she uttered a strange syllable, and then a bright light suddenly burst out from her fingertips. In an instant, Soren was in trouble. 1 second ago, Soren heard the little girl's words and turned his head. Then, a bright light suddenly burst out and blinded his eyes. It could be said that everything in front of him was completely white. It was as if he had been hit by a flash bomb. Flash? Soren closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. After a while, he recovered and said with a face full of disbelief, how did you suddenly know how to cast spells? No, this should be light. Flash was an enhanced version of light. When casting a spell, there was an extra syllable. Soren still had his memories of the past, so he knew a lot about low-level cantrips. Very quickly, he overturned his previous judgment. But this was not important. The important thing was, how did Vivian suddenly know how to cast spells? Even if it was the lowest level of cantrips, it would take a long time to memorize and understand them. She had only been separated from him for 2 days. How could she master spells in such a short time? The little girl's expression was also very blank. After hearing his question, she replied, I'm not too sure either. That day, I saw Sister Annalyn use it once, so I was curious and tried it out. I didn't expect to succeed so quickly. Divine spell? Extraordinary perception? Soren's face showed a hint of shock. Then, his expression became more serious than ever. He said seriously, you really only saw it once? Yes. Vivian nodded slightly and asked doubtfully, is this spell very difficult to learn? It was more than difficult. If one did not have enough talent, many people would not be able to learn spells in their lifetime. Could it be that Vivian had 20 points of perception? Otherwise, how could she learn a level 0 divine spell in such a short time? After all, she had never been baptized, nor did she believe in any god. Sit down. Soren sat up with a serious expression. Then, he asked Vivian to sit up straight as well. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the little girl's eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a kindler appeared between his fingers and disappeared with a flick of his finger. Soren's fingers moved rapidly. A kindler would appear and disappear at the same time. Sometimes it would be 1, sometimes it would be 2. In the end, he clenched his fist and placed it in front of Vivian's eyes. He said in a deep voice, how many kindler do I have? 20 points of extraordinary agility. Soren's reflexes were far beyond the range of a normal person's. The speed and agility of his fingers were also beyond the limits of what the naked eye could capture. You could guess what he was doing, but it was very difficult to see clearly. Normal people could move their fingers back and forth and create afterimages. If they bent their fingers in the process, it would be very difficult for the naked eye to catch them. Not to mention, Soren was a top rogue with 20 points of extraordinary agility. Vivian showed a troubled expression and bitterly said, Big brother. I didn't see clearly. Why don't you give me a hint? Soren's expression froze. He glared at her and said in a serious tone, just guess. Just use your intuition. The little girl nodded as if she understood. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, I see. Then I guess there are 2. Soren frowned and slowly opened his hand. There were 3 kindler in it. Ah. Vivian was disappointed, you guessed wrong. It wasn't intuition. If one was born with 20 points of intuition, they would automatically acquire a talent called sixth sense. This was a very powerful ability. It could even be said to be one of the top talents, let alone guessing the number of coins. Even if an enemy wanted to launch a sneak attack, they would be able to use their intuition to figure it out. Then, if it wasn't intuition, then there was only one answer. P.S. I suddenly feel like I'm watching Conan. Extraordinary charm. Soren stared at the little girl in front of him and said in disbelief, is Vivian a natural warlock? Warlocks. Tall, rich, and handsome mages, they didn't need to learn any knowledge, and with time, they would automatically master the relevant spells. They didn't need any spell slots, and they didn't need to rely on the weave to cast spells, because their ability to cast spells was their innate talent. It was as simple as eating and drinking. As long as they had the potential to become a warlock, they would automatically learn all kinds of spells when the time came. They didn't need to understand the structure of the spells, and they could cast all kinds of spells by instinct. Wizards, priests, warlocks. These were the 3 representative professions of mages. The attribute that governed a wizard's casting ability was intelligence, the attribute that affected a priest's casting ability was perception, and the attribute that determined a warlock's ability to comprehend spells was charm. These 3 attributes were actually very difficult to describe in a few words. So, let me think about it first, and then I'll explain it to you in a simpler way. First was intelligence. It represented memory and comprehension. Casting spells required the memorization of complex models. This model was a bit like the modern circuit board. There were many semiconductors, spell nodes, and circuit structures, spell circuits, on it, so if you want to cast spells successfully, you need a strong memory and comprehension ability like a calculator. To use a modern analogy, the wizards had to train their brains to become the lowest-level biological computer, which could calculate a large number of spell models in an instant. This required the development of the right side of the brain, so most wizards had a good memory, and their comprehension ability was also very strong, not EQ. They were like the top students among the top students, who could deduce the structure of an atomic bomb in their brain. In fact, these kinds of people weren't necessarily good at dealing with people and other aspects. This was the intelligence that determined a wizard's strength. Next was perception. This was easy to understand. It represented a person's willpower, judgment, perception, and intuition. Generally, people with strong perception had a hidden sixth sense, which could predict things in the dark. They also had a strong perception of their surroundings, and could perceive many subtle changes, and could even perceive some hidden existences and powers. So Soren tested Vivian's sixth sense. Finally, there was charm. This was the most difficult thing to explain. It could be understood as three parts: appearance, charisma, and affinity. They needed to stop here. Because he couldn't explain it clearly in a few words, he needed to organize his sentences. First of all, appearance. Most people with extraordinary appearances had decent charm, 12 points and above. This was because most intelligent creatures pursued beauty, which meant that the appearance association was still very powerful. The second was personality charm, which was a person's inner charm. For example, many people who did not look handsome or beautiful often had a very strong personality charm. Among them, the most representative was a person with a high level of personality charm, 18 points and above. The following paragraph describes the real-life effects of charisma. On the 26th of February, 1815, Napoleon returned to France from Elba, and the restored House of Bourbon sent its troops. Napoleon went up to meet them alone, waved his hand, and said, "I am back." Then the soldiers shouted, "Welcome, His Majesty the Emperor." And so they changed sides. Lastly, there was affinity. This was the most important branch of the charisma attribute. Usually, people with high charisma had strong affinity. If there was no subjective rejection, they could easily make others feel good about them. This kind of affinity was divided into many aspects, and the target it was inclined to was different according to one's own characteristics. For example, the affinity to people, bards, the affinity to animals, druids, and the most important affinity to elemental energy, warlocks. Even affinity to the laws of the universe, fate warlocks, divine warlocks, so. Mages could be described with these three metaphors, which were generally regarded as the elemental energy of the evocation system. First of all, wizards relied on their intelligence to search for elemental energy and analyze it through complex calculations. They understood the nature of elemental energy, when it was active, when it was inert, what changes would occur when different elemental energies collided, what changes would occur when the same elemental energies were combined, what kind of magic circuits needed to control them, and how many magic nodes, conductors, needed to be set up to make them explode. This was the core point of wizards relying on their intelligence to cast spells. Next, priests, droll, relied on their perception to find elemental energy, and then used the power of faith, spiritual energy, to influence them. Finally, with the power of the gods, nature, and laws, they controlled them to complete the casting of spells. So priests gave their faith to the gods, droll gave their faith to nature, and some special professions gave their faith to the laws of the world. Elemental energy was only a part of the structure of priest spells. The core energy of priest spells was still divine power, so it was called divine spells. Finally, there were warlocks. This was very simple. Because they didn't have to do anything, they just had to wait for elemental energy to gather on their own, and then awaken the ability to cast spells. If wizards caught elemental energy to control it, then priests found elemental energy to influence it. As for warlocks, they waited for elemental energy to take the initiative to approach them. That was why there was a saying, warlocks were the tall, rich, and handsome mages. However, it was obvious that they couldn't reach the highest level by relying on talent alone. Therefore, the number of spells mastered by warlocks was far less than that of wizards. At the same time, the speed of learning new spells was also very slow because most warlocks didn't have high intelligence. Their memory and comprehension ability were average. Wizards needed 3 to 5 months to master low-level spells, while warlocks might even need 30 to 50 years to master one. A typical example would be the kobold warlocks. These creatures naturally had more than 16 points of charm, but their intelligence was only around 10 points. Basically, whatever spells they learned when leveling up as a warlock, they would only be able to cast the same spells in their lifetime. Only warlocks with intelligence of more than 18 points and the potential to become wizards could expand their number of spells through learning. If the goddess of magic had fallen, then the requirement would be increased to more than 20 points of intelligence, not enough intelligence. It was better to just rely on talent to cast spells. Because no matter how much you learned, you wouldn't be able to remember those complicated spell circuits and spell nodes, and you would never be able to construct new spell models subjectively. The higher the level of the spell, the more this was the case. Was she really a warlock? The more Soren thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The little girl seemed to have a natural affinity with people, and she was also very cute. Her charm was definitely not lower than 16 points. If Vivian was really a natural warlock, then she didn't need to understand spells at all. She just needed to follow her instincts and use her talent to cast spells. That was why there were cases of people learning Illuminate just by looking at a priest casting a spell. Because all level 0 spells were universal. Soren closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then he said seriously, "Vivian. Repeat after me. UA. Is. GF." Relying on his strong memory, Soren said some strange half-syllables. If it was a normal person, it would be very difficult to say these half-syllables, but he succeeded. Of course. But nothing happened. But when Vivian followed Soren to say these strange half-syllables, a weak electric arc suddenly appeared in her palm. Soren's body suddenly stiffened, and then his hair stood on end. Lightning shock, level 0 spell. Soren's hair stood on end. He quickly stopped Vivian in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Let go of your feelings. Try to use your mind to control the energy you feel. You don't need to understand it. You just need to learn how to make it listen to you." Crackle. Vivian nodded as if she understood. She tried again very seriously, and then a weak electric arc appeared in her palm again. It jumped a few times before gradually disappearing. It worked. Soren's face showed a hint of joy. He happily hugged the little girl and kissed her. Vivian is really a warlock. In the future, she will definitely be a rich and beautiful mage. The little girl didn't understand Soren at all, but this didn't prevent her from showing a happy smile. Because she finally had the ability to help her brother. Warlocks. With the awakening of their innate ability, they only needed a key to cast level 0 spells, and this key was the spell of the spell. In the future, as their profession level increased, they would automatically comprehend and master higher level spells. Depending on the aspect of affinity, warlocks would automatically comprehend the relevant spells and automatically master the spell of the spell. There was no need to analyze the structure of those spells. Because their ability to cast spells was itself a kind of talent. Finally, the brain of living creatures had hereditary memory and hereditary talent. This ability was once considered by many players as the source of the warlock's power. While having extraordinary affinity, the energy of nature would also awaken the hereditary memory they had, and automatically awaken the relevant spell memory when their ability improved. So, many people thought that warlocks were the descendants of some powerful beings in the mythological era. Among them, the representative was the dragon disciple. P.S. This chapter is a bit boring, but it's a very important thing. A dragon disciple was a typical example of a warlock. Over time, they would automatically awaken their dragon-related innate abilities, as well as many related spells. Finally, they would strengthen their dragon-related bloodline and replace their original human bloodline, eventually becoming a more powerful half-dragon. Therefore, the dragons were often regarded as the source of the sorcerer's inheritance because they didn't need to learn anything. From birth, a lot of knowledge and memories were stored in their minds. As long as their strength increased, they would gradually awaken all kinds of memory spells and related knowledge from when they were young. This was a very powerful point. The genetic characteristics of dragons had always been a secret that many wizards wanted to study because if they succeeded, they could also use it to cultivate their descendants, allowing their descendants to awaken related hereditary memories over time. Soren even received a similar quest in the north. The target of the quest was an adult white dragon. Now that it was confirmed that Vivian had the talent of a warlock, a new question arose. How much is her innate charm? Normally, a warlock's innate talent would be stronger the earlier they awakened. Under normal circumstances, they would only awaken around puberty, 13 years old. Such a warlock would usually have around 16 points of charm. Basically, it was very difficult to find a warlock with less than 15 points of charm. When a warlock awakened their innate talent, it meant that their own affinity had begun to affect the surrounding energy. Following some special events, their emotions would fluctuate greatly, and they would awaken their first level 0 spell. At the same time, they would also have the ability to control external energy. It was more complicated. Just like a newborn dragon in the dragon clan, it had to wait until it grew into a young dragon, 30 to 50 years old, before it could awaken its innate talent and master its first draconic spell. It was the same for a warlock. They could only awaken their first level 0 spell when they were young. Therefore, every time this happened, it meant that the warlock's innate talent was higher. The rough conversion was that for every year of awakening, the base charm would increase by 1 point. In other words, if a 13-year-old awakened sorcerer had 16 points of charm, a 12-year-old awakened sorcerer would have 17 points of charm and an 11-year-old awakened sorcerer would have 18 points of charm. Vivian was now 8 years old. Her innate talent should be around 20 to 21 points of charm. How is this possible? Soren was shocked beyond words. He murmured, "Doesn't that mean he's a natural-born divine warlock? It's even possible for me to become a heavenly fate warlock in the future." How much was it? Soren had a troubled look on his face, as if he was troubled by the fact that he couldn't determine Vivian's attributes. Attributes were a very important factor in a person's strength. Only when one's attributes were high enough would they be able to gain more power when leveling up their profession. Therefore, in many cases, the starting point would affect the ending point. Before possessing a demigod divinity or mastering divinity, +1 to all attributes, a professional's strength after entering the realm of legends was largely determined by their basic attributes in the early stages. Because at that time, one of your attributes must reach 25 points, and if possible, your second attribute must also reach 25 points. Damn it! Why don't you have the scouting ability you used to have? Soren rubbed his head in distress. In the past, players all had the scouting ability, which allowed them to check other people's attributes. Although it was based on the level of the skill, it was enough for him to determine Vivian's innate attributes. But now, it seemed that there was no one else in the world who had attributes other than him, so naturally, there was no possibility of scouting. However, at this moment, a row of data suddenly appeared, scouting ability activated. Do you want to perform data analysis on target? Pay 300 soul energy, slaughter EXP. You can perform data analysis on target's basic attributes. More data analysis will consume more soul energy. 300 slaughter EXP. Wasn't this price a bit too high? But after looking at Vivian's confused expression, Soren gritted his teeth and chose to pay. It was only 300 slaughter EXP. At most, he could earn it back by killing a few gnolls. But he still had to figure out Vivian's innate attributes, because she might have an even more amazing talent than Soren. Soren was born with 18 dexterity, +1 acquired training ability, 17 intelligence, +1 acquired training ability. Begin data analysis. Soren's vision suddenly turned black, and a pain appeared in his head. Then, numerous zeros and ones began to jump in his mind. This feeling was like lying in bed for more than half a month, and when he woke up, there were countless streams of data, and he couldn't move his body at all. Even the slightest movement would cause a strong surge of electricity to rush through his body. A row of data appeared, data analysis successful. Consumed 300 soul energy. Target's data is as follows. Name, Vivian. Race, human. Age, 8 years old. Attributes, Strength 5, Dexterity 9, Vitality 6, Intelligence 16, Wisdom 18, Charm 21. Others, unknown. Target is still a child. Main attributes, Strength, Vitality, Dexterity, will increase greatly as time passes. Secondary attributes, Wisdom, Charm, will increase slightly as time passes. Basic attributes will stop increasing after reaching adulthood. 21 charm, it was even higher than Soren's expectation of 20 charm. At the same time, Vivian also had 18 wisdom. No wonder the priestess of the Dawn Lord said that she had an extraordinary talent, and that she could become a priestess. Wasn't that nonsense? With 18 wisdom, becoming a priestess would be as easy as eating and drinking. Big brother? The little girl seemed to have noticed the pain on Soren's face. She immediately grabbed his hand and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable again?" The streams of data in front of Soren's eyes gradually disappeared. Maybe it was because he had seen too many zeros and ones, but now he was more or less used to it. He smiled and patted Vivian's head. "I'm fine. But my Vivian will become a legend when she grows up. She might even become a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city." He had 21 points of natural charm, 18 perceptive sense, 16 points of innate intelligence. These were only the attributes of a child. According to Soren's past experience, after reaching adulthood, the main attribute would increase by more than 5 points, and the secondary attribute would increase by 1 to 3 points. In other words, even if Vivian didn't do anything, she could easily become a spellcaster in the future. At the same time, she would have an extraordinary talent. No matter what spellcaster, as long as she was willing, whether it was a wizard, a priest, a warlock, a droll, or a shaman, she could become a spellcaster. Her talent was so much better than Soren's. The little girl still didn't fully understand Soren's words, but it didn't stop her from smiling happily. "Big brother. Are you saying that I'm beautiful?" At the same time, in a hidden underground chamber in Amber City, the blue flame on the altar suddenly flickered, and then a dark figure appeared in the middle of the altar. His figure seemed to have swallowed the light. Although the flame shone on his body, nothing could be seen. It was just a pure shadow of darkness. "Your Excellency." The fallen followers guarding the altar knelt down on one knee. The red-robed priest bowed and said, "Why have you come in person? Has the Lord given a new oracle?" The dark figure on the altar wasn't a physical body. It looked more like a projection of some kind of energy. He looked down coldly and said in a deep voice, "The first Son of God has awakened." There was an accident in the prophecy. The Lord's will did not descend upon the Son of God. The first Son of God awakened his own divine power. "Pass down my orders. Find him at all costs. Awaken the sleeping knights of terror. Send them out. Crush all the ants that stand in our way. I want to see the first Son of God return to his original path and wake up completely in despair and fear." The dark figure gradually disappeared. The red-robed priest's face showed a hint of madness. He licked his lips and looked at the 8 marble coffins around the altar. There were countless complicated patterns engraved on them, like a powerful seal. He glanced at the bottom of the altar with a cruel gaze and grinned. "Now, go and find enough sacrifices. The ritual to awaken the Knights of Terror will be held at midnight tomorrow. This city would be destroyed before the dawn arrived. Fear will be everywhere." The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up and was about to bring Vivian to buy a mount, he noticed that there were many more guards in Amber City than before. Even the 9th Division, which had been stationed near the Black Boar Forest, had been called back. This was the best division in Amber City. There were 126 of them in total, and most of them were warriors with professions above level 8. There were also a few rangers, priests, and barbarians. They were all middle-grade professions, and any one of them could easily wipe out a guild. Among Amber City's 1,200-strong standing army, they were one of the best elite troops in the city. "What's going on?" Soren picked up Vivian and looked at the panicked crowd. He frowned and asked, "Did something happen again?" At that moment, a dark-skinned young man suddenly shouted from afar. "Hey!" He quickly pushed through the crowd and ran to Soren, panting, "I finally found you. Luckily, I heard that you wanted to buy a mount yesterday, so I waited at the mule market. Otherwise, you would have missed it. Don't ask. Follow me. I'll tell you more on the way." The young man in front of Soren looked familiar. He remembered that he was one of the people he met in the caravan when he was looking for the Whiterun caravan. He seemed to be the servant of the owner of the caravan. Why was he waiting for him here? Weren't they supposed to leave tomorrow? Did they change their mind? What's going on? Soren thought for a while and asked, "Why are you waiting for us here?" "The owner is leaving." The dark-skinned young man pushed through the crowd and quickly said, "The owner said he was leaving early this morning, and the manager was sent to sell the goods. The owner still remembered the promise, so he sent me here early in the morning. The caravan is leaving at noon today. Let's go. It's over there." The tanned young man led Soren through several turns and soon arrived at the north gate of Amber City. There were already a lot of people gathered there, and there were also dozens of large carriages parked around. A group of fully armed guards were scattered around. They had been following the caravan for more than 3 months, and they were all from the merchants' hometowns. This was a typical caravan from the north, but there was something special about it. Their leader was a woman from Tanara. Descendants of witches. Soren could hear the complaints of some of the merchants in the north. They were basically saying that they didn't earn the money they were supposed to earn by selling their goods in such a hurry. They might even lose a lot of money. However, although these merchants said so, they still ordered their workers to move the goods down. The northern witches had a very high reputation. In the eyes of the Northlanders, they were incomparably noble. Not only were they powerful and mysterious, but they also had the ability to predict the future. "It's here." The dark-skinned young man stopped and took a deep breath. "The caravan will set off at noon today. I'll bring you here to see the place. There's still half a day before we leave. If you want to come with us, you should go and prepare your things now. If you want to wait until tomorrow, my master said that you can go to Butler Foddery. He will refund you the deposit." "Leave now." Soren couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, could it be that the witches also foresaw that the skinning incident would escalate? But why the hurry? It's only a day's time. Could it be that there's going to be a major change within a day? Let's not think too much about it. It's better to be safe than sorry. So what if it's a day earlier? Soren immediately nodded and carried Vivian's petite body on his back. He said in a deep voice, "I'll go back to get my things and meet you at noon." "Okay." The tanned young man nodded and said seriously, "Then you better come early. My master always means what he says. If you're late, the caravan won't wait for you." Soren nodded and carried Vivian back to the slums. There was still some time before noon, so he could still go back to get his things. However, he didn't have much time to choose a mount. Soren could only raise the price to 20 Kindler coins and buy a strong traveling horse from other caravan merchants. On the other side, there was a large carriage in the middle of the caravan. A typical Northland merchant with a big beard walked into the carriage respectfully and knelt on the ground. "Master, we've sold all the goods. But because of the tight schedule, we've only earned less than 30% of our original profit. At the same time, we won't have enough time to purchase the goods. We'll lose even more profit at the next stop. The merchants below are complaining." There was a gauze curtain in the carriage. It was very spacious inside, and there was enough room for a table. There were exquisite carpets and fabrics on all sides, and there were strange patterns on the walls. He could vaguely see the figure of a beautiful woman. She was lying lazily on the couch with a thin veil on her face. Her blue eyes were focused in front of him. It was a card that was pinched between her fingers. On the back of the card, there was a mysterious magic pattern that looked like a whirlpool. "I can smell the scent of death." The mysterious woman threw away the card and casually picked up a deck of tarot cards. On the card was a ferocious skeleton knight. She coldly said, "If anyone wants to stay, they can leave the caravan on their own. Otherwise, tell them to shut up." The bearded merchant nodded and got up from the floor. He said respectfully, "I'll tell them your order." A tired sigh sounded. The mysterious woman lay lazily on the long table. She held her head with one hand and pondered. She waved her hand and said, "You may leave. Tell them not to stay. Walk until the moon is high in the sky, then find a place with water to set up camp." A respectful response came from outside. The bearded merchant passed the message to the leader of the caravan guards. Then, the leader nodded with a serious expression and began to order the other guards to prepare the things. If they didn't stop on the road, everyone would have to bring food. This was a rare situation because the caravan would rest after walking for a while. If they kept walking, even the cows and horses that pulled the caravan wouldn't be able to take it. They would be exhausted the next day, and they might even die from exhaustion. This order was only given to them under special circumstances. Walking from noon until the moon was high in the sky for 12 hours without stopping was not a simple task. Soren immediately returned to the slums. He packed up his things and brought Vivian to the horse market. He was going to buy a traveling horse at a 30% higher price. Originally, he planned to say goodbye to the priestess at the Dawn Temple, but things happened so suddenly that he didn't have time to think about it. He only hoped that they would meet again in the future. Soren didn't have much time, from packing his things to buying a traveling horse. He arrived just before the caravan set off at noon. A bearded manager of the caravan told him a few words and then ordered the others to set off. The manager's words were simple. The caravan would go all out today and wouldn't stop until the moon was high in the sky. If they couldn't keep up with the caravan, they would be arranged to sit on a large cart. Many of the caravan's goods were sold off at a cheaper price. There was even a merchant from the northern lands who complained that he had only received 2/3 of the price for the goods that he had sold at a reduced price. If they left in such a hurry, they wouldn't even receive 1/3 of the goods. No one cared about him. When the time was up, the entire caravan started to move quickly. The workers climbed onto the caravan and began to drive the cows and horses forward. The guards of the caravan had already started to lead the way. Their job wasn't simply to follow the caravan. Only experienced adventurers were qualified to be the guards of the caravan because they acted as scouts to some extent when traveling in the wild. They would check if there were any monsters nearby, if there was any danger, if there was a need to change the route, if the caravan could pass through, if the caravan needed to be cleaned up in advance, if there were any holes in the road that would affect the caravan's progress, and so on. These tasks were all done by the guards of the caravan. They simply followed the caravan and waited for enemies to surround them before drawing their swords to cut them down. That was a scene from a third-rate story. It was purely to set off the main characters who wanted to show off their skills. That was why the guards of the caravan were written in such a way. They had to travel in the wild all year round. Even if they were an idiot, as long as they could survive, they would be trained to be an expert. The level of the guards of the caravan wasn't low. P.S. Let's fight for the first place tomorrow. What do you guys think? Amber City, Garrison Force. A heavy warrior in full armor hurriedly walked into the room and said to the two people who were arguing, "Not good. Sir Collis. More than 10 people went missing last night. It seems like it was done by the fallen." The argument in the room stopped abruptly. Sir Collis, who represented the noble forces, was a man in his 40s with a thick beard. He had participated in the war in the north. He looked up with bloodshot eyes and said angrily, "What? More people went missing? You bunch of trash. It's been 5 days, and you still haven't found the nest of those rats. What does the council pay you for?" Opposite him was a knight with a solemn face. After hearing these words, he immediately stopped him and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to talk about this. The noble council must delegate its authority. The seriousness of this matter has exceeded the scope of the secular world. It must be handed over to the church in the city to deal with. I'll contact the Hand of Justice now and ask them to send out paladins to conduct a large-scale investigation." "Are we really going to send out the paladins?" Sir Collis' face showed a hint of hesitation. Paladins were stubborn people who could not tolerate sand in their eyes. Once they were sent out, it would mean a large-scale, detect evil incident would happen. Not many nobles in Amber City were clean. Many gray areas were controlled by the nobles. Once the paladins were sent out, it would mean that Amber City would be cleansed. Not only would the evil fallen be found, but the paladins would also be found. Many of the gray areas controlled by the nobles in the city would also be cleansed by the paladins. By then, the strength of the nobles would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the influence of the church in the city would be greatly increased. Most of the time, unless there was no other way, the nobles would try their best to suppress the church's influence. Pantheon and fanatics were two extremes. If the paladins were sent out, the gray areas of Amber City would be swept clean. At that time, he would offend many nobles. Smuggling, prostitution, slavery, black market, Which one of the gangs that controlled these grey interests wasn't supported by an aristocrat? No. Sir Collis gritted his teeth and retorted, the 9th Division has been transferred back. We still have plenty of energy. I'll go look for His Excellency the City Lord now and fight for the highest level of search authority. I'll definitely find those hateful rats today. The highest level of search authority. This meant that they could also enter the homes of the nobles to search. After not finding any clues for so long, he was already suspecting that one of the nobles had fallen into the dark realm. All right then. The solemn temple knight nodded and said in a serious voice, go and apply now. If you don't get it before dark, then I will work with the church in the city to deal with it. With so many people disappearing, I suspect that they are preparing for some evil sacrificial ceremony. Outside Amber City. It had been 3 hours since Soren left. The caravan left as soon as they said they would, without any delay. He rode behind the caravan on a traveling horse, and Vivian sat in front of him. The little girl was almost weightless, and the traveling horse could easily bear the weight of the two of them. In the beginning, there were large tracts of farmland outside Amber City. There were dozens of villages and towns around Amber City, and all the resources needed by the city were transported from here. Donkey carts, ox carts, and bucket carts could be seen on the road. Farmers and small merchants were sending the goods they needed the next day to the city in advance. However, as they got further away from Amber City, the number of farmlands began to thin out, and large patches of wild forests began to appear in their sights. Occasionally, there were also small villages with few people. The further away they were from the city, the more danger they would encounter. These small villages relied on their own militia to protect them, and very few guards from Amber City would come to clean up the nearby monsters. Unless they took the initiative to ask for help or persuaded their lord to help them. When they first left Amber City, the road was more than 10 meters wide, but now it had shrunk to 5 or 6 meters. The road had also become bumpy. Because it had rained some time ago, the road was very muddy. Sometimes, when large carts were passing through, they needed people to push them over. The caravan guards were already in full operation. Some of the guards were scattered around on horseback, some began to check the situation of the road ahead, and some began to investigate the nearby environment. After they were 30 kilometers away from Amber City, they were considered to have entered the range of wild creatures. Soren was very quiet along the way. Vivian was also very obedient today. She did not make any noise along the way, and only curiously looked around with her big eyes. If there was anything she did not understand, she would ask Soren. The caravan did not pay much attention to this follower of theirs. The merchants were all busy with their own matters. The mysterious owner of the caravan did not show up either. The people in charge of the caravan were her 3 stewards. This was a large-scale caravan. Just the guards alone numbered more than 30. If the workers, servants, and slaves were included, there were more than 100 people in the caravan. This was a relatively common formation in the north. The ordinary merchants who were affiliated with the owner of the caravan had to organize their own carriages, manpower, and goods. They would then seek protection from the owner of the caravan during the journey, and after completing the journey, they would have to give 1/3 of their profits to the owner of the caravan. The mysterious descendant of the northern witches, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The leader of the caravan's guards rode his horse to Soren's side. The view of the surroundings was much worse than before. The dense grass and trees hindered their vision, and there were barely any people around. A wanderer? The leader of the guards looked at Soren and said in a deep voice, "There's a situation up ahead. Come with me and take a look." Vivian nervously reached out and grabbed Soren's sleeve, but he comforted her by patting her shoulder and said, "I have to take care of my sister. Look. She's still young. She can't ride a horse by herself." As soon as Soren finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage in the middle of the caravan was suddenly lifted, and a beautiful woman with a veil poked her head out. She glanced at Vivian, who was not far away, and a smile appeared on her face. She said gently, "This little girl can come to me. It's very comfortable and safe inside the carriage." Soren hesitated for a moment, then looked down at Vivian. The little girl tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. I like that big sister. She's not a bad person." Vivian's wisdom was as high as 18 points, which meant that her intuition was very good. Soren thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's good. You go to the carriage first, I'll go with them and take a look." Wanderer. This was the official title of a thief. They were the golden fingers of a profession, and they were involved in almost all fields. In the wilderness, a wanderer's detection ability was second only to a ranger's wilderness survival talent. The two quickly spurred their horses and rushed to the place where the situation was. The caravan's speed slowed down a little, and they only sped up after the guards confirmed that it was safe. "Leader. You're finally here." Soren turned around a mountain road, and the forest in front became more luxuriant. Not far away, there were 3 caravan guards, all of whom were experienced and steady close combat professions. One of the guards, who had obvious northern characteristics, squatted down, pointed at the footprints on the ground, and said to the two of them, "Look. These are the footprints of goblins. Judging from the number, there are dozens of them, and there may be a natural warlock among them. These annoying things can't be killed no matter what. It's solved this year. Next year, they'll give birth to a big nest again." Goblins' growth cycle was very short, and their survival ability was very tenacious. They could survive even if they ate grass. They were like weeds in the wild. After a batch was cleared, another batch would immediately emerge. It's really goblins. Soren glanced at the footprints left behind near the road. Some of them had been washed away by the rain, but he could still calculate the approximate number. However, the goblins wouldn't dare to attack the caravan. According to Soren's understanding of the goblins, these cowardly creatures would only dare to attack when their numbers were 5 to 10 times more than the enemy's. Any 5-man adventurer team would be able to deal with them. As if he saw the doubt on Soren's face, another caravan guard pushed aside the grass beside him and said in a low voice, "That's not the key. Look here." It was an area that was obviously different. The soil was very fresh, as if it had been dug up. The area was about 5 feet wide. There were bloodstains within 5 meters of it. Even if it had been washed away by the rain, it could still be seen. Clearly, these goblins encountered something. The leader of the caravan guards grabbed a handful of soil and sniffed it, then said in a low voice, "This thing is not small, and it's very dangerous. The goblins can't hurt it at all." Soren's expression also became serious. He pushed the others aside and walked over. He pulled out his curved sword and stirred the soft soil, then frowned and said, "Burrowers? If it's really these things, then we're in trouble. They live in groups. Ankegs. They were insect-type monsters that lived in the south. They were about 5 feet wide, 1.5 meters, and could reach up to 30 feet, 10 meters, in length. They had the ability to sense vibrations and could detect slight vibrations within a range of 60 feet. Ankegs had a pair of giant jaws that could break trees and bite their prey. They could also produce strong acid that could corrode their enemies. They looked like giant insects with 6 to 12 slender legs with sharp claws. At the same time, the Ankegs could also unleash a lethal acid spray attack on the enemy. If the enemy was not immune to the acid, they would die on the spot. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would be severely corroded. However, that was not the worst part. What was even more deadly was that the Ankegs were small social creatures. Most Ankegs moved in groups of 2 to 5. They liked to eat fresh meat, but they were also scavengers. They tended to be neutral and would not attack unless they were hunting. However, if they thought you were food, you would be in great danger. There were not many Ankegs in the south. They were mainly active in the southern region and only lived in a specific geographical environment. Generally, unless something happened, they would rarely leave their area of activity. There were almost no Ankegs in the north because they liked soft and moist soil. The soil in the north was too hard due to the cold, making it unsuitable for Ankegs. Creature trait. That was why the caravan guards were unable to identify the Ankegs. Let's leave this place first. Soren looked around and said, "These monsters will hide underground. It's hard for us to find them. Everyone, stay together. The Ankegs can sense our footsteps. They like to attack lone prey." A message appeared in Soren's mind. It was the challenge information of the Ankegs. Ankeg, Swarm, Grade 3. Challenge rating, level 8, monster level, 10, strong acid spray ability. Highest and lowest attributes, 20 and 10, total attribute points, 80 to 90. Specialty, strong acid spray, corrosive damage, bite attack. Difficulty, B+. The challenge rating of the Ankhegs was higher than the snake demons because they could appear and disappear unpredictably. They could burrow underground and appear in groups. He used to be a professional assassin for many adventurers. If it was a small adventurer team, once they were attacked, just the first round of strong acid spray would kill the team members. Dealing with this kind of bug required a very strong detection and eavesdropping ability. Otherwise, you'll need the wilderness survival skill to determine their location. Only then can you avoid being ambushed. Soren retreated cautiously. The others also seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. They pulled out their weapons and retreated outside. Ankhegs. Aren't they rarely seen? Could it be that the Ankhegs have gone berserk? Soren asked himself as he carefully observed his surroundings and focused his attention on the movements underground. Damn it. Although I've killed these insects before, I really didn't notice when they went berserk. And who was the one who completed the mission? It happened around the same time. Many major events happened in this world, including the skinning incident, the War of the Children of God, the ancient red dragon, the giant migration, and so on. Therefore, Soren did not have the energy to pay attention to something as trivial as the Ankhegs going berserk. If the major events that happened in the past were to be ranked, the skinning incident would be ranked B, the War of the Children of God would be ranked A+, and the birth of the ancient red dragon would be ranked A+. As for the Ankhegs going berserk, they were not even ranked E+. Unless such an event happened to happen around him, it would be convenient for him to investigate and complete the mission. Otherwise, very few people would pay attention to them. However, Ankhegs were a very rare insect species. While they were dangerous, they were also very valuable. This was because their shells were extremely sturdy and light. If a skilled blacksmith could be hired, the shells of the Ankhegs could be forged into a full-body armor that weighed only a third of a full-body armor. In many places, an Ankheg armor like this could be sold for up to 3,000 Kindler coins. Even if the materials were sold, they could be sold for 600 to 800 Kindler coins. However, only skilled blacksmiths would buy them, and others would not have any use for them. The shell of an Ankheg could only be made with a special enchantment method, and the size of the armor was custom-made. Therefore, if one could not find a skilled blacksmith, the only way was to remove the head of the Ankheg. It was a natural +1 shield with decent defense and strong acid resistance. If one could kill an Ankheg, the reward would be even higher than killing a Naga demon. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange sound came from the ground. When Soren and the others retreated, they saw a huge bulge in the grass beside the road. Then, a ferocious-looking gigantic Ankheg crawled out from the ground. It opened its mouth and pounced on a horse, biting off its head in an instant. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and the only thing left on the ground was a dead horse with its head separated from its body. What a powerful bite! Soren's pupils shrunk, and he quickly hid behind a large tree. Ankhegs had the ability to spray acid once a day, and it was a killing move for low-level professions. Its power was equivalent to a spell, Acid Arrow. The other guards also took cover, and at the same time, they took out their crossbows and fired at the Ankheg. Cover me! The guard captain let out a roar and suddenly pulled out the long sword on his back. His figure also grew a little bigger. Blue veins like earthworms appeared on his thick and solid arms, and his skin was flushed red because of excessive blood flow. Following his roar, another guard rolled on the ground and took out a small round shield in front of his chest. At the same time, he loaded a special crossbow bolt into the shield. Berserk? Soren's eyes narrowed, and he muttered, "Northern barbarians?" Boom! There was a slight explosion as the bolt hit the Ankheg's body. The Ankheg immediately turned its head to face the caravan guard. Ding ding dang dang. Apart from the exploding bolt, the rest of the bolts bounced off the Ankheg's carapace. Only a small portion of the bolts managed to land on the Ankheg's carapace. As mentioned before, the Ankheg's carapace was equivalent to a full-body armor, so its frontal defense was also on the same level as a full-body armor. Normal crossbows had no effect on it at all. Only when the bolts hit its vitals would it be effective. Acid spray. The Ankheg spat out a thick, dark green liquid. The guard rolled on the ground to avoid it, but some of it still landed on him. The small round shield in the guard's hand was easily corroded, and the acid that splashed on his arm quickly corroded his leather armor. His flesh also began to smoke. The guard screamed in pain, gritted his teeth, and pulled out his weapon to cut off a piece of flesh from his shoulder. Heavy slash. The guard captain's eyes gradually turned red, and his bones began to crackle. He held his long sword with both hands and leaped 5 meters into the air before slashing at the Ankheg's head. Clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The Ankheg screamed in pain as it shook its head and rammed into the guard captain. The guard captain twisted his body to avoid the fangs and stabbed behind him with his sword. The guard captain's weak skin was penetrated, and a dark green liquid gushed out from the wound. A Tier 3 warrior, northern barbarian. Soren did not expect the guard captain to be above LV-10. He spun around with his scimitar, then rolled out from behind the tree and ran past the Ankheg from the side. The Ankheg had already used its acid spray, which greatly reduced the threat to Soren. As long as he avoided its sharp teeth, even if he took 1 or 2 hits, it would not be fatal. How could he not fight for slaughter EXP? Give me a crossbow. Soren let out a low growl, and the nearby guards reacted quickly and threw their crossbows at Soren. Swoosh, Soren's fingers were so fast that they left after images. He finished reloading the crossbow in an instant and shot an arrow at the Ankheg's mouth. Attack its jaw. He threw away the crossbow that he had just fired and swooped down with his scimitar in one hand. When he passed by the Ankheg, he bent his knee and slid past it. The scimitar left a 2-foot-long wound on the Ankheg's front skin. Clang, the guard captain attracted the attention of the Ankheg from the front and scratched his chest with its sharp claws. Fortunately, he was still wearing his leather armor, so it only left a shallow wound. Roar. The guard captain's roar reverberated in the air as he swung his sword down and chopped off one of the Ankheg's limbs. After passing by the Ankheg, Soren rolled on the ground with one hand and did not stop at all. Instead, he stepped on the Ankheg's back and started running. The Ankheg was about 5 meters tall when it stood upright, which was the height of a 1-story building. Half of its body was still buried in the ground. Soren exerted strength in his legs and leaped up. He then held his scimitar with both hands and plunged it into the Ankheg's skull. Die. Dark green blood spurted out from the wound, and Soren felt a burning sensation on his arm. The Ankheg's huge body began to tremble and struggle, causing the surrounding soil to splatter everywhere. However, Soren did not flinch at all. Instead, he used his legs to clamp down on the Ankheg's skull to ensure his balance and strength. At the same time, he twisted the scimitar's hilt with both hands. His expression was slightly hideous. Blood splattered on his body, and some of his clothes were slightly corroded. Boom, the Ankheg fell to the ground with a dull thud. The Ankheg struggled violently before it died, and its huge body fell to the ground. Soren let go of his scimitar and lay on the ground, panting heavily. There were spots of blood on his arm, and some of his flesh was also corroded and burned. It's finally dead. He took a deep breath and stood up. Only then did he realize that his thigh had been cut open by the sharp edge of the Ankheg shell when he was riding on it. Blood was gushing out of the wound. The battle was short. A battle of life and death could not be dragged on until one's stamina was depleted. A merchant guard came over to support Soren, who was swaying a little. He then applied some ointment on his wound and quickly asked, "Are you all right? Take off your clothes first. The liquid is very corrosive. Master will heal you later." One was heavily injured, while the other 2 were lightly injured. Soren took a deep breath and quickly bandaged his thigh. He then said, "Let's go now. Ankhegs live in groups. There should be other Ankhegs nearby. Our battle must have alerted them." As expected. As soon as Soren finished his words, a strange noise was heard nearby. They immediately jumped on their horses and fled in the opposite direction, not even bothering about the loot. In less than 2 minutes, a huge chunk of grass rose from the side of the road, and an Ankheg emerged from the ground. That was not the end of it, as another Ankheg emerged from the ground, followed by a third. It was a small group of 4 Ankhegs. The others turned around and looked behind them. Immediately, they broke out in cold sweat. If not for Soren reminding them to leave immediately, one or two of them would have died there. One Ankeg was already so difficult to deal with, and now there were three of them. Even with the strength of a Tier 3 northern barbarian, the captain of the escort team had little chance of surviving. The three Ankegs only needed one round of acid to wipe out half of them, and the rest would not even last a single round of attack. This was also why Ankegs had a higher challenge rating than snake demons. The Ankegs were aware of their dead companions, and they had a certain level of animal instincts. They let out a sharp shriek in the direction of Soren and the others, and immediately burrowed into the ground to chase after them. However, their speed was obviously slower than horses, and they soon emerged from the ground not far away, staring in the direction where they left. Even wolves knew how to take revenge, let alone supernatural creatures like Ankegs. "Thank you for your help." The guard captain reached out and patted Soren's shoulder. He then held his injured companion tightly and urged his horse to rush in the direction of the caravan. Soren's injuries were slightly better, and he was only affected by the acidic blood. The caravan guard who blocked the acid spray from the front was not in a good condition. Even though his shield blocked most of the acid spray, a lot of it still landed on his body. Now, many parts of his skin were burned and rotted. This was the horror of the Ankeg's acid spray. Not only was it corrosive, but it was also poisonous due to the fact that Ankegs were creatures. Fortunately, this was only an Ankeg. If it was a wyvern with a challenge rating of 15, its acid spray could even melt armor. That was the real deal. The corrosiveness and toxicity of the wyvern spray attack was one of the best below the legend rank. Wyverns also live in groups. Soon, the caravan appeared before them. The guards reacted very quickly. Immediately, someone came over to support them. At the same time, nearly a third of them pulled out their weapons and automatically surrounded the others. The merchants commanded their workers to gather the carts together and form a simple caravan formation. This was a method used by experienced merchants to defend against the attacks of bandits. "Take me to master." The guard captain took a deep breath and carried his companion down from the horse. In just a short while, the merchant guard's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was not only because of the corrosive acid, but also because of the poison that had seeped into his body and the severe loss of blood. Adventuring in the wild not only took away the lives of enemies, but also many further deteriorated injuries, even though their bodies were far stronger than those of the previous earthlings. The caravan guards quickly gathered together. The archers stood on top of the carts, and the warriors in leather armor held up their shields. For a moment, they actually looked like an army. The northern merchants. They were the strongest among the merchants because most of the guards they hired were retired warriors. Many players who became bandits in the past called them hard bones to chew. The curtains of the large carriage, which was protected by the caravan, were lifted and a beautiful woman wearing a veil appeared. She glanced at the injured guard and said in a serious voice, "Clean his wounds immediately and send him to the carriage." After that, she turned to look at Soren and said, "You too. I have a special ointment here. Let them apply it on your wounds." The others sent the warrior to clean his wounds, and the guard captain reported the situation to her. Everything seemed to be in order, and there was no trace of panic. And the center of all this order was this mysterious woman, the descendant of the northern witches. Under her orders, everyone followed them strictly. The merchants who were panicking at the beginning also calmed down and took out some healing potions that they had prepared in advance. The northern witches were mysterious and powerful existences. In some ways, they were even more dangerous than the southern witches. Not only did they have mysterious spells, but they also inherited some of the witch doctor's innate abilities. This was one of the most difficult professions to level up. Advancement requirement, Grade 3, Spellcasting Level 5, Prophecy ability. The heavily injured man was quickly carried over, and the guard captain personally applied medicine on his wounds before pouring a bottle of healing potion down his throat. Soren's injuries were not serious, but Vivian still applied the healing potion all over his body as if he was facing a great enemy. She also carefully bandaged the wound on his thigh, not caring about wasting the precious medicine. She even personally fed Soren another bottle of healing potion. The little girl rarely cried when she grew up. Most of the time, when she saw Soren injured, she would silently help him treat his wounds. She would never cry like other little girls. The tacit understanding between the two of them when they were young made her the one who would help Soren whenever he needed to kill someone. Even though she was very kind. Ankegs? The mysterious woman frowned. She glanced at Soren and asked the guard captain, "What do we do now? Do we continue forward?" The guard captain showed a troubled expression and said, "I'm not too sure about the habits of these creatures. Maybe he will know more." Everyone looked at Soren. Soren was trying to cheer up the little girl whose eyes were slightly red with tears. When the little girl pulled on his sleeve, he realized that everyone was looking at him. He quickly said, "Ankegs are very stubborn creatures. They rarely leave their territory. There must be a reason why they are here. But since they are here, they won't leave anytime soon. So there are only two ways. One is to kill them. Otherwise, they will attack the caravan when it passes by. The other is to avoid them and take another route. These creatures won't track us." Detour. The mysterious woman frowned and immediately ordered, "Norid, take some people and kill them." Her tone was unquestionable, and the guard captain named Norid did not hesitate at all. He immediately said in a deep voice, "As you wish, mistress. I will take some people to deal with these problems." After he finished speaking, he began to prepare his men. He ordered some people to take out some shields and left half of them to protect the caravan while the other half followed him to deal with the Ankegs. Most of the people in the caravan called the mysterious woman their mistress. This meant that she was very noble. Even if the others were not her slaves, they were still her servants. As for the identity of this mysterious woman, Sauron could not help but feel a little curious. The northern witches. These women could have their own territory in the kingdom of the Frost Goddess. They were definitely not simple characters, not to mention, they were also a group of dangerous wizards. Soren thought for a while and stood up. "I will go with you. I have some experience in dealing with these things. I want to. It will be much easier to kill them." After he finished speaking, he comforted Vivian and told her that he would be fine. He then mounted his horse and followed the caravan. Since Soren was only a follower, the mistress of the caravan did not ask him to come along. This was a basic form of respect, but the captain of the guard still looked at Soren when he gathered his men. It was obvious that he wanted Soren to come along. The mysterious woman nodded slightly. The guard captain rode to Soren's side and said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything later. Just tell us the weakness of these worms." Soren touched his curved sword and moved his body a little. He felt the effects of his injuries and said, "I know. Get people to prepare more shields. These worms can release a lethal acid spray. Normal leather armor is useless against them. I will think of a way to lure them out later." After killing the Ankeg, Soren received more than 900 slaughter EXP. After leveling up to grade 2, Soren needed 3000 slaughter EXP to level up to grade 6 rogue. Now, he could not just rely on picking locks and disarming traps. He needed to kill the monsters himself. This time, with so many people, it was a safe and reliable way to earn slaughter EXP. It would be best if he could get another 900 slaughter EXP. After all, he would not have many chances to encounter these monsters in the future. He also did not have much confidence in killing them alone. It was a normal adventure. Even if he single-handedly cleared out a small group of kobolds, 15 to 30, and an awakened kobold sorcerer, the slaughter EXP he gained was only about 800. He would not let go of this opportunity to increase his strength. P.S. Regarding the exhaustion of stamina after using burst mode, you can watch the heavyweight boxing matches. These are all professional fighters with 15 constitution. Their stamina will drop after a few rounds. Adventuring in the wild. Not everyone could calmly face the death of a teammate who had fought side by side with them. That was why the captain of the guards had gathered the best of the best. Soren glanced at them and found that most of them were at least grade 2, which was the easiest profession to train. Other professions required a lot of resources to train, especially spellcasters. Only warriors could be trained as long as they had enough meat to replenish their nutrients and the corresponding training techniques. However, high-level warriors were more particular about their aptitude, and those who could reach grade 3 or above were not easy to deal with. Spread out. Raise your shields. Soren took over the command and said in a deep voice, "Before the Ankhegs attack, there will be some movement on the ground. Be careful of those strange sounds. Everyone, stay at least 5 steps away from the Ankhegs. It's best not to take the acid attack head-on. Try to avoid it if you can and make sure there's enough space between you and the Ankhegs. Don't use your crossbows. They won't be of much use against the Ankhegs unless you have a sharpshooter among you. Don't attack their backs. The Ankhegs have the weakest defense around their abdomens. Be careful of their sharp claws. These Ankhegs are very strong. Remember to move around them. Don't take their attacks head-on unless it's absolutely necessary. They can reach a height of 5 meters when standing upright, and they can swoop down on you. Protect your heads. The burrower's bite is strong enough to break trees. If the enemy tries to bite you, roll forward immediately. This is the Ankheg's blind spot. Their teeth won't be able to reach within a radius of 1.5 meters in front of you. Orders were given one after another. The other guards of the caravan could not help but reveal a trace of shock on their faces, which then gradually turned into respect. This was the respect they had for the strong. Strength didn't just refer to how strong one was. One's wisdom and experience were also a part of one's strength. Experience and wisdom were often more useful than brute force. Soren felt like he had regained the feeling he had when he was adventuring in the wild. After becoming a legend, there were very few wild creatures that could threaten him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle. The 2 most important things to do when dealing with an Ankheg were to avoid its acid spray and bite attack. The acid spray was needless to say, but the bite attack that could tear through trees was just as deadly. However, as arthropods, Ankhegs had certain blind spots when they attacked. For example, they couldn't bend their bodies more than a meter in front of them. Since half of the burrower's body was underground, it wasn't convenient for it to move around. At times like this, you just have to be careful of the 6 to 12 legs on their bodies. Actually, there was a simpler way to deal with the Ankhegs. That was the mysterious descendant of the Northern Witch. The power of magic was very powerful, and many times, it could achieve unexpected results. However, spellcasters wouldn't easily make a move, because they had to ensure that their spells were used at the most critical moment. The main members of the wilderness adventuring team were still warriors. The number of spells he could cast was limited. Under normal circumstances, spellcasters would use light crossbows, short bows, catapults, and other long-range weapons to assist in battle. They would also use a staff to help out, as long as they didn't hit their own people. Only when they were dealing with a large number of enemies or boss-level creatures would they cast spells without holding back. A grade 2 wizard could only cast a dozen or so spells in a day. Their lethality was enough. However, their stamina was not as good. Dismount. Before they even got close, Sauron ordered everyone to dismount and walk on foot. He then laid on the ground and listened for a moment before he ordered the others, stomp your feet. Maintain the same rhythm. Stomp your feet as hard as you can. Pay attention to your surroundings. Ankhegs had the ability to sense vibrations, so they were very sensitive to vibrations from the ground. This was the easiest way to anger them. As expected, a slight noise came from the ground, and the ground seemed to bulge a little. "They're down there!" Soren yelled and began to retreat. He was still injured, so he wasn't in a good condition to fight them head-on. He would have to deal the finishing blow if necessary. "Spread out!" The captain of the guards roared, and his muscles began to swell. The northern barbarian's berserk ability was very special. Due to the harsh cold and the special training method, they wouldn't be weakened after going berserk. The only downside was that they couldn't go berserk for long. Orc berserkers and barbarians could go berserk for 15 minutes to half an hour. During this period, their stamina and explosive power would be strengthened several times, turning them into killing machines. However, the northern barbarians could only go berserk for a few minutes. They were an advanced warrior class, so they weren't categorized as barbarians. Creak. A strange noise came from the ground, and an Ankheg suddenly emerged from the ground and spat acid at the warrior closest to it. The warrior rolled awkwardly on the ground. The warrior dodged half of the attack and covered himself with his shield at the critical moment. Successful dodge, most of the acid landed on the shield, but the warrior didn't suffer any damage. Kill it. The captain of the guards rushed toward the Ankeg with his sword in hand, and the guards scattered around the area also began to attack. 5 warriors moved closer to the Ankeg, while the others remained scattered around to keep watch. There were other movements underground, but the Ankeg didn't come out like a swarm of bees. They were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the enemy to be distracted so that they could ambush the lone barbarian. Damn it! Soren's expression changed drastically. He ran forward frantically and picked up a shield at the same time. The Ankeg had found him. Since he was far from the battlefield, he became the lone barbarian in the eyes of the Ankeg. Hiss! An Ankeg emerged from behind Soren and spat acid at him. Soren rolled and dodged. His 20 points of agility saved Soren's life at the last moment. He dodged the acid by a hair's breadth and used his shield to block the splashing acid. Finally, the last Ankeg emerged. However, because of Soren's sudden appearance, the others were slightly distracted. One of the guards was hit in the arm, and half of the flesh on his arm was corroded. That guy was also a ruthless character. He actually made a prompt decision to cut off his own arm. Then, he clenched his teeth and bandaged the wound. The severed arm fell to the ground and quickly corroded to the point where one could see the white bones. Kasadu! Another guard of the caravan roared, as if he wanted to rush over to help him. Don't be distracted. The caravan guard whose arm had been cut off reached out to stop him. Then, he stepped back and said in a low voice, I'm fine. Kill them first. It was common for warriors to be injured, so they had a high tolerance for pain. However, the guard was able to withstand the pain of losing an arm and still remain calm. This made Soren think highly of him. The guard's willpower was definitely strong, but northerners were born with strong willpower. Perhaps the harsh environment had trained them since they were young. It seemed like he was a retired soldier. Only a soldier who was used to life and death could be so resolute. Attack their lower limbs. Since he was already a target, Soren could not care less. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his scimitar. He began to circle around the Ankeg, attacking it from time to time when it was attacking the others. He left wounds on the weakest parts of the Ankeg's body. As for attacking the head of the Ankeg, it was obviously impossible for him to do so. The injury on his leg had affected his agility. Such a dangerous move could only be attempted when he was in peak condition. Otherwise, he would be risking his life. Die! A deep roar echoed in the air. The guard captain seized the opportunity and jumped up. Just like Soren, he stabbed his sword into the Ankeg's brain through the gap in its shell. The first Ankeg fell to the ground with a loud thud. The pressure on the others was relieved. Soren took the opportunity to leave the battlefield and look for a chance to kill the Ankeg in one shot. The opportunity came quickly. When an Ankeg was about to bite its target, he took a deep breath and started running. He then jumped up and slashed his scimitar at the side of the Ankeg's head. A dark green liquid splashed out. The Ankeg's body stiffened for a moment before it fell to the ground. There was only one left. Just as the others were about to finish off the last Ankeg, the heavily injured one suddenly shrieked and waved its limbs wildly as it burrowed into the ground. It was trying to escape. Soren did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and calmed his heartbeat. He then shouted at another warrior, "Give me a javelin." A long spear was thrown at him. Soren reached out and took the spear. He turned it around and turned the tip of the spear downwards. Then he jumped up abruptly, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters. He roared, held the handle of the spear with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground. Splat, dark green blood splattered out. A sharp screech was heard from the ground, and the earth trembled. Soren held the spear tightly and used all his strength to drive the spear into the ground bit by bit. Finally, the ground gradually calmed down. The battle was over. Profession information: Northern Barbarian, they have a unique berserk technique. When they train, they will soak their entire body in ice water. The cold will suppress their berserk strength, and they are unable to increase their strength as much as the barbarians. However, it also reduces the exhaustion of their body's potential. At the same time, they retain their rationality, allowing them to still have decent combat strength after going berserk. Berserk +2 strength, +1 vitality, the wound opened up again. When Soren let go of the spear, his leg was already bleeding profusely. He was in better condition at the beginning of the battle, but the last two leaping attacks had worsened his injury. The wound that had already closed up had opened up again due to the excessive use of force, and it seemed to be even more serious than before. As a result, Soren was limping and had to be carried by the other caravan guards on horseback. But it was worth it. Soren received 1800 slaughter EXP this time. If he wanted to, he could level up to level 6 right away. Let the caravan come over first. Soren glanced at the guard captain and saw that he was also looking at him. He then said in a deep voice, "These worms are worth quite a lot. But it's hard for us to dig them out. Let the others help. Also, I think you guys will need some money too." After he finished speaking, he looked at the other warriors. One of them was severely injured, while the other 6 had light injuries. The ones with light injuries were slightly better. At most, they were scratched by the worms and would recover in a day or two. However, the severely injured warrior had lost an arm, which meant that his career was over. It was impossible for ordinary people to afford the extremely expensive limb regrowth. The cost of casting a high-level divine spell was more than 3,000 gold dirhams. Moreover, they had to pay a corresponding price. Priest's health. Otherwise, Soren would not have waited for half a month to get someone to cast greater restoration on him after he was severely injured. According to the rules of this trade, if the caravan guards encountered monsters or bandits on the way, the spoils of war would belong to the caravan guards. The money they exchanged for would also be given to them to settle down the injured and compensate the families of the injured. This time, no one died. This was already considered fortunate. After all, there were bound to be some casualties when challenging an Ankheg above one's level. Ankhegs are level 10. Caravan guards have an average level of 6 to 7. Mark. The guard captain nodded and ordered one of his men, "Go and call them over. Let's drag these worms out together. Be careful of their blood. The blood of these things is acidic. Wrap your hands with a cloth and try not to touch them directly. The most valuable part of an Ankheg is the carapace on its head. It can be used to make armor, and it's also the hardest part of its body." Soren did not help this time. He just sat on his horse and watched the battle unfold. Do you see the carapace by its mouth? It can be used as a part of a gauntlet. It's something that can be easily sold. Pry open the skull from the front. This is a natural enchanted shield. You can use it after forging it. It can be sold for 150 Kindler coins in the city. Get someone to peel off the carapace on the tail. These are used to make half-body armor. The carapace on the back is basically useless. The size is not very suitable. Unless we can find an expert to make a tower shield. The meat of these things is useless. Blood is easy to sell in the swamp, but basically no one needs it here. Get someone to dig out his heart. Some wizards need this kind of strong heart. It should be worth around 10 Kindler coins. Soren said as he ordered them to dismember the Ankhegs and take out the materials that could be sold for gold coins. The respect on the others' faces became more and more obvious. It was not only because Soren killed 2 Ankhegs, but also because of his wealth of knowledge. Experienced teammates like him were the most welcome. They could discover wealth that others didn't know about and maximize the benefits they could get from a battle. They really needed a sum of money. Their injured comrade needed a retirement fund. At the very least, it was enough for him to buy a piece of land and ensure his income for the rest of his life. The caravan soon arrived. The merchants ordered their workers to help them drag the Ankhegs out from the ground and load the valuable items onto the carts. A small group of guards stood guard while the others busied themselves with work. After the intense battle, a rare smile appeared on the guards' faces. According to Soren, the 3 Ankhegs were worth around 1,500 Kindler coins. It was almost the same as their employment fee. Even if they deducted the retirement fund for their injured comrade, each of them would still get around 10 Kindler coins. The captain had already discussed this with them before they dealt with the corpses. He would get 10% of the profits, the heavily injured Gezer would get 15%, the injured would get 20%, 6 people, the ones who participated in the battle would get 15%, 9 people, the ones who didn't participate in the battle would get 10%, 18 people, and finally, Soren would get the remaining 30%. It was a very fair distribution. Soren had contributed a lot in this battle, and without him, it wouldn't have been so easy. Someone might have died in the battle. Fair distribution was the most important factor in maintaining a team, and it was even more important than the friendship that came from fighting side by side. With around 200 Kindler coins and his previous savings, it was enough for his injured comrade to return to his hometown and buy a piece of land that was about 100 acres. He could then hire farmers to farm the land and become a rich farmer. This way, he would have enough money for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't have to live in poverty because of his broken arm. In fact, many adventurers were very concerned about this. They were in a business that involved blood on the edge, and no one knew when they would no longer be able to pick up a knife. The caravan continued to move forward. Because of the respect the guards had for Soren, the other merchants were also in awe of him, and there was even a hint of curiosity on their faces. Wanderers. These people were either notorious thieves or legendary figures in the wilderness. People who wandered alone in the wilderness were qualified to become the main characters in the stories told by the bards. For example, Aragorn was the main character in The Lord of the Rings. On the large carriage, the mysterious woman glanced at the body of the Ankheg, and as if she could feel the fierce battle that had just begun, she ordered, "Tell the merchants to prepare some compensation. I'll only take 20% of the profits this time." The servant in charge quickly retreated and began to discuss with the merchants. Obviously, she didn't realize that Soren had already maximized the profits from the battle. After the mysterious woman finished speaking, she glanced at Soren and noticed the bloodstains on his thigh. She frowned and said, "Come to the carriage. The wound on your thigh needs to be stitched up, or else it won't be easy for you to recover." Soren felt the wound on his thigh, then immediately got down from the horse and staggered into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was very spacious. The room was covered with soft woolen cloth. Just by looking at it, one could feel that it was very comfortable. In the middle of the room was a low table with a metal copper stove, unknown, and a deck of tarot cards thrown on top of it. It was said that the northern witches could rely on them to predict fortune and misfortune. There was a faint fragrance in the air. He couldn't tell what it was, but it made him feel refreshed. It was similar to the fragrance that wizards used when they were preparing to memorize spells. The mysterious woman bent down and rummaged around. Her full and round buttocks were like a full moon, and it attracted Soren's attention. It was very rude to look at a woman's buttocks, especially when she was treating his wound. So Soren quickly looked away and put the clothes under his thigh to prevent the blood from falling on the expensive fur. "Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it?" The mysterious woman took out a curved silver needle and a translucent thread. The needle was made of a special material and wouldn't cause the wound to become infected. Soren glanced at it and said in a low voice, "I'll do it myself." "Okay." The mysterious woman lit a candle and put the needle on it to warm it. Then she put the needle through the translucent thread and handed it to Soren. Sizzle. Soren took the needle and untied the bandaged wound. He then pierced the needle into the flesh and sutured it. The pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. Then he clenched his teeth and started to suture the wound bit by bit. This kind of wound needed to be sutured in order to heal quickly. Otherwise, even if he used healing potions, it wouldn't be very effective. Even the slightest movement could cause the wound to open again. Although the healing potion had some magical and divine effects, it wasn't omnipotent. When Soren finished suturing the wound that was almost half a foot long, his whole body was covered in cold sweat. The mysterious woman looked at him silently and said, "It seems like you've learned how to bandage wounds?" "It's a necessary skill in the wild," Soren replied casually. Then he took out a bandage and applied some ointment, carefully wrapping it around the wound. At the same time, a row of data appeared. Suture successful. You've successfully sutured the wound. You've reduced your injury. Heal +2. At this time, Soren finally had the time to look at his stats page. He didn't know when, but there were a lot of new skills. They were all basic skills that were commonly used. Name: Soren. Race: half-elf. Attributes: Strength 14, +2, Dexterity 20, +1, Vitality 19, Intelligence 18, +1, Wisdom 15, Charm 16. Alignment: Lawful Evil. Profession: Level 10 Commoner, Max, /Level 5 Rogue, 0/3000, Grade 2, Health Points, 52/52 experience points, 3650, slaughter exp, 100, profession exp, unassigned, skill points, none attribute points, none status, normal basic skills, sneak 103, steal 35, pick lock 45, snare 55, negotiate 3, appraise 1, deceive 3, act 1, literacy 1, dodge, roll, 5, listen. 3. Heal 2, spell identify 1 legendary skills, omnipotent hands, sealed, weakened, personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance profession abilities, grasp of shadows, military weapon, proficiency, combat skills, shadow strike. Other than the basic skills that he had learned at the beginning, Soren also gained 3 listen, to fight against Ankegs, 5 dodge, to fight against Ankegs, 1 negotiate, to fight against Ankegs, and 2 heal, to fight against Ankegs. It seemed like his basic skills could be leveled up through training. Calm welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Qidian Originals. Mobile users can read it at Qidian.com. They cleaned up the battlefield. The caravan continued to move forward. Soren couldn't ride a horse due to his injuries, so he could only sit on one of the carriages. The mysterious woman didn't invite him into the carriage since they weren't that close. However, she did invite Vivian, but the girl shook her head and refused. She climbed onto the carriage and sat beside Soren. The group continued to move forward in silence. The caravan guards continued to investigate the area, and from time to time, they would call for people to fill up the holes on the roads. The heavy rain had turned the roads into muddy roads, and there were even puddles of water in them. Soren was very dirty, and Vivian was patting the dust off him. Of course, he couldn't care less about his image during a battle. He rolled and dodged on the ground, and by the time he was dry, he was covered in mud. The little girl was carefully patting him down, and she even used her small hands to rub the dust off his clothes. The others were busy with their own matters, and when they saw the 2 people on the carriage, they couldn't help but smile. Their impression of the 2 had improved a little. Especially the mysterious woman sitting in the carriage. She would occasionally lift the curtain and look at the 2 of them. Of course, her gaze was mostly on the cute little girl, as if there was something about her that attracted her attention. The scene at this moment was very peaceful. Soren sat cross-legged on the carriage and used a rag to wipe his scimitar. The blood of the Ankeg was acidic, and if it wasn't cleaned properly, it would affect the weapon's use. The little girl sat beside him and wiped the mud off his clothes. Occasionally, she would even puff up her mouth and blow on his clothes. Due to the poor quality of the cloth, the mud had seeped into the gaps of his clothes. The coarse cloth wasn't dense enough. Even after patting it clean, the little girl was still a little dissatisfied. Use this. The captain of the guard smiled as he rode past. He took out a pouch and threw it to Soren. This is refined essential oil. It can be used to maintain your weapon. Naturally, a scimitar wasn't something that could be polished by just polishing it. For people like them who relied on fighting and killing to survive, a good weapon meant the guarantee of their lives. Soren smiled and reached out to take it. Using his fingers, he took out some ointment and carefully smeared it on the curved sword. This refined ointment could prevent weapons from rusting. It was best to have some on hand before obtaining an extraordinary weapon. Even if it was an extraordinary grade enchanted weapon, it still needed to be maintained regularly. This was an attitude towards battle. Soren wiped his scimitar dry with a cloth and put it back into the scabbard. Perhaps it was because of the exhaustion from the battle, or perhaps it was because he had lost a lot of blood when he was first injured, but he looked tired and sleepy. Unknowingly, he leaned against the cart and dozed off. The little girl looked at him quietly. Perhaps she was a little tired, so she leaned her head against his chest, careful not to touch his wound. The caravan continued to move forward. Occasionally, there would be guards riding on the road, but they would also slow down a little. This was a form of respect for the strong. Soren might not be able to beat them one-on-one. However, he had earned the respect of the guards during the battle against the Ankegs. In fact, Soren was not asleep. In fact, he rarely fell asleep in the wilderness. Most of the time, he was in a state of feigning sleep. He was half asleep. Even the slightest noise would wake him up. He knew how dangerous the wilderness was, and he had to be vigilant at all times. It was already evening. The caravan still had no intention of stopping. When Soren woke up, he found the little girl sleeping in his arms. He carefully pulled his arm out, trying not to wake Vivian up. Unfortunately, the little girl opened her eyes and rubbed them. She looked up and said, "Brother, you're awake?" Soren nodded with a smile and reached out to stroke her hair. A caravan guard who had fought the Ankhegs with him passed by and threw some bread and meat to him with a smile. There were not many rules when adventuring in the wilderness. The bread was prepared in advance and was a little hard. The meat was air-dried and was easier to swallow because it was still warm in his arms. People who spent a lot of time in the wilderness would keep their food close to their chest and mouth. This way, the food would not be too cold to swallow. Soren broke off a piece of bread and gave it to Vivian. He then tore off a piece of meat. Since they were not going to start a fire, there was no soup. Soren swallowed the food with water and whispered, "Let's set up camp later. I'll make you something good to eat." They were in the wilderness. With his skills, hunting 2 rabbits was a piece of cake. Since there were no traces of human activity, there were a lot of wild animals here. The only problem was that starting a fire might alert the monsters in the wilderness. However, with so many people around, there was nothing to be afraid of. The little girl was not picky at all. She quietly swallowed the bread with water. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something and looked up at the forest not far away. She pulled Soren's clothes with her small hand and whispered, "Big brother. Something seems to be watching us over there." Soren held his scimitar and stood on top of the cart to look around. Unfortunately, he could not see anything. However, based on his past experience, he could tell what was watching them. "It's okay." He gently rubbed the little girl's head and said slowly, "It's a gnoll that lives here. It must have noticed us. But these things don't dare to attack a large caravan. We'll leave their area of activity later." Gnolls. One of the most common creatures in the wilderness. They were more dangerous than goblins and kobolds. They had sharp fangs and claws and were agile. At the same time, they were also quite intelligent. These creatures liked to attack lone travelers. However, when it came to large caravans, they rarely attacked large groups of prey unless they were strong enough to defeat them. Gnolls were not very large carnivores. Most of them only had 15 to 30 gnolls, and they were scattered into 5 to 8 family units. Compared to attacking heavily guarded caravans, they were more inclined to hunt wild beasts and goblins. At least the latter was not very dangerous. If they attacked humans in the wilderness, they would not be able to avoid casualties. Generally, when there were more than 5 people in a group, the gnolls would choose to attack in the middle of the night. At first, they would stalk their prey quietly. Because the forest nearby was getting thicker, the caravan guards also shrank their scouting formation. The number of scouts at the front was increased to 5 to ensure that there would be reinforcements in case of an accident. Some of the merchants were already complaining. It was very troublesome to travel in the dark. If there was not enough light, the cows and horses would have to slow down. Fortunately, soon, a bright moon appeared. The moon was very bright today. The cold moonlight illuminated the surroundings, making it easier for them to move forward. The caravan guards lit up their torches. The workers also placed the torches that they had prepared in advance on the big carriages. In the middle of the big carriage, the mysterious woman quietly walked out. She stood on the shaft of the carriage and looked around. Then, she pointed her finger at the top of the carriage and uttered a strange syllable. Then, the top of the big carriage lit up. Illumination. The mysterious woman's wizard level was probably not low. She was able to light up an area of hundreds of feet. 30 meters, 50 meters, the caravan cheered. The power of the spell made many people excited. The merchants also showed a relieved smile. That sister's spell is so powerful. The little girl quietly approached Soren and whispered, "My illumination spell is so small, but she can light up such a large area." She was at least a professional level 15, Soren looked at the carriage. He did not expect the mysterious woman to be a senior witch. The light made it easier for the caravan to move forward. However, it also exposed their location. Pairs of green eyes could be seen in the dark forest nearby. Those were the wolves and beasts that lived nearby. Awoo! A loud wolf howl echoed in the wilderness. A calf-sized wolf king appeared on a small hill in the distance. It was a wild warg. It took a deep look at the caravan in the distance, and its eyes locked onto the big carriage. As if it felt the gaze of the mysterious woman, its strong body trembled, and then it let out a low howl. Waves of wolf howls could be heard. The wolves that were hiding in the darkness walked out one after another. Their green eyes disappeared as they followed the wolf king in other directions. Wargs were quite intelligent. They were even smarter than warhorses. There were still many prey to hunt in the wilderness. There was no need to provoke this caravan. Not to mention that there was a wizard among them. Their fear of spellcasters had long seeped into their blood for thousands of years. Countless painful lessons had taught these wild beasts that they should never provoke those who could cast spells. As long as they did not provoke them, these beasts would not easily attack those who could cast spells. The night was getting darker. The 12 hours of continuous trekking had already made many people feel very tired. Even the warriors, whose physiques were far superior to ordinary people, had a look of exhaustion on their faces. The task of the guards was not simply to follow the caravan. It was very tiring to keep an eye on the situation. Under normal circumstances, they would spend less than 6 hours a day on the road. However, the mysterious mistress did not order them to stop, so they had no choice but to move on. Many of them were already complaining. Soren was very quiet in the night. His figure was slightly hazy, as if the night had automatically wrapped around him. The road ahead was getting worse and worse. Since they were far away from Amber City, the road had not been traveled by for a long time. Only when they were about 50 kilometers away from the next city would the road gradually recover, and there would be traces of human activity. The mysterious mistress looked very cautious. She did not return to the carriage. Instead, she stood on the carriage and looked ahead. Occasionally, she would look back in the direction of Amber City. Suddenly, she frowned and looked into the distance. She snorted coldly and said, "How dare you use a prophecy spell on me?" A cold light flashed. A dark golden card appeared on her fingertips. On the back of the card was a 9-pointed star array. On the front, the outline of a crown could be vaguely seen. Soren's eyesight was not that good yet, so he could not see it clearly. In an instant, the stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed. The mysterious mistress' face was filled with anger. She uttered a series of strange syllables, and the air around her seemed to have frozen. The caravan guards around her spontaneously gathered around her. They did not even care about the merchants nearby. It seemed that the mistress' safety was the most important thing to them. Wizards were at their weakest when they were casting spells. This was not the time to let others get close to her. Sue. Oh. So, the incantations of spells were all strange monosyllabic and polysyllabic. They were different from the language used by normal people. Without special training, it was very difficult to say these words. Casting language, casting gesture. Basic ability. A bright light appeared. The mistress sneered and slowly put away the card. She waved her hand tiredly and said, "It's safe now. There's a lake up ahead. We'll set up camp there." Amber City. In the mysterious basement, the red-robed priest standing on the altar suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he muttered, "The prophecy failed. Someone interfered with my prophecy spell. Counterspell, prophecy counterspell, the opponent might be a legendary magus. The Son of God's aura has been concealed by him. Awaken the Terror Knight immediately. The Son of God will awaken amidst the aura of despair and fear. At that time, my Lord's will descend upon him. Let's begin the sacrificial ceremony." Depraved prayers echoed in the dark basement. The followers in black robes slit the throats of the sacrifices with daggers. Blood flowed along the demonic array and seeped into the marble coffins around them. The ripples of undead energy began to spread. The aura of destruction from the abyss shrouded the surroundings. The marble coffins turned into dust in the violent energy storm. Along with the sound of heavy armor clanking, 8 fearsome knights covered in pitch-black heavy armor stood up. They had blood-red pupils as if there were flames burning in them. From the moment they woke up, the merciless killing had already shrouded the basement. The Terror Knights pulled out their heavy beheading swords and began to kill the evil believers in the basement. Blood and limbs splattered everywhere. The red-robed priest did not seem to have expected such a thing to happen. He stiffened and collapsed on the altar. A loud neigh sounded. Blood gathered in the blasphemous language. The Dread Knight knelt on the ground with one knee and stabbed the pitch-black executioner's sword into the magic circle. Then, with a blazing flame, nightmares rushed out from the bloody void one after another. There were no words. The Terror Knights mounted their horses, and the shadows of vengeful spirits could be seen on their mottled black cloaks. The nightmares' hooves burned with scorching flames. They raised the beheading swords in their hands and slammed directly into the basement wall that was more than 2 meters thick. Rumble, the silent sound of collapsing echoed in the basement. The nightmares stepped on the air, and with traces of flames, they crashed through the basement wall and rushed all the way to the surface. Terror Knight, Legendary, Grade 5. Challenge Rating, 16, Monster Level, 24, High Undead. Highest and Lowest Attributes, 25, 15, Total Attribute Points, 95 to 110. Special Abilities, Beheading Sword, Legendary, Advanced Charge, Nightmare Mount, Summon the Undead, Blasphemous Language, Aura of Fear, Aura of Death, Abyss Knight, Destructive Attack, Slash, Sword Form, Beheading, Sword Form, Waste Slash, Sword Form, Depraved Cross. Difficulty, A+. Nightmare, Demon, Grade 4. Challenge Rating, 12, Monster Level, 18, Large Otherworld Creature. Highest and Lowest Attributes, 21, 12, Total Attribute Points, 90 to 100. Special Abilities, Flaming Hoof, Advanced Charge, Dark Vision, Flying Run, Powerful Tackle, Demon Resistance, Otherworld Creature. Difficulty, A-. It was a quiet night. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the campsite. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Finally, they could take a break. Although it was almost midnight, the workers still took the time to get water and start a fire. They also put some food into a big pot to cook. They had been eating dry food for the whole day, and now they just wanted to drink some hot soup and have a good sleep. The caravan guards still didn't dare to let down their guard. They began to arrange for people to keep watch and at the same time, set up a simple security line. The water source was a place where wild beasts gathered. Under normal circumstances, they shouldn't camp here. But since it was the arrangement of the mistress, they could only follow her orders. There were only 2 people in the team who were uneasy. One of them was Soren. He didn't expect the mysterious woman to be a witch whose profession level was above 16. It could be said that she was half a step into the realm of legendary. There weren't many witches like her in the entire north. At the very least, they were members of the Witch Council. Their status was equivalent to a small city lord in the southern dukedom. There was no reason for such a noble wizard to escort a caravan. Normally, even if there were witches in a caravan, their profession level wouldn't be higher than 12. Many caravans have been attacked in the past. Unless she had a special mission, if she really did have a special mission, then it might not be a good thing for Soren and Vivian to follow the caravan. It was very likely that they would be involved in other dangerous situations. The other person who was uneasy was the mistress of the caravan. She kept looking in the direction of Amber City, as if something terrible was about to happen. There was a faint trace of worry on her face. Time passed little by little. The workers prepared food for the night. The caravan guards took turns to eat. Soren was also given a bowl of fragrant soup. Perhaps she was really tired today. The little girl ate very quickly, and there was a trace of sleepiness on her delicate face. Soren didn't eat anything. First, he set up a tent for camping. Then, he scattered some powder that repelled poisonous insects around the tent. Finally, he carried the sleepy Vivian into the tent. However, just as Soren was about to eat something, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, as if he had a lingering fear, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Amber City. He pulled out his scimitar in an instant and ran up the hill not far away. The mistress of the caravan was one step ahead of him. In the distance, the sky was burning red. It looked like a huge cloud of fire had appeared in the middle of the night. At this moment, they were already hundreds of miles away from Amber City. They couldn't see the area covered by the cloud of fire, but they knew that it was happening in Amber City. A level 9 spell, Meteor Burst, legendary. Spellcaster level 20, this was not the first time Soren had seen this spell, but when he saw it again, he could not help but feel a little shocked in his heart. This was the easiest legendary spell to learn, 9th Circle. It required a wizard to have a profession level of 20. A professional once calculated the damage of this spell, and it was equivalent to 8 tomahawk missiles, land, bombarding a target within a 5-kilometer radius. At that time, a legendary warrior joked that if he could resist this spell, he could resist an air-to-ground missile attack in real life. Among all professions, only legendary warriors and barbarians dared to say that they could resist a level 9 spell. Back then, the first warrior to become a legendary warrior took a video of him bathing in lava, and it shocked many people. Warriors were once considered to be the most miserable profession, and it was only then that a period of explosive growth was ushered in. Unfortunately, there were too few warriors who could reach the legendary realm alive. Amber City. The once bustling city was now in ruins. Flames burned everywhere, and weak cries for help could be heard from the collapsed buildings. Unfortunately, no one was there to save these pitiful commoners. Dark shadows lingered in the burning ruins, and blue soul flames appeared in the eyes of the pale skeletons. Corpses came back to life one after another in the blasphemous language. They picked up their weapons and walked towards the only place in Amber City that was still intact. The Temple District. This was the only part of Amber City that was still intact. The temples of the gods emitted a faint light, and the statues of the gods were covered in a layer of spiritual light. The temple guards stood at the front, and behind them were the surviving Amber City guards. Even the once gentle and elegant priests, who loved to preach, had taken off their robes and put on heavy armor. They were not pure spellcasters, but they also had decent melee skills. The priestess who had helped Soren before was among them. She wore a silver half-body armor and held a knight's shield in her hand. Her weapon was a 3-foot-long flail. This weapon was very difficult to use, and its lethality was also top-notch. She had once received specialized combat training, but when it came to choosing a weapon, none of the other weapons were as comfortable as a flail. That was why she had chosen this unique and dangerous weapon to wield. The slender priestess wore a silver half-body armor, held a knight's shield in one hand, and held a heavy flail in the other. Such a scene was visually shocking. However, it also showed how dangerous the situation was. Even the non-official priests had to participate in the battle. Behind them were the few survivors of Amber City. These survivors hid in the temples and shivered, waiting for their final fate. The blasphemous language was still echoing in the air. Among the evil fallen, there were even more evil blasphemous priests. They were using blasphemous language to weaken the divine protection of the temple. The 8 dread knights circled around the temple area. The nightmares beneath them spewed out flames with the smell of sulfur. Countless undead wandered around the area. The dead that were resurrected by the blasphemous language would disappear at dawn the next day. However, they might not be able to wait until then. The temple's power was getting weaker and weaker. The Terror Knight commanded the nightmares to get closer. Even though they were still anxious, the nightmares were getting closer and closer to the temple. This was a terrifying existence that they could not match, 8 legendary-level Terror Knights. Even if Amber City used up all of its forces, they would not be able to defeat them. Despair shrouded the ruined city. Fear. It was everywhere. However, just as everyone had given up hope and was preparing to welcome their final fate, a strange commotion suddenly occurred in the distance. The priests began to comfort the others, telling them that even if death befell them, their souls would return to the kingdom of God, where they would live a peaceful and eternal life. The guardian knights of the temple had already begun to kneel down and pray. They were pleading for the blessings of the gods and vowed to fight until the last moment. As long as the power of the temple was not desecrated, their souls would not be contaminated. Suddenly, one of the Amber City guards had a look of disbelief on his face as he pointed to the front and shouted, "Look over there." An inconspicuous figure appeared in the darkness. He had a bald head, with not a single strand of hair on it. He was only wearing tattered clothes made of coarse cloth and simple leggings. He did not have any weapons in his hands. However, he was surrounded by countless undead. Groups of undead attacked him in a frenzy. The ghosts stretched out their claws at him, while the skeletons swung their swords at him. However, he did not seem to care at all. When these attacks landed on him, they did not cause any ripples. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. He just calmly looked in front of him, and when he saw the survivors of the temple, he showed a hint of relief. At least I'm still in time. He sighed in a low voice and then stomped his foot, causing an invisible wave of air to erupt. Hundreds of skeletons and ghosts around him were sent flying. The ground cracked in all directions like a spider web, and in the rumbling sound of the ground collapsing, all the stone slabs within a 100-meter radius with him as the center were reduced to tiny pieces of stone. Transcendent and saintly. Pastor Phil had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked in front of him and suddenly shouted, "Form a defensive formation. Divine buff. Hold on until dawn, and we'll be saved." A legendary monk. The inconspicuous figure that appeared in front of them was a legendary monk, and it was the rarest ascetic monk. Does not wear any armor, does not use any weapons. 1-inch punch, legendary. The inconspicuous monk that appeared in the darkness suddenly leaped forward, crossing a distance of tens of meters. He clenched his fist and punched at the skeleton knight in front of him. The skeleton knight that was awakened by the blasphemous words trembled. The undead armor on its body did not change at all, but the bones in its body shattered inch by inch, turning it into a pile of broken bones. Flaming sun, facing the undeads that were coming from all directions, the monk clasped his palms together, and then a scorching flame burst out from his palms. When he struck out with his palms, the air around him exploded with a dull sound, and a surging heat wave spread out along with the scorching flame. The strong air wave blew the surrounding sand and stones, and the nearby undeads were also sent flying more than 10 meters away. The low-grade skeletons fell down in batches. The blasphemous priests finally discovered the monk's existence. 3 of them walked out and began to cast spells. Several evil lights appeared one after another, and shot towards the monk in the distance. Shadow Moon, the monk's expression did not change at all. He suddenly put his palms together, and his skin turned golden. A silver-white energy field appeared, and directly resisted all the spells. Then, he suddenly jumped, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Ethereal form, traceless steps, the monk's figure appeared in front of the blasphemous priests in an instant, and directly shouted with a palm strike. Mage armor, master, stone skin. An invisible energy field appeared around the blasphemous priests, and in an instant, it blocked the monk's attack. At the same time, his body turned into a stone color, and his whole body was wrapped in it. The nearby blasphemy oracles began to cast spells rapidly, covering them with another energy deflection field. Vajra palm, the monk withdrew his palm, and when he punched out again, his palm turned golden. Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, the energy field around the blasphemous priests was instantly shattered. At the same time, the stone skin on his body cracked and collapsed in the blink of an eye. With just the power of a palm strike, a blasphemous priest's sternum was completely caved in, and all the bones in his body were shattered, and he fell to the ground like mud. A group of stupid spellcasters. Do you really think a layer of stone skin and an energy shield can block our attacks? In the darkness, an incomparably strong figure walked out. Along with his footsteps, the ground could not help but tremble. It was a majestic man about 4 meters tall. Just the size of his arm was already the size of a person's waist. He carried a heavy axe in one hand, and it was probably more than 600 pounds. It was as heavy as a door plank, and just like that, he casually walked into the encirclement of the undead. "Leave this to me," the majestic man said, and then suddenly hammered his own chest. His originally abnormally strong body, which was already abnormally strong, began to expand. Terrifying muscles and ferocious blue veins appeared, and with a crackling sound, the bones in his body grew one by one, and his whole body became a 3-meter-tall behemoth. Berserk. But this was not the end. Accompanied by a wild growl, he fiercely hammered the ground. His already exaggerated body size began to explode once again, legendary berserk. The ground cracked under the terrifying power, and the majestic figure had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. The axe that was not very symmetrical was now just right in his hand. Terrifying muscles filled with endless power covered his entire body, and ferocious earthworm-like veins appeared on his tough skin. He looked like an ancient killing machine, SBD. An incomparably wild roar that resounded through the heavens and earth erupted. With this horrifying figure as the center, the skeletons within a 50-meter radius were directly shattered into skeletons. The nearby blasphemous priests screamed miserably, and traces of blood seeped out of their ears, eyes, and nostrils. They seemed to have gone mad, and they just lay on the ground with idiotic smiles on their faces. War roar, legendary. Sound wave attack. The 5-meter-tall giant rested his heavy axe on his shoulder. He glanced at the blasphemous priests who had turned into idiots and mocked, "What a bunch of weak spellcasters." Endurance failed. Earth-shattering slash, the giant stomped his foot, and a crack appeared on the ground. The place where the blasphemous priests were standing collapsed, and the rubble completely buried the weak spellcasters. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk the sound of heavy hooves echoed in the ruins. When he saw the dread knight in front of him, the legendary barbarian's face showed a hint of seriousness. He slowly put down the heavy axe and licked his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent has appeared. Undying rage, a blood-red aura covered his skin. The barbarian roared and swung his axe at the dread knight in front of him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a heavy executioner's sword firmly blocked the attack of the axe. The nightmare lord let out a painful cry, and the horse's hooves sank deep into the ground. The dread knight slowly dismounted from his warhorse, and his blood-red eyes stared at the barbarian in front of him. He tore off the blood-stained cloak on his body, and his black-scaled armor changed from one hand to two, and the heavy executioner's sword was held horizontally in front of his chest. The real battle. Until now, it had only just begun. Class skill, legendary rage, strength +10, constitution +10, immune to all mind control spells, immune to labyrinth, immune to imprisonment, unlimited stamina for the duration. Class skill, transcendence. After a long period of training, the monk's body has gradually been trained to perfection. His body has become a supernatural existence. Any non-supernatural physical attack will not be able to harm the monk. The monk is immune to all normal weapon attacks. Only rare weapons +1 or above or enchanted weapons can harm him. The night passed quickly. When Soren woke up the next day, the caravan seemed to be the same as before, but he knew that some things had completely changed. For example, Amber City. Perhaps there would be no more of this city in the future, because he finally remembered where he had heard of its name. It was a battle of the legendary realm. Legendary professions would appear on the stage of history from this night, and the battle between them and the children of God had just begun. At this moment, Soren just wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. As a former legendary rogue, he knew too well the difference between the legendary realm and the non-legendary realm. When he was still a level 19 rogue, it could be said that he was still in the range of mortals, and there was not much change at all. However, when he became a level 20 legendary rogue, he already had the ability to travel between the material plane and the shadow plane, and he could directly travel through space with his powerful spell-like abilities. Even dimensional anchor could not lock onto him. If it were not for the fact that he could only travel between the shadow plane and the material plane once a day, he would probably be able to go anywhere in the world. The monks, transcendence, the barbarians, legendary berserk, the priests, summon angel, and so on. The abilities of the legendary realm were already close to the range of the gods. Even the warriors who had always been suffering had made a breakthrough. Legendary tenacity allowed them to bathe in lava before coming out, and legendary fortify allowed them to fight head-on with dragons. If it was a legendary grand sword saint, it would be even more exaggerated. The blade storm, advanced whirlwind, would be directly immune to all spells below the 6th circle, and its lethality would make other professions ashamed. Of course, it was best not to provoke the legendary wizards because many of them could time stop, at least not before getting the demigod divinity. Immune to legendary time spells. Soren wanted to keep a distance from them. At least before he was strong enough, he wanted to stay as far away from these dangerous existences as possible to avoid being implicated and dying without knowing why. He did not ponder for long. Because some movements outside had awakened everyone, a big guy had come near their camp. It was an adult saber-toothed tiger, the king of beasts in the wilderness. When there was a lack of food, it would even include the drake, challenge rating 10, into its menu. one of the most dangerous felines in the world. When Soren appeared, the others were obviously scared out of their wits. Some of the merchants were so scared that they fell to the ground. It was an adult male saber-toothed tiger with a body length of 4.5 meters, a tail length of 2.7 meters, a shoulder height of about 2 meters, and a weight of about 800 to 1,000 kilograms. Its appearance was not much different from other tiger-type creatures, but it had a pair of saber-toothed teeth that were about 15 centimeters long in its mouth. This was an innate +3 extraordinary dagger that could be used with simple polishing. It had an extremely powerful penetrative ability, and it was a good item that many thieves dreamed of. The king of the wastelands came to the side of the lake, its extraordinary intelligence allowing it to stare intently at the humans before it. After looking at it for a while, it lost interest and lowered its head to drink water by the lake. The guards of the caravan nearby were a little frightened at first, but then some of them were eager to try. Some of them even carefully took out strong crossbows. Perhaps to them, it was not impossible for them to deal with a saber-toothed tiger since they had already killed several ankegs. Don't be impulsive. Soren quickly reached out to stop them, then looked at the captain and said in a deep voice, "This is a saber-toothed tiger. Its diet even includes earth dragons," Xianxia said. "Are you really going to let these impulsive fellows attack it?" A saber-toothed tiger that weighed a ton. It was obviously close to the level of a supernatural creature. If it were to undergo a further elemental mutation, it would be able to directly cross the realm and enter outer space. Attacking it would be suicidal. Normal saber-toothed tigers were level 12, but the one in front of them was at least level 16. Unless the mysterious mistress intervened, everyone here would not be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. "Do you see those gleaming sharp claws?" Soren pointed and said in a serious tone, "Those claws can tear chainmail apart. Even the subspecies of land dragons can't withstand more than a few hits. Don't disturb it. A king of the wastelands like this will not lack food. As long as you don't provoke it, it will leave after drinking." Soren's judgment was correct. The saber-toothed tiger quietly left after drinking, but before it left, it looked at the carriage in the middle. The captain was obviously angry, and he pulled out the impulsive fellows to teach them a lesson. Soren's expression was very serious. He seemed to have thought of something and silently looked in the direction of a forest, then said, "This is the south. You are not familiar with this place, so it's best not to act rashly. The saber-toothed tiger is a creature of the same level as the winter wolves. An adult male saber-toothed tiger can directly challenge a small group of winter wolves. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many winter wolves, the north would be their territory." Winter wolves. They were large supernatural beasts that had the ability to speak. They could speak the common language and the language of giants, and they could spit out frost attacks. They had excellent sensory tracking abilities, and their intelligence was similar to that of ordinary humans. However, they were very cunning and cruel. The winter wolf was one of the most dangerous creatures in the tundra. Its fur could be sold for 2,000 kindler in the north, and 3,000 kindler in the south. It was one of Soren's favorite prey. If it weren't for the winter wolf, it would have been very difficult for him to earn enough money to become a legendary rogue in such a short time. As for the saber-toothed tiger, it could be regarded as half a legendary warrior. However, a king of the wastelands like the saber-toothed tiger was very rare. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have appeared in this area. Didn't they like to roam the plains with wild cows? Could it be that something forced it to migrate? Creatures like the saber-toothed tiger were rarely forced to leave their territory. Even if they encountered a dragon subspecies, they would still fight with their lives on the line, unless there was something they couldn't compete with. Could it be? Soren calculated his position, and his expression suddenly became very ugly. He found that he wasn't far from where the ancient red dragon appeared. The ancient red dragon only appeared a few months later. However, this didn't mean that it didn't appear in the vicinity a few months ago. It was just that it wasn't discovered until then. It seemed that a lot of big events were brewing in advance. The time when they were known to the world was just that they happened to erupt during that time period. Big brother. He didn't know when the little girl had gotten up. She glanced at the direction where the saber-toothed tiger left, but there was no fear on her face. Instead, she held Soren's hand and said with great interest, "That big cat is so beautiful and mighty." Vivian also wants to raise one in the future. Soren, who looked a little nervous, smiled and patted her little head. He jokingly said, when Vivian becomes a sorcerer, she can sign a magic pet. Maybe I can really sign a contract with such a majestic big cat. The little girl was still very confused. She had never seen a tiger before, and there were no tigers around Amber City. She had never left Amber City before, and it was her first time seeing a tiger. She didn't expect that she would think that it was a big cat. But she wasn't wrong. The saber-toothed tiger was also a cat. The little girl didn't notice that Soren was joking. Instead, she looked at the tiger seriously and said happily, "Really? Then it can carry me everywhere to play. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll let it bite them. It's so big. It must be very strong when it comes to fighting." Soren didn't interrupt the little girl's naive fantasy. He reached out and picked her up, put her on the carriage, and said casually, "Well then, Vivian, you'll have to work hard. A big cat like that won't listen to you so easily." After that, he began to pack his things. There were still 4 or 5 days of travel to Whiterun, and it wouldn't be a peaceful journey. Soren was busy tidying up the tent and preparing breakfast. The cute little girl tilted her head and sat on the side of the carriage. She held her chin with one hand and muttered to herself, "How can I make that big cat listen to me? It's so big, and I'm so small. There's no way I can beat it. What should I do?" The little girl rubbed her head in frustration. It seemed that she really didn't know what to do. Sigh, it would be great if I could raise a big cat like that. The fur on its body looked warm. The little girl was still in a daze, but the mysterious mistress of the caravan had already walked up to her. By the time Soren had finished packing his luggage, the mysterious mistress had already left. He glanced at the mysterious woman in the distance, squatted down, and whispered, "Vivian. What did she say to you?" The little girl did not hide anything from him. She tilted her head and answered, "Nothing much. She just asked me how old I am. Then she asked me if I can read. Don't worry. I didn't tell her that I can cast spells." Soren nodded. It was best not to let anyone know that Vivian was a natural-born warlock. She was still too young. Soren had no ill feelings towards the mysterious mistress of the caravan, but he was still worried about her. Wizards were all eccentric creatures, and the conflict between rogues and spellcasters was not something that could be resolved in a day or two. None of the native wizards in the storyline were simple characters. The trade caravan continued its journey. Perhaps it was because of the conversation with the mysterious mistress, but the little girl suddenly became interested in learning how to read. Soren also felt that she should learn more words. Not all of the abilities of a warlock were automatically awakened. Unlike dragons, they could not automatically awaken their knowledge. Warlocks needed to learn how to read and write on their own, while dragons could automatically learn a lot of languages and words. Vivian had learned some words from Soren in the past, but the number of words she learned was less than 100. The little girl was actually very smart, and her learning speed was even faster than Soren's. However, she still liked to do things that she liked to do. Sometimes, she would feel sleepy when she looked at things with a lot of words. Sometimes, she would even yawn. The trade caravan slowed down a little today. The little girl still did not like things with a lot of words. After learning a few dozen new words from Soren, she started to feel sleepy. She mumbled a few words to Soren, then giggled and told him that she would learn next time. After that, she started to play with the little things that the others gave her. In just one day, the little girl had become very popular in the trade caravan. Some of the little things were given to her by the trade caravan workers, while some were toys given to her by the mysterious mistress. For example, a set of exquisite tarot cards. Vivian liked things with pictures on them. Half a day passed just like that. They saw some gnolls and gnomes along the way, but none of them had the guts to attack such a large caravan. The caravan didn't stop until there was a commotion in front of them. Soren wanted to earn more slaughter EXP, so he went to take a look as well. But this time, he didn't have the chance to make a move. The caravan met a person. An adventurer traveling alone in the wilderness. It was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was dressed in ordinary gray clothes. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and his legs were tied up. His hair was very short, and his neck was much thicker than most people's. This meant that he might have been trained in a special way of fighting, such as the war roar, a special ability that was similar to the lion's roar. When Soren saw him, the merchant guards were talking to him from afar. There were 3 dead gnolls near him, all killed by his bare hands. A fist master? Soren looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He then dismounted from his horse and put his hands together. Are you traveling alone? The middle-aged man returned the salute and bowed his head. He looked very humble. The merchant guards saw Soren's actions and relaxed a little. The captain of the guards rode over and whispered, "Who is he?" Someone saw him fighting the gnolls. He killed 3 of them with his bare hands. The other gnolls ran away. Soren nodded and explained, "This should be a fist master. He's a warrior monk. They like to wander alone in the wilderness, looking for opportunities to sharpen their will and strength. This one seems to be an ascetic." A warrior monk, an ascetic? The captain's expression relaxed a little. Most ascetics weren't evil people. A fist master was an advanced profession of a warrior monk. They had completely given up on weapons and were proficient in barehanded attacks. Only fist masters and holy fist guards could master the powerful ability, one-inch punch. A warrior monk was one of the professions that liked to travel alone in the wilderness because they needed to sharpen their will in the wilderness. At the same time, they could feel the power of emptiness, nirvana, and chaos. If they chose the path of an ascetic, they would also have a special sacred ritual, which was to donate all their wealth to the poor. An ascetic would donate most of their wealth and keep only a small amount of material wealth for themselves to sharpen their will. This was one of the professions with the highest will attribute. They were almost immune to most charm and mind spells. At the same time, because they gave up material wealth, their faith became stronger. Very few people could become ascetics. This was because they had to make a special vow. If they broke it, it could even lead to a flaw in their mind. In other words, it was the so-called self-deception. If a powerful professions were to fall into such a situation, there would be an obvious flaw in their will, and their strength would be greatly affected. Only 1 out of 10 warrior monks would become an ascetic. Only 1 out of 10 ascetics would become an ascetic monk. This was the most difficult profession to advance. Because ascetics would not keep overnight wealth, many of them completely gave up weapons and rare equipment and reached the highest achievement of a fist master. One-inch punch, legendary. They did not use any weapons, did not wear any equipment, and only relied on their strong intuition and hands to fight. This group of people's magic resistance was very exaggerated, and they had some very special abilities. These abilities were gradually comprehended in a long period of cultivation. Many of them relied on their own strong willpower, honed in a difficult environment, and finally directly interfered with the elemental energy of the material world. Many ascetics gave up in the end because not everyone could resist the temptation of material things, once cultivation was given up. The ascetics became ordinary warrior monks, and they might not have the courage to try again in their lifetime. Soon, the caravan had an additional companion. The fist master seemed to be very quiet and almost did not take the initiative to talk to others. This was not very strange. Some ascetics even pretended to be mute and did not say a word for several years. In the afternoon, he would beg the others in the caravan, just some water and simple food. He refused most meat and only ate coarse black bread. It was not that ascetics did not eat meat. But when they began a period of cultivation, travel, unless it was a special situation, they only ate the simplest and coarsest food. This kind of cultivation could take up to several years, and often, after completing it once, their strength would be significantly improved. At that time, many people tried to cultivate. Unfortunately, they all failed in the end. The players could not bear this kind of life at all. They would rather challenge some powerful monsters and directly use slaughter EXP to level up. Warrior monks were not rare in this world. Their cultivation method had been accepted by more and more people, and even integrated with some of the sword saints' training methods, and finally produced the current weapon master profession. The only difference was that they changed from fighting barehanded to specializing in a certain weapon. This group of people had strong willpower. Some of the priests would also try to train in a similar way to strengthen the strength of their beliefs. This fistmaster had no sense of presence. Until evening, he did not take the initiative to say a word to anyone. He just silently followed the caravan. He did not ride a horse, and even rejected the horses that were offered by kind people. He walked all the way, but his walking speed was very fast, and his endurance was much better than ordinary people. It could be said that he walked as if he was flying, and he easily caught up with the caravan. When it was evening, he did not need to rest in a tent, and he did not even need to get close to the bonfire. He just found a stone and sat cross-legged. Then he stopped moving. The second day of the journey could be said to be very peaceful. Other than the appearance of this fist master, there was almost no trouble on the road. When Soren woke up on the third day, the fist master was still sitting on the stone, and the caravan guards nearby were pointing at him with obvious surprise and shock on their faces. Obviously, the warrior training they received was very difficult, but it was not to such an extreme extent. Only the captain of the guards had a thoughtful expression on his face. That was because his training as a northern barbarian was also very extreme. He had to immerse his entire body in ice water that was below 0 degrees Celsius in order to suppress his violent power. At that time, he had almost lost his life. He did not move for the whole night. The next day, the fist master's body was covered with dew, and because of the cold weather, there was a faint white frost on his eyebrows. At this time, the others finally understood why Soren had a trace of respect for him. This was indeed not a training method that ordinary people could endure. In fact, the normal training of a monk was not much different from that of a warrior, but the advanced class of an ascetic was more special. The way they trained themselves was more extreme, and it was completely through the most difficult way to uncover their potential. There was a succubus queen in the abyss. Even many gods couldn't resist her charm magic, but the legendary monk could directly ignore it. One could imagine how strong their willpower was. The fist master left in the afternoon of the third day. This was because Soren and the others were close to a small town, which was close to the city of Whiterun. It would take them at most 2 days to reach there. Ascetics did not go near crowded places when they trained, and they preferred to train in deserted areas. He planned to go to a large waterfall in the northwest and train there for a year to find an opportunity to learn the ethereal body, and pursue the opportunity to become a legendary monk, and finally master the legendary divine transcendence. Until he left. No one knew his name, as if he was just a passerby on their journey. However, for some reason, he gave Vivian a book. It was not a secret martial arts book. There was no such thing as a secret martial arts book in this world. It was just a book called Hand-to-Hand Mastery and One-Inch Punch, just like the warrior's advanced slashing techniques and finding the enemy's weakness, the wizard's enhancing and flexible use of evocation spells, the priest's the influence of faith on divine spells, and the paladin's the divine power of faith. These books were written by many people, and if one trained according to the methods written in the book, they could learn some additional abilities. For example, the thief's special skills for picking locks. If one carefully read this book, they could improve their picking skills a little, and if they were lucky, they could even learn the ability, lock-picking expert. The book given by the fist master, if one trained according to the methods written in the book and met the training requirements, they could obtain the hand-to-hand mastery ability, and then meet the requirements to become a monk. In the end, they could try to learn the ability, One-Inch Punch. However, how could Soren let Vivian become a monk, which was a difficult profession? The training methods of this profession were too difficult. So he put it away and threw it into his multidimensional bag. Vivian should just be a fair, rich, and beautiful sorcerer. Besides, he could not let the little girl train alone in the wilderness. He could not bear to let her suffer. In the afternoon, the caravan arrived at their new destination. It was a small town called Gold Creek Town. The town was prosperous for a while because there was a river where gold could be found there. Unfortunately, the town gradually declined after the gold mine was completely mined. Before the caravan even got close to the town, the alarm bell rang. Immediately after, some people rode over to check. This was still considered a border area of the wilderness, so the people living here were very alert. After confirming that it was a caravan, the people in the town let them pass. At the same time, some people came over to ask about the goods. In places far away from the city, some people would sell their goods to the caravan at a low price, and the caravan would bring them to the city to sell. At the same time, they would also buy some things from the merchants and sell them in the nearby towns. Unless they had a large number of guards like this caravan from the north, ordinary merchants would not trade long distances. This was because it was more dangerous and troublesome to travel. The little girl was in a good mood today. Perhaps it was because the journey was relatively peaceful. She jumped off the horse as soon as they arrived at the town and looked around curiously. The captain of the guards told Soren that he would be staying in the town for the night. He could look around as he pleased and go to the inn at the east gate at night. The whole town was surrounded by a wall. The wall was built with 2 layers of sturdy logs. Each log was about 20 centimeters thick, and the 2 ends were sharpened and sunk into the ground. There was a watchtower every 100 meters or so, and one could climb up using ladders from below. There were 2 gates in the east and west of the town. Both of them were very thick and heavy, and it looked like a sturdy fortress. This was to guard against attacks from gnolls and possible bandits. But in a town like this, there was always someone on guard at night because gnolls could sneak in. "Brother, look." The little girl held Soren's hand and looked around. When she heard the shouts, she pulled him over curiously. There were 2 people training. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was a younger man. They looked similar, so they were either father and son, or uncle and nephew. "Watch your right side." The middle-aged man with a wooden shield and a wooden sword said in a low voice, "When the enemy attacks from this direction, you have to learn how to use your shield. Watch carefully. When you block, make sure your arms are at a certain distance. Only then will you have room to move. When you use your shield, don't take too big a step. What is truly fatal is the sword in your hand, not the shield. What you need to do is to use the impact of the shield to make the opponent lose his balance, and then stab with your weapon." The 2 of them were training seriously. The middle-aged man didn't look back at all, but the young man was slightly distracted. Then, the middle-aged man smashed him to the ground with his shield. "This is the second thing I want to tell you. You can't be distracted in battle. Continue training." The young man gritted his teeth and got up. His expression was much more serious. At the same time, he launched a more valiant attack. Maybe it was because someone was looking at him, which aroused his competitive spirit. The middle-aged man was still calm and unhurried. While blocking, he said in a deep voice, "Look carefully. Facing the enemy's hacking attacks. Shields are not the only means of defense. You also need to learn how to use weapons to parry. Cleave attacks a line. At this time, if you can't dodge, you need to think of a way to block the enemy's attack. Just like that." The middle-aged man swung his sword to parry, then rushed forward and knocked the young man to the ground with his shoulder. Swords aren't the only things that can defeat the enemy. Our bodies are also a kind of weapon. Stand up. It was a very realistic and merciless training method. Soren looked at the blood coming out of the young man's nose. His expression gradually became serious, and he carefully observed them. The middle-aged man looked at them. However, he didn't pay much attention to them. After twirling the wooden sword in his hand, he continued, "If the enemy stabs at you, at this time it's best not to parry. You need to learn how to use your body to dodge. Stabs attack a point, so it's very difficult to parry. However, as long as you move your body, you can easily avoid the attack. However, when the enemy stabs at you, it's often just the beginning of the attack. You need to learn how to judge in an instant. Pay attention to their shoulders. Any attack has a trajectory. When they need to explode with power, their body will inevitably make corresponding movements. For example, you can do this." The middle-aged man dodged the sword, then twisted his waist and took a step forward to swing his sword at the young man's wrist. The wooden sword fell to the ground with a clang. The young man who had been defeated consecutively was finally discouraged. He lay on the ground, panting. He didn't even pick up the sword. The middle-aged man looked at the sky and slowly said, "Today's training ends here. If you want to become a qualified warrior, you still have a lot to learn. Just relying on brute strength to fight is just courting death." The middle-aged man wiped his sweat with the clothes on the side, then glanced at Soren and the scimitar on his body. He said seriously, "Outsider. I'm the captain of the militia here. Although this place doesn't exclude outsiders, it's not welcoming either. You better not cause any trouble. Threat. The middle-aged man's tone was very serious, and there was no provocation in his expression. It was as if he was talking about something very normal, but it inexplicably gave people a sense of pressure. I never like to cause trouble. Soren smiled and said calmly, but if someone provokes me, I'll make them regret it. We're just passing by. The middle-aged man nodded. That's for the best. This was a third-grade warrior, and it was very likely that he used to be a famous adventurer. Soren noticed that his legs were a little inconvenient. Perhaps he had suffered a serious injury that caused his bones to deviate. Adventurers like this were quite common. Many had to retire after being injured and return to their hometown to live a normal life. There were many people in this world with stories. Big brother. The little girl picked up a branch and gestured. That man just now looked quite strong. But the people he taught are so stupid. They can't even remember such simple things. Look. Soren looked at the little girl's crooked posture. She was small and weak, and even her posture was a little off. But Soren didn't discourage her. He rubbed her little head and said, "It's quite simple. But they're all very practical skills. Of course, he's not as smart as my Vivian. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some good food." When Soren was watching the man train, a row of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Skill level up. You've learned something while watching others train. You've grasped a certain combat skill. Parry +1, block +1, evasion, movement, +1. Soren didn't expect to unlock 2 new basic skills just like that. He thought that he would have to wait until he started training on parrying and blocking in the future before he could unlock these 2 basic skills. 1 or 2 points in a basic skill weren't very useful. If he wanted to gain a significant increase, he would need to gain at least 10 points. Normally, a basic skill would gain a significant increase of around 50 points. For example, a shield warrior's 100 points of block. That was the level of a professional who could use a shield to block, just like Soren's ability in stealth. A basic skill was chosen to specialize in a certain direction. Then, the other basic skills that were triggered would automatically level up over time. The skill points gained from leveling up would rarely be invested into these skills, because there were specializations in different professions. Most of the basic skills that were related to professions would be leveled up faster. For example, Soren's evasion was already at 6 points, and he hadn't gone through any specialized training. If he trained in evasion, rolling, and evasion, movement, his evasion could quickly reach 20 points or more. Normally, a basic evasion skill of around 50 points could passively increase one's evasion by 1 point. This evasion was an instinctive evasion. It was an instinctive reaction when a person was attacked. Only certain specializations could increase this. For example, intuitive evasion, evasion proficiency, super evasion, and so on. These were all combat specializations that were very difficult to obtain through training, and their effects were also very obvious. Basic skills were relatively normal abilities. Only specializations were skills that could significantly increase one's strength. Of course, the difficulty of mastering them was also very high. Some specializations had prerequisites for basic skills. For example, the combat specialization, defense and offense, 100 points of parry, and the combat specialization, powerful shield bash, 150 points of parry, all of which required mastery of basic skills. Basic skills below 50 points were relatively easy to master, but to level them up, one would need to be a professional. For example, the negotiation and valuation skills of a professional businessman. And the taunting ability of a barbarian. Sometimes, when you meet these simple-minded and muscular guys, you would really be angered by their words. These were a group of taunting professionals. One of the favorite things of the player barbarian was to show off his muscles in front of his enemies and taunt them, a bunch of weaklings. Also, the taunting ability of the witches with poisonous tongues was also very strong. There were some players who had a low profession level, only LV6, because of their poisonous tongues, but their taunting ability was actually over 200 points, master level. Once they used their poisonous tongues, they would instantly become the target of everyone. Too much taunting would create an aura. Even if they didn't understand what you were saying, their expressions would be filled with hatred. The two of them quickly returned to the inn. Soren bought a clay pot, a pound of pork, and a pound of beans. He had promised to make some delicious food for Vivian, but it wasn't convenient to do so in the wild, so he decided to make it up to her by making her something to eat at night. There were a lot of people gathered outside the inn. Some of them were residents of the town who wanted to see if there were any cheap goods, and some were local hunters who wanted to sell their furs to them at a cheaper price so that they didn't have to go to the city to sell their furs. There were also some people who came to watch, mainly to see the ankegs on the carriages. It's really an ankeg. Looks like they killed at least 3 of them. These people are really strong. There were militiamen and children in the crowd. For these people who lived in the outskirts of the town, they didn't know much about the legendary monsters, but ankegs were one of the most dangerous creatures they knew. Let's go in. Soren glanced at the others and was about to go in and rest. However, when a slightly skinny but well-built figure appeared, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. The guard captain also stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the man who just appeared. The other party was not very old, probably in his 20s. His face was quite handsome, and the outline of his face seemed to have been carved by a knife. His eyes were very spirited and sharp, and his eyebrows were straight like swords. This kind of appearance gave people a very strong impression, not to mention his restrained but sharp aura. A sword saint? Soren glanced at the opponent's weapon with a playful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, I didn't expect this town to be so full of hidden talents. There's actually an advanced sword saint living here. Sword saint. It wasn't a name for a person's strength. It was a profession that extended from the warrior class. The word saint represented a pursuit and belief in many places, such as the paladins, holy fist guards, and clerics. Sword saint was a high-level profession that advanced from the warrior class. The requirements to become a sword saint were more stringent, and it was also a profession that gave up on using armor. If one wasn't talented, they would need to reach grade 3 before they could successfully become a sword saint. Sword saints did not have a specific weapon, but they usually used a straight blade. This kind of weapon was still called a sword by many. They were good at finding the enemy's fatal weakness, and at the same time, they knew how to maximize their own strength. The chi-raising / ability was gradually passed down to the ordinary warriors by the sword saints. Many sword saints had received the training methods of weapon masters. They even learned the meditation of wushu monks. The sword saint observed the caravan for a while before a look of disappointment appeared on his face. He quickly left the crowd and walked towards the back of the town. The sword saint was a profession that liked to find people to spar with. They hoped to hone their skills through battle. If they were active in the beastman's territory, the blade sword saint would like to find foreign experts to challenge. Vivian. You go in first. I'll be back soon. Soren's curiosity was piqued. He quietly followed the man outside, but he didn't follow him too closely. The sky gradually darkened. The sword saint did not go back. Instead, he went directly to a big tree. He stabbed the straight blade on his back into the ground, then sat cross-legged behind the blade. He didn't have exaggerated muscles, but his sharp arms held the sword hilt. He slowly closed his eyes and breathed. He sat there for half a day. Soren's figure was very hazy in the shadows. He seriously looked at the sword saint in the distance with a serious expression. The sword saint did not sit on the ground. In fact, from the beginning until now, the sword saint's body was about 1 centimeter above the ground. His entire weight was supported by his arms. His hands were holding the sword hilt from the beginning, and his whole body weight was also placed on the sword hilt. His breathing did not change much from the beginning to the end. His chest rose and fell slightly, as if he had entered meditation. However, Soren was very sure of one thing. Once he was within 20 meters of the sword saint would be able to detect him in an instant. Most sword saints were grade 3 or higher. In other words, the sword saint's profession level was probably 10 or higher. If such a person were to fight, Soren's chances of winning were less than 30%. So he quietly retreated without disturbing the sword saint who was training. The sword saint was the most powerful profession for warriors. The second most powerful profession was the weapon master, and the third most powerful was the Berserker. Because sword saints did not wear any armor, it was very easy for them to fall. Especially in the future, during the Age of Chaos, sword saints would easily become the main target in large-scale battles. So Soren had not met many legendary sword saints. The legendary sword saint's weakness insight could even find the weakest point in the defensive force field, energy, cast by spellcasters. Professionals did not always go out adventuring. If they felt tired, or if their ability reached the critical point of a breakthrough, they would find a quiet place to try to advance. Some special professions would even return to the place where they were trained. Looks like I have to find time to start training. In a small town, there were so many professionals, which undoubtedly increased the pressure on Soren. He did not have such a strong feeling before. But now he found that these natives were not simple. Even if there was a mysterious stream of data in his mind, if he did not work hard, he might not be able to surpass these natives in the future and face the gods in the coming Avatar crisis. Phew! Soren silently put his hand on the curved sword and said to himself, no wonder the gods killed by the players were less than 1/10 of the natives in the story. This gap is not something that can be made up with data. The gods fell. In the past, there were less than 2 digits of divinity among the players, but there were hundreds of natives in the story who obtained divinity. It was not just the difference in profession level. Soren went back to the hotel and began to prepare dinner. The caravan guards were busy with their own things, and the mysterious hostess did not show up for 2 days. Wizards rarely dealt with ordinary people, so no one felt strange. Vivian was learning to read in the room, and the little girl had almost finished learning the common language. She did not ask where Soren went. When Soren came back, she moved a small stool and sat next to him. Soren was cutting the pork he bought into pieces, and then poured the beans into a clay pot. Then he took the clay pot to the hotel kitchen, carefully sealed the pot, and covered it with the ashes of the burned firewood. Then he clapped his hands and said, let's eat something first. It should be cooked when it gets dark. This was a relatively simple food, and it tasted good. Soren used to make it himself when he was free. The only requirement was patience. Because it was stewed, it took about 3 hours. Night fell. The caravan guards were drinking and chatting in front of the hotel. Occasionally, some of them would go out and fight. Some merchants gathered together to count their goods. Today, they bought some furs in the town, and they should be able to make some money by shipping them to the next city. Soren sat at the back and played with his curved sword. However, he did not use his right hand, but his left. Dual wielding. This was a very difficult ability to train, and it might take a long time to learn. You either have to spend some ability points to learn it, or you have to train hard. However, Soren already had the ability, nimble left hand, so it was much easier for him to learn dual wielding. No one knew who started the commotion, but someone urged Soren to go down and play as well. Soren happened to have such an idea, but he used his left hand when he made the move. It was a young man from the north. The guard captain was also eager to test Soren's skills, but he gave up when he saw that Soren was using his left hand. However, his expression was quite strange, because it was rare to see people using dual weapons. This required a lot of skill. Currently, the best creatures using dual weapons were the elves. Only those with long lifespans had the time to practice this skill. Vivian stood on the table that was taller than her and watched. Because she was too short. In the empty arena, Soren walked around with a serious expression. Holding the curved sword in a reverse grip affected his performance, but it was a good way to train the agility of his left hand. Even though he was using his left hand, he was still not at a disadvantage. He even looked like he was testing his moves on his opponent. The little girl stood on the table and watched very seriously. She held a table knife in her small white hand. She watched the fight on the arena and even used the table knife to make a few moves. She frowned and thought from time to time. Her appearance was a bit out of place, but her expression was very serious. Gradually, when she made a few moves, there were even some similarities. No one noticed the little girl in the corner. They were all focused on the fight on the arena. Soren's dodging skills amazed many people, especially his footwork and the difficult movements he made when he dodged the attacks. It was impossible for an ordinary person to do something like this without specialized flexibility training. On the second floor of the inn. The mysterious mistress of the merchant group appeared out of nowhere. She glanced at Soren, who was fighting on the arena, and quickly lost interest. However, when her gaze landed on Vivian in the corner, her face lit up. She looked surprised, interested, and amused. The little girl stood on the table and made some gestures. Then, she put down the table knife and mumbled to herself, "It doesn't seem that difficult. Big Brother isn't fighting seriously at all. If he had used the move that allowed him to run horizontally on the wall, he would have killed that guy with one slash. It's just a few moves over and over. Big Brother's opponent isn't even as good as that guy during the day." The little girl pursed her lips and sneakily glanced at the others. Then, she quietly picked up the wine pot with both hands and poured herself a cup of ale. "Because she's too weak." Vivian took a sip and smacked her lips. "It tastes weird," she mumbled to herself. "Why do they like this?" The little girl took a few more sips out of curiosity. Soon, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Why do I feel a bit dizzy?" Vivian's petite body started to sway. When Soren came back from the arena, the little girl was already drunk. Her cheeks were red, and she hurriedly hid the cup behind her back. Soren noticed that she was secretly drinking. When he saw the drunk Vivian in front of him, his face instantly darkened. Slap, a slap on her butt. Soren directly put her in his arms and threw her to the room on the second floor to sleep. The night was cold. Soren went to the kitchen to take a look at the pot, then covered it with the ashes of the charcoal fire. He then lit an oil lamp, took it to the room on the second floor, took out a book from his multi-dimensional bag, and started reading silently. Occasionally, his eyes fell on Vivian, who was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were still a bit red from the alcohol. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're quite brave." He reached out and pinched Vivian's little nose. The little girl felt uncomfortable and waved her little hand. Then, she turned over and fell asleep. She was really drunk. Although she only drank a small cup of ale. The night was getting darker. Soren put away the book, blew out the oil lamp, and went to sleep. The little girl drowsily leaned over and naturally reached out to hug his arm. Then, she smacked her lips and muttered a few words in her sleep. The night passed just like that. The caravan was ready to leave early in the morning. When Vivian woke up, Soren had already packed everything and was holding a warm jar in his hand. "Brother." Vivian held on to the corner of her clothes and walked over timidly. She whispered, "I was wrong. I won't drink in secret anymore." This bold little girl, how old was she? She actually dared to drink in secret. Soren originally wanted to scold her, but when he saw the little girl's pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but say with a dark face, "Don't do it again. If you do it again, then I'll hit your butt with the board." The little girl quietly sighed in relief. When Soren wasn't paying attention, she stuck out her tongue playfully and obediently followed him downstairs. Yesterday, she was also curious. She didn't know why so many people liked to drink. Originally, she just wanted to give it a try. She didn't expect that after just a few sips, she would feel dizzy and drunk. Fortunately, her brother didn't scold her. Vivian reached out and touched her butt. She was slapped in a daze yesterday, and it still hurt a little this morning. It seemed like her brother was really angry. In the future, she definitely couldn't drink anymore. The little girl secretly warned herself, and then followed Soren to the hall. Soren didn't drink. Sometimes, he didn't even touch a drop of alcohol. Alcohol was a thief's most fatal poison. It would reduce a thief's perception, willpower, and agility. It would make them lose their vigilance and at the same time, affect their clarity of mind. Perhaps some warriors could slightly increase their fighting strength after drinking, but once a thief drank, their original advantage would be completely lost. Soren once saw a half-legendary thief get chopped into pieces by two level 6 rookies. The reason was that this guy drank himself into a drunken stupor. All professions that relied on skills had to ensure that they had a clear mind at all times. If he needed to relax, Soren would borrow the halfling's tobacco. There was a time when he carried a sandalwood pipe with him. The distillation method invented by the wizards had been popularized for a long time. Alchemy's potion purification techniques had long been used on alcohol, And there were some strong liquors that even legendary professions could not withstand. Soren opened the jar. After simmering for an entire night, the aroma inside was very strong. Even the others couldn't help but look over when they smelled the aroma. Soren smiled as he poured out a big bowl. He first gave a portion to Vivian, then gave it to the guards of the caravan. These days, the food was prepared by the caravan, so it was only right for them to have a taste. Soren asked the hotel to prepare some fried eggs and 2 big bowls of thick porridge. The journey was tough, so Vivian had to eat more. The mysterious mistress of the caravan also came down at the same time. She sat down across from Soren after smelling the aroma and poured herself some of the wine. Her casual behavior made it hard for Soren to refuse. "Shouldn't you take off your veil when eating?" Soren lowered his head and continued eating. "Don't you find it inconvenient?" The mistress of the caravan elegantly picked up the spoon and gently blew on it. Her veil fluttered a little, revealing her sharp chin. "I'm used to it," she said calmly. "It's not bad. I didn't expect you to be so talented." She actually ate very little. She only took a few bites before putting it down. She glanced at Soren and then at the little girl who was busy eating. Wheeze. Wheeze, the little girl was eating happily. She was not picky when it came to food. She would find it delicious if it tasted slightly better. He didn't know why. The mysterious mistress of the caravan was more talkative than before. She even tried to talk to Soren while she was eating, which made him feel like she was hiding evil intentions. Food shouldn't be wasted. Soren quickly finished his food. He raised his head and looked at the mistress of the caravan in front of him. He naturally reached out for her bowl and poured the leftover food into his own bowl. It was a very rude and frivolous behavior. It could even be said that he was flirting with her, especially when it came to a noble lady like her. The mistress of the caravan was embarrassed and angry. Her plump chest heaved up and down inconspicuously for a moment before she gradually calmed down. Something was wrong. Soren was still eating in silence. He acted like a stingy and thrifty person. He even snuck a peek at the mistress of the caravan's breasts, which looked like a poor disguise. However, he was now much more cautious of the mistress of the caravan. She was still looking at him with a sense of superiority. She was neither cold nor indifferent to him all the way here. It was impossible for her to suddenly become so close to him. Judging from her behavior just now, this kind of behavior obviously made her angry, but she endured it. Wizards were a group of very rational people. She must be plotting something, and it shouldn't be him. The only possibility was Vivian. Did she notice the little girl's amazing talent? It was obvious. Soren's judgment was correct. After the caravan set off, the mistress of the caravan pretended to casually ask about their past. This sort of word-of-mouth technique was nothing to a thief. Soren easily saw through her intentions, but he couldn't tell if she was being nice or not. It was the best possibility. She must have noticed Vivian's amazing talent and wanted to take her in as an apprentice. That was why she purposely got close to them and wanted to know more about their past. However, there was also the possibility that she had other intentions. It was quite possible that she had other intentions. Soren found it hard to trust a stranger. Especially a witch. Should we leave? This was the thought that crossed Soren's mind as the caravan set off. The northern witches were not kind beings. If he waited for her to open her mouth and refuse, she might get angry. Wizards were not to be judged by common sense. There were many Frankensteins in this group. Most of the time, wizards didn't like to be reasonable. At least not until you had the ability to reason with them. They didn't like to be reasonable. Spellcasters always had a sense of superiority in their hearts, and it was even more so for a witch with a high status. After all, they were women. However, they were now very close to Whiterun City. Once they reached the city, they would naturally part ways. The caravan would need to go from the south to the north, while Soren would need to go to Autumnfall and then to the Forest of Dreams to enter the Elven Kingdom. If they rashly left now, it might backfire and make it seem as if they had ulterior motives. The journey was very peaceful. In the range of human activities, the number of monsters would naturally be a lot less. The caravan also met a group of bearded dwarves on the way. There was an Iron Ridge mountain north of here, which used to be the territory of the ogres. Later, a group of dwarves moved there and finally built a city there. The Iron Ridge dwarves would trade with other nearby races, mainly humans and half-elves. They would exchange high-quality weapons for liquor and food. Dwarves were creatures that did not like farming. They would rather face hard stones than dig for food in the mud. Among all the races, it seemed that only humans were the most willing to farm, and only they liked to cultivate carefully. Orcs could farm, don't joke around. They just scattered seeds in the ground and waited for their luck this year. If they had the time to cultivate carefully, they might as well kill 2 beasts. At least they could eat meat. As for the elves, no one thought that this group of creatures that pursued beauty would be willing to cultivate in the mud. Even if the mud meant fertile land. Traveling could be boring sometimes. Especially when nothing special happened. Things did not always happen, so at that time, all you needed to do was to keep moving toward your destination. It was also a good thing that nothing happened. Because unexpected events in the wild always meant trouble and could even lead to death. So, when the caravan finally reached the vicinity of Whiterun, both the merchants and the guards could not help but breathe a sigh of relief because they had reached the final destination of their journey. The caravan would stay in Whiterun for nearly a month. During this time, the merchants would disperse and do their own things. They would sell all kinds of goods in their hands and buy things that they thought could make money in the vicinity of Whiterun. Some of the merchants would also organize small groups to go to the half-elven villages here. The goods in their hands were obviously elven, and occasionally, they could be sold at a high price to the nouveau riche. The villages were everywhere. When the merchants were done with their business, they would gather together and take a detour back to the north. Along the way, they would pass by the seaside. The merchants in the north would sell some of their goods and bring new seafood to the north. This should be the end of the journey. Soren took the kindler that he got from selling the ink kegs and left. The others would continue their journey of making money if Soren did not hear any bad news. Whiterun City. Whiterun City was much more prosperous than Amber City. Although it was not as convenient as Amber City, its history was one of the best in the south. There were many things that needed no further mention. The head of a red dragon was still hanging in the center of the city, although only its skeleton remained. The adventurers who built Whiterun City had slain an evil red dragon here. The wealth of the red dragon allowed them to expand Whiterun City's influence and eventually made it the center of trade in the southwest. There was a luxurious old house north of the city hall. It was said that the previous owner was a baron. Unfortunately, he later contracted a strange disease and died not long after. The old house had changed hands several times before welcoming a new owner. It was said that the new owner was a widowed noblewoman who had caused quite a stir in Whiterun City because of her beauty and wealth. Unfortunately, the widowed noblewoman lived in seclusion. Not only was she not interested in any noble banquets, but she also rarely interacted with other nobles. Gradually, she was ostracized from the circle of nobles. Only her servants could drive her to the manor outside the city every once in a while. The widowed noblewoman was filthy rich. Not only did she buy the busiest shops in Whiterun City, but she also owned a large manor outside the city. Of course, it was said that she had a powerful backer. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a prostitute to hold on to such wealth. The mysterious mistress of the caravan had arrived. A servant who had been waiting for her respectfully welcomed her arrival. A maid took off her shawl and led her to a large room. The floor was covered with a soft velvet carpet. This kind of high-quality alchemy carpet was sought after by many lower-class nobles, but it was now covered in cheap fabric. A flirtatious woman was lying on a large rocking chair made of ebony wood, reading a book. Her long black hair was casually draped behind her back, and she was wearing a pure white nightgown. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, revealing a plump, full chest. "Mother." The mistress of the caravan bowed slightly and said slowly, "I brought the thing you wanted." "I don't understand. Why do I have to personally deliver a deck of cards? You should know that I'm in the middle of some important research." The seductive woman casually stood up. Her pajamas slipped down a little, but she wasn't interested in tidying it up. She didn't seem to mind showing off her beautiful figure in front of her daughter. Instead, she chuckled and playfully said, "Gloria. You haven't noticed anything special about it after all this time? It's not a manifestation of nature card. Instead, it is the highest achievement of alchemy in a certain era, the cards of fate. She was a northern witch. It was impossible to judge a witch's age based on her appearance. She walked up to the mistress of the caravan and took a black metal box from her. The idiots of the witch council have had it for so long, but they still haven't found anything. She spoke slowly. It should have been given to me a long time ago. Opening the box with her fair fingers, the seductive woman gently stroked a mysterious card stored inside. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Cards of fate. The legendary key to becoming a heavenly seer. The card in the woman's hand disappeared into thin air. This was a storage spell commonly used by high-grade wizards. It was a small independent dimensional space. My obedient daughter. The coquettish woman lazily laid on the soft bed and played with her long hair in boredom. She casually asked, "Did you encounter anything interesting during your journey?" "Ever since I've been imprisoned in this cage, it's been a long time since I've encountered anything interesting. I really want to leave this place." The mistress of the caravan frowned and looked at the woman in front of her. "Mother. Please don't forget that you are still being punished by the council. Because of your forbidden experiment at the withered tree's root, everything within 50 kilometers of that place has become a land of death. If the council hadn't paid a price for it, I'm afraid that the Northern Droll Order would have already started hunting you down. What awaits you is nothing more than the judgment of nature." The seductive woman giggled and shrugged her shoulders like a young girl. However, there was a hint of evil in her eyes as she said, "Gloria. It's just a small accident during an interesting experiment. Those stubborn droll are really stubborn." The mistress of the caravan's expression turned serious. "Mother. The rampaging elemental energy at the withered tree's root has caused terrible damage. The geological structure of the place has been completely changed, and the energy radiation has reached grade A. The elemental plane's energy has seeped into it, and it will be barren for the next 500 years. Is this just a small accident that you speak of? If it weren't for the Eye of the North personally apologizing to you, I'm afraid that the legendary shapeshifter living in seclusion in the snowy mountains would have personally attacked you." The smile on the seductive woman's face froze. "He's just a guy who can transform into a dragon but doesn't know how to use dragon breath. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of him." The mistress of the caravan let out a rare smile. She seemed to enjoy seeing her mother's expression. "Mother. 50 years of exile isn't that serious. Moreover, you are not truly imprisoned. Her Majesty, the Eye of the North, still favors your talent. However, if the droll find out that you left without permission, they will have the right to sentence you to death. When that happens, even the Eye of the North won't be able to save you. The Droll Order is still troubled by the problem of balancing the energy at the withered tree's root. The Witch Council has even sent out 12 high-grade witches to help them. Their anger has been building up for a long time. The Congress itself has a lot of resentment about cleaning up the mess you left behind." The seductive woman could no longer maintain her composure. She furrowed her slender eyebrows and said with a straight face, "That's enough. Those old-fashioned fellows don't understand the significance of my experiment at all. If I had succeeded, I could have started a new era." The mistress of the caravan looked at her and did not back down. Instead, she retorted, "Mother. But your experiment failed. That's why you have to bear the consequences." It was as if a barrel of gunpowder had exploded. The seductive woman furrowed her brows and threw the book in her hand to the ground. "That's enough. Is this how you talk to your mother?" The mistress of the caravan's expression softened. She bent down and picked up the book. "Mother. I respect you, and I love you. But that doesn't change my position as a witch. You once told me that when our power can't solve the problem, faith is our last card. Many spells of the northern witches rely on cards to cast." The seductive woman sighed softly and waved her hand tiredly. "You can leave now." The mistress of the caravan hesitated for a moment. "I encountered some interesting things on my way here. If you want to listen, I can tell you about it." The coquettish woman glanced at her and immediately revealed an expression of listening attentively. Although she was only restricted to the vicinity of Whiterun in name, someone had been secretly monitoring her. Her range of activity was limited to her house and the manor outside. She would only go to the manor when she was dealing with missions from the Witch Council. Any unusual behavior would trigger an annoying warning, and it could lead to a more severe banishment, imprisonment. The Northern Droll Order had classified her as the most dangerous target. Almost all the droll organizations in the world knew her name. Ever since she was banished to Whiterun, several elven droll had been secretly monitoring her every move. The mistress of the caravan organized her thoughts and slowly said, "I met two interesting people on my way here. A man and a little girl. A brother and a sister. The man is actually very ordinary. He's just a slightly better rogue. But I later found out that he's not ordinary either. His soul is actually weaker than a normal person's. If he didn't make a deal with a demon, then his soul must have been severely damaged. If it's the former, then he should have the aura of the abyss. If it's the latter, then it's very difficult for him to survive." Hearing this, the coquettish woman showed an interested expression and suddenly interrupted, "Good girl. Then why didn't you kill him? You should be able to find out if you imprison his soul." The mistress of the caravan's expression turned sour. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Mother. I'm just curious. I shouldn't take a person's life for that." The seductive woman curled her lips and said indifferently, "Maybe that person's soul is valuable? All right. Continue." The mistress of the caravan sighed in her heart, as if she was helpless against her mother. She continued, "What really surprised me was the little girl. She's very special. Although it's hard for me to say exactly what's special about her, her talent is indeed amazing. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have a trace of divine power, I would have thought that she's the legendary child of God. It's a pity that they're very cautious. They seem to be very cautious of everyone. It's hard for me to get more information from them." The seductive woman showed a disapproving expression. Her eyes flickered as she said, "Pedantic. In such a situation, a charm spell can be used to solve it. If the target's will is strong, consider using a berserk charm spell. Why go through so much trouble?" The mistress of the caravan frowned again and said slowly, "The power of magic shouldn't be abused. Plus, they're not evil people. I can feel that they're very close to each other. Sometimes, even I'm envious of them. Remember your bottom line, and you won't lose your way in the pursuit of power." The seductive woman curled her lips and pulled up her pajamas to cover her exposed bosom. She said playfully, "Good girl. Your stance seems to have deviated from the neutral stance that the witches follow. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were one of those stubborn paladins." The mistress of the caravan seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation. As she turned to leave, she called out, "Mother. I'm just remembering my bottom line. On the other hand, you should reflect on yourself. You've been too willful in many things." Chidin. Com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidin Originals. The inn in Whiterun was crowded with people. In fact, as soon as he arrived at the city, he heard some bad news. The monsters in the nearby wilderness seemed to have gone mad. They were migrating en masse, and all the roads southeast of Whiterun were blocked by the monsters. All kinds of creatures living in the plains and hills had migrated to human areas, causing the fighting around Whiterun to escalate. Even the army stationed nearby had been dispatched to patrol outside the city. The Adventurers Guild even issued a B-rank investigation mission, offering 12,000 Kindler coins as a reward to hire people to find out the cause of the migration. There was no need to solve this problem. Just finding out the reason for the migration of so many creatures could get a reward of 12,000 gold dirhams. Unfortunately, the results were not good. The first few groups of adventurers who set out could not even enter the Black Swamp. They were beaten back by a group of ogres. Adventurers who dared to accept a B-rank mission were not ordinary people. The whole group was made up of high-grade professions above grade 3, and there was even a native wizard among them. However, such a strong group of adventurers had to retreat with 2 dead and 3 injured. They encountered a group of ogres, but that was not the main problem. The challenge level of ogres was not high, but there was a 2-headed ogre among them. And it was a two-headed ogre wizard. The ogre's multicasting skills killed the spellcasters in the adventurers group, and it commanded the ogres to surround them. In the end, only 3 of them managed to escape with some items. They also saw huge footprints on the way back. Some people suspected that the mountain giants in the southwest had been driven here by something. The other group of adventurers might have been wiped out. More than 100 caravans were blocked in Whiterun. Some of the more heavily armed caravans tried to pass through from another direction, but they encountered a large group of gnolls, 150 to 300 of them. Less than 1/10 of them survived. Now, half of Whiterun's roads had been sealed off. Other than the road from where Soren came from, all roads leading to Autumnfall and the sea were occupied by all kinds of monsters. Goblins, kobolds, gnolls, ogres, lizardmen, etc. It was as if there was some terrifying existence that had chased out all the creatures in the southern region near the Dalmor Mountains. There were already rumors that a dragon had appeared there. It was a pity. No one had been able to bring back accurate information, and no one had actually seen the figure of the dragon. A muddy road. Soren held Vivian in his arms as they walked through the dirty streets. The traveling horses were left in the horse market. As there were too many caravans in Whiterun, all the hotels in the city were full. Even if they were to pay twice the price, it was still difficult to find a place to stay in the city. In this era, foreigners were often discriminated against. Soren had no choice but to bring Vivian to the old district, the slums. More and more caravans were stopped in Whiterun. Unless they were willing to return, they could only wait for the trade route to be reopened. This was bad news for Soren. This was because his original route had been cut off by these migrating monsters. If he was the only one taking the risk, it should be a relatively easy thing to do. However, if Vivian was involved, it would be very troublesome. Soren could not guarantee that he could take care of her in the event of a battle. An ancient red dragon. This was the first thought that popped into Soren's mind. Because the existence that could control so many monsters, except for adult dragons, Soren really couldn't think of anything else. Moreover, the center of the monster's expulsion was similar to the location where the ancient red dragon appeared in Soren's memory. Because the speed of information transmission in this world was relatively slow, if Whiterun slowly found someone to investigate the reason for the monster's outbreak, it would coincide with the time of the ancient red dragon's appearance. This dragon had been ravaging the south for more than 2 years, and countless people had died in its hands. It was also cunning enough to disguise itself as a normal red dragon. It was not until the players deduced that its level was much higher that everyone knew that it was an ancient red dragon with a challenge rating of 25. If it hadn't provoked a saint during the time of troubles, there wouldn't have been anyone in the entire southern region who could have killed it. Ancient red dragon, grade 7. Challenge rating, 25, monster level, 34, super dragon breath estimated attributes, strength 42, dexterity 10, constitution 35, intelligence 25, wisdom 24, charm 24 special abilities, ancient dragon, legendary magic, giant creature, super dragon breath. Difficulty, S+. These were some of the attributes of the ancient red dragon in Soren's memory. Its challenge rating was the same as that of a lesser deity. The only difference was that it did not have a divinity or divinity. It only had the strength bonus of an ancient dragon. There was once a person who wanted to rely on human wave tactics to kill it, but in the end, dozens of people were killed by a single dragon wing strike, and hundreds of people were killed by a single dragon breath. This directly cut off the idea of relying on human wave tactics to kill it. Even so, there were still people who wanted to sneak in because all the wealth of the ancient red dragon was stored inside. There were more than 5 million Kindler, various rare items, and at least 10 legendary items. As for divine artifacts, they were rarely found in the outside world unless the deity who created them had fallen. Otherwise, even the ancient red dragon might not have the right to own them. Therefore, there was no way to confirm whether there were any divine artifacts in the dragon's den. The only thing that was certain was, there were indeed people who entered the dragon's den through harassment and obtained 1 or 2 legendary items. This was the key to successfully slaying a deity. Soren was only level 5 at the moment. Without the buff of fear resistance, he could not even stand in front of the ancient red dragon. Of course, he was not stupid enough to think of using the ancient red dragon, but the problem was that the monsters blocked the way, and he could not bring Vivian to Autumn Fall. The red dragon had been entrenched for a long time, which meant that the road would be blocked for a long time unless the others killed all the monsters that were forced to migrate. Otherwise, Soren could only rely on himself to cross the White Horse Plain. The inn was in a hubbub. Soren carried Vivian into the inn. There were adventurers with swords and knives everywhere, and there were also some small caravans. Those damned jack-o'-lanterns. A strong man slammed his wine glass on the table and said in a deep voice, "They ate Maya just like that. When I finally found his body, I couldn't even put his head and neck together." Almost all the adventurers were complaining. This sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Some of the villages that were built by humans near the Black Swamp had been forced to migrate. This was because the lizard men living in the swamp had begun to attack frequently. Some kind of terrifying existence forced them to leave the swamp, and they needed a new place to live, so the humans that originally lived nearby became their enemy. A drunken figure stumbled towards Soren. "I'm sorry." When he bumped into Soren, a hand nimbly reached for his money pouch. But before the hand could touch the pouch, Soren frowned and instantly grabbed the thief's wrist. Then he twisted his hand and flipped the thief to the ground. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on the thief's knee, pressing him to the ground. The entire inn was silent in an instant. Only the thief's painful screams could be heard. Soren did not hold back and directly dislocated the thief's arm. "Keep your eyes open." Soren put Vivian down and pulled out his curved sword with his other hand. His expression was cold as he gestured at the thief's arm. Several people nearby put their hands on their waists. It was impossible to tell if they were the thief's accomplices, but they were all approaching Soren. "Enough." A man sitting at the bar stood up. He frowned and looked at Soren, then pointed at the thief on the ground and said, "Break his arm and throw him out." "How dare you steal from my inn? You're courting death." Crack. The people around the inn nodded at Soren, then grabbed the thief's arm and twisted it. The thief screamed in pain as two people picked him up and threw him into the smelly ditch outside the inn. They were the inn's hired thugs. It seemed that the inn's background was not very clean, but it was impossible to find an inn with a clean background in the old district. "Young man. Looks like you're quite skilled. Do you want to stay here?" The man in front of the bar looked at Soren deeply. When his eyes fell on Vivian, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, 2 silver dirhams per night. "If you're not satisfied, you can go out and find a place to stay." Soren looked around and threw 2 silver dirhams on the table. He then picked up Vivian. The man raised his head and gestured to the side, then swept the silver dirhams over. Soon, a waitress with heavy makeup came over and led Soren to the second floor of the inn. These were all part-time waitresses. They worked as waitresses in the inn and provided some special services to the guests who could afford to pay. Chidin.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidin Originals. In the corner of the inn, a fat man sitting in the shadows whispered a few words to a waiter. The waiter nodded and came to the bar. "Marauder wants to talk to you." The man in front of the bar frowned and nodded, "I'll be there in a moment." He waved his hand and arranged for one of his men to sit in front of the bar. Then he walked to the shadows and sat down. "Marauder, you old fox. Don't tell me you're interested in that girl?" The fat man poured himself a glass of wine and looked up at him. Although his face was full of fat, his movements were not as slow as his appearance suggested. "Kofan. That little girl just now was not bad. Many nobles liked this kind of style recently. If you catch her, I'm sure I can sell her for this price." The fat marauder raised 5 fingers and said slowly, 500 Kindler coins. "I'm sure a lot of nobles with special interests would be willing to pay this price for a pretty girl like her." Kofan frowned. He looked at the fat man and said in a deep voice, "You know what? You're breaking my rules. I won't do this in my own inn." The fat man smiled and shrugged. He moved his head closer and said, "You've sold hundreds of women to me. Don't tell me your basement is clean. It's up to you whether you want to do this or not. I'm sure you can get rid of that girl quickly. A lot of nobles like her." Kofan seemed to hesitate. He lowered his voice and said, "That guy isn't easy to deal with. He seems to be a rogue." He's very vigilant. I can't let anyone die in my inn. Otherwise, the security team will come after me. The fat man in the corner smiled strangely and said in a low voice, "We don't have to worry about anyone dying. We're just merchants, not killers, right? I have a potion I bought from a wizard. You just have to put it on a towel and cover your nose and mouth. It'll make you lose the ability to resist. When that guy leaves, you can arrange for someone to go in and take the girl away with a sack. He's just an outsider. He can't do anything here. If necessary, we can." Marauder made a throat-slitting gesture and said in a low voice, 500 Kindler coins isn't a small sum. I knew you had plans to stop. After this, you can buy a small manor. Kufan was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. But I need your men to do it. The price has to be raised to 600 Kindler. Based on my experience over the years, that little girl is definitely of the highest quality. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty." Marauder hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. "You really are a greedy old dog. Deal. I'll give you the money after the goods are sold. Don't worry, such good goods are very popular with the nobles." Kufan stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, "All right." The big man got up from the table and gave a look to the thug next to him. Then, he entered the kitchen at the back. A tall and skinny man turned around and whispered to Marauder, "Boss, I'm not sure what to do next. Is it really worth it to make a move here for a little girl? The Whiterun guards have been very strict recently. Besides, 600 Kindler coins is too high a price. From what I can see, she can't be worth more than 200 Kindler coins. What do you know?" Marauder frowned and looked at him. "That little girl is a bit special. How could she be sold to those old dogs? I know some people who are willing to pay a high price for this kind of special goods." The tall, thin man shuddered when he heard this. Then, he remembered some bad memories. Naturally, not all of the women and children who were abducted from the slums of the old city were sold to the nobles of Whiterun or sold as slaves. There were other creatures who were willing to pay a high price for goods from them, especially pure virgins and those with special bloodlines. People who wandered in the gray area would always have dealings with the umbral realm. Some of the creatures hiding in the human society had always been the biggest customers of human trafficking. It was already an unspoken rule of the umbral realm to not attack ordinary people. Many special creatures had secretly made connections with human trafficking. As long as the transaction was completed, there would be no trouble. If the goods that were sold accidentally died, there would naturally be buyers who would take care of them. Marauder frowned and looked at the man next to him. "How are you going to make a lot of money with me if you're so timid?" "We'll leave after this. The situation is getting more and more unstable. Do it when you have the chance." Second floor, in a room. Soren put Vivian down and looked around the room. He took out some things from his multidimensional bag and squatted in front of Vivian. "There are all kinds of people here. Be careful when I go out." Soren took out a dagger and handed it to the little girl. "Do you still remember what I taught you?" Vivian gently nodded her little head and reached out to take the dagger. She whispered, "I remember." "Don't worry, big brother." Soren hesitated for a moment, but he was still worried. Vivian was born with over 20 points of charisma, and people with high charisma tended to attract a lot of attention. It would be fine if she was an adult who could protect herself, but she was only an 8-year-old girl. It was too easy for people to covet her. This was especially true for human trafficking. Human trafficking in every city was an important source of income for the umbral realm. Nobles, prostitutes, black market slaves, and even vampires. As a rogue, Soren knew all too well what the umbral realm did, so he always tried to keep Vivian in his line of sight. He was very wary of this world. Perhaps it was because he had been exposed to too much of the dark side as a rogue. He always felt that the people he met were from the umbral realm. This was a very dark and chaotic era. The law was often just a decoration. What restricted people's behavior was more of a belief and morality. These two things were the most difficult to determine. Soren wanted to go to the Adventurers Guild to inquire about the news and see if he could find someone to go with him. He now had some kindler in his hands. He might need to go to some special places to meet some people and buy some prohibited weapons from them at a high price. The journey to Autumnfall was not peaceful. At this time it was not convenient to bring Vivian with him, but Soren was not at ease if he did not bring her along. Big brother. Vivian reached out her small hand and held Soren's hand. As if she knew that he was a little worried, she whispered, "When you go out, I'll stay in the room alone. I promise I won't run around." Soren hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go out and inquire about the situation and see if there's any other way to leave. You stay in the room and don't run around. I'll be back in half a day at most. I'll find a place to stay tomorrow." As Soren's figure left, the two people in the inn immediately looked at each other. The fat marauder winked at the thin man next to him and handed him a bottle of potion. "Be quick." He whispered to the thin man, "I'll go to the back and help you. Once you get it, go to the same place. I'll find a way to contact the buyer." "Will Cowan be angry if we do it now?" the thin man asked. Marauder glared at him and said in a low voice, "That old dog is willing to sell his own sister for money. As long as we get the money, who cares?" Inside the room, Vivian was playing with a dagger out of boredom. If Soren were here, he would definitely be surprised. The little girl was able to play with the dagger like a flower. It was exactly how he used to train his fingers when he was bored. "I really want to grow up faster." The little girl tilted her head and spun the dagger in her hand. Because of her small hand, the difficulty was even higher than Soren's. Although she wasn't as fast as Soren, she didn't make any mistakes. If she made a mistake, she would cut her fingers. Clang! Clang! Someone knocked on the door. The little girl stood up and hid the dagger behind her back. She shouted, "Who is it?" "A waiter from the inn." A man's voice came from outside the door. "The boss asked me to bring up the food." "Food?" The little girl was confused and muttered, "They give out free food here?" Most inns only provided accommodation. The food had to be bought from the bar in front. Vivian held the dagger in her small hand and opened the door with a frown. She looked outside. Sure enough, there was a tall and thin man carrying food. There was also a towel beside him. The little girl couldn't help but sigh in relief. She leaned to the side and hid the dagger. She said softly, "Please put it on the table." The tall and thin man looked around the room and couldn't help but smile. He quickly entered the room and closed the door. Then, he picked up the towel beside him and rushed towards Vivian. In an instant, the little girl bent over to dodge. Just as the tall and thin man rushed in and closed the door, she felt that something was wrong. When the tall and thin man picked up the towel to cover her mouth and nose, Vivian instantly took out the dagger. She raised a finger and uttered a strange syllable. Then, a strong light exploded in the room. Blood splattered everywhere. The tall and thin man in front of her lost his target. When he bent over, the little girl waved the dagger and slashed his right eye. One of his eyes was destroyed on the spot. There was a suppressed scream. The tall and thin man covered his eye with his hand and suddenly grabbed at the little girl. Although Vivian had already dodged, she was too small and too slow. After using all her strength to swing the dagger, she couldn't dodge in time. Lightning shock. The tall and thin man who had already grabbed the little girl and was about to choke her suddenly trembled. An arc of electricity jumped on Vivian's fingertips. The tall and thin man's whole body twitched as if he had epilepsy. His grip on the little girl's arm loosened weakly. There was a flash of cold light. Vivian instantly used the dagger to stab the tall and thin man's left eye. The tall and thin man's whole body stiffened and then he became motionless. The little girl's face showed a trace of horror. She looked at the blood on her hand and the dagger fell to the ground. But she quickly took a deep breath and then reached out to pick up the dagger. She quietly glanced outside. After making sure that no one else was disturbed, she immediately picked up the things and ran out of the room. In front of the hotel lobby, the little girl suddenly stopped. Then, she turned around and slipped into the backyard. She went out through a small dog hole. Ignoring the mud all over her body, Vivian got out of the dog hole and sprinted outside. The Adventurers Guild. When Soren entered, the guild was already bustling with activity. Many merchants had gathered here, and they were planning to gather their reputations and work together to break through the encirclement. If the road continued to be blocked, the goods in their hands would rot here, and some of the goods would be lost if they missed the deadline. If the road was blocked for a month or two, they might not even be able to return to their homes. Many places would be covered in snow during winter, and it would be impossible to cross the encirclement. The roads in this world were still primitive. Even if there were human activities, they would still be blocked by the snow and ice of winter. In his previous life, snowstorms were rare due to global warming, but in this primitive world, winter was the time when human activity was rare. Even in the south, the snow could reach up to 20 centimeters thick. With such a thickness, a person's foot would reach their knees, and it would be impossible for carriages and horses to pass through. Knowledge, geography, the B-rank quest reward was still on the bulletin board. Although Soren wanted to accept the quest and tell them the reason behind it, he knew that he was not strong enough to take the reward. Leaving aside the question of how he could prove that he knew there was an ancient red dragon in the encirclement. Even if they believed him, the suspicion they would have was enough to cause unnecessary trouble. The Adventurers Guild would not easily believe that a mere Tier 2 rogue could obtain such important information. With his strength, he could not even break through the encirclement of monsters outside the encirclement. This kind of quest required a rough record of the completion of the quest. Soren did not even know the geography of the encirclement, so how could he make up a flawless lie? The merchants were still arguing. They wanted to work together to hire more manpower, but they also wanted to ask the higher-ranked merchants to send an army to Whiterun to clear the encirclement. The monsters that were expelled from their original encirclement had taken over many places, cutting off the trade routes and cutting off the supplies to Whiterun. Incompetent nobles. Soren turned around and glanced at the young merchant who was complaining. He then walked out of the guild. For now, these people could not come up with a viable solution. Now, it was up to Whiterun to deal with the situation. In every city, there were places that could not see the light of day. These places had inconspicuous signs, and if one was not familiar with the gray area, it would be difficult to find the dark corners of these alleys. Soren walked through the dirty alleys, and the air was filled with the smell of urine. Even a place like Whiterun could not avoid the filth and stench. Many residents poured their chamber pots out of their windows onto the streets. In other words, if one was not careful early in the morning, they would be drenched in urine. Soon, Soren arrived in front of an iron gate. There was a cross of swords in front of the gate, and a snake was engraved underneath. Clank. He knocked on the door, and the door frame opened. The guard looked at him coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Is everywhere." Soren ran as the heavy door opened quickly. The guard glanced behind him and invited him in. The space inside was very spacious, and there were a lot of weapons. However, most of them were ordinary equipment, including prohibited crossbows. Many of the lethal items were prohibited items and military weapons. They could not be bought from regular weapon shops. Soren wanted to buy more than these, so he had to go through the gray area. "What do you want?" A man with a cold expression walked out. Soren looked at him, then looked around and said, "Venom." "The venom of a wyvern. And a crossbow. The bolts must be poisoned as well." The man stared at him, then turned around and sat on a chair. He crossed his legs and said, "These things are not cheap. Did you bring enough money?" Soren took out a heavy money bag and said, 120 Kindler coins. "I want undiluted venom. Don't try to fool me with defective products." This was a lesson learned from experience. He had bought many diluted venoms in the past. "Deal." The gloomy man pondered for a moment, then opened the drawer and took out a thumb-sized bottle. He threw it directly into Soren's hand and said in a deep voice, "If you're not afraid of death, check it yourself." Soren caught it, uncorked it, and smelled it. He then quickly closed it and threw the money bag in his hand over. The venom of the wyvern. It was the strongest poison that could be obtained through conventional means. It was also the most commonly used poison by assassins. Poison was not as simple as rubbing it on. Many poisons would quickly evaporate after coming into contact with air. Wyvern venom was one of the most stable. It could maintain its toxicity for a day or two when rubbed on a weapon. To deal with more troublesome enemies, thieves had to rely on other means. "Follow me." The man took the money bag and counted it. He then gave a look and said, "The weapon you want is behind." The man quickly took out a strong crossbow. There were also 30 dark green bolts. These bolts were soaked in venom when they were made. The poison had already seeped into them. They were more deadly to ordinary people, but they could also deal a lot of damage to professions. Regular weapons shops could only buy ordinary equipment. This kind of thing could not be obtained through conventional means. 30 Kindler. The man threw the crossbow over to check the goods and said, "Is there anything else you need?" "There are still many good things in my shop." Soren took the crossbow and assembled it. He then put it away and said, "Do you have any alchemy products?" The man's expression stiffened. He paused for a moment and said, "Those things will cause trouble if they get out. The city guards will conduct a large-scale search without waiting for the church to make a move." The control of alchemy weapons was very strict. Soren was not surprised. He paid for the crossbow and said, "I'll take these." When Soren left, the guard on the side glanced at him and came over to say, "Boss, I'm sorry. What's the background of that guy? We're just doing business. I don't care where he's from." The man played with a kindler in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Maybe he's from the Mask of Shadows, or maybe he's from the Dark Brotherhood. None of those rogues know their place." After buying what he wanted, Soren rushed to the inn. But before he got close, he felt that something was wrong. There were a lot of Whiterun city guards nearby. He covered his weapon with his clothes and quickly ran to the inn where he was staying. There were a lot of people around him, and some of them looked unfriendly. Something happened. Soren's face instantly turned ugly. He put his hand on his curved sword and released a murderous aura. But someone suddenly pulled him back. The person looked familiar. He should be one of the guards. He came over to Soren and hurriedly said, "Vivian is fine. The little girl is very smart. She came to us after the incident. She's now at the caravan's residence. The master sent me to find you." Soren breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around with some lingering fear, frowned, and stared at the inn owner who was explaining to the Whiterun guards in the distance. He then turned around and left with the caravan guard. He would deal with this matter when he came back. The most important thing now was to make sure Vivian was safe. Soren walked very fast. The caravan guard had no choice but to trot to keep up. The two soon arrived at the caravan station in Whiterun City. Because the northern witches were quite powerful, they had their own independent courtyard and shops close to the bustling area. The guard captain nodded when he saw Soren. The two had become closer after selling the Ankheg shells. If Soren was not in a hurry to leave, the guard captain would have invited Soren for a drink. After all, the 1,500 Kindler made them a lot of money. "The master is inside." The guard captain pointed at the room behind him and said, "The little girl is very smart. She couldn't find you after the incident at the inn, so she followed the original path to find us. I didn't expect an 8-year-old girl to have such a good memory. I've been here a few times, but sometimes I don't know the way. She's in the master's room. We can't go in. Be careful. The master doesn't seem to be in a good mood today." Soren nodded to express his gratitude. He then took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked in. "Big brother." Vivian, who was sitting on a chair, saw Soren and immediately ran to him. Soren reached out and hugged her. He patted her back gently and said, "It's okay. I'm back. Tell me what happened." The little girl had changed into a clean set of clothes. The white dress on her made her look like a little princess. The mysterious mistress of the caravan was sitting on a deck chair in the room. When she saw Soren, she frowned and said, "Vivian knows magic. Why didn't you tell me? Do you know how many problems a natural warlock will encounter? They're different from the rest, and they're destined to attract a lot of trouble before they grow up. If it's someone with good intentions, it's fine. But if it's someone with evil intentions, Vivian will become their easy target." Soren was stunned. Although the mistress of the caravan spoke in a harsh tone, her words still surprised Soren. Her attitude told him that she cared about Vivian's safety. They had known each other for less than 5 days, and they had only traveled together. They didn't really talk much. The mistress of the caravan's reaction could only mean that she really liked Vivian, or that she was so good at acting that she could even fool herself. The little girl seemed to be able to get close to others easily, as long as they didn't have any bad intentions. For example, the priestess and the northern witch in front of him. "I'm sorry." Soren didn't know why he was apologizing, but he still put Vivian down and bowed. "We didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble, so we didn't tell you that Vivian can cast spells. After all, we can't be sure who's trustworthy. I owe you one this time." Warlock, profession information. Warlocks are born with the ability to cast spells. They begin to display their primitive magic during puberty. Their first spells may be cast accidentally, and they may not be able to control them. Sometimes, it can even lead to dangerous situations. A young warlock's house is often filled with strange sounds and lights, and it looks like a haunted place. However, one day, the warlock will understand their own unique power and begin to practice and improve their spellcasting skills. A few lucky young warlocks can be taught by older warlocks how to use their innate power. However, it's more common for young warlocks to live a lonely life due to fear from their friends and misunderstandings from their family. Because of their natural charm, warlocks often leave a strong impression on others, which helps them to communicate with others. But sometimes, because of her appearance, she would attract unnecessary trouble. Female sorcerer. Before they grow up, warlocks will encounter many problems due to their unique characteristics. The mistress's expression softened a little. She waved at Vivian, and the little girl walked over obediently. It seemed that she was much closer to Vivian because of her help this time. "Go to the main hall first." The mistress patted Vivian's head and said softly, "I have something to talk to your brother about." Vivian turned around and looked at Soren. She only left after he nodded at her. "Soren." The mistress watched as Vivian left. After she left, she said in a serious tone, "I want to know about your past. Did anything special happen?" Vivian's talent is extraordinary. She awakened her magic at such a young age. Her future achievements are immeasurable. Sauron looked at her, shook his head gently, and said slowly, "I'm sorry. There's nothing special that I need to tell you. Vivian and I were orphans when we were young. Our lives were no different from those of the poor." "Orphans?" The mistress's expression softened a little. "There's no way that nothing happened. When a sorcerer awakens their magic for the first time, they usually go through a lot of emotional turmoil. Something special must have happened to awaken Vivian's power." Solon was a little stunned when he heard this, and then asked, "Something special?" "I once met a sorcerer during a mission. I was severely injured and was bedridden for half a month. Maybe I'm not fated to die yet." The mistress looked at him and muttered to herself, "Is that so? She cares a lot about you. If you are seriously injured and your life is in danger, it is very likely that she will awaken her hidden power. Vivian is still too young. As she gradually grows up, her power will become stronger and stronger. If she doesn't know how to control this power, it is very likely that she will harm others or even cause great destruction. You're not a sorcerer, so you can't understand her talent. She's a spellcasting genius. Even my mother isn't as talented as her." Spellcasting genius? When Soren heard these words, he suddenly trembled and thought to himself, could it be that Vivian has the talent of spellcasting genius? It was the most powerful talent that spellcasters could have. If Soren remembered correctly, anyone with the spellcasting genius ability could get a +2 spellcasting power bonus for any spell, and at the same time, the casting time of any spell could be shortened by 1 second. That was to say, any spell that took less than 1 second to cast could be instantly cast by people with this ability. Even a level 0 spell has a casting time of more than 1 second. Soren seemed to have thought of something, and some images flashed through his mind. But Vivian seems to have activated it after chanting the spell. It seems like the spell is really instantaneous. A level 0 spell's incantation was very short. It only had 1 or 2 syllables, and it took less than 1 second to finish chanting. If one didn't have a special spellcasting talent, they would need to gather elemental energy. Soren didn't know much about spells, so he couldn't tell if the spell was instantaneous or not. However, the northern witch in front of him could definitely tell. In other words, the spellcasting genius Vivian might really have a talent called spellcasting genius. This talent was a special ability that couldn't be mastered through training. Spellcasters of any profession could increase their spellcasting power by 1 point per profession level. With 10 points as the standard, every 2 points in the main attribute would increase their spellcasting power by 1 point. In other words, if a level 5 sorcerer had 16 points of intelligence, the spellcasting power would be increased by 5 plus open parenthesis 16 minus 10 close parenthesis 2 is equal to 8. The so-called spellcasting power was actually a measurement passed down from the arcane era. For example, the level 0 spell Lightning Shock could only produce 3 points of electric energy. However, if the level 5 sorcerer above cast it, the power of the electric arc could reach 11 points. If this power of electric arc was used on an ordinary person, it would be fatal because ordinary people only had around 10 points of HP. However, if it was used on a profession, it would inevitably be resisted by the vitality of the profession, and the damage would only be around 5 to 8 points. In addition to the strong vitality of professions, it would only cause light electric shock damage. It was like an ordinary person touching a high-voltage electric current. The following was Vivian's ability. If she really had a talent called spellcasting genius, then when she cast the level 0 spell Lightning Shock, the power of the gathered lightning would be increased by 1 plus 2 plus open parenthesis 21 minus 10 close parenthesis 2 is equal to 8, 5. The power of the spell would be a little stronger than a level 5 sorcerer, and this was only because she was only a level 1 sorcerer. As her profession level increased in the future, this difference would become bigger and bigger, especially after she learned spells like Finger of Death, that directly relied on the opponent's vitality to determine whether or not it would directly kill. Many sorcerer spells did not directly cause damage, such as Web, Charm Person, Control, and so on. The success of these spells depended on the sorcerer's spellcasting power and the will of the target. Under normal circumstances, a legendary sorcerer's spellcasting power would only be around 30 points. 20 points of profession level would give the spellcasting power, 8 points of intelligence would give the spellcasting power, and some special talents would give the spellcasting power. If there was a legendary equipment, the spellcasting power could be increased by 1 to 3 points. This was why the spellcasting genius ability surprised Soren so much. Not to mention, if Vivian mastered the spellcasting proficiency ability in the future, she would be able to increase her spellcasting time by another second. At that time, she would be able to cast any spell that took less than 2 seconds. There was a brief moment of silence. The mistress glanced at Soren and continued, "Before you came, I performed a divination ritual for Vivian, and I saw something bad." Divination, was it a branch of prophecy? It seemed to be an ability of the northern witches, and it was said that they could vaguely predict a person's future. However, it was impossible to say exactly how clear the prophecy was because even a legendary level prophecy could only see a fragment of the future. It was a very short scene, and the moment the prophecy was completed, it would start to deviate. The further the time period was, the greater the deviation of the prophecy. Prophecy spells were mainly used to predict the future, allowing the caster to avoid dangerous situations or places in advance. This was the reason why the Northern Witch suddenly left Amber City in advance. When she performed the divination, she sensed that something dangerous was about to happen in Amber City, and it was something that she could not change even with her current power. Soren took a deep breath and slowly asked, "What did you see?" "Blood and fire," the mistress said solemnly. She took a deep look at Soren and said with a serious expression, "Prophecies can only predict the future from fragments and images. Blood represents slaughter and death, which means that Vivian will be surrounded by death in the future. Fire represents war and destruction, which means that she will experience many destructive things in the future. I don't know what's so special about her, but the trajectory of fate has already determined that she will not be an ordinary person in the future." According to the Northern Witch's divination, only a small number of people would see such a scene. Some of them would become kings, some would become evil tyrants, and some would become legends. Regardless of whether they were evil or righteous, their lives would be filled with slaughter and death. The mistress took a deep breath and said slowly, "Vivian's future is destined to be turbulent, and you won't be able to protect her forever. Forgive me for being blunt, but you seem to be afraid of something, I don't know what you're afraid of, but I can feel that you're running away from any possible danger. That includes me. Maybe that's why you can't trust me. Silence. Soren fell silent. Afraid? Maybe I'm really afraid. It's because I care so much about her that I'm afraid of losing her. Running away? Am I really running away? Soren knew all too well how many terrible things would happen in the upcoming year of troubles. The gods and demons tore apart the sky and the earth. In this unprecedented catastrophe, even legendary professions could be wiped out like chickens and dogs. He was only a Tier 2 rogue. Shouldn't he be running away from all of this? It was a war between gods. Even a legendary-level professional only had the qualification to enter the arena. There were as many saints as dogs, and liches were everywhere. He didn't even have the right to fight with them. Was he supposed to just sit there and wait for destruction to come? He wouldn't even know where his enemy was when death came. What if he hadn't left? Would they have been wiped out like ants by the meteor burst that destroyed Amber City? The woman in front of him didn't know. She didn't know what was about to happen or what kind of terrible disaster it would cause. This was because even legendary witches could not foresee the coming age of turmoil. Mortals were powerless in front of gods. Millions of players couldn't stop the year of troubles, so how could he change it all by himself? What else could he do other than run away and wait for the right time to accumulate strength? Yes. Soren slowly raised his head and looked at the mistress in front of him. I'm afraid and running away from some things. Some things can't be changed by human strength. I don't trust you either. You seem to like Vivian a lot, but you're acting all high and mighty. I may be weak now, but I won't be weak forever. I know what you're trying to say. I'll never let Vivian leave my side. I'll protect her with my life, but you can't. You care more about Vivian's talent. If she doesn't have it, she'll just be an ordinary girl to you. But it's different for me. Whether or not Vivian has talent, she's the closest person to me. She's the only family I have left in this world. You said that I still can't trust you. Yes. Because you haven't even told me your name. Maybe you don't think I deserve to know your name, and you only want to keep her by your side because you're curious. I'm very grateful to you for bringing us all the way to Whiterun, and I'm even more grateful for your help today. I'll find a way to repay you in the future. You're a kind and benevolent witch. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to say so much to me. A simple charm spell would have been enough to solve the problem. I'm very grateful to you. Soren bowed deeply and walked out the door. Wait. The mistress stood up and stared at Soren. She sighed when she saw the determination in his eyes. She knew that there were some things that the man in front of her would protect with his life. This was the reason why she noticed Vivian's talent in the first place. It was a sincere and distant feeling. She slowly walked in front of Soren. She looked at the weak but determined man in front of her. For the first time in her life, she felt that he was qualified to speak to her as an equal. It wasn't because of his strength, but because he cared so much about the little girl. The mistress of the caravan sighed. Magic can't solve all problems. Overusing your power will only make you lose your way. My name is Gloria. Maybe you can let her stay by my side for a while and learn some useful magic knowledge. It'll be helpful for her in the future. She reached out her hand. For the first time, the mistress spoke to him as an equal. Her name was Gloria. She was a powerful northern witch. The man in front of her, who she could easily kill, had won her respect with his firm beliefs and sincere feelings. Evening. Soren left the caravan alone. Gloria was right, he did not have the ability to guide Vivian's path. Unless he planned to become a wizard, Vivian would have to learn all the spells on her own. She would have to take a lot of detours, and sometimes it could even cause destruction and danger. To some extent, this was what a talented sorcerer had to face. Therefore, Soren decided to let Vivian stay by his side for a while. He would not let Gloria take Vivian away, but since they were trapped in Whiterun, it would be better for Vivian to stay by his side for the time being. Moreover, Soren was ready to take this opportunity to go out and take a risk. When he walked out of the room, the little girl's eyes were red. Perhaps she had eavesdropped on their conversation, but she reached out her small hands and tightly grabbed onto Soren's clothes. Her pitiful appearance made Soren's heart ache, but it also made him more determined to go out and take a risk. Time waits for no man. If he slowly leveled up like before, it would be very difficult for him to protect himself before the time of troubles. Therefore, Soren had to go out and take a risk because there was a chance in front of him. Although the ancient red dragon had not yet appeared, the chain reaction caused by its appearance had already begun to ferment. In the past, he would still have to search for monsters in the wild, but now, all the monsters around the Black Swamp had been driven out by the dragon's aura. In other words, Soren did not need to go deep into the wilderness. He could encounter a lot of monsters in just a few days. If he was lucky and didn't encounter anything dangerous, he could even get close to 1000 slaughter EXP a day by hunting monsters. It would take at least a week for the trade route to Whiterun to open. As long as Soren was not unlucky enough to die in the hands of monsters, he could level up to grade 3 in a week's time. Food, weapons, bandages, potions, insect repellent, antidotes. Soren's figure was busy in the trading area. After such a long time, his savings were quickly spent until there was no more space in the multidimensional bag. Only then did he stop his crazy purchases. The night was hazy. Soren's silhouette reappeared near the inn. He already knew what had happened from Vivian. Naturally, he wouldn't let them go so easily. Since they dared to do certain things, they had to pay the price, in a dark alley. The security in Whiterun had been getting worse and worse recently, and the number of guards patrolling the streets had increased by a lot. At the same time, someone had proposed to impose a curfew, but it had not been approved yet. The hotel seemed a little deserted. Because a person had died during the day, most of the guests had checked out. There was a lamp on the bar in front. The innkeeper, Cowan, sat at the front with a gloomy face. He looked at the fat man in front of him and said, "Marauder. Is that all you've got?" He actually sent a subordinate who can't even handle an 8-year-old girl. "Are you out of your mind?" Marauder's expression froze. "How is that possible?" he growled. "Lasker's skills are not inferior to those guards. How could he not even be able to handle a little girl? There's something fishy about this. Maybe someone else did it secretly. Not only did they steal our business, but they also killed my subordinate." In fact, he had another guess in his mind. That was, his subordinate had really failed. Not only did he fail to kidnap the little girl, but he was also killed by her. But this kind of thing was too absurd. How could a little girl who looked at most 7 or 8 years old kill a man who had undergone specialized combat training and was an advanced class holder? Suddenly, there was a slight noise. Marauder raised his head cautiously and signaled to the thugs beside him. As a human trafficker who lived in the slums, his alertness had always been very high. "Boss. Not good. The warehouse is on fire." One of his subordinates quickly ran over. The back of the hotel had caught on fire at some point. The fire spread quickly and almost reached the kitchen at the back. Cowan, who was in front of the counter, stood up angrily and yelled at his subordinate, "Bastard. Hurry up and put out the fire." The dozen or so people in the inn started to get busy. This kind of inn had its own well and water tank. The others quickly took out things to put out the fire. However, Marauder, who was sitting in front of the counter, had a slight change in his expression. He quietly looked around, and his fat body immediately ran away at a speed that did not match his size. Based on his intuition, he felt that the fire was too sudden. Maybe someone was planning to attack them. Moreover, the young man who went out during the day had not returned. Maybe he was the one who started the fire. The fat figure quietly slipped out of the side door. Marauder put his hand on the hilt of his sword and looked around vigilantly. Then, he ran towards the street outside. Swoosh, a crossbow bolt shot out from the darkness. Marauder's fat body trembled, and he let out a painful cry. Rumble, there was a loud explosion in the distance. The wine barrels in the inn's warehouse were set on fire. Explosions occurred one after another. The sound of the explosion spread quickly and alerted the nearby patrolling guards. Swoosh, a second crossbow bolt shot out from above. Marauder was already on guard, so the bolt only grazed the side of his face. It was only then that he realized that the enemy was on the roof of a building beside the street. The explosion just now covered his scream. After realizing that the enemy had a crossbow, Marauder immediately rolled down the building and pulled out his weapon. The speed of a crossbow bolt was very slow, but the interval between the two bolts was less than 2 seconds. This meant that the enemy was an experienced crossbow user. He did not have any armor on him, so there was no way he could block the bolt with his body. Marauder opened his mouth to call for help, but gradually, a numbing sensation spread from his wound to his entire body. His body became stiffer and stiffer, and in the end, he fell to the ground. Poison, the venom of a wyvern. Marauder's years of experience in the Grey Realm made him realize something. Despair immediately appeared on his face. A black shadow jumped down from the second floor. A cold light flashed. A scimitar sliced through his neck and decapitated him on the spot. Soren's masked figure appeared. He coldly looked at the corpse in front of him, bent his body, and jumped up from the wall to the second floor. The Whiterun guards would arrive in 10 minutes at most, and he had to kill all of them within 5 minutes to escape. Since the fire was already spreading, there was a possibility that the wizards and priests would be alerted. In this era, most houses were made of wood. Once a fire started, it would be difficult to extinguish it with water. Sometimes, it would even burn down an entire street. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Target eliminated. Extracting soul energy from target. Received 180 slaughter EXP. Under the shadow of the night, a vigorous figure leaped across the rooftops. Soren quickly approached the inn and reloaded his crossbow. He only had a few seconds to shoot. In other words, he had to kill as many enemies as possible before the others heard the screams and reacted to the situation. Because even under the cover of the night, these experienced gang members could still react to the fact that someone was attacking them with a long-range weapon in a few seconds. Once they hid behind an object, half of the crossbow in Soren's hands would be useless. The arrows were all coated with venom beforehand. Soren crawled on the rooftops. The fire lit up the surroundings, but no one noticed him. Many of the residents living nearby were also alerted. Some of them had already put on their clothes and started helping to put out the fire. It was not because the inn owner was a popular person, but because their house would be destroyed if the fire started. Soren quickly identified his target. It was a tall man. He could not see him clearly due to the distance and the fire, but judging from the way he was yelling, he should be the inn owner during the day. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt was fired. The inn owner instantly let out a scream and hid behind a wooden plank. The man reacted quickly. It seemed like he had experienced many battles. After being attacked, he immediately shouted at his subordinates and used a wooden bucket to block in front of him. Soren did not have a crossbow specialization. It was not difficult for him to hit the target, but it was not easy to hit the vital points. However, it did not matter. The venom on the arrow would take effect in a short period of time. Even if the venom was not fatal, the paralyzing effect of the wyvern's venom would be enough to cripple the enemy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 arrows were fired consecutively from the darkness. Soren did not care about aiming. He quickly reloaded his crossbow and fired at the direction of the people. 1 arrow hit the wooden door, and the other 2 hit the enemy. However, none of them hit the vital points. Clang, Soren pulled out his curved sword from his back. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He jumped down from the rooftop, rolled to reduce the force, and pounced on the inn owner who was hiding behind the wooden door. Die. The curved sword drew an elegant arc. Soren cut through the opponent's waist and instantly cut open his stomach. Large pieces of intestines were exposed. He instantly withdrew his sword and stabbed forward, piercing the opponent's heart from the chest. The wyvern's venom would take effect in 2 minutes. The strong toxicity would spread through the blood. At first, it would only numb the victim, but soon the victim would lose all feeling in the wound. In the end, the victim's reaction speed would drastically decrease. This was the best venom that could be bought in the early stages of the game. It was also a must-have item for thieves to challenge boss-level enemies. A thumb-sized bottle would cost around 120 Kindler coins. It was equivalent to a rare-grade weapon. There was no time to clean up the battlefield. Soren quickly got up and rushed out, pouncing on another enemy who was hit by the arrow. The paralyzing effect would not last for long. The antibodies of the humans in this world were very good. As long as the victim did not die from the poison, they would gradually recover. The paralyzing effect of the wyvern's venom would last for 5 to 10 minutes. As long as the victim's constitution was not too high, such as 18 or even 20 points, it would be very difficult for them to be immune to the paralyzing effect. At most, it would shorten the duration of the paralyzing effect. The Whiterun city guards shouted from afar. The battle had alarmed many people, and the screams scared the nearby residents away. Soren glared at the other thugs who were hiding. He swung his curved sword and slit the throat of one of the thugs. Then, he ducked down and rushed into the night. He could not let the Whiterun city guards discover him, for now, he could only let the thugs escape. Fortunately, he had killed the one who seemed to be the leader of the group. The fire was getting bigger and bigger. Soon after the Whiterun city guards arrived, several wizards in grey robes appeared. They frowned as they looked at the bloodstains and corpses on the ground. Then, they began to cast spells to extinguish the fire. Compared to the murder in front of them, controlling the spread of the fire was the most important thing. There was a shadow cast by the corner of the city wall. Soren's body was hidden in the shadows. He calmly put away his crossbow and wiped the blood off his curved sword with an old cloth. He had killed 6 people. It seemed that these were all veterans of the gangs in the old city. Each of them gave him more than 100 slaughter EXP, especially the innkeeper who gave him more than 300 slaughter EXP. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he did not have the chance to loot the corpses or loot. He could only retreat after killing the enemies. It seemed that the Whiterun guards had taken advantage of all the loot, as they would have looted the corpses. Killing people was not a big deal. But arson was a big deal. The city of Whiterun did not care about the deaths of a few grey people, but they were very strict when it came to those who dared to set fire in the city. This was because once the fire spread, the consequences would be severe. The casualties and property losses would be much more serious than the deaths of a few gangsters. Soren estimated that someone would investigate this matter before tomorrow. If the city guards took this matter seriously, they would most likely hire someone special to investigate it. Then, it would not be impossible for them to find out about Soren's identity. He had to leave now. Soren looked at the chaotic scene in the distance and walked along the shadow of the city wall until there was no light nearby. When he could no longer see the guards, he stopped and leaned against the wall. He took out a rope from his multi-dimensional bag and tied an iron hook to it. He spun the rope a few times in his hand and threw the hook into the recess of the city wall. He tightened the rope to test it, then started climbing up the wall. His 20 dexterity made him very agile. In less than a minute, he had climbed up the wall more than 20 meters high. He glanced around warily. After confirming that there was no one around, he fixed the hook in place and slid down the wall using the rope. Soren grabbed the rope and swung it hard. The hook loosened and fell back into his hand. It was dark in the wild, but the unique night vision ability of the half-elves allowed Soren to still see things. He put the things back into the multidimensional bag, then bent down and went into the woods in the distance. This time, it wasn't as simple as just killing those guys. Soren planned to travel along the road from Whiterun to Autumn Fall. On the one hand, he wanted to accumulate slaughter EXP and level up his class when necessary. On the other hand, he wanted to find an opportunity to advance his class. On the other hand, he wanted to check out the situation along the path and figure out the distribution of monsters nearby. That way, he would have more confidence when he led Vivian through this path in the future. At the very least, Soren would never get the terrain and direction wrong after walking through it once. The city was surrounded by villages. Due to their proximity to the city, none of the villages were fenced. Whiterun's guards patrolled the area regularly, and if there were any monsters or beasts nearby, they would be taken care of. Soren walked for a few kilometers in the night and entered a small village. Nowadays, there were many piles of straw near the village, mainly for the convenience of making a fire and making beds. The poor people didn't have the money to buy cotton quilts, so they could only use the straw to make their beds. In the winter, they would even use it as a quilt. Kong beds were relatively rare in the south, and they were more common in the north. Soren lay down on a pile of straw. At first, it was a little itchy, but he soon got used to it. He had been adventuring in the wilderness for many years, so he had adapted to many things. The night passed just like that. The next day, Soren was woken up by the sound of a dog barking. He didn't know who'd found him, but it was barking under the straw pile. He pulled out his curved sword and circled around, planning to kill it, but when he saw the thatched house in the distance, he put away his weapon. For these poor farmers, a dog was a very important asset. Dogs in this era were fiercer. Sometimes, they would even pounce on monsters and bite them a few times. Soren had seen a dog fight a gnoll. Although it was bitten to death in order to protect its master, its courage was admirable. Perhaps it was because he remembered Heath, that brave and loyal old dog. Soren took out a piece of jerky and tossed it to the dog. The sudden food lowered the dog's guard. It looked at Soren suspiciously, but in the end, it couldn't help but bite on the jerky. Soren patted the straw off his body and jumped down from the pile of straw. He looked around, then walked toward the wilderness in the distance. The sky was just beginning to brighten. There were already farmers working in the fields. As humans, they didn't have as many talents as other races, so they had to master the skill of farming. The children in the village would start working in the fields when they were 5 or 6 years old. Gradually, they would learn from their parents how to farm, when to sow, when to harvest, how to take care of the fields, and what to do in case of pests. They were the most ordinary group of people in the world. The roads in the fields were muddy. Soren quickly found the main road to Autumnfall and headed toward the Whiterun Plains. This road took a long time, taking a whole week. First, he had to pass through the Black Swamp, then through the edge of the Whiterun Plains, and finally arrived at Autumnfall. The first day was relatively peaceful because it was still an area of human activity. There were militia groups stationed nearby, and a small number of regular troops. Soren didn't stop along the way. When he was tired, he would rest for a while, and when he felt better, he would continue on his way. It wasn't until the second day that he gradually walked out of the area of human activity that he encountered more and more things. The villages here were scattered. Only near the flat land that was convenient for irrigation, there were villages built by humans. However, they were more like villages. They were surrounded by walls on all sides, and there were watchtowers and arrow towers on top. The villages trained their own militia. When the farm was busy, they worked, and when the farm was idle, they would conduct simple training. There were always some young people in these villages who were unwilling to be lonely and longed for adventure. Some went out and never came back, and some returned to their hometown after giving up adventure. They were the main force in training the militia. Some of these people's profession levels were very high, but most of them were around grade 2 adventurers, and many of them were injured. If there were no accidents, they would get married and have children. When they were old, they would drink at dusk and boast about their adventures with their children and grandchildren. This was their life. After the excitement of the past, they would return to normal, and occasionally, they would remember their comrades who had passed away. Kobold? Soren pulled out the grass and looked at the footprints on the ground. He then pressed his hand on his curved sword and continued to follow the footprints. Tracking in the wild was a skill that adventurers had to master. The best of them were undoubtedly the rangers and droll, followed by rogues like Soren. They needed to learn how to determine the target through the footprints and tracks. This ability was derived from the basic skill of survival in the wild. Soren was now relying on his past experience to determine the target. Looks like there are quite a few of them. As the ground in front of him hardened, the footprints became fainter. Soren looked around and said to himself, "I'm afraid there are 30 to 40 kobolds. Is there a relatively large group nearby?" If there were no kobold settlements, these creatures would only be in small groups. They were like the hyenas of the plains of Africa. Small groups of kobolds would be stronger individually because survival in the wilderness was survival of the fittest. Large groups of kobolds would have more numbers, especially those that occupied mines. There might be more than 300 kobolds in total. On the basis of large numbers, there might be natural warlocks among the kobolds. Let's practice on them first and see if my past experience in group battles is still there. Adventurers in the wild naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to fight one-on-one with you. Group battles and chaotic battles were very common. You had to learn how to deal with multiple enemies at the same time. If you couldn't dodge or parry their attacks, you had to learn how to minimize the damage. In a chaotic battle, even with 20 points of dexterity, it was impossible to dodge all the attacks. In such a situation, you had to have a piece of armor. Soren put on an ordinary leather armor and wrapped his arms with a piece of cloth. At the same time, he tied up his legs. Kobolds knew how to use weapons and traps. Of course, those simple traps couldn't hurt Soren, but their self-made short bows were dangerous. Kobolds knew how to use clubs, daggers, short swords, and short bows. Soren's figure gradually faded under the shadows of the trees. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice him. He pulled out his curved sword and went deeper into the forest. This battle was more dangerous than the previous ones, because he had to face a group of more than 30 kobolds. The light became dimmer and dimmer. Soren gradually entered the dense forest. He could hear the cries of various animals. There was even a small elk. It looked around vigilantly, occasionally lowering its head to graze. When it noticed the shadow of Soren's position, it immediately ran outside. Because it was not destroyed by humans, there were many wild animals in the wilderness. The dense vegetation greatly increased the number of wild animals. Sometimes, one could even catch wild rabbits in the fields. Soren stopped in front of a puddle. He reached out and picked up some dark red soil, put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it. It was the smell of fresh blood. This place should be very close to where the kobolds lived. Kobolds were short, reptilian humanoid creatures that were cowardly and violent. They had scales on their bodies, and the color of their skin varied from dark rust to dark black. This provided them with a certain amount of protection, plus 1 innate armor. Their eyes were red, and they had good night vision. They also had long tails that couldn't be curled. Most kobolds wore ragged clothes, and they preferred red and orange. They would strip off the clothes of the dead and wear them. They were about 3 feet tall and weighed about 50 pounds. Kobolds could speak Draconic, but they still sounded like puppies. Like lizard men, they were oviparous. They were born in a litter, so it was quite common to encounter them in the wilderness. Don't underestimate them just because of their size. Normal kobolds were more powerful than normal civilians. Although they weren't strong, they were more agile, and their dexterity could reach 13 to 15 points. They also had the talents of mining and trap-making. Most kobolds could make simple traps, such as tripping ropes and pit traps. Because they were naturally timid, kobolds usually didn't act alone. They usually appeared in groups of 3 to 5. They would attack when there were twice the number of enemies. If the numbers were about the same, they would call for more companions or just give up. If the situation was not good, kobolds would quickly run away. This was similar to goblins. That's right. They could eat people. Soren continued to follow the footprints and took out his crossbow. It wasn't worth it to use a poisoned crossbow on these small things. Otherwise, the spoils of war wouldn't be as good as the items he had used. Normal crossbow bolts would be enough to deal with these small creatures. He still had half a bottle of wyvern venom left. To be safe, Soren still carried 3 of these crossbows with him. The goal was to guard against kobold sorcerers. Kobolds were the creatures most likely to become warlocks, even though most kobold warlocks didn't have high levels. However, the frequency of its appearance was a little scary. They were staunch supporters of the theory that warlocks were inherited from the dragon race. Because kobolds had a trace of dragon blood, they communicated in the dragon language, and 1 or 2 kobold warlocks would pop out from time to time. When dealing with powerful spellcasters, it was never too much to be cautious. There were more and more bloodstains in front of him. Soren stopped in front of a patch of grass that had obviously been moved. He took out his curved sword and fiddled with it. Immediately, he saw a rope. If he accidentally touched it, something might fall on him, or he might be tripped and hung upside down. In the past, many people had suffered because of these small creatures. At the beginning, many people, including Soren, had rushed out to kill them, but they didn't expect to be almost killed by these small creatures. Kobolds were born with plus 20 trap skills, which was equivalent to the standard of a normal hunter. There was a commotion in front of him, and he could vaguely hear the barking of dogs. Soren held his weapon and slowly approached. Kobolds had a good sense of smell, better than humans, but not as good as wolfhounds, so he had to be careful when he went into stealth. Soon, a group of kobolds appeared in front of Soren. There were about 30 of them. Half of them were normal kobolds, and the other half were kobold warriors with equipment. There was also a dark red kobold holding a wooden stick. He wasn't sure if it was a kobold sorcerer, but it was standing next to a large pot. If the spellcasters of this world were disguised, or if they didn't have any special equipment, it would be hard to tell who they were. For example, if a priest was fighting with a stick, and after a long time, he cast a divine spell, only then would you realize that he knew magic. Most of the time, you had to rely on your own observation skills. The pot was set up with a wooden stick, and there were kobolds throwing firewood at the side. He couldn't see clearly what was cooking inside, but Soren guessed that it could be goblins, wild beasts, mushrooms, or weeds. Kobolds were omnivores. They ate both meat and grass. When they didn't have any prey, they would cook the mushrooms and weeds in the forest to fill their stomachs. If there was a lack of food, they would fight with the nearby goblins. Usually, there was no clear winner, but after the fight, both sides would cook something in the pot. If they were frugal, it could last them for 10 days to half a month. A group of kobolds surrounded the cauldron, drooling and barking from time to time. Soren saw the goblins being cut into pieces, but when he saw the remains of a female human being, his face instantly became gloomy. Kobolds didn't dare to attack the village directly. They only dared to sneak in. Sometimes, they didn't even dare to attack adult males. They only dared to kill children and women. Kobolds were cowardly and cruel. They would sneak up on women and children who were alone outside the village, kill them in a short period of time, and then drag their bodies back to the village. More than 30 kobolds weren't easy to deal with. Soren hid at the side and counted carefully, judging the danger level of this group of kobolds. There were about 10 kobold warriors. They were armed with short swords, clubs, and short spears. Some of them were even wearing leather armor. Kobolds were humanoid creatures, and they knew how to make equipment. Next to them were 5 kobold archers. They were armed with short bows and daggers. The bows were all made by themselves, made from wood and animal tendons. Although they weren't very powerful, it was still very painful to shoot at close range. The other normal kobolds also had weapons, but most of them were crude wooden clubs. It wasn't too much of a problem to hit them. There was only one thing that couldn't be confirmed. Was the dark red kobold beside the pot a leader or a warlock, but without a doubt, it was the most dangerous one. Kobold, large group, grade 1, challenge rating, level 3, monster level 5, leader unit and kobold warlock may appear. Highest and lowest attributes, 17 and 8, total attribute points, 60 to 75. Special abilities, natural armor, trap crafting, night vision. Difficulty, C+ loot level, +1, mining, collecting. The kobold's loot had bonus points because they had a habit of collecting shiny objects. Of course, not all of them were kindlers. It was possible that some of them were gold sand and ores that they had dug out. In the information collected by Soren, many monsters would have loot bonuses based on their own habits, which meant that monsters of the same level would end up with a higher loot than monsters of the same level. Goblins also liked to collect, but unfortunately, they often ended up with trash. There was a slight noise. Soren began to move towards the bonfire from the side. He had to get rid of the dark red kobold first. Only then could he ensure that this battle would be much easier. Challenge rating, level 3 meant that he would need 5 professions that were around level 3 to deal with them easily. It wasn't easy for Soren to move alone. The most important thing was that he couldn't be surrounded. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt flew out. The dark red kobold next to the bonfire let out a scream, and the entire kennel was alarmed. Sounds similar to the barking of a puppy could be heard. After the initial panic, the kobolds began to swarm around with their weapons in hand. They quickly discovered Soren with their night vision. A group of kobold warriors growled and charged towards him. When they realized that their enemies were far fewer than them, kobolds would become more aggressive. Soren didn't rush to meet them. He almost immediately rolled to the side to dodge the arrow. The place where he was originally standing was instantly filled with arrows. The kobold's short bows were quite threatening. The curved sword in his hand glinted coldly. In just one exchange, 2 kobolds had their stomachs cut open by Soren. However, because of this momentary pause, one of the kobolds pounced towards his leg and opened its mouth to bite him. They had sharp teeth. Bang! Soren twisted his waist and kicked out, sending the kobold flying 5 meters away. He forcefully twisted his body and dodged a dagger, then swung his leg to kick another kobold that was pouncing at him. In just 30 seconds, Soren had killed 6 kobolds, but the 30 or so kobolds that had gathered together also pounced on him. His leg was slashed by a short sword, but fortunately, it was only a small cut. The arrow from the short bow hit Soren, but it didn't penetrate his leather armor. Instead, it killed a kobold beside him. The kobold warriors with the strength of a level 1 warrior surrounded Soren. These 3-foot-tall creatures were very troublesome. Every time they attacked, they would stab at the back of Soren's leg, forcing him to bend down. The kobolds had the rolling skill, and they knew how to use their body size to roll and dodge. Crescent Moon Slash. There was no space to dodge the attacks coming from all directions. Soren gritted his teeth and used his leather armor to block 2 of the attacks. He then twisted his waist and spun around with his curved sword. 3 kobolds fell to the ground, their stomachs all cut open. But at this moment, the dark red kobold that was shot by Soren's poisoned crossbow shakily stood up. It uttered a strange syllable, then stretched out its hand and pushed forward. A 60-degree fan-shaped flame spewed out. Soren was the first to bear the brunt of the flame. His clothes were immediately set ablaze, followed by the kobold beside him. It was directly burned by the flame. Burning hand. After the initial panic, the normal kobolds slowly regained their composure. They picked up some stones from the ground and threw them at Soren. Even though the stones didn't deal much damage, they still hurt when they hit him, especially when more than 10 stones were thrown at him from all directions. Soren's 20 points of dexterity didn't help much. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, there wasn't enough space for him to get hit. Even though the damage was only 1 point, it still hurt a lot. Burning hand. With his ability to recognize spells, Soren rolled away in an instant. He still remembered quite a lot of the drow swordsmanship, and he instantly cut off the legs of 3 kobolds nearby. This move was once nicknamed Earth Rolling Blade because it didn't look good. Not many people learned it, but almost all melee fighters learned it because it was a life-saving skill in a chaotic battle. Rangers, warriors, and wanderers who had advanced into Earthly Hall swordsmen were top-notch experts in chaotic battles. This set of combat skills required high coordination, agility, flexibility, speed, and internal organs. The drow swordsmanship focused on attacking the lower body. Soren had seen an expert cut off the legs of more than 10 enemies in an instant. The enemies didn't even touch the corner of his clothes, and the ground was littered with severed limbs. True experts wouldn't fly around in the air because there was no place to borrow or deflect the force. They would become live targets before they even landed. The most they used was diving and jumping. Even if they could jump up to a height of 5 to 6 meters, or even 10 meters, they wouldn't expose themselves in the air. The flames on Soren's body were extinguished as he rolled on the ground. However, as the kobold warlock moved, the flames from Burning Hand followed. This was one of the most troublesome level 1 spells, and it was like maggots in one's bones. Soren gritted his teeth, grabbed a kobold's corpse, and threw it at the sorcerer. About 50 pounds was still within his explosive range. The kobold's corpse was thrown directly at the sorcerer, and at the same time, its spell was interrupted. Soren was caught off guard by the kobolds who were jumping and rolling around in all directions. Once again, he was hit by a sword. Soren twisted his waist and got up. The moment he got up, he grabbed the ankle of a kobold with one hand. The kobold let out a terrified cry. He swung the kobold in a circle, forcing the enemies around him to back away. Then, he bent his body and jumped 5 meters away, breaking out of the encirclement of the kobolds. In a chaotic battle, one must not be surrounded by enemies. Otherwise, no matter how high one's evasion and reflexes were, it would be useless. This was because there was not enough space for one to move around. In the end, one would still have to face them head-on. Swoosh, Soren took out his crossbow again and shot an arrow at the kobold warlock. Some of the kobolds took out their short bows and started shooting at Soren. However, their poor archery skills were unable to hit Soren, who was moving at high speed. Instead, they hit the other kobolds behind him. Clang, Soren pulled out his scimitar and spun it around, successfully blocking an arrow. Perhaps it was because he suddenly felt good, he actually used the blade to block 3 arrows consecutively. Die. Soren once again pounced at the kobold warlock in the distance. Spellcasters were weak in close combat, and their physique was far inferior to that of warriors. He was confident that he could cut the kobold warlock in front of him into pieces with one strike. Frost palm, the kobold warlock suddenly struck out with its palm. A faint blue light appeared in the center of its palm. Soren, who was charging at him, was instantly enveloped by a cold aura. From his scimitar to his arm, and then to his eyebrows, his entire body was covered in a thin layer of frost. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his body, and even his hands became stiff. Shadow Strike, Soren gritted his teeth and endured the first circle spell Frost Palm. He rushed in front of the kobold warlock and instantly swung his scimitar down. A formless shadow energy gathered, and the kobold warlock's head was instantly chopped off. The thin layer of frost on its body was shattered and quickly melted away. The frost formed by magic would not last for too long. It would usually dissipate after a while. Spellcasters were always this dangerous. Fortunately, the kobold warlock was already dead. Soren didn't have time to look behind him. He kicked his legs and pounced at the kobold archer in the distance. Once the leader died, the kobold warlock would collapse. In other words, if they felt that they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would start to run away. Soren had spent so much effort, and naturally, he didn't want the enemy to run away. He had to kill as many of them as possible before the kobold warlock's morale collapsed. This was because once the kobolds started to flee, Soren wouldn't be able to find them in the complex environment of the forest. It would be equivalent to losing hundreds of slaughter EXP for nothing. This was also the reason why the kobolds in the wilderness were so difficult to kill. Once they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would run away faster than hyenas. You could either surround them or use ranged attacks to kill them. Otherwise, you could only hunt them down one by one. Most importantly, they knew how to split up and run. The death of their leader caused the kobolds to panic. Some of the more cowardly ones tried to escape, while the braver ones wavered. After all, there was only one enemy, and it seemed to be injured. Most of them were kobold warriors that surrounded them. In their eyes, they outnumbered the enemy. At the very least, they wouldn't easily run away until more than half of them were dead or injured. The battle had been going on for a few minutes. Soren's continuous attacks had consumed a lot of his stamina, and his movements were slower than before. Although he managed to dodge most of the attacks, he was still injured. It was just that the injuries weren't fatal. Injuries in the wilderness were unavoidable, especially when there were too many enemies. His leather armor blocked the arrows, and most of the wounds were just scratches on his skin. There were also some bruises caused by rocks. The arrows didn't hit Soren many times, but the rocks did hit him many times. Since they didn't have to worry about killing their own kind, the kobolds threw a lot of rocks at him. When the rocks hit Soren, they also made the other kobolds cry out in pain. The real damage was from the first circle spells Burning Hand and Frost Palm. The former caused 8 points of burn damage, while the latter caused 6 points of frostbite. If it wasn't for his profession level 5, he would have been put into a heavily injured status, and his strength would have been reduced by half. However, as his injuries worsened and his stamina was depleted, Soren started to feel a little powerless. He wasn't a warrior. If it was a level 5 warrior, he would have just worn a chainmail, and he would have been able to kill the kobolds. If he had a shield, the battle would have been even easier. The only thing he had to worry about was his stamina not being able to keep up. If he was too slow, he would be kited by the kobolds, and he wouldn't be able to use his explosive power to rush to the side of the kobold sorcerer. Armor greatly affected his movement speed and reaction speed. Level up the rogue class. Facing the remaining 20 kobolds, Soren decisively chose to level up. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. The rogue class has leveled up to level 6. Received 24, DEX 20+, INT 18 to 10, *0. 5. Skill points, HP increased by 11, Profession HP 6+, Con 19 to 10, *0. 5. Received 1 free attribute point. Obtained 1 talent point, obtained 1 weapon point. Soren didn't have time to allocate other attributes, so he directly added 1 free attribute point to Vitality, and his Vitality increased from 19 points to 20 points. A surge of Vitality burst out from Soren's body, his originally tired body immediately recovered, and the 20 points of Vitality even made his wounds slightly itchy. Even the stones that the kobolds threw at him didn't hurt or itch. Extraordinary domain, the 20 points of vitality brought about a huge difference, and at the same time, it also restored his stamina to its peak. Soren, who was originally a lot slower, suddenly burst out with power. The curved sword in his hand drew a cold light, and directly cut a kobold in half. He then took a deep breath, jumped, and dived. The moment he landed, he swung his sword and killed 2 kobold archers on the spot. Even the short bows made of hardwood were cut in half when they blocked his attack. Spinning strike. Although he didn't have any combat abilities, Soren still relied on his abundant stamina and extraordinary dexterity to perform the rogue blade master's moves. His body spun 360 degrees on the spot, and the curved sword drew an arc in the trajectory of the arc, cutting 3 kobolds from their shoulders to their waists. Then, the moment he retracted his sword, he stabbed down and nailed a kobold to the ground. The morale of the kobolds finally collapsed. The ordinary kobolds began to throw away their weapons and run away. Even the kobold warriors were hesitant and fearful because the enemy in front of them seemed to have suddenly become stronger. Soren didn't stop at all. Wherever his curved sword went, limbs would be cut off. Before the kobolds went into the forest, he killed the warriors one by one, and then began to clean up the other kobolds. Unfortunately, after all, he was only one person, and there were still a dozen or so kobolds that ran away. They dived into the bushes and soon disappeared without a trace. It was very troublesome to catch up with them. Clang. Soren sheathed his sword, let out a long sigh, and then began to bandage his wounds. The arrow wound was a little better because the leather armor blocked it. However, the wound on his leg that was cut by the kobold needed a simple bandage. A row of data appeared in front of him. The battle is over. After a difficult battle, your skills have improved. Dodge, move, +1, dodge, roll, +2, parry +1, listen, location by listening to the wind, +1. Cynocephaly were quite strong. Although they didn't look tall, only about 3 feet, 1 meter, tall, advanced warriors had high strength. Perhaps this was because they really did have a trace of dragon blood in them. Advanced cynocephaly warriors could reach 13 to 15 strength. If it wasn't for Soren's armor, his bones would have been injured. Soren wasn't in a hurry to collect the loot. He first bandaged his leg. He still had some healing potions, but he didn't use them. 60 silver dirhams could buy a basic healing potion, which could restore 8 to 10 HP. There was no need to use them here. He had just obtained the regeneration ability from 20 vitality. After a simple bandage, he gradually recovered. He should be fine by tomorrow. After all, he didn't hurt his bones. Regeneration, elementary, gifted ability. Your strong physique has exceeded the range of mortals. What was originally a fatal injury may now only be a serious injury to you. Your strong vitality has allowed you to regenerate like a troll. You can gradually recover from any injuries below the serious injury status with time. Although you can't regrow a broken arm like a troll, as your vitality gradually increases, you will be able to do so one day. Health regeneration rate +1 per hour. This was the lowest level of regeneration. The HP recovery rate was calculated on an hourly basis. In other words, Soren could recover 1 HP per hour. He was now a level 6 rogue with 63 HP. If he didn't lose an arm or a leg, he would be able to fully recover within 3 days even if he was on his last breath. Don't underestimate this ability. Although it can't affect your recovery ability during battle, it determines that you can recover quickly after battle. Many melee professions relied on this ability to save their lives countless times until they reached the realm of legends. As for creatures like trolls, their constitution started at 25. If there was no way to suppress their regeneration ability, they could grow their heads back even if they were cut off. These creatures were at the level of biochemical beasts. In this world, it was impossible to drink a potion and instantly recover to full health. Even a priest's divine spell couldn't do it. Many divine spells would overdraw energy after casting and enter a weakened state for a period of time. As for reviving, you thought too much. That was a level 9 divine spell. If you wanted to revive someone, you would have to ask the god of death of the river Styx first. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who died on the path to becoming legends. As long as there was a priest in the party, they could revive someone after they died. It was a simple matter. Soren had just calculated that he had obtained around 900 slaughter EXP from this battle. The normal cynocephalese EXP and the cynocephalese S EXP, the cynosubcephalese, and the cynocephalese EXPs. SSS, and SS have TSTT? Soren didn't have many part-time jobs. If he was a warrior, his strength was slightly lower. If he was a priest, his perception was lacking. When the time of troubles began, he would immediately become useless. He would not be able to use divine spells at all. Not to mention whether or not he had the talent to become a warlock, 16 points of charm was indeed a bit low. The only people who could take on a part-time job and display decent strength were probably the adepts. Regardless of whether it was an advancement or a part-time job, it was good. Of course, it was not as simple as just closing one's eyes. A warrior's subclass required strength, a priest's subclass required faith perception, and a wizard's subclass required 25 points of knowledge and 15 points of intelligence. If he had the basic profession of a scholar, becoming a wizard would not be a problem. However, he was only a commoner, so he needed to improve his knowledge and skills. Becoming a part-time sorcerer was one direction. Soren was a bit hesitant as well. If he wanted to be a wizard, he would have to spend an extra 50% slaughter EXP. If he had a lot of slaughter experience, he naturally wouldn't care about these things. However, it was too difficult to gain slaughter experience. He killed so many kobolds and only got 900 points, which was not even enough to cover the cost of his soul energy. Advancing to a special profession required about 5,000 points of soul energy, slaughter experience, which was enough for him to directly level up to level 7 rogue. On the other hand, his subclass required 2,500 points of soul energy, slaughter experience, which was equivalent to the amount of slaughter experience he needed to level up by half a level. If he didn't know the power of magic very well, becoming a part-time sorcerer would quickly increase his strength. He really didn't want to do this. Because if he learned all kinds of random professions, the end result would be that he would not be able to do anything. For example, Soren's previous profession level was level 10 commoner, max, level 10 rogue, level 10 lurker. Lurker was the advanced profession of a rogue and was not considered a part-time sorcerer. To reach this level of strength, he had accumulated about 2 million slaughter experience, and when he finally entered the realm of legends, he directly awakened the legendary ability Shadow Realm. However, if he were to take on other professions, the 2 million slaughter experience would only be enough for him to level up both professions to an average of level 14. A level 14 warrior wouldn't be able to withstand 10 strikes in front of him, and a level 14 wizard might not even have time to cast a spell before being killed on the spot by his shadow step. It was hard to say whether it was better to be a full-time sorcerer or a part-time sorcerer. A part-time sorcerer's ability could allow him to deal with all kinds of sudden situations and be at ease in any environment. At the same time, it could complement each other's abilities and give him 3 to 5 extra free attribute points. However, it was a pity that the speed of mastering a legendary ability was relatively slow. Although some could be obtained through the fusion of professions, it was still not as good as a full-time sorcerer. In the past, many people took on part-time sorcerers for the extra free attribute points, and they even gave up many powerful legendary abilities for it. For example, the legendary rogue Shadow Realm was a powerful ability that allowed one to directly teleport into the Shadow Realm and so on. It required many prerequisites. If one chose to take on a part-time job, these abilities would be very difficult to obtain in a short period of time, unless one killed 1 or 2 gods and obtained a large amount of soul energy. Specialized classes had to rely on teammates because there were some battles that one could not handle alone. However, the advantage was that one could obtain the ability of the legendary realm as soon as possible. After all, one did not have to be distracted to learn the skills, specialties, of other classes. Profession level was only a part of one's strength. Many professions needed to master many special abilities. As for the final achievement, it was not easy to evaluate because there were not many people who could survive until they reached the legendary realm, let alone improve the 2 methods to the limit. Professions in the legendary realm could adapt to all kinds of complicated environments. A legendary character of a single profession would develop a certain aspect to the limit. For example, a wizard with a profession level of 40 or so could have enough spell slots to blow up a continental shelf. Therefore, most people chose to work part-time. For example, many thieves would subclass as a warrior to improve their melee combat abilities. Part-time jobs were very time-consuming. If Soren succeeded in becoming a wizard, then he would have to invest a lot of slaughter EXP into it. At the same time, he would have to train and master many wizard specialties. The energy required for this was very shocking. He would have to train at least 3 or more spellcasting specialties to reach the level of other wizards of the same level. During this time, it would be difficult for his thief's strength to increase. Without the help of specialties, he would not be able to exert his full potential in battle. This was because throwing a low-level spell would not be as good as slashing with a sword. The biggest advantage of taking on a part-time job was the ability to adapt, as well as the use of various abilities. For example, greater invisibility and backstab were the reasons why it was worth taking on a part-time job. Otherwise, if the professions could not complement each other, the final result would be that the gains would not make up for the losses. It would be a waste of one's time, and at the same time, it would also limit one's achievements. After all, there were very few people who could obtain divinity. Without divinity, there was a limit to the amount of energy a soul could bear. Not to mention the difficulty of obtaining slaughter EXP. In order to obtain about 2 million slaughter EXP, Soren had to kill more than half of a hand's worth of dragons and liches. Of course, at that time, the slaughter EXP was distributed by the whole team. Now, he was taking all the slaughter EXP alone. In fact, if it was not so difficult to obtain slaughter EXP, there would not be so many people who fell on the road to becoming a legend. It could be said that in Soren's memory, except for a few lucky people who were lucky enough to kill the gods who fell to the mortal world, or directly obtained the shards of divinity, others walked all the way to the legendary realm, who knew how many hardships they had experienced. It was a bumpy road full of blood and tears. Perhaps it was because they had experienced too many hardships. These people who reached the legendary realm by themselves were all masters. Their challenge level was the same as the original wizards in the storyline. To kill them, the difficulty was roughly equivalent to besieging a legendary wizard's tower. P.S. These are a little introduction to the part-time jobs. It is good that everyone has an impression. The following will be easier to understand. There are some things in this book that are more obscure, so Fu too has tried to use simpler language to explain. Soren kicked the bonfire next to him to extinguish it. Then he began to allocate his weapon points and expertise points. Warriors would have an additional weapon point before they advanced. On the other hand, thieves would have to wait until they reached profession level 6 before they could get their first weapon point. The next weapon point would be profession level 12. Weapon points were similar to specialties, but they could only be added to weapon specialties, so there was some skill involved in allocating them. Soren already knew how to increase the strength of thieves like the back of his hand. However, he had another idea because he had a legendary ability called Omnipotent Hands. Although this ability was in a sealed state, it still couldn't change the fact that it was a passive ability. Omnipotent Hands was a legendary thief's innate ability. When using any weapon in battle, the legendary thief could gain proficiency in weapons. The weapon specialties mastered by melee professions were upgraded step by step. For example, the most basic, simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery were the most basic specialties that allowed them to master various types of weapons. Then, if they wanted to improve further, they could advance to simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery. Other melee professions and mages could only master one type of weapon. For example, the priest's warhammer, spiked hammer, and flail mastery, or the droll's staff, cane, and scythe mastery. This was the weapon mastery. But if you wanted to improve further, you couldn't learn all kinds of weapons. Next, you had to choose a weapon that you were best at and the most comfortable to use, and then upgrade it to a higher level. Among all professions, only pure-blooded warriors could directly master the military weapon mastery specialty after advancing. Other melee professions had to choose one of the weapons to train at the weapon mastery level if they wanted to continue to improve. For example, Soren chose the curved sword mastery. Scimitar, specialization. As the number of battles increases, you will become more proficient in using the scimitar. Among 100 people who use the scimitar in battle, your ability will be one of the best. You are an expert in using curved swords in battle. Even the drows in the underworld are not as good at this weapon as you. You know how to use it to cause the most damage and how to hit the enemy more easily. Accuracy +2, damage +2. If they continued to level up from the specialist level, they would reach the master level. Purebred warriors, without any subclasses, could master all the way up to military weapon master. Then, they could choose to advance to sword saint or weapon master, directly obtaining the grandmaster level of a single weapon specialty. However, other professions couldn't do the same. After all, they didn't train with different weapons all year round like warriors. They could only choose a single type of weapon to level up. For example, Soren's curved sword grandmaster. The highest level of proficiency in weapons was the master level, and only pure-blooded warriors could reach military weapon master. Other professions simply did not have the energy and time to do so. If they wanted to master it, they would have to slowly train all the military types of weapons to the master level and finally fuse them into the military weapon master specialty. Under normal circumstances, no one would be stupid enough to waste too much time on this. After all, they might as well use that time to improve their other abilities. Under normal circumstances, some pure-blooded warriors would obtain the military weapon mastery specialty at level 1, military weapon mastery at level 3, military weapon mastery at level 6, and finally, military weapon master at level 9. Finally, around level 12, they would improve their other abilities and rely on advancing to sword saint or weapon master to obtain the grandmaster level of a single weapon specialty. However, the price of this advancement meant that they would completely give up on the training of shield blocking, weapon parrying, and armor mastery. This kind of warrior's ability to move in battle would be affected even if they wore full body armor. If they didn't advance to sword saint, they would only be able to wear medium armor at most. Once they wore heavy armor or full body armor, their combat ability would be greatly reduced. This was the violent warrior that many people liked at that time. After the grandmaster level was the legendary weapon specialty. If one was a sword saint or weapon master, they would generally be able to master their first legendary weapon specialty at around level 15. However, the price of this specialty was that sword saints would basically be unable to wear armor in battle. Weapon masters would also not be able to train their shield blocking ability like other warriors. Soren had the omnipotent hands specialty. Although the specialty was in a sealed state, he still had this ability. It was just that he couldn't use it. In other words, Soren should have the effects of simple weapon mastery, military weapon mastery, and exotic weapon mastery, but he couldn't actively use these abilities. Even if he couldn't actively use them, it didn't mean that these abilities didn't exist. It also didn't mean that these abilities couldn't be used as a prerequisite for mastering weapons. Therefore, when Soren held his breath and looked at the weapon specialization's advanced specialty, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He saw the weapon specialty curved sword mastery in his own data. Although omnipotent hands was in a sealed state, it still met the prerequisite for mastering weapons. Advanced to curved sword mastery. Soren excitedly chose the curved sword mastery specialty. After that, the other weapon specializations began to disappear, and the curved sword master specialty appeared. It wasn't as troublesome to advance a specialty from a single weapon to a master level specialty. It didn't require any other requirements. As long as he had the prerequisite weapon mastery, and weapon mastery, he could directly obtain a master level specialty from a single weapon type. Therefore, Soren's mastery of the curved sword master specialty was even faster than the warrior's mastery of military weapon mastery. Curved sword master, you are a master of using curved swords. It is as flexible as your arms. Among 1,000 people who use curved swords in battle, your ability is at the top. You are an expert in using curved swords in battle. If you are willing, many people will be willing to take you as their master. You can even open a dojo in the city that teaches you how to use curved swords. Accuracy +3, damage +3, attack speed +1. He really obtained a master-level curved sword specialty. Soren's face revealed a hint of excitement. He slowly grasped the curved sword in his hand. He didn't expect to obtain his first master-level specialty when he was only level 6. Clang, Soren kicked a piece of wood up and instantly swung his sword. The curved sword flashed with a cold light, and its speed was even faster than before. He could even feel the blade slicing through the air. When he chopped the wood in half, he didn't waste any of his strength. The weapon was like a part of his body. He knew how to use it to its maximum potential. Clang, the wood fell to the ground. Soren instantly swung his sword twice and chopped the wood into 4 pieces. As expected, master-level specializations are extraordinary. Soren slowly sheathed his sword. Even though he only swung his sword twice in an instant, only those who had tried to wield a weapon would know how much strength, speed, and accuracy were required. Let's use a simple example. Professional boxers usually had the ability to throw 7 to 10 punches per second. The boxing king Tyson was said to be able to throw 12 punches per second. However, if the strength of his punches was guaranteed, he would only be able to throw 3 punches per second. This was without taking into account his luck. In other words, the boxing king Tyson's strength was about the same as a level 6 monk. There wasn't much of a difference in their strength, attributes, and attack speed. The only difference was that the monk's perception was higher, while the boxing king Tyson's strength was higher. Many external martial arts experts could reach this level. Using a weapon would definitely not be as fast as punching. There was a 1-point difference in attack speed between the two. If Soren switched to master-level barehanded combat, he would be able to throw 4 punches per second if his strength was guaranteed. In other words, other than the fact that his strength wasn't up to par with the boxing king Tyson's standards, he was better in all aspects. Back then, many people liked to turn historical figures into adult character cards. Of course, they would leave behind more comprehensive data about them. One of the more famous ones was Bruce Lee. In the end, his character card was equivalent to a level 7 monk, level 1 fist master. If the power of 1-inch punch was replaced by the ability 1-inch punch, and not taking into account the monk's energy, the attack speed and attributes of both sides were about the same. Their explosive power should be about the same as well. Bruce Lee, human, grade 2. Challenge rating, 5, level 7 monk, level 1 fist master. Dangerous target. Estimated attributes, strength 17, dexterity 18, constitution 16, electric shock, intelligence 11, wisdom 16, charm 15. Special abilities, hand-to-hand combat, Grandmaster, 1-inch punch, Grandmaster, nunchaku, Grandmaster, powerful whip kick, powerful side kick, spinning kick, intuitive evasion, nimble movement. Difficulty, B-. Difficulty, A+ when using nunchaku. According to the statistics, this was one of the few people who were close to grade 3. Because of the innate potential of the people on Earth, their attributes were greatly reduced. At the same time, their HP was only around 20 points. They didn't have the vitality and recovery ability of many creatures in this world. Basically, a level 5 warrior would be unparalleled among ordinary people. After all, there was only one Bruce Lee in the billions of people on Earth. The ratio of world-class boxing champions was also 1 in a billion. As for professions above grade 3, they were beyond the scope of human beings. There was no comparison between the two. When a grade 3 barbarian went berserk, his strength was simply terrifying. P.S. This chapter took almost 6 hours to edit and rewrite. I'm speechless. You guys have to make do. You should be able to understand. After distributing all the points, Soren began to clean up the battlefield. There wasn't anything good on the kobolds, so Soren began to look for boxes. These creatures liked to hide the good things they collected, and most of them were hidden near their gathering place. Since they were only about 1 meter tall, kobolds usually didn't carry any loot with them. First, he rummaged through the kobold sorcerer's corpse and found some random items. Unfortunately, they were all trash. Soren then began to observe the surroundings, and soon found a stone that was a little different. The ground nearby had been dug up. He pulled out his curved sword and began to dig. He directly lifted the stone and found a wooden box buried below. It looked very simple, but when he took it out, it was heavy. He opened it with the hilt of his sword and looked inside. It was full of gold sand. He didn't expect these kobolds to be so rich. Gold sand was an unrefined gold ore. It was actually gold with very low purity. It could be exchanged for kindler in the temple of the goddess of wealth. Most of the priests of the goddess of wealth took this job, and it was generally fair. Soren reached his hand into the gold sand and felt around. He found a piece of agate, a small piece of obsidian, 3 pieces of opaline, and 1 or 2 stones that he couldn't identify. Kobolds had a talent for mining, and they also liked to live in caves. Even in the wilderness, they could occasionally find some good things in the caves. If they defeated a creature, the nature of the low-level dragon bloodline made the kobolds automatically collect the shiny objects. Not bad. Soren carefully poured the gold sand into the multidimensional bag, and then put the stones inside. He muttered to himself, looks like it's worth about 100 kindler. 20 kindler weighed 1 pound, and the gold sand just now should be worth about 60 or 70 pieces. There were more ores in this world, and these stones were worth about 30 kindler. However, if he wanted to sell them, he would have to find a jewelry merchant, and the price might be lowered. Normal kobold tribes wouldn't have accumulated so much loot, but it was probably because of the kobold wizard. Wherever there was a wizard, the loot would always be higher. If they killed the spellcasters, stripping them naked was a very normal thing. The kobold sorcerer was only around level 2. It didn't have anything good on it except for the ebony staff +1. This was the least valuable rare grade equipment. It was made of a special kind of wood that was relatively sturdy. It was like ironwood and didn't have any additional effects. However, it was very hard and could be used to block weapons. It was about 10 kindlers worth. It was about the same price as Soren's scimitar, but not many people were willing to buy it. The low-grade droll would like to carry it with them because it would not affect their spellcasting. It could also be used as a spellcasting material at critical moments because it was made of wood. Soren took the valuable items and quickly left. The smell of blood was very likely to attract nearby beasts, including wolves, ogres, gnolls, and other creatures. If he stayed here, he might run into them. He had suffered a lot in the past. He was almost turned into dumplings by the gnolls who were attracted by the smell of blood. It was very difficult to keep these corpses for more than 2 days. Other creatures would probably be attracted by night. If he was strong enough, he could wait for them to come. Unfortunately, Soren was still injured. It would be fine if the wolves were attracted, but if the gnolls were attracted, he would be screwed. Gnolls had a monster level of 3. If they had an advanced profession, their monster level and their profession level would be equivalent to a level 5 warrior. 1 or 2 gnolls would be fine, but the problem was that gnolls usually moved in groups of 3 to 5. If I want to become a wizard, I'll just need a spellbook. Soren returned along the way he came. There was a human village nearby. He wanted to see if he could spend the night there. It was too dangerous to sleep alone in the wilderness. If he was ambushed in the middle of the night, he would be done for. Moreover, it was difficult for him to sleep well. He basically couldn't fall asleep in the wilderness. At most, he could only take a nap. Spellbooks were not cheap. If he was a wizard, he would naturally bring one with him. However, if he wanted to advance, he would have to spend money to buy one. It was worth about 150 kindler coins. This was the most common spellbook. A special spellbook could be worth thousands of kindler coins. Bang! The dull sound of a gunshot suddenly spread far and wide in the wilderness. Soren was a little dazed when he heard the gunshot. He quickly hid in the shadows and rushed in the direction of the gunshot. Was it a gnome or a dwarf? Primitive firearms rarely appeared among humans. Alchemy products were strictly controlled, and it was very difficult to buy them in the black market. The power of firearms was not as great as people thought. They were good against ordinary people, but not so good against professionals. Even sniper rifles made by alchemy were not as useful against high-grade professionals as people thought. It was even more difficult to deal with spellcasters. Some people once joked that if they did not make nuclear warheads, they would not be able to threaten legendary spellcasters. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. The churches of the gods had very strict restrictions on alchemy products, second only to the taboo research on life creation. It was said that this was to avoid the catastrophe of the Arcane Empire. There were records that the floating fortress of the Arcane Empire broke the continental shelf into 8 pieces. Even the largest nuclear weapon was not that powerful. Even if nuclear weapons were to be used to destroy the Earth, it would at most destroy humans and creatures. It would not be a big problem for the Earth itself. However, there were spells and alchemy weapons in this world that could directly destroy a plane. They could even sink a piece of the continental shelf to the bottom of the sea. Of course, that was during the Arcane Empire. It was several eras before. The arcanists of that time were very powerful, even more so than the wizards of today. The golems, robots, that the wizards made now. They were the descendants of the Arcane Empire's magic-powered constructs. Soren had seen them when he was exploring the ruins at the bottom of the sea. If someone told him that they were super-powered armors made by humans in the interstellar era, they would have believed it. They had almost been wiped out. At first, it was strange to see them, but they gradually got used to it. If Soren remembered correctly, the dwarven alchemists of Toldra had already started to research rocket technology. In the end, they accidentally injured a black dragon and brought about a devastating disaster. Alchemy products were still very strictly controlled at this time. Since the gods had yet to descend and the churches were unprecedentedly powerful, there were not many people who dared to use alchemy weapons. Grey dwarves? Soren's pupils shrank as he hid in the shadows. About a few hundred meters away, a group of grey dwarves was attacking a wizard. Some of them were holding primitive guns as thick as bowls. This was what attracted Soren's attention. The wizard was surrounded in the middle. There were more than 10 grey dwarven warriors around him. Asterisk bang bang bang. Asterisk 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. The bullets were fired at the wizard, but when they were about a meter away from him, the stone pellets were deflected and flew in another direction. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all their kinetic energy and landed directly at the wizard's feet. High-grade mage armor? Soren stealthily snuck in. His expression was serious. This was the first time he had seen high-grade wizards fight. A grade 3 wizard. His profession should be at least level 10. He didn't seem to be a human wizard. A group of grey dwarven warriors attacked him, but no matter if it was swords, axes, or bullets, they were all blocked at least a meter away from him. This was a wizard's defensive force field. Defensive force fields were divided into 2 types, armor and deflection. Armor was used to block the attack from the front, while deflection was used to deflect the attack. The level 1 mage armor had a defensive strength of 20, which wasn't enough to withstand one strike from Soren. However, the defensive strength would increase according to the wizard's level and strength. If a high-grade wizard cast mage armor, it could at least block 3 strikes from Soren. Since he didn't have any rare grade weapons, his strike could at most deal 20 damage. At that time, many melee professions called it the at-type force field and complained that the wizards were indeed cheating. A group of Duergar warriors surrounded him. The wizard's barrier was finally broken. After all, there was a limit to how much damage it could take. However, when a Duergar warrior's axe landed on the wizard's body, it bounced back as if it had hit a marble wall. Stoneskin, Soren already knew the outcome of the battle. Stoneskin could take up to 150 points of damage. They had to surround the wizard and attack him in order to break through his stone skin. There didn't seem to be any high-grade warriors among the grey dwarves. Just a bunch of grade 2 warriors wouldn't be able to kill a high-grade wizard. As expected, one of the Duergar warriors was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around and chopped off his companion's head with his axe. Enraged charm. The Duergar warrior suddenly went on a killing spree. He killed 3 of his companions in one go before being killed by the others. Not a single spellcaster? Soren looked around and pursed his lips. They didn't even bring a priest. Are they trying to get themselves killed? It's about time for a large-scale attack, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew across the battlefield. The wizard's speed suddenly became extraordinary. In an instant, he had opened up a distance of nearly 50 meters. He then quickly cast a spell, and a spider web spread out, trapping many grey dwarves in it. Spider web was based on strength and dexterity. It could be used to dodge or break free. However, it was difficult for low-grade warriors to dodge a high-grade wizard's web. The wizard quickly cast a spell, and a basketball-sized fireball appeared in front of him. He pointed his finger forward, and the fireball immediately flew out and exploded in the middle of the Duergar warriors. Fireball. Perhaps it was because of the game of pickle in the 21st century, but many people thought that fireball was a spell that could be casually thrown out. However, fireball's level was not low. It was a level 3 evocation spell, and could only be cast by a level 6 wizard. The power of the spell was similar to what was happening right in front of their eyes. With a loud bang, it was as if a grenade had exploded in the middle of the Duergar warriors, and a Duergar warrior was instantly blasted into pieces. The scorching flames wreaked havoc, and the impact of the explosion sent the grey dwarfs nearby flying. The Duergar warriors who were lucky enough to survive also spat out mouthfuls of blood. Many of their fur and clothes were on fire. Around professional level 12. Soren could roughly estimate the level of the enemy based on the fireball's power. If a wizard of a higher level cast a fireball, at least half of the dwarves would have died from the fireball's attack. The fireball spell was one of the spells he was most familiar with. There was a time when the 5 fireball holy sect was popular. 5 rank 2 magi would cast a fireball spell at the same time. The concentrated area of effect explosion and high-temperature flames would directly wipe out the enemies within a 60-feet radius, leaving behind a crater with a diameter of 3 meters. He shouldn't have many spell slots left, right? Soren furrowed his brows as he glanced at them. His expression showed a hint of eagerness. Even though the spellcasters seemed to have cheats, they were still at the mercy of others after casting their spells. It seemed that the wizard had been fighting for a long time. There were at least 20 or 30 Duergars who had died nearby, and he must have used up a lot of spell slots. Spider spawn. The wizard threw something and it landed on the corpse of a Duergar. Immediately, 2 spider eggs appeared and quickly expanded. Finally, 2 venomous spiders the size of millstones emerged from the dark green liquid. After the venomous spiders appeared, they hissed and then quickly rushed to the other Duergars under the wizard's command. Soon, 2 or 3 warriors were bitten to death. Soren's hair stood on end. He looked at them in shock and murmured, "Dark elves?" Spider spawn was a very obscure level 4 spell. Depending on the wizard's level, it could spawn 1 to 3 spiders in a short time. It mainly depended on the spellcasting materials and the wizard's level. Venomous spiders could be level 6 to 8, and special species of spiders could even be cultivated. Not only were they dangerous, but they also had spell-like abilities. This was a very rare spell that could only be learned by the wizards of the underground world. The ones who were best at it were the dark elf wizards and priests. This was because they believed in the Spider Queen Lolth, an evil and powerful deity. The wizard's protective force field was still intact, and he was not hurt at all. The Duergars finally began to despair. Some of them turned and ran, but they were bitten to death by the swift venomous spiders. Some wanted to fight with their lives, but their heads were blown off by the flying arcane missiles. A high-grade wizard's arcane missile could penetrate a 0.3 centimeter thick steel plate. It was equivalent to the power of a pistol shot from 100 meters away. Even if it did not hit the vital parts, it could still open a hole in the body. Sometimes, it could even penetrate armor. Soren gave up the idea of taking the risk in his heart because the dark elves were very cunning. He definitely had some fatal spells that he had not used yet, from beginning to end. This was a massacre. A high-grade wizard had killed 30 low-grade Duergar warriors in a variety of ways. Apart from the initial danger of almost breaking the protective force field, there was basically nothing they could do to the wizard. Among all the professions, only a sword saint could break the protective force field of a wizard of the same rank in 1 hit. The other professions would need at least 2 to 3 hits, and it would be even more difficult if there was a gap between their professions. If Soren had a real rare-grade weapon, he would be able to break the protective force field in 1 second. Unfortunately, he could not kill the wizard in 1 hit. The wizard's robe seemed to be a piece of rare-grade equipment, and there must be a protective spell on it that had not been activated yet. Buttons, brooches, rings, gems, headwear, necklaces, amulets. Many of the things that looked like decorations could be the rare-grade equipment that the wizard carried with him. These wizards were so rich that it made one's hair stand on end. A second-grade wizard was worth 5,000 to 6,000 Kindler coins, And a third-grade wizard was worth at least 10,000 Kindler coins. Otherwise, Soren would not have called them wizards. Do I have the confidence to win against him? Soren stared at the wizard who was leaving in the distance. 2 poisonous spiders the size of millstones followed behind him. They could still survive for a while, but they would quickly age and die. The wizard was still very vigilant. The 2 spiders protected him on both sides as he walked towards the plains in the distance. No one knew what his final destination was. After all, the dark elves were not used to the sunlight on the ground. If I can break the protective force field, the wyvern's venom should be able to paralyze him. After all, most wizards don't have high vitality. Unless he has a spell on him beforehand, his fortitude won't be able to pass the test of poison. If the poison takes effect, the failure rate of his spell casting will be at least 50%, and he might not even be able to cast a spell. But the problem is, how many layers of protective force fields does he have? Do I have the confidence to hit him before he can cast a spell? Soren slowly withdrew his curved sword. He had less than 10% confidence in defeating this high-grade wizard, even if he had used a lot of spells. Against wizards, he needed to explode. If he couldn't break through their protective force field in one go, he would be killed by their spells sooner or later. When Soren became a legendary rogue, he had killed hundreds of wizards along the way. He knew the terrible consequences of letting them have time to cast spells. Too bad I didn't learn Shadow Jump. Otherwise, I would have killed him in one hit. A rogue with a profession level of 12 and above could learn Shadow Jump if they specialized in shadow magic. They could temporarily enter the shadow plane and return to the material plane through the shadow plane. Although it was only for a second, it was enough for Soren to pass through the protective force field and directly attack the wizard. This was the key to mastering the legendary skill Shadow Realm. Top-tier rogue assassins loved to assassinate across planes. Shadow Step also allowed them to pass through the shadow passage and appear behind the enemy. The wizard's figure was getting farther and farther away. Dark elves wouldn't appear on the surface world for no reason. Soren was sure that something was going to happen, but he didn't know what it was. A wizard with a profession level of 12 had a high status. There weren't many reasons for him to appear in the wilderness alone. Soren waited for a long time. When he was sure that the wizard had left, he walked towards the corpses of the grey dwarves. There should be something valuable on them. Although the high-ranked wizard didn't think much of it, he was still a thief with a little sister to feed. The more money he had, the better. The little girl would need to spend a lot of money in the future, so he had to prepare some savings. Besides, if he really wanted to spend money, a set of rare-grade equipment would cost him more than 3,000 Kindler coins. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground, and it seemed like a sudden battle had taken place. Internal conflict? Soren looked at the footprints nearby and frowned. It seems like they were on the same side at first. I don't know why they suddenly started fighting. The footprints were very neat, as if a group of people were protecting something as they moved forward. The footprints behind him started to get messy. When a person was running at full speed, the footprints would naturally be different from when they were walking. Soren tried to reconstruct the scene in his mind, but he could only vaguely tell that the grey dwarves had suddenly attacked. Because there were traces of second-grade warriors charging on the ground, they were able to stimulate their potential in a short period of time and burst forward with astonishing speed. Even an ordinary warrior could reach the speed of an Olympic champion. What's this? Soren reached out and picked up a shard. He then turned over the 3 corpses and found a grey dwarf with a hole in his chest. There were traces of corrosion around the wound. Acid arrow? Soren carefully took off the ring on the corpse's finger, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. So they brought a wizard with them, but he was killed in an instant. There was a wizard in the grey dwarf's team. However, he was only a second-grade wizard, around level 5. Perhaps because the battle had happened so suddenly, he didn't have time to react before the high-ranked wizard killed him with an acid arrow. Soren touched the ring, and a faint glow of magic appeared on it. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. This was a low-ranked wizard's ring, and it could store an additional level 1 or 2 spells. It's worth at least 1,200 Kindler coins. Soren put the ring away and continued to rummage through the dead dwarf's body. He thought to himself, he didn't even touch the dead bodies of his peers. Either he's too rich to care, or there's something very important that he can't afford to delay. What else happened during this period of time? Damn it. Why didn't you pay more attention to the changes in the situation? Soren quickly took out a multidimensional bag. It was also a low-level multidimensional bag. Even though a rank 2 magus wealth wasn't low, it still wasn't considered a tycoon. There were a lot of things inside, and not many of them were valuable. However, there was one thing that Soren really wanted. That was a spell book. The Grey Dwarf Wizard's spell book was a thick black book with mysterious runes engraved on the outside. It wouldn't be damaged by natural causes and could be maintained for a long time. Soren flipped to a page. It was filled with densely packed runes, many of which he couldn't recognize. Since he didn't have the arcane text recognition ability, he could only use his experience to determine the spells that were copied from the book. The first spell was the Giant Transformation spell. It could double the size of a creature and increase the user's strength by 2, but it would also decrease the user's agility by 2. If one had a metamagic ability, this spell could also be used on certain areas to double the size of certain things. Of course, this effect wasn't created by the natives of the storyline. It was created by someone who had spent a lot of time combining metamagic abilities. It could also be used together with the shrinking spell. The second spell was the Arcane Missile spell. It was one of the most common spells used by wizards because it only took 1 second to cast. Soren didn't recognize 1 or 2 of the spells that were recorded, but he could still remember most of them. They were Charm Person, Burning Hand, Rainbow Spray, Mage Armor, Shield, Web, Brute Force, and Flame Arrow. Each spell was recorded on more than 10 pages. Of course, the spells didn't have to be that long. There were also many diagrams, some of which were even 3-dimensional. These were the legendary spell models. After a wizard copied a spell onto a spellbook, they would spend a period of time to analyze and construct it. It wasn't as simple as copying a spell onto a spellbook. According to their talent and intelligence, a wizard would need a long period of time to understand the spell and construct a spell model in their brain. Finally, they would connect their perception to the magic net and form a spell slot to record it. The spell model would be stored in their brain. After casting the spell, they would need to use up the energy gathered through the magic net and memorize the spell model again. It was a simple analogy. A spell model created by a wizard was like a bullet. It needed to be loaded into a spell slot created by the magic net. The bullet would be shot out and the spell would disappear. The spell model would disappear and the wizard would need to memorize it again through a spellbook. Unless the wizard's talent was so good that they could recall a complicated circuit board without the help of notes. There couldn't be a single mistake in the process of memorizing the spell model. If there was a mistake, the spell would backfire. The higher the level of the spell, the more severe the backfire. It could even explode the wizard's brain. In Soren's memory, apart from advanced arcanists, there weren't many people who could memorize spells without the help of a spellbook. Most arcanists had around 25 points of intelligence, which was equivalent to a biological computer. The memory of a normal person, even an excellent wizard, couldn't reach that level. This was why they had to carry a spellbook with them at all times. Mastering spells took a long time. A wizard with 18 points of intelligence would need at least half a month to learn a level 1 spell. However, it was much easier to memorize the spell after learning it. All they needed to do was spend some time meditating after casting the spell, and they could recreate the spell model. Therefore, the number of spells a wizard could learn was limited. Normally, a high-grade wizard would know many spells, while a low-grade wizard would know very few. Only a legendary wizard would have enough time and energy to learn more spells. What's this? Sauron took out a special roll of paper. After opening it, he took a look and quickly put it away. There was a symbol of 3 tentacles on it. If he remembered correctly, it was called Shadow Tentacles. It was a level 4 spell that could summon 3 tentacles of energy to bind the enemy. The dwarf wizard didn't record it in his spellbook, which meant he was probably a wizard below level 7. A wizard's value was really high. Soren calculated the value of the loot. It was worth more than 2,000 Kindler coins. Awoo. While Soren was happily rummaging through the other corpses, a wolf's howl came from afar. He sped up and put everything into the multidimensional bag he just found. He then came to the corpses of the dwarfs with primitive firearms. So it's a stone pellet gun. He picked up an alchemy weapon, weighed it in his hand, and then stuffed it into his multi-dimensional bag. This gun was as thick as an adult's arm, and it was made of polished stone bullets. It was a relatively low-level alchemy gun, and some dwarfs would be equipped with it. Because of its primitive craftsmanship, its shooting range and accuracy were average, and its firing speed was not fast. Sometimes, its power was not as good as a crossbow or a longbow, especially the longbows of some human-like races. Its effective shooting range was more than 300 meters, and it could penetrate half a centimeter thick steel plate. It was like a sniper rifle. The craftsmanship of this primitive gun was similar to that of the 18th century. There were even better guns in the hands of the dwarfs of Toteldry. Due to their inferior physique, these dwarfs were very dedicated to alchemy research. Unfortunately, these weapons couldn't defeat a black dragon with a monster level of 24. In the end, the whole city was destroyed by the dragon's breath. It was estimated that this would happen in about a year. The howls of the wolves were getting closer and closer. Soren hurriedly cleaned up the corpses and headed toward the road. He didn't want to fight a pack of wolves right now. The sky was getting darker and darker, and many wild creatures were starting to move. The smell of blood here would attract many carnivores. As Soren was leaving, he saw a pair of ghostly green eyes in the forest. It was a null scout. They could smell blood within a 1-kilometer radius, and they would spread out when hunting. When they found their prey, they would summon their companions through a special sound. It was likely that these wolves would have to fight the gnolls. There would be a carnival tonight, so it was better to stay away from them. Any high-grade profession could be understood as a superhuman. Profession level 10 and above basically had 1 or 2 supernatural abilities. For example, the droll just now had some kind of spell on her body, which was why she could jump between trees. Soren was not curious enough to chase after her. It was normal to meet strangers in the wilderness. Some would talk for a short while, but most would just pass by. As long as the other party did not have any bad intentions, both parties would just nod at each other. Droll did not like to communicate with ordinary people, not even professionals. They were solitary and had their own goals. Most of them had strong beliefs and were neutral in their behavior. Sometimes, they would attack anyone. In their eyes, balance was higher than good and evil, because they believed that good and evil in the world were relative. They were like a group of people who advocated inaction, but their aggressiveness was not weak at all. Many people who destroyed the nature of the forest would be mercilessly executed by them. There was a period of time when human alchemy research was popular, mainly because of the discovery of the ruins of the Arcane Empire. Many wizards found high-end alchemy knowledge from it, and they even developed a construction factory. However, the pollution caused by magic energy alchemy destroyed the water source, polluted the earth, killed animals, and destroyed the forest. This eventually led to the anger of the droll group in the world. Terrible storms and lightning shrouded the whole new alchemy city, and in the end, everything was turned into ashes. There were not many records left of that battle. It was only known that the droll defeated the army of steel golems. More than 10 legendary droll fought at the same time, including the powerful Storm Lord. The wizards were badly hurt in this battle. 1 legendary wizard died, and 2 legendary wizards were forced to turn into liches. Research on magic energy alchemy became a taboo. In order to appease the angry droll, the human world's church began to increase the restrictions on magic energy alchemy. This was because the place where the alchemy city was built, the river was still full of black pollution. The nearby land was not suitable for human survival, and drinking the water would cause metal poisoning. The droll stubbornly believed that this evil alchemy research would eventually destroy nature, causing irreparable damage to the environment, and eventually bring disaster to the whole world. So, even for the dwarves and gnomes, some alchemy research was still carried out in secret. Most of the wizards were not on good terms with the droll, because many of their academic studies were rejected by the droll. Even now, there were still droll hiding in the dark to monitor the wizards' actions, preventing them from carrying out some terrible experiments that could cause large-scale natural disasters. Sometimes, they would also take care of the plagues and diseases spread by the fallen. Soren walked back along the road. Soon, he saw the village that he had seen at the beginning. Torches were lit on all sides of the village, and he could vaguely see the defense of the arrow towers. "Who is it?" a sturdy man shouted. Soren's figure emerged from the night. He raised his hands to show that he wasn't holding any weapons and said, "Human. A traveling adventurer. I just encountered a group of kobolds and am a little injured. I hope I can rest here for the night." After seeing Soren's appearance, the man on the watchtower relaxed a little. He shouted down, and soon a man wearing leather armor appeared. He seemed to be the captain of the militia here. It was a man with a full beard, estimated to be in his 30s or 40s. He frowned and looked at Soren, then asked, "Are you alone?" It's not suitable for a person to move around in the wilderness. This was a former adventurer, and he obviously had a lot of experience. Although he knew Soren's profession, he was still very vigilant. "Yes, I'm alone." Soren put down his hands and replied, "I want to train my abilities and find the possibility of further improvement. So I'm alone in the wilderness." The captain hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand to signal the others to open the gate. He then said, "You can rest here for the night, but I hope you won't cause us any trouble." "There won't be any trouble," Soren smiled and said in a deep voice, "I'll leave tomorrow to hunt the nearby monsters. If it's possible, I hope you can tell me the distribution of the nearby monsters." The creatures in the wilderness naturally wouldn't just stay in one place. Only the natives in the area knew where they lived, so it was important to explore the wilderness and gather information. Sometimes, it could save a lot of trouble. The heavy gate of the stronghold slowly opened. 5 or 6 adult men stood nearby with weapons in their hands. Their eyes were still very vigilant as they looked at Soren. They were slightly relieved when they saw that Soren did not make any movements after coming in. The captain climbed down from the watchtower and looked at Soren from head to toe. His eyes fell on his bandaged wounds, then he said, "It's rare to see a lone adventurer like you. I didn't expect a rogue to be like a monk." Soren smiled and didn't answer the question. The captain waved his hand to his companions, then pointed to the side and said, "Stranger. We can't trust you completely. So no one will take you in for the night. There's a firewood shed over there. If you don't mind, you can stay there for the night. I'll have someone send you some hot soup and food." Soren nodded and bowed slightly. "Thank you very much. I just need a place where I can sleep without worry. After all, it's easy to be ambushed in the wilderness." The captain nodded and asked a young man to lead him there. After Soren left, an adult man next to him said, "Captain? Is he okay? He's a stranger after all. He should be fine." The captain looked behind him and said in a low voice, "I'll go and test him later to see if he really killed a group of kobolds. It's getting more and more dangerous here. If someone can kill some of the monsters, we'll be under less pressure." The wilderness was dangerous. They built a village here to avoid a lot of taxes, but they also had to face a lot of trouble. Soon, the captain of the militia came over with 2 men. Soren rested on the soft grass and bandaged the wound on his leg. It was almost healed. There shouldn't be any problems tomorrow, and it wouldn't affect his upcoming battle. The armed forces of this village weren't weak. Soren saw a few second-grade warriors, and there should be experienced adventurers among them. They brought him some hot soup, some dry bread, and some pickled vegetables. The one who brought them over was a chubby girl with freckles on her face. She looked at Soren curiously and blushed slightly when she saw his handsome face. She seemed like a simple village girl. She seemed to want to stay and listen to what they had to say, but the captain glared at her and she obediently went back to sleep. Before she left, she looked back at Soren. Young people like her were always curious about adventurers. Soren thanked her softly and took a sip of the soup. There were mushrooms and vegetables in it, and the bread needed to be soaked in it. It was natural to feel uncomfortable eating too much dry food. As he ate, he answered the other party's questions and probing questions. This wasn't surprising. After all, he was a stranger. "You said you killed a large group of kobolds?" The young man next to him looked doubtful, as if he didn't believe Soren had such strength. He wasn't interested in explaining, so he pulled out his curved sword and cut a piece of wood into 4 pieces. This time, the young man finally shut his mouth and looked at him with a trace of respect. Soren had used up a lot of energy. He finished the soup and bread and chewed some jerky before he stood up and said, "I want to know about the distribution of monsters nearby. Can you provide me with some information?" The captain had already put down his doubts and nodded. "No problem. There are many monsters around here, and we've been hoping that someone can deal with them. You can come here to rest at any time. I'll have someone prepare food and a place for you to sleep." "Ugh. It's late now. If you don't mind, you can sleep in my house for the night. I'll get someone to prepare a room for you in 2 days." Soren smiled and shook his head. He patted the pile of grass and said, "No need. This place is good. I'm used to it. Now tell me where the monsters are." The sky was just beginning to brighten. A silhouette shuttled through the dense forest. The forest was truly a primeval forest, and there were no signs of roads at all. If it weren't for Soren's sturdy clothes, his clothes would have been torn a few times already. There were all kinds of small animals in the forest. Squirrels and rabbits were the most common, followed by all kinds of birds. It had to be said that a place without human activity was full of vitality. No wonder the druids were so against others destroying the forest. They had even fought several times because of this, and killed many people. Soren quickly arrived at the edge of the forest, following the directions given by the militia captain. It was around noon. There were obvious signs of logging nearby. Intelligent creatures in the wilderness would build their own settlements, and some large groups of gnolls would even build their own camps. Soren didn't dare to get too close because his current stealth couldn't achieve the same effect as invisibility. It was just that he would become hazy in the shadows, and no one would be able to see him unless they looked carefully. As for sneaking up behind an enemy, that required skill and the environment, especially when dealing with hostile creatures. Invisibility didn't really mean that one would disappear. Enemies with sharp senses could still sense that someone was approaching. The biggest advantage of stealth was that one could hide in the shadows at any time. Most of the time, once one left the enemy's line of sight, it wouldn't be easy for them to find you again. Although backstab was a powerful ability, it required a lot of conditions to activate it. Soren followed the shadows and circled around the area. He found 3 gnoll guards. Large groups of gnolls included the old, the weak, women, and children. When the adults went out to hunt, some would stay behind to guard them. The gnolls didn't have houses in their settlements. They were just surrounded by a circle of wood. They knew how to make fires and equipment, but they were limited to making leather armor. Female jack-o'-lanterns would peel off the skin of their prey and sew it into leather armor using crude methods. Some gnolls would use weapons in battle, and those who hadn't advanced would use claws and teeth. There are 3 guards. There should be quite a few of them. Soren took out his crossbow and loaded it with a poison bolt. It was impossible to sneak in during the day because the vision was too good. The gnolls would be able to spot him as soon as they saw him. He needed 150 points in stealth to achieve the same effect as invisibility, and he had to be in the shadows. He was still a few dozen points away from that. Although the invisibility effect was invisible to the eyes, the slight sound of movement and the flow of air were still there. Therefore, to deal with enemies who had the blind warfare specialty and high perceptive sense, the skill points needed to be very high. Soren's goal was to earn slaughter EXP, not to clear out this group of gnolls. Naturally, there was no need for him to attack the camp. He circled around and hid in the nearby bushes, then crawled on the ground and slowly crept towards the camp. Even with invisibility, it would be useless to walk over directly. The footprints and the things you stepped on would expose your position. It would be even more obvious if there was water on the ground. When wizards cast invisibility, they would combine it with lighten and instant slither. There were some creatures in the shadow plane that were permanently invisible. Soren had fought against them before, and they were very difficult to deal with. The gnolls were wearing leather armor. Soren frowned and moved closer. If he didn't hit any vital points, the damage of the crossbow would be reduced. Even if he didn't want to kill the enemy with the crossbow, he still needed to ensure that the poison could seep into the enemy's blood. Swoosh! A gnoll suddenly screamed. The nearby guards were alarmed, and there was even a commotion from within the camp. Soren quickly reloaded his crossbow and shot at another gnoll. The wyvern's poison would take effect quickly. He pulled out his curved sword and rushed over. These gnolls were level 3 creatures, and often had the strength of a level 1 to level 3 warrior. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Awoo. Faced with Soren's surprise attack, the gnolls' first reaction wasn't to surround him, but to howl and call for their companions. The gnolls wouldn't stay in the camp all the time. They would search for prey during the day. If it was a wild beast, they would try to kill it. If it was a humanoid creature, they would secretly follow it, and then ambush it in the evening or night. As carnivores, they had huge appetites. No matter how much prey there was, they could finish it all. When they were very hungry, they would also eat grass and mushrooms. Gnolls spent most of their time hunting and preparing to hunt. A gnoll's appetite was equivalent to that of an adult tiger. They were the most greedy and hungry wild creatures. There were 3 adult gnolls. One used claws and fangs, one was equipped with a bone crusher hammer, and one used a simple mace. Soren's advantage wasn't that obvious. These creatures were around 2 meters tall and weighed around 300 pounds. Their heads were similar to a coyote's, and their skin was mostly gray. The color of their mane was messy, but their overall color was darker. Their strength and agility were higher than humans, and could reach 15 points or more. However, their intelligence was lower. There were also priests who worshipped the gnoll god, but wizards and sorcerers were rare. A wolf howl came from afar. Soren raised his curved sword and slashed down. The sword slashed at the gnoll's arm, cutting off half of its claw. There was a muffled sound of wind breaking behind him. He had no time to dodge, so he could only roll forward. At the same time, he slashed at the gnoll's ankle. There was only 1/3 of the wyvern's venom left, and he had already smeared it on his scimitar. Bam, the mace hit the ground, creating a crater. If it had hit the head, it would have splashed brain matter. Many gnolls liked to use heavy weapons because it was convenient to crush bones. Bone marrow was the most delicious food for gnolls. A jack-allen that was obviously smaller in size rushed out, along with 2 small aardwolves. Shadow strike. Soren had already predicted the number of enemies. He turned around and killed the first gnoll that was poisoned. A row of data appeared: Gnoll warrior killed. Target killed. Obtained 270 slaughter EXP. Whoosh, the sound of a weapon piercing through the air was heard. Soren waved his sword to block the attack, and his figure stepped back slightly. In an instant, he kicked his legs and rushed forward, directly crashing into the gnoll's arms. A disgusting stench and fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Without hesitation, he stabbed his curved sword into the gnoll's abdomen, then twisted his waist and directly cut a 20-centimeter-long wound. A large amount of blood and intestines overflowed. The gnoll was severely injured, but it didn't die. It stuffed its intestines back in with its claws and swung the bone crusher mace again. A throwing knife was thrown. It hit the gnoll's throat in an instant. This was the last straw that broke the enemy's back. The gnoll roared and fell to the ground. Blood and intestines spilled on the ground. The coyote howled and pounced on Soren's leg. Soren twisted his body and kicked the coyote away. Then, he used his curved sword to block the coyote's attack from the side. The heavy force forced him to kneel on one knee and deflect the coyote's weapon. At the same time, he twisted his body and stepped forward, cutting a wound on the coyote's leg with his curved sword. Another coyote pounced on him and bit his throat with its bloody mouth. Soren smashed the gnoll's nose with the hilt of his sword. Blood splashed out. Although the wound wasn't fatal, the gnoll howled in pain and retreated. Wolf howls could be heard from afar. It seemed that the gnolls were coming back from their hunt. Soren rushed toward the last gnoll warrior. The wyvern's venom had begun to take effect, and the gnoll's reaction speed had obviously slowed down. Die. Soren slid forward on his knees to avoid the gnoll's mace. He then held his curved sword with both hands and slashed at the gnoll's leg. The gnoll lost its balance. Blood spurted out, and one of its legs was cut off. Clang, the smaller she-wolf pounced on Soren and pushed him to the ground. Its sharp fangs were about to bite his throat. However, Soren turned his head in an instant. The she-wolf bit into the leather armor on his shoulder. The sharp fangs pierced through the leather armor, but it didn't hurt the shoulder. It only bit through the skin. Puff, blood splashed. Soren kicked the she-wolf with all his strength. As he kicked the she-wolf away, he held his curved sword and chopped off the head of the gnoll. Swoosh, he calmly reloaded his crossbow and killed the last gnoll guard that crawled over. The gnoll screamed and ran away, but he shot it in the waist. The gnolls in the distance had returned. The sound was about 500 meters away from Soren. He gripped his curved sword tightly and entered the camp. A group of gnolls stared at him fiercely. They let out threatening growls from time to time. Blood splashed. Soren swung his sword and killed 5 gnolls that were less than 2 years old. He then quickly ran into the forest and blended into the shadows. The battle had just begun. He wanted to make the gnolls lose their minds. Only then could he kill more of them. 1, 2, 3, the gnolls that had gone out to hunt returned to the camp. The strong leader with a scar on his face found the bodies outside and roared angrily. It had fought with adventurers before, and its intelligence as a humanoid creature made it realize that adventurers had attacked their camp. These adventurers had mercilessly slaughtered the descendants of their tribe, just as they had mercilessly eaten the poor humans. There were only a few enemies, and they ran away as soon as they noticed their return. 12 gnolls gradually gathered. This was a medium-sized gnoll group. More than half of them were adult gnolls, a third of them were warriors, and a small number of them were newborns. With their talents, they had tamed 3 aardwolves, which could be used as helpers when they hunted, and they could also be used as food reserves when they ran out of food. For gnolls, hunger could overwhelm everything. Even the weakest of their kind could be turned into food when they needed it. They were born warriors and scouts, and they could follow the smell of blood. The leader of the gnolls came to the dead body of the female wolf. There was not much difference between males and females in the group, only a difference in size. Male gnolls were usually stronger, and female gnolls would only show some obvious characteristics when they were breastfeeding. It leaned over and sniffed the she-wolf's fangs, which were stained with Sauron's blood. Then it lifted the she-wolf, which weighed 200 to 300 pounds, with one hand and let all the gnolls smell it. They could remember the smell of blood for half a day, and they could follow the smell of blood within a 1-kilometer radius. Revenge, this was the instinct of humanoid creatures. Just like how humans would take revenge for their companions who had been eaten, they would also take revenge for their dead pups. The howls of the wolves rose and fell one after another. The gnolls began to follow the smell of blood. They were not the strongest creatures in the wilderness, but they were definitely the most vicious and annoying ones. The instincts of wolves allowed them to form packs and obey the orders of their own kind. Their innate bestial instincts allowed them to hunt and kill their prey. Adult gnolls had a monster level of 3, and as long as they succeeded in evolving, they would be close to grade 2 warriors. When they moved in packs, they would even hunt more dangerous creatures when they were hungry. The only thing that determined the size of a gnoll group was food. As long as there was enough food, a female wolf could give birth to more than 10 pups in a year. If there was a shortage of food, only the leader had the right to mate. In order to ensure that the strongest offspring would be born, the other Jackallan members would not be able to give birth to offspring, and they would have to raise them together. This was very similar to many wolf packs, in the dense forest. Soren's figure was moving quickly. In the wilderness, only rangers could easily shake off gnolls. They had the ability to track the scent of blood, so it was only a matter of time before they discovered Soren's tracks. These were just gnolls in the material plane. In the outer plane, there were even gnolls called bloodthirsters. They could track the smell of blood within a range of 10 kilometers. These creatures were dangerous predators and assassins. Their diet included low-level dragons. A group of jackallans rushed into the forest and followed the scent of blood. Soren needed more favorable terrain. He could face more than 10 kobolds at once, but he could not face more than 10 gnolls at the same time. His stamina was gradually depleted as he ran. Soren's 20 points of constitution ensured his stamina. On the contrary, the gnolls began to slow down after chasing for 1 or 2 kilometers. The dense forest greatly affected one's speed. Even gnolls could not sprint at high speeds. Soren was also affected, but he had the excellent jumping ability and reflexes brought by his dexterity. His sense of balance, which was beyond the limits of a normal person, allowed him to avoid most obstacles. When there was a bush in front of him, he could even jump up and use the tree branches as leverage. It was as if one had been buffed with lighten, while the other had to run on the ground. The terrain in front of him gradually widened, and a mountain peak appeared in front of him. It was a 90-degree cliff, and there were some 3-foot-wide faults. Soren suddenly jumped up and grabbed the rock with both hands to climb up. Just like a climbing madman who challenged the limits of human beings in his previous life, Soren climbed all the way up the cliff with an unusually agile speed, and then stood about 20 meters above the ground. The area where he could move around was very small. He could climb all the way to the top of the mountain from the side. The mountain peak was not very high, and there were only bare rocks on top. Soren applied some ointment to the wound on his shoulder, and then began to reload his crossbow. He put the bolts one by one into the small pouch on his waist, where he originally stored throwing knives. The best way to deal with jack-o'-lanterns was to avoid open terrain and be surrounded by them. If a group of jack-o'-lanterns surrounded him, even a high-grade warrior would have to take a few hits, let alone a Tier 2 thief. Traps were only useful in specific areas. Adventurers rarely spent too much time setting up traps in the wilderness. Rogues were more like warriors who relied on their dexterity to fight in the wilderness. This was why there was an advanced branch of the Rogue Blade Master class, which was a very powerful AoE class. The bushes in the distance shook, and then a group of strong jack-o'-lanterns came out. The leader was a jack-allan with a scar on his face. The scar extended from his forehead to the side of his face. If it had been a little more slanted, his eyes would have been destroyed. They're finally here. Soren hung the crossbow on his waist, and then took out a bloody wolf's head from his multidimensional pouch. It was the head of a jack-allan cub. He put it in his pocket before he left. Awoo! 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 The howls of the jack-o'-lanterns rose and fell one after another. The jack-o'-lantern's eyes were bloodshot. They howled and pounced on him, wanting to climb up the wall and tear him to pieces. Taunt successful. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt flew out, and the knoll at the front staggered, rolling and hitting the cliff. Soren calmly reloaded the crossbow, and then hid behind a rock. He then aimed at the jack-o'-lanterns again, and shot an arrow at its head. It hit the skull, and the arrow directly nailed into it. A row of data appeared, killed jack-allan warrior. Dealt 36 lethal damage. Target killed. Received 320 slaughter EXP, it had a range of 20 meters. The base damage of the crossbow could reach up to 20, and if it hit a vital point, it would instantly kill the target. The jack-o'-lanterns were fast climbers, but it wasn't easy to climb the 90-degree cliff. Before the jack-o'-lanterns could reach him, Soren had already finished reloading the crossbow, and shot an arrow from above. The jack-o'-lanterns that were climbing had no room to dodge. One of them was shot in the neck and fell down, dying in an instant. Another one was shot in the forehead, and died on the spot. Awoo! The jack-o'-lanterns leader howled, and the other jack-o'-lanterns finally realized that the terrain was very unfavorable for them. Some of them hid in the blind spots of Soren's shooting range, while the others flanked Soren from both sides. They climbed up the side of the cliff, preparing to ambush Soren from both sides and from above. Damn it! Their reactions are fast. Soren put away the crossbow. He threw the head of the jack-allan pup down, and then climbed up the cliff. Although the jack-o'-lanterns weren't very intelligent, they wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to kill them one by one. If the jack-o'-lanterns attacked him, Soren could kill 5 or 6 of them first, but if they surrounded him from the side, he had no choice but to change his position. Soren was able to jump up to the second floor, and his jumping ability was even better than the elves. He jumped up and grabbed onto a rock, then did a 360-degree flip and landed on the top of the cliff. He quickly picked up the crossbow, reloaded it, and shot at the jack-o'-lanterns that were climbing up the cliff. The jack-o'-lanterns were alert enough to dodge, and the crossbow hit a rock. Clang! Soren wasn't surprised. He pulled out his scimitar, looked at the jack-o'-lanterns that were surrounding him, and rushed towards the closest one. The terrain here was good. If the jack-o'-lanterns were grouped together, he could slowly kill them. If they were scattered, he could kill them alone. At least he didn't have to face 3 or 5 of them at once. It was a pity that he didn't have the forest walk ability, or he would be able to kill them in the forest. The Elven Ranger's favorite thing to do was to jump from tree to tree and kill enemies with their longbows. A jack-allan gave him nearly 300 slaughter EXP, and he would be able to take out half of them. I woke up at 6 o'clock and dreamt of many recommendation tickets. Please vote for me. Thank you. Clang, Soren jumped down from the 5-meter-tall rock and slashed at the Gnoll warrior's head. The Gnoll blocked the scimitar with its weapon, but was forced to take 2 steps back from the impact. It lost its balance and lost its balance. Soren didn't care about the numbness in his legs. He lunged forward and slashed at the Gnoll's chest. Blood splattered out and landed on his face. The smell of blood stimulated Soren's thirst for battle. He kicked the Gnoll in the ass, and the Gnoll's whole body twitched. He slid down and stabbed forward. Soren stabbed his scimitar into the Gnoll's chest and kicked it down the cliff. The Gnoll's tenacious life force was still struggling in midair. It fell to the ground with a thud and died. Soren sheathed his scimitar. He glanced at the Gnolls that were getting closer and closer. He grabbed onto a rock and prepared to escape. Clang, the sound of wind breaking could be heard behind him. One of the Gnolls saw that it couldn't catch up to Soren and threw its weapon at him. It almost hit him in the head. Gnolls couldn't use long-range weapons with their claws, so apart from a small number of advanced scouts, most of them used close-range weapons. Soren judged the direction and rolled down the cliff. When 3 to 5 Gnolls reached the top, he was already halfway up the mountain. Swoosh, he calmly reloaded his crossbow and hit another Gnoll in the eye. However, the other Gnoll only hit its arm. The Gnoll howled and pulled the crossbow out. Soren wasn't in a hurry to win. He was taking advantage of the Gnolls because they weren't as agile as he was and they didn't have his 20 points of vitality. The Gnolls that had been chasing after them all the way to the top of the mountain were already panting heavily. Although they looked furious, there was nothing they could do to Soren. This was because the despicable human in front of them didn't even fight them head-on. He only used the distance and the terrain to shoot at them with his crossbow. Fly a kite. Heavy armor warriors hated this way of fighting the most. Because the movement speed of the heavy armor was not fast, it was very easy for the enemy to kill him with long-range weapons. If you chase him, he will run. If you run, he will chase after you. Soren maintained a distance of at least 15 meters between the two of them. Even if they split up and surrounded him, there was still enough space for him to move around on the bare mountaintop. Gnolls were humanoid creatures. They did not have the jumping ability of werewolves, but their strength and speed were higher than that of ordinary people. Soren didn't care about him at all. He quickly reloaded his crossbow and fired at the other 3 jack-o'-lanterns who were running over aggressively. A blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the Gnolls was hit in the chest, and the other 2 Gnolls were enraged. They didn't care about the terrain, and directly charged at Soren. They even wanted to hug him and roll down the cliff. In an instant, Soren lowered his waist and dodged the Gnolls by a hair's breadth. The Gnolls that were charging at him screamed and fell down the cliff. The 2 or 3 Gnolls gradually approached. Soren put away his crossbow expressionlessly, then pulled out his scimitar and rushed in the direction of one of the Gnolls. Faced with the Bone Crusher mace, he twisted his body and dodged it. The sharp shards of the Bone Crusher mace scratched his back, leaving a bloody gash. But he also dodged the attack at the same time. He twisted his scimitar and cut a wound under the Gnoll's arm. Bang, the mace hit a rock, and debris flew everywhere. Soren kicked up the dust with his foot, then dove down and chopped at the Gnoll's waist. The Gnoll's skull was very hard. It couldn't be pierced without a crossbow, and the scimitar couldn't be used to suppress the Gnoll's strength. Blood and intestines spilled all over the ground. The Gnoll that was enraged didn't care about the wound on its waist. It opened its mouth and bit at Soren's neck. Bang, Soren held his scimitar with both hands and twisted it. When the Gnoll's bloody mouth was getting closer and closer, he gritted his teeth and let out a roar, then rammed into the Gnoll's head. Several teeth flew out, and Soren rammed his head into the Gnoll's head. While he was a little dizzy from the impact, the Gnoll's face was also covered in blood. Soren's extraordinary physique was on full display. He was only dizzy for less than a second before he recovered. He pulled out his scimitar and chopped off a Gnoll's head. Blood dripped down from his forehead. The Gnoll's teeth had scratched his forehead, and the wound was about an inch long. It was simple and brutal. Technique wasn't about how many tricks you could play. It was about how you used the most direct and effective way to fight in a moment of life and death. Blood dripped down from the corner of his eyes. The Gnoll's blood had splashed into his eye sockets. Soren's eyes were red. He wiped his eyes with his hand, then took a deep breath and held his scimitar. He stood still and waited. There weren't many gnolls left, he had just killed 7 or 8, and the enraged gnoll leader was already charging at him. As long as he could kill it, the gnolls would quickly crumble. The continuous battles had already consumed a lot of his stamina. There was no point in continuing to run. He still had 5 shadow strikes that he hadn't used yet. They were spells that ignored physical defense, and they were more than enough for him to kill the gnoll leader in a short amount of time. Soren's figure was a little hazy in the shadows. When the enraged gnoll leader appeared, he pounced at it like a cheetah. Clang, the gnoll leader blocked Soren's scimitar with its mace, but the invisible energy corroded its arm, and its flesh was stained with a dark gray color. Shadow strikes. As long as it came into contact with the target, it would deal energy damage that ignored physical defense. 6 points of shadow strike damage wasn't enough to kill, but it was enough to change the enemy's attack rhythm. Soren slashed down with his scimitar. As he attacked, he also activated the shadow energy within his body. This was a spell-like ability that could fuse with the shadow energy. It could even transform a thief into a half-shadow supernatural being. Clang, the gnoll leader blocked Soren's attack again, but its body couldn't help but tremble. The shadow energy continued to corrode the target, and 12 points of shadow strike damage was equivalent to a cut. It finally noticed the strange energy in Soren's attack, and retreated when Soren swung his scimitar at it again. The condensed shadow energy dissipated, and Soren could only use shadow strikes twice. The shadow energy didn't take long to gather, and if it didn't reach the target, it would quickly dissipate. The gnolls nearby were already charging at him. Soren could even hear the howls of the gnolls behind him. Sword form, heavy slash, Soren's muscles tightened, and he focused all his strength into a single line. In an instant, he jumped and slashed. The gnoll leader's wrist was cut off, and then he twisted his body and swung his scimitar horizontally at its head. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the gnoll leader's head was directly cut off. The headless corpse raised its mace and wobbled for a moment before falling to the ground with a thump. Roar! Soren picked up the gnoll leader's head with one hand and let out a deafening roar at the approaching gnolls. The wild roar echoed throughout the mountaintop. The gnolls nearby froze, and then they bared their fangs and howled. Their eyes were still fierce, but there was a hint of fear in them. Soren used all his strength to let out another roar, and then he raised the gnoll leader's head high up in the air. He looked around fiercely, and once again tightened his grip on his scimitar. Woo woo woo, like a frightened wolf, the gnolls' howls suddenly became much quieter. They looked at the few gnolls nearby, and finally felt fear. They turned around and fled into the forest. They were scared. Soren looked at the gnolls who had lost their morale and ran away. He casually threw away the gnoll leader's head, then sat down on the ground and laughed a little nervously. Although the battle had only lasted for about 10 minutes, the high intensity of the battle had already made his hands tremble. If the gnoll's morale hadn't collapsed, he would have had to use his ultimate move. Injury for injury. The drow instructor in the Underdark told him that unless he was prepared to die, it was best not to use it. It was a combat skill that drow assassins would only use when they were on a mission where they had to die. As if remembering his experience in the Underdark, Soren's face once again laughed nervously, then he patted the dust off his face and stood up. He was one of the top violent thieves in the Underdark. Many people thought that he should be a blade master or a berserker, instead of a lurker. But only he knew that in those extremely dangerous places, whether it was the Underdark or the Abyss, where demons were everywhere, a warrior could never live as freely as a rogue. A row of data appeared. The battle is over. After a difficult battle, your skills have improved. You have successfully used Taunt on the gnolls. You have successfully used Intimidate on the gnolls. Intimidate +10, Taunt +5, Evasion, Roll, +2, Evasion, Shift, +1, Parry +1, Survival +2. You have mastered the combat skill, Sword Form, Heavy Hack. 3,950 Slaughter EXP. Even after deducting the 900 EXP he got from killing the kobolds, each advanced gnoll warrior still gave Soren close to 300 Slaughter EXP. These monsters were born with a monster level of 3 and a profession level of 1 or 2, so the Slaughter EXP they got was 10 times more than the kobolds. Of course, it was also more difficult to deal with them. Soren used half a bottle of wyvern venom on them, and it could only last one more battle before it was used up. There was nothing to gain from the gnolls, and the broken weapons were worthless. After resting for a while, Soren headed towards the gnoll's nest. He didn't want to let go of the loot, and the group of gnolls that he scared away probably didn't dare to go back. Soon, he arrived near the nest. The gnolls that ran away didn't come back. These gnolls would become wanderers in the wilderness until they were accepted into the tribe by stronger gnolls. The smell in the nest was terrible, and it was filled with a pungent stench and the smell of blood. Soren saw many skeletons of beasts, humans, and humanoid creatures. There were also traces of bonfires nearby. The gnolls collected their loot in a very messy way, and many of them were stained with blood. He even saw some human skins. The gnolls used the skins of their prey to make simple leather armor. There were many weapons in the nest, and it seemed that they had attacked humans before. Of course, they wouldn't have brought such ordinary weapons. Soren only took out the kindler. There were also some ordinary goods, probably from the caravans that they attacked in the past. There weren't many valuable items. In the end, he found about 100 kindler and 1 or 2 amber stones. What a surprise, these gnolls didn't even have as much money as the kobold sorcerers. Soren washed his hands unhappily, and then put the valuable items in the bag. There was no way he could bring the goods and weapons with him. They were too heavy, and he couldn't fit them in the bag. When he returned at night, he would tell the village that maybe they would be interested in sending someone to take them away. These were all daily necessities, and they could use them if he brought them back. Soren was ready to leave. But just as he was about to leave, a light caught his attention. Huh? He carefully pried open the stone wall with his scimitar, and found a gem hidden inside. Shit. Soren couldn't help but curse. He took out the gem, held it in his hand, and looked at it under the sun. He immediately said, I didn't expect these guys to have such a good thing. They really hid it well. It was a pink diamond. It was only half the size of a fingernail and had not been polished. If it was not for the light that attracted Soren's attention, he would have missed it. Some businessmen would buy this kind of unpolished diamond and bring it back after making money. Firstly, they could carry it with them, which was more discreet than carrying a large amount of gold dirhams. Secondly, they could earn another sum of money after returning to their hometown. Soren. Probably worth 500 or 600 kindler? Soren had never studied the price of diamonds before, but they had always been expensive. Normal diamonds cost about 200 or 300 kindler dollars, and pink diamonds cost about twice as much. This was just a raw diamond that had not been polished. After polishing, it would definitely be smaller, but its value should not be less than 500 kindler coins. Soren put away the pink diamond with a smile. Even though he had looted quite a few valuable items from the corpses of the dwarven adepts, it wasn't convenient for him to sell them. Even a low-grade sorcerer's ring was hard to buy. Whether it was for Vivian or himself, it was a life-saving item. As for the other things, such as the Shadow Tentacle spell scroll, they shouldn't be sold. Although he couldn't use it now, copying scrolls wasn't easy at all. Just the basic materials required could reach hundreds of kindler coins. And it wasn't a 100% success rate, if he didn't count the items he looted from the corpses of the dwarven adepts. Soren's total earnings would only add up to 300 or 400 kindler coins, which was barely enough to buy 1 or 2 rare items. Of course, they would only be low-grade rare items. Even the high-grade ones were frighteningly expensive. Soren looked around again to make sure he didn't miss anything valuable. Only then did he quickly leave the gnoll nest. It was getting late. If he didn't want to camp in the wilderness, it would be best for him to go back now. He should be able to return to the village before nightfall. He would then have a good night's rest and go check out the place where the ogres appeared the next day. Those creatures were even more dangerous than the gnolls. Ogres had a monster level of 5, and most of them had advanced professions. Most of them were warriors, while a few of them could become wizards or sorcerers. If they retained their totemic beliefs, the ogre tribes could even nurture shamans. In fact, they were another type of priest, but they didn't worship gods. Ogre shamans rarely appeared in the wilderness, and they usually played an important role in the tribe. Ogres had a monster level of 6, and there were about 3 to 5 of them in the wilderness. If there was a chance, Soren would try to kill them. If the enemy was too strong, he would give up on his target and move on. Ogre Strength Bracers. This item represented how dangerous they were. An adult ogre had at least 18 points of strength, and if they evolved, they would have 20 points of strength. They could also wield weapons that weighed more than 100 pounds. With Soren's current strength, he wouldn't die if he took a few hits from the gnolls, but if he took a hit from the ogres, he would be dead meat. The only obvious weakness was that the ogres were born slow, and their attack speed wasn't fast. If there weren't many of them, he could rely on his agility to dodge their attacks. Under normal circumstances, adventurers would rather face a large group of gnolls than a small group of ogres. This was because even a strength-type shield warrior would be injured by the ogre's attacks. Ogres loved heavy weapons, and even full body armor was useless. Against these creatures, one couldn't let them get hit. Wherever they hit, they would break. If they were unlucky, it was normal to lose an arm or a leg. Among all the attributes, strength was the one that had the biggest impact on the enemy's damage. Therefore, most of the creatures with higher strength would be harder to challenge, and this was even more so when fighting against the gigantic humans. Soren had experienced this when he hunted down a hill giant. He accidentally brushed against one of the giants, and his arm was broken on the spot. The bone was broken in half, and he used up all his savings to ask a priest to fix the broken bone. However, in the end, he managed to kill the hill giant and finally avenged himself. The night was hazy. Soren went back the way he came, and when he returned to the village, he immediately noticed that the atmosphere was not right. The fully armed militia was guarding the area, and many of them had lit torches. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately drew their bows and let out a sigh of relief when they saw that it was Soren. What happened? Soren walked into the village and asked, "What happened?" The militia captain walked out with a serious expression. He glanced at Soren and said in a deep voice, "Lizard men. The lizard men from the swamp are here. They are well armed, and they ambushed our patrol team. We suffered heavy losses. 2 died, and 5 were injured." Soren's expression suddenly became serious. He looked around and said, "How many people do you have left? Don't count the normal people. You have to be well-equipped and trained warriors." The militia captain hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "There are 30 more. But we still have a lot of adult men in the village. They can fight with weapons." "That's too little." Soren frowned and looked at him and said in a deep voice, "This is not enough to deal with the lizard men. I suggest you move to another place as soon as possible." End of chapter 61. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.